or something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. And we have a new superstar in DFW. It's tax day.
Yeah.
And Micah Parsons has shown up. So a lot of stuff to get to.
A lot to get to. Sarah did her taxes yesterday. She got a refund. I got an extension.
She did them yesterday and got the refund.
It got approved, right? Yeah, so it's quick, you know.
And
I filed the extension.
Why did you file an extension?
My guy, he's like, I just don't feel like getting to it right now. We'll get to it later. And he says, I filed an extension for like 90% of my clients, so you've got like October. So now we can, find a way to just come up with extra things to write off.
Yeah.
Are you going to owe?
No, I don't think so.
Well, then why? That seems like a
Don't ask. I just
why
go
is that?
low.
But why is that?
I just go low with what he said.
I'm going to delay you getting your money.
Who is this guy and what are his qualifications, more importantly?
I wanted somebody from like an Eastern Bloc country. Okay. I think he's from Constantinople or something like that.
A Persian accent.
Yeah, actually, yes, you would be right on that one. I want somebody who kind of skirts the line.
Okay.
Of on the level of, but also a little bit shady.
Push the boundaries.
So
Yes.
I've got him. He's a good guy. Very good guy. But he says, yeah, I just filed an extension for everybody. Don't worry
Does
about
Sarah
it.
have a guy or she just
No,
goes
she
online?
just did it online. Hers is, very simple. Just here. She doesn't have anything to write off. I don't have a lot. I have things to write off, but a lot of times he's like, just take the standard now because it's so.
So did you guys decide to file this as a married couple or individually?
Individually.
Okay.
Individually.
And I'm sure there's some strategy to that.
Well, we weren't married until 2 days ago.
And she did it yesterday.
And she did it yesterday.
But it's for last tax season.
Yeah. So moving forward, we'll figure that out. I don't know.
Bob, you all
Whatever's
done?
More
Yeah,
advantageous.
I got an extension too. Because ours is already going to be screwed up. I know. So I just do the online one, and I've got pay stubs from doing like DallasCowboys.com things. This, my other gig, NFL Network, and then Jacob.
Brag.
No, Jacob lived with us for half the year, and then he made money for half the year, and so that's like complicating what exactly we're allowed to claim with him. And so I think I'm supposed to get like $2,000 back, but I still owe, so it's all just going to go to the balance. But I was not certain enough that I want to spend enough time on it to go like, is this all right? And I was like, I want to buy time, so I filed an extension too.
Hey, Pay, did you fulfill your responsibilities?
I've been done. I got mine done in early March. Decided to get out of the way. I had a feeling I was going to get a return, so I was like, might as well. I had that trip to Boston to pay for, so I got some money back. But yeah, I got about $400 back, so there you go.
I've always heard they say you want to be like financial people say that you want to be like between like 500 either way, like owing or getting back 500.
Why would I not want to get back more than 500?
Because they say
become a target.
They say you've been giving the government basically an interest-free loan the whole year. You're not getting any of your money back.
Well, I don't know why I'm asking Choppy about this. He seems to be the sketchiest one in here in regards to the topic. My total refund, was $20,300.
Was it really?
Just listen to me.
All right.
$20,382. Now,
it's Peyton's salary.
I applied over in the nosebleeds.
Oh God!
I applied, selling a house, child care.
Okay.
All
those
these,
write-offs,
all these different things. Right. I have 3 dependents as well.
Wait.
I only got back $8,500. The family accountant, said that $11,800 was applied to 2025. What does that mean? It was applied to 2025. Now we are in a family limited partnership. So
so you got like an LLC kind of thing.
My dad has, for the short term, been milking me for 20 years or 25 years of work, whatever I've been doing.
Doesn't sound short term.
Huh?
It doesn't sound short term for 25 years.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, when things are settled, things are divided through this family limited partnership. I don't understand it. I don't try to ask a lot of questions. But with this particular one, I would like to know where my remaining money is.
Okay.
My $11,800.
I assume they're expecting a loss for next year, and that's why they're applying it. to the next season, next year's tax? I don't know. I have no idea. It sounds like you got like an LLC kind of thing, so you could write off a lot more than the rest of us can, because you're probably doing it through your dad's company, through his practice. Because I can't, like, you're not supposed to be able to write off certain things. Like they say it's a red flag to write off like an office in your house.
Right.
I didn't know you could write off.
Like you get a cow and then you write it off as livestock.
Right.
Or people do a place of worship.
Yeah. I didn't know you could
You get
write
Bobby's
off
loaf of bread.
a third. I didn't know you could write off like your wife as a dependent.
Well, she doesn't have a job.
I know, but I still didn't know that you were allowed to write off like somebody who was not a child. I should have wrote off my nephew when he was living with me.
I described.
Well, you still have time.
I still have time, right?
I described your situation to Chat GPT, and I was like, "Why would an accountant do this?" And they said you owe estimated taxes for this year, so that could be part of it that they figure you're going to owe. So they take some of that move forward. They say it's just a simple tax planning strategy. Either your income's rising, your withholding wasn't sufficient, you had a one-time windfall this year, so they don't want to basically apply all that at once. Those are some reasons. They said also you instructed them to do it and you forgot. So ChatGPT thinks you're forgetful.
Yeah, I did not forget to say take an extra $12K that I would like to have back in my account. But happy tax day to everyone. Let us know if you are in the Eastern Euro category of RJ Choppy or you got things done nice and early like Peyton Russell. We have a new superstar in DFW.
With the first pick in the 2025 WNBA draft, the Dallas Wings select Paige Bueckers, University of Connecticut.
This was exciting for me for about 85% of the night. New superstar. I didn't realize it had been like 9 years since UConn actually won the national championship.
I had no idea it had been that long either.
She's the new hot thing since Caitlin Clark, DFW, bam, local. And then people started to monitor the different professional team accounts in town.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas Cowboys, congratulations. Texas Rangers, new number 5. I guess that's her number. For some reason, they put her up there next to Corey Seager. And people were waiting and waiting to see if the Dallas Mavericks would welcome a new number 1 pick and basketball phenom to town. They ended up doing it through Anthony Davis. They didn't just say, "Hey, welcome, basketball glory." You know, we once had that. It was Anthony Davis basically saying from one number 1 pick to another. But for 85% of the night, I was excited and asking myself, will I watch a WNBA game or the second half of one? I think I'll try to watch a final quarter or a final like 7 or 8 minutes.
How long are the quarters? I don't know. I think they're the same.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's
But she's a superstar. She's a rock star.
She is a superstar.
Superstar. I don't know about rock star. Caitlin Clark's a rock star.
Caitlin Clark's a rock star. She's a superstar.
10 minutes, by the way. That's how long
10-minute
the
quarters.
are.
Okay. I know women's college basketball are 10 minutes. I didn't know about the WNBA. Yeah, Caitlin Clark is Taylor Swift. Right, she's Taylor Swift.
She's not very good.
Paige is somewhere below that, right? But yeah, like this is big. I mean, it's a big deal to get her here. I have no idea. Like the Wings do pretty good with attendance.
Don't say top picks. Oh
no, with attendance. They'd been in. I don't know where they played at. They had been in that College Park Center in Arlington.
I think that's where they are right now. Because she said when she got picked, they had her do some social video yesterday, and she said pack the park or something like that. So I assume it's College Park.
And it's not a huge arena, but like they do a really nice job like getting people to go there.
Oddly enough, Bobby probably knows the most about her game. You've been comparing her to Caitlin Clark for a long time.
I would actually I'll go to a game. I'll go see her next year or this year, whenever that is. I don't know when their season is. Their season going on or is it over? I genuinely don't know. I have no clue. But no, she's actually, if you go look up just Caitlin Clark highlights and Paige Bueckers highlights, one of them looks like a genuinely skilled basketball player, and the other one just looks like they figured out how to shoot a jump shot, and that's the reality of what it is. Now the Anthony Davis welcome, the replies in there are just sad. Somebody says, 80 trying so hard to integrate himself with Dallas fans. It's coming off as cringy, but got to do anything to slowly get some love out there. A ton of the replies said this should have been Luka's video, should have been Luka's video. There's just nothing they could do to
Luka wasn't a number one pick.
Yeah, that's true. They can't do. I mean, they are genuinely at a point where it's like you cannot do anything right at all. No matter what you do, it's gonna get ripped. But this is this is actually exciting. She's a genuine.
So how would you
star.
describe her game?
I mean,
6 foot.
So when you watch it, at least it's not everywhere. But I mean, you will see people talk about her on there like as if she is like the female version of Luka. Like she is a ball distributor, a shooter. She plays defense. That's not Luka, but I mean, she's a very like talented all around. Like when you watch her, she's got legitimate handles and she has real court vision. So I actually do enjoy watching her, and so I would actually go watch a game. But yeah, it's a nice one to add.
All right, Pepe. Are you checking out the Tolos and how the early ticket sales are looking for the Wings?
Yeah, it's what we did with Caitlin Clark last year when she was coming to town against the Dallas Wings. I believe the season starts next month because they have tickets already available for May 16th. So a month from tomorrow, I believe the season begins. I can tell because the ticket prices, when the Minnesota Lynx come into town, tickets are $126. Now that's opening night. You think, okay, maybe they go down from there. How about a Monday night game on the 19th of May? $66. So the weekend prices look to be up there. Chicago Sky and Dallas Wings on May 31st. That's a Saturday. $140 tickets.
Is this lower level?
This is just, I believe, the cheapest available right now.
Cheapest available?
Yeah.
For the Franklin injury attorneys fan text 877-881-1053. I'll take the Wings backcourt over the Mavs. If Caitlin Clark is Taylor Swift, Bueckers is Katy Perry, hotter, overall better and more talented, but not as mainstream. Paige is Sabrina Carpenter. Paige will pour her heart into the city, make the Wings a contender, then they will get traded to the Sparks for a case of soda and some gluten-free bread. Nico is too busy trying to trade her to tweet congrats. And they're saying your tax thing is a prepayment based off what you're estimated to owe this year.
Okay.
They were I got a note yesterday from Tolo Lori, and she was at like a watch party, whatever the official watch party was, and she said they sold out of Paige jerseys in the last night.
There were rumors last week that she was going to be like anti-Dallas, like try to force her way out of here, not want to play for the organization. So I wanted to follow along with that a little bit last night and listen to her with the commentary to see whether there was any drama there, any discussion. I didn't hear any for the 6 minutes I watched.
I don't know why she would have what the issue.
Maybe the Wings suck.
Maybe they had the first pick.
Yeah.
I mean, when we brought it up last week, or when it came up last week.
She doesn't want to live in Arlington.
When it came up last week, there was a ton of response so I don't know, I guess that was considered clickbait from Front Office Sports when they did it, because there were a lot of replies that were like, you guys are clowns, or like people just said, Paige has already addressed this. You guys know you're making things up, blah, blah, blah. And so I don't know what happened there, and I didn't care totally enough to go look why.
Yeah.
But it sounded like they were at least being accused of some fake news.
All right, so let us know if you are hopping on the Wings bandwagon, if you're getting your mini ticket plan, if you're getting your season ticket plan, how many games you plan to attend, and a scouting report as well for Paige Bueckers, your new Dallas Wing. RJ Choppy thinks it's a mistake for Micah and the Cowboys for Parsons to have shown up to day one yesterday. We'll go inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys next. But let me go ahead and...
I got to remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Look who showed up to the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco yesterday. Micah Parsons attending the voluntary off-season program, as Brian Schottenheimer said he expected. Previous 2 years, Micah mostly worked out on his own before OTAs and minicamp. Of course, he's entering the fifth-year option of his rookie deal still without the monster extension. Good morning, Metroplex. This is your official home of the Dallas Cowboys, in case you did not know, with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. And you made me pause and hesitate yesterday when you sent over the message that you thought this was a mistake for both sides.
Well, look, I understand it's not OTAs, it's not minicamp. This is not even a glorified walkthrough. They're in underwear.
What are voluntary workouts, Bobby? What do they do out there for this?
When they go to, this is not even the OTA stuff, which we normally have access to, so we don't even get media access to this. This is basically, it's largely player-led, but they've got, I think there's limited amount of interaction every day they can have with coaches, and it has to be limited to literally meetings on a whiteboard and maybe slight on-field instruction, but it's very narrow. This is mainly a lot of just voluntary independent work.
So this is more about the end of May when they get to OTAs. But in general, this guy stubs his toe. Get him out of the building. Get him out of the building. I don't want him in the building. On the team. I don't. If he gets hurt,
why would you not want him in the team if you're in the building if you're the Cowboys?
Well, because if he gets hurt. He gets hurt on his own. He gets hurt in your building. Does that make anything guaranteed? You're going to have to pay him either way. I want him nowhere near a football field until he signs that contract. I don't want any Sean Lee, OTA, knock-on Corian situation. None of that. Because if he gets hurt, he's out for the year. You're going to have to sign him into a new contract, or you're not. You have no idea what he's going to be like coming off that injury.
So you don't even want him working out on his own. You want him sitting on his couch or doing his podcast.
No. He can work out. Work out. Yeah,
why would you not want to supervise him working out versus him doing judo?
Well, who says is he going to do judo?
Well, he did last year.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever the
sumo wrestling.
Sumo wrestling. That's all right.
Sorry.
I have no problem sumo wrestling. But no, this is more from an on the field standpoint. In the weight room, you want to get supervised, whatever. Not a problem with that. I assume a lot of these guys have their own trainers.
This is the exact description of the offseason program according to the NFL, like what's allowed. Phase 1 consists of the first 2 weeks of the program with activities limited to meetings, strength and conditioning, and physical rehab only. Phase 2 consists...
That's
what they're in right now.
Fine.
Phase 2 consists of the next 3 weeks of the program, which is on-field workouts, may include individual or group instruction and drills, as well as perfect play drills and plays with offensive players lining up across from offensive players and defensive players lining up across from defensive players, conducted at a walkthrough pace, no live contact or team offense, and then it's OTAs.
Yeah, you got no contact. I'm cool. What you don't want is him to go out there and he gets hurt, and now you've got to sign him, and you have no idea what he's going to be like when he comes back from that injury, whatever it happens.
I'm giving Micah his props. There's two ways to look at it. There's the player leadership angle, and there's the business agent angle. If I'm the agent, I'm probably not wanting him to show up. Mike Florio has been screaming for 2 years he shouldn't even have shown up last year to put the screws to the Cowboys. Micah had to do this to follow up what he's been talking about since the end of last season. Tank Lawrence is gone. It's my team now. I don't need all the money. I'm willing to take less. I want guys around me. New coordinator, new head coach, new system, new teammates. If you're going to talk about being the new leader, you got to show up to day one, Aaron Rodgers. So as a Cowboy fan, there's no reason for you not to be thrilled and happy about this. And I think Micah had to do it to back up what he's been talking about in terms of locker room presence. David Mulugheta, agent, probably not. No. But I don't care about all that. I care about the Cowboys and the chemistry.
You want to be around that? You want to be around that?
A C for the training staff.
Yeah, you want to be around that?
I would bet...
Go to a Planet Fitness, get your lifts in.
I would bet David told him to go, is what I would guess. And I don't know that he would normally say that if it was like mini camp or if this was real contact stuff. But I bet David, knowing what the Cowboys are going to approach, like how they're going to approach trying to reduce value in these negotiations, is going to be stuff with where's your maturity, where's your leadership, where are you at in terms of leading by example. And so I would guess, yeah, David's like saying, hey, these are meetings. It's lifting. It's all stuff you need to do. It's stuff you normally do on your own. Yeah. You're normally doing these things. You're just on your own. Just go show up to it right now. And while we continue to do this, because you don't want them coming right back and going like, very day one, you're not even in there. Because that's what they're going to try to do.
Is this one of Jerry's cards to be played that he mentioned in reference when he's like, I may want to see a few more cards played?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Some were speculating, including Nick Harris, that maybe it was showing up to be the leader, showing up for, some of these extra credit things, and maybe this is a Jerry card, and this will pacify and satisfy Jerry so that we can finally get the ink pen out.
Maybe it does. Maybe it does pacify him a little bit. Yeah, again, like this is more like, on-field OTA stuff. Stay the hell away. But yeah, like this is a good leadership role for Micah to show up there. And I think Bobby's point about the agent saying, hey, just go there. You're going to do it anyway. You'll be doing it on your own. Because a lot of these guys work out on their own anyway. You're going to be working on your own anyway, so why not?
Well, why not would be you're doing the Cowboys a favor by playing along with their program versus creating more pressure on them with negative headlines and sports talk topics and creating it would create some discomfort. Mm-hmm. You could argue you're doing them a favor by showing up and playing nice.
I honestly think they feel like we've caused them enough pressure and discomfort already by getting in the way of those negotiations you thought you had done at a dinner. And we've done enough to sit here and put public pressure on them by clearly making it known that they weren't doing things the right way, and now they have to, and they were salty about it when they were in those league meetings. And so,
well, things haven't been done enough to get a deal done.
No, but I think that what you would see typically, the clients for David Mulugheta, when they are on the 5th-year option and they're up for a new deal, they do not show up. That's generally what they don't do. When it comes to OTAs, minicamp, things like that, I don't always know during the voluntary portion, this kind of thing, which doesn't even have media coverage. I don't know how consistently those guys show up. But this is one where if you are considered one of the leaders of a team in any of the 32 clubs across the league, you show up to these kind of things. And so I would imagine this is just about, hey, show up, check a box, you're in town, you live there. make sure they're not giving us anything that they can go against, and I'll get you your money.
Mike Florio added, in the short term, Parsons' presence plays into the Cowboys' hand. It also makes an eventual training camp holdout more jarring. If Parsons stays for all the offseason practices and doesn't show up when training camp stops. That's what Zeke did in 2019. We'll see if Parsons does the same.
Lamb showed up to this kind of stuff early on last year and then didn't show up to OTAs or the other stuff.
And Dak showed up to all.
Dak always shows up, yeah. Dak has never missed that kind of stuff.
I also think that, everyone is different. Everyone's going to get different contract advice. It sends a nice little message. Oh my God, Micah Parsons, like his deal is up. Everyone knows he's next to get paid, and he still showed up. Whether it's Deron Bland, whether it's Tyler Smith, whether it's someone down the line, Dak Prescott sends that message all the time when his deal is in flux. So, with all the little side check mark things for leadership and locker room, I give Micah credit.
Well, and I think the idea is also here. I would guess that the counsel that Micah Parsons is getting is, you in years where you haven't had a contract, you haven't shown up to this. Like, the message you send is by showing up this time, by saying, hey, I'm here, I'm active, let's get this done. Because even when you haven't had a deal that you're negotiating, you usually don't show up to it.
Looks really good for Schottenheimer too.
Yeah, because Schottenheimer had talked about it at the league meeting. Said it was very. Mike McCarthy was very upset when Micah Parsons didn't show up to some of this stuff last year, and could barely conceal how frustrated he was. It felt like a very intentional thing when Brian Schottenheimer was at those meetings a couple weeks ago and said, he told me he's going to be there, so I think he's going to be there.
Yep.
And now Micah's showing up. It's like, okay, either he was being straight up with Shotty, or Shotty ended up putting a little bit of pressure on. He told me it, so I'm going to publicly say he told me it.
Jordan Schultz, NFL insider on FS1, talking about this Micah deal still not getting done, and how Jerry is still stuck in the 90s.
The Cowboys start their offseason work today, and edge Micah Parsons still hasn't been extended. Dak Prescott was asked about Micah's contract and joked with the media, saying that he doesn't have the full answer why Cowboys negotiations take so long, adding that all of his contracts would have been done a lot sooner if he did. Now, Colin, I thought Jerry had a very telling quote at the recent owners meetings. He said, quote, I don't know why, I just can't deal with a player. Also, basically said he doesn't know who David Mulugeta is, Parsons' agent. This is why, Colin, the Cowboys have not been relevant since the 1990s. This is not Emmitt Smith. You don't talk and deal with the player like you did 3 decades ago.
Right.
The agent has been empowered in a way that is significantly different than the 1990s with Aikman and Emmett and Irvin. And as a result of that, in my opinion, Jerry's still thinking archaically that the right way to handle a Micah Parsons extension is basically to get Micah to acquiesce one-on-one. That's exactly the problem that we're dealing with.
Look, some of the best Jerry stories are El Paso.
Yeah.
I'm going to El Paso on your deal. Like, this is, have you heard of that town in West Texas?
The T.O. napkin.
The napkin. If you ever run into Michael Irvin, ask him to tell the Jerry contract story. It's an epic story, and there's language you can't use on the radio. But
what's your point?
That's where he's at his best at. He can schmooze a player. He can cater to the player's emotions. You can't do that when you're dealing with an agent who's just looking at a spreadsheet.
But is it productive?
Is it productive
for the negotiation to get completed and done? Jordan Schultz is arguing it's archaic.
It is the way Jerry wants to do it.
Yeah,
it is archaic because the players don't let you do that necessarily anymore. He may want to do it, but at the end of the day, he tries it that way. It doesn't work, and then you roll out the training camp and you sign CeeDee Lamb and you sign Zach Martin, you sign Dak Prescott on the Sunday before the season.
I mean, he's had success getting it done even in the last decade.
Well, late.
But I mean, he does get stuff done. Like, he got Zach Martin done by, all right, I'm sitting down, I'm getting involved. I'm sitting down, I'm getting involved has pushed it over the edge before. There have been a few exceptions to that where it just has not happened. Dez told him no. He tried to get up to Dez. Dez told him straight out, he's like, I play football, I don't negotiate things, you talk to my agent. He's like, I know better than to sit across from you at this table and do this. Dak never got involved, refused to do it, and now Micah started to and then had to pull back.
A developing situation right now in the National Football League.
Yep. Speaking of David Mulugeta clients, Ian Rappaport says the Dolphins and 7-time Pro Bowl cornerback Jalen Ramsey are mutually set to explore trade options, and it wouldn't be a surprise if he played elsewhere in 2025. Miami and Ramsey do $25.1 million fully guaranteed this season. Could be parting ways. He followed up and said, while there's no firm deadline on a possible trade with the NFL draft 9 days away, completing a trade prior to the draft would make sense, if only so Miami can use the pick or picks they would acquire for Ramsey. So Ian Rappaport saying that there's a decent shot that sometime in the next 9 days, Jalen Ramsey gets dealt.
Okay. That immediately makes me think of Tyreek. Like, would Miami be willing to go ahead and punt on this current crop? I can't keep track of Jalen Ramsey extensions. I'm like, didn't he just get paid? What is he unhappy about? What's going on there? Jalen Ramsey is no longer straight shutdown. 77 Pro Football Focus grade for whatever that is worth last year.
It's for a 30-year-old. That's not. I don't think that's terrible from a corner.
Yeah.
But I mean, look. The problem is, you're going to run into is that this is that kind of that age where you wonder what he has left.
My mind immediately shuts off and cancels any Jalen Ramsey discussion around here, Bobby.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that he'd be an option here, especially because of the amount of money and his age, because he'll be 31 in October. But that's still, he was young when he got into the league. He was 20 his rookie year. So this is going to be year 10 coming up here, and he's just going to turn 31 during this year. But yeah, I'm looking at it. He has signed, it looks like 3 deals, and then he had another that was reworked. So, he's made his career earnings to this point. He's made, looks like $130 million.
Oof. Jalen Ramsey going to be playing for someone else other than the Miami Dolphins, according to Ian Rappaport. It happened to the Dallas Stars again. And how did the Nosebleeds react to Bobby Bell? We have all the audio next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bet.
Nosebleeds.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
In the world, more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Knocked away at center, and Raymond's got the puck. He's got a break in the right circle. Score! Lucas Raymond with point number 78 on the campaign. 9:49 into the third, and the Red Wings have scored 3 unanswered goals here to take a 5-3 lead.
My goodness, it happened to the Dallas Stars again. Red Wings Television with the call. Good morning, Metroplex and the 6 a.m. Club. Sean, RJ, and Bobby with you here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. The playoffs cannot come soon enough because the Stars lose their sixth straight. And these third period comebacks, this is something we should have elaborated a little bit more on yesterday, maybe to find a little silver Stars lining to say, all right, well, they're having leads because in all 4 games, Pittsburgh, Minnesota, Vancouver, last night, in all 4 games, they had the third period lead.
Right.
And then failed to grab 2 points. 4 Detroit goals in the third period. One was an empty netter, and the Stars lose again. 6-4, Chopper.
They're just not finishing games. And, you wonder, like, as you get towards the end of these games and you are more tired because, look, you're out there. I mean, you're out there for 60 minutes. It's a tough sport, a grueling sport to play. You wonder, does the fact that the season, these games don't matter to them, is that impacting? Now, it didn't have anything to do with the game against, Vancouver, right? They still had a chance. this game, the last game, does have anything to do with their want to in the third period.
Yeah.
I think I could see how they would give up a lead when they just don't care, right? You're there, first 2 periods, you're doing well, third period, you're tired.
Yeah.
You're trying to get to the playoffs. I think this is great because if you want to bet on the Stars to win the Stanley Cup, all this is doing is getting their odds a little bit further down.
Well, they were the favorite last week from Bet Online.
They were, and now I think you get them at 9-1. And I think they were like 6-1 last week. So I think, the light switch thing, can they turn it on? They're a good team. They're a good team. The problem is I hate the NHL structure of the playoffs. They should be the 2 seed or 3, whatever. And they should be playing a much lesser opponent in Colorado in the first round. And that's just the way it is.
Gavin Spittle with the staggering note on the third. Goals against during this 6-game losing streak by period. First period 5, second period 4, third period in overtime 20. 20, Bobby. A minus 13 goal differential in the third. That is 32nd in the National Hockey League.
That's pretty bad. That's not good. And I feel like I'm at least partially to blame because as we were ramping up for the playoffs, I was, all right, I'm gonna be more on top of watching Stars games. And I've been watching more Stars stuff lately, and it's been during this entire streak. So I feel like I'm at least partially to blame. Specifically the Vancouver game. I feel like that one was really mine, where they gave up the 3 goals in a minute. But, I've got to change something up with my routine, I guess.
15 games ago, the Stars outshot Anaheim. 15 games ago. They haven't done it since. More info, those nuggets, courtesy of Spits and Suds, wherever you get your podcasts. Are we going to see the return of Tyler Seguin tomorrow? All reports say he is ready. So it happens again to the Dallas Stars last night against Detroit. 877-881-1053 to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. 877-881-1053. In case you missed it yesterday, Bobby Belt trying to put the final nail in the Nosebleeds coffin with his most recent. Was this Nosebleeds music?
No.
Nosebleeds don't have any music.
They never had a theme song?
I mean, my diss track, that's their theme song now.
Yeah. So. In case you missed it yesterday at 9:20, Bobby Belt went in the lab, we think, for the final time.
I want to dedicate this song to Sam Wolchuk.
Hey, Bobby, spit that rhyme I like.
Turn it on, leave it on. Pick a platform, radio, stream, YouTube, or the Twitch. Young Bobby hit the bleeds like a crash car. Go and inject me in the beat, and I'll leave you with track marks. Didn't have to be this way, but I'll go to round 8. Overdosing bars, I'm a single mom in South Lake. Kill it in the AM, yeah, you know we got a who's who. Rating so big, you would think they took a blue chew. That's a blue pill, but Wooly needs a red one. Better get some yeast if you want to raise your bread, son. Since we telling truth, let's open up about the past, bro. Chio still ain't over getting froze out of the draft show. Man it, bro, go to Brian, you can talk through it. Use your words because your mouth ain't just for hawk to. Yeah, I wish I had a house sitting on a happy perch, but I'm not like Eric getting favors from my daddy's church. Christ would help the poor, put him on his back. Eric closed the door, said I ain't paying tax. While we're talking cash, hey Wooly, where's my money, dude? No, you owe me $50 from Cali back in 22. Would've split the check, but bleeders never seem to separate. Every job they do is like a disappointing double date. At QL, pre and post, PM drive too. Why is one job always done by both of you? Wait a sec, I take it back. Wooly wasn't on the disc. Very first time Zach wasn't chained to Eric's hip. Eric gonna take a look around and probably cut you, dude. Go ahead, remind me, Zach, what the do you do? Since you don't know how to write, I'll go ahead and ghost for you. Papa Doc rappers, get your pen and make a note or two. This one might hurt, so go and take a double shot of Tito's. I'm just glad this battle isn't happening at Papacitos. Bobby with his busted flow, sounding like he's Yoda. Could be that he had a stroke after he quit soda. Bobby, why you taking shots? This is sort of treason. Guess we know you were left off the title for a reason. How did Bobby's ugly ass end up with a smoking dime? Some were born on second, Bobby married at the 35. Isn't it just funny how history repeats itself? One guy did what you two can't, never hit below the belt.
Hey, Bobby.
I got you, Sammy.
Hey, Bobby. Hey, Bobby. Hey, Bobby.
Sam Wolchuk, by the way, would be Zach's sister. So that was delivered yesterday in the final hour of the show. Fantastic. Well done.
Thank you.
Aiden getting it up on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube as well.
I appreciate the assist from Sam there. She actually got a feature credit on that track.
Feature credit. There you go.
Yeah.
So yesterday, G-Bag, of course, had to listen, absorb it, and respond. And here's what that sounded like, starring the Nosebleeds.
It's good, you know.
It is good. He's really good.
There's definitely respect to Bobby there, man. He can turn something around quickly on you.
He was right about the draft show stuff, by the way.
Bobby and Garage Band.
All right, stop it.
Man.
All right, explain the draft show thing.
So initially, the plan when there was going to be this new revitalized draft show, like the early discussions were about how Zach and Eric are going to get involved. And then it morphed into, at some point, like, I think Eric's a little too busy, and then all of a sudden it was just Zach. And so Eric got left off of it, and I think it's caused some tension whenever they have draft discussions, because Eric maybe feels like he's getting sunned a little bit in some of the talks just because he's not on there. So I think it's something that still eats away at him every day.
And Broadus gets worked up over the draft show comments, right?
Yeah, that was their big fight that Lucius put on the fan cam when they were in a break, was when Eric had gone after the draft show, made a side swipe remark about it.
So Broadus for the moment is chuckling.
He was right about the draft show stuff, by the way.
Bobby and Garage Band. Get the hell out of here. Yeah, that's what's so funny.
Those running back takes.
The draft show thing is great. I mean, the line
where
through.
Did you get that, though?
Let's see. I want to see the proof of the ratings being so big that they look like they took a blue chew. I would like to see documentation of that, Bob. Let's see that. Let's see them ratings bonuses, Bob. Draft show. I mean, who wants to make? I think it comes out to. Do you think you make 99 cents an hour doing the draft show?
I don't think that really comes out positive at all. None of us are positive on the draft show.
Absolutely not.
The amount of time it takes to do it, absolutely not.
Like Nico, I am Ilieva. I'm not volunteering for S, okay, when it comes to the draft show. Bobby's quitting on the draft show halfway through it.
Yeah.
That shows you how much Bobby doesn't want to do the draft show.
Can't even finish
So
a show.
thank you for that. Yes, and
That's true.
The church house thing, was pretty good. My real estate agent did happen to attend my church. So that is, I mean, kudos for the bar. I wish I could evade taxes. And there was obviously plenty more in there. But I think that
he
pretty
likes
sums it up.
his new thing is like, it takes 5 people to replace Jeff Kavanaugh. He doesn't understand loyalty, clearly.
Right. He wouldn't understand that, even though he likes to talk about loyalty when it comes to our Mavericks.
Yeah.
Man, I tell you what, when Jay-Z and Nas were going back and forth, Jay-Z dropped his and then Nas dropped his, and everybody said, oh my God, how can Jay-Z come back from that? And all that Jay-Z, like, apologists or whatever you want to call them. I was one of them. Who was like, well, Nas didn't drop factual stuff in the things. Jay was giving facts. Nas is just giving you heat, bro. Is she good enough? That's what you're making me think
We've
about
identified
right
our characters in all of this. Thank you, Lucius.
Yeah. Hey, hey, I got you, bro.
Pretty tame. Pretty tame reaction.
Very tame.
I would feel
I'm
like
expecting a song from them.
I would feel like this is over. I'd feel like this is done and over with. It's going to take Wilchuck to really rev it up to get involved.
I think they're going to do another song, I would guess, or try. I don't think it's going to be anything that I need to respond to.
Okay.
Because I would just guess they don't have anything that's going to rise to the level of mine. Like Lucius explained there at the end. Lucius told him there at the end, like, guys, you're really starting to sound like the people who were trying to say, well, Jay-Z didn't lose because what they said wasn't true. They tried to go, like, break down it. This isn't true. This isn't true. Zach during crosstalk had said, well, the dinner thing's not even true. Brian paid for that dinner. No, they didn't. And I literally screenshotted the credit card charge and the Venmo payments I got from others, and I sent it to Zach. And so Zach knows Brian didn't pay for that dinner. Now maybe Zach
at that dinner.
You got kicked out.
No, it's a line.
Maybe it is a case where Zach Venmo'd Brian, thinking Brian paid for it.
Yeah,
but that should have been cleared up, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, all I know is I never got it. I don't need to get it because I mean, we're good.
Did you get Tolo reaction and response saying that you finished them off?
Oh, I mean, it's their own audience. So they did G-Bag of the Day yesterday, and it was a tie. It was a 4-way tie, and they sent it to the Twitter poll. And on the 130 votes that they get for a 5-minute vote, I got 63% of the vote. So their own audience.
Baby.
Look, if you want to talk about the likability factor, Zach and Eric are above me. Just in general with the audience. It is their own audience. And they still all said, yeah, but you lost. In large numbers told them they lost.
Yes.
So I think that's pretty telling.
All right.
Very nice.
There it is. It was nice while it lasted. RIP to the Nosebleeds. from the G-Bag Nation every day, 2 o'clock right here on your home of Texas Rangers baseball. The Rangers, of course, going to be back in action today against Wash. 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch on this station. In the first place, L.A. Angels. Is Bill Belichick's girlfriend coaching with him? Are the Tar Heels going to get RJ's quarterback? And did the vice president break the national championship trophy? It's a college kegger on Sean and...
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Cool. I mean, of course you have. Still Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
You heard that first voice there. That was the voice of Ryan Day asking, I would like to know where Lou Holtz is right now. Perhaps you would like Lou Holtz to be around to help out with the national championship trophy as the Ohio State University.
It's always been Ohio against the world.
It's always been Ohio against the world, Ryan. Who his wife is not happy with Clay Travis, among others.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say needed Lou to help dye the beard after the beard dye controversy.
The beard dye controversy. Clay had a commentary on his social media. A lot of people have joked about Ryan Day with that he dyes his beard. And she posted on social media. I could say for certainty I've never seen him dye his beard. So there you have it.
Well, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it hasn't happened, because there's literally no way that's not beard dye. It's
jet black.
It's jet black. He's a mid-40s individual. There's no way he doesn't have a stitch of gray as a college coach.
Which, by the way, are any Jets black?
That's a good question.
Where does the term come from?
That's a really good question.
Like all these
stealth bomber, maybe.
All these private planes flying into Augusta, Georgia, and everything. Were any of them black? I don't think I've ever seen a black
jet. The term jet black originates from a naturally occurring gemstone called jet, a type of coal. And so that's where that came from.
Okay, all right. So they were at the White House yesterday. The teams are. It's just like White House month. All these teams are going to the White House like this month. Dodgers were just there. And obviously Ohio State's just there. The Eagles are going to be there. So it is White House press tour month for all these teams. And J.D. Vance is the vice president. He is from Ohio. And he goes to pick up the trophy. And not real. I don't know if he didn't know it was in two pieces or he did it and just fumbled it. But the trophy part came up.
Aiden's got it on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
And the pedestal falls to the ground. And it's like, oops. Oh, man.
You know what? I got to blame college football yet again. This is so stupid.
To have it in two pieces.
Yes. It's so dumb.
Could you imagine if the Lombardi or the Larry, the ball just falls?
Stanley Cup.
The Stanley Cup. The Stanley Cup. The cup falls off the Stanley Cup. The football falls off of Lombardi. The basketball falls off of the Larry.
What are you doing? What are we doing here? It's so stupid to have like the little holder on the bottom.
Yeah.
Vance had no idea.
It makes me cringe so bad. Like watching the stand fall and he's just grasping for it. That is a like the old "Wanna Get Away" commercials. That's one of that is just so painful to even look at.
It is painful. It's funny. It's funny. You can have a good laugh at it. Of course, politically now you can't laugh at anything.
Oh yeah.
I think it's funny. I think it's funny.
What a perfect description. What a perfect summary for the White House regime.
We talked.
Those are the jokes being made.
Yes,
those are the jokes being made by some.
We talked about Steph Curry going to Davidson and Trae Young going to Oklahoma. Our guy Max Crosby, Colleyville's own. He is now the assistant GM in Eastern Michigan. I guess these jobs have no responsibilities whatsoever. Completely figurehead named.
Yeah. What are they doing?
So, I mean, Andrew,
like Dirk's role with the his former role with the Mavericks before they iced him out?
Yeah, this is, I mean, the Trae Young one is apparently somewhat legitimate. Like, he's going to have some sort of involvement to some extent. I don't know. The Max Crosby one and some of these other ones feel like they're just basically figurehead recruiting things where you put them in a certain position so that they're then allowed to sit in and be like, a leverage piece when you're trying to bring players in. I would assume it's just an official title to get something like that. But yeah, in some of these instances, like Trae Young is supposed to be somewhat heavily involved. I think Crosby's, especially as assistant, is going to be more just, hey, I'm popping in and doing some stuff from time to time.
Bill Belichick's girlfriend.
Oh my God. I'm so sick of her.
So
I'm so tired of this.
I'll take a little sip.
She was at North Carolina practice, and people are wondering what she was doing there.
Yeah, she's running around like on the field. She's going back and forth with Bill.
Yeah,
and then to the end zone.
And then
in this Matrix coat.
Like, yeah, she's got this Neo
black and Tar Heel blue overcoat.
Just people are saying this is beyond weird and creepy. What is she doing on the coaching staff or whatever? And The Athletic had a real good article this morning on her role.
Oh.
Okay, and I had just combed through this on the break.
Because the initial speculation really, first it was, oh my God, Bill Belichick has her out there running drills. People think that she was helping get him mic'd up and wired for some type of media.
Yeah, they probably emailed her about it, and she knew she had to be out there to do it.
Interesting here enough, because those emails are public, because she works for the University of North Carolina.
It went over Sean.
What am I not getting about the email?
Remember, he was Bill Belichick told UNC people, hey, make sure to send Jordan all my emails. Anything you need me to know, get it to Jordan. She's my assistant.
So
Go ahead,
so the Athletic got a hold of 44 pages of emails from her, because they're public record. They're University of North Carolina, State University, it's public record. And she is in charge of everything.
Really?
So she wrote to the social media team. She wants to raise awareness, a subtle, obvious, occurring detail within the media releases. She wants to make sure that Steve and Bill Belichick are never photographed together, and that those photos are never put out to the mainstream, because she wants those to not to have any visual prompts that he's a Nepo baby. Oh. They are massively concerned about this because, again, State University, there's different rules. It's not like with the Patriots, you can just hire who you want to. But at State University, there's all kinds of employment rules that you've got to deal with.
Doesn't
right?
sound like there's that many employment rules with everybody Bill's hired. He's hired like his entire friend group and everybody else.
They are not allowed to refer to him as Bill's son at any point on social media.
It's like the Masters.
He is Steve Belichick. They are basically highlighting how great he was at the University of Washington without Bill, and that he was there like with the Patriots, with Bill, and he was learning under the greatest defensive mind ever. He was not learning under his father. She is going very hard about all this.
It's like Bill leaving Robert Kraft out of his book. No mention of Robert Kraft. They want no mention of Belichick for Steve. I've lost all respect for this man. I was wrong. I was wrong about wanting him as the head coach and leader of the Dallas Cowboys. Not for empowering women, but for being such a hypocrite, for flipping this badly. No man in the history of civilization has ever flipped this much for a female. Can you imagine any of his other assistants throughout his coaching history coming in and saying, hey, coach, do you mind? Matt Patricia, Josh McDaniels, do you mind if the missus is just hanging around the facility? Yeah. Gronk and Edelman were all making fun of Bill and the way he used to talk about dating and having female distractions. And now you're playing helicopter on the beach like I do with Ava. And you have her CC'd on everything. She's running around. I've all respect lost for this man. I wanted him to dominate and win. I still want him to dominate and win. It'll be a good story. But no one has ever succumbed to the power of that letter more than this.
Is it a bigger image flip?
And I have many friends who are spineless cowards that have melted. Family that they allow these women to completely take over their entire world, and they melt into little spineless puddles, and this takes the cake.
Is it a bigger image flip than Kelsey?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Kelsey was like, I looked at Kelsey as
bro.
He was like the bro and the like, oh, that's the toxic dude. And then all of a sudden it's I'm going on the European tour and we're hanging out.
Travis was always like, he was always cheesy. He was always a little corny.
I mean, the whole fight for your right to party song, you say that every time. I tell my kids, I tell my others, like that is undefeated. Do not let that beat you. That is undefeated. And that is... Yeah, it's undefeated.
The stuff they're not allowed to say in bits. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Now I would say the if Bill would have gotten hired here, do you think we would have heard as much about her as we've heard at UNC?
Oh, that's a good question. I do think from a college standpoint, like her being like she's their age.
we would have 100% tried to interview her.
Oh yeah.
But
we would not have heard anywhere near the same.
I agree.
No way. College Kegger with RJ Choppy here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, the pettiness of this man to leave Robert Kraft out of his entire book about winning.
Yeah, his entire book. Now he's
another level. Kevin Hagelin thinks he's petty. No, you can take Bobby and Hagelin combined, and I don't think it adds up to, and me, and it does not add up to Belichick's pettiness.
He does make references to like the structure behind the organization, right?
So the Patriot Way was fake.
Right. He said it does not exist. There were 363 people mentioned in the acknowledgement section where Kraft is nowhere to be found. So he just completely wiped him clean of the entire situation.
I read Parcells' book. Well, and
right.
I'm pretty sure I would have to go back or look it up online. I'm pretty sure he mentioned Robert Kraft because, it's part of the story of the Patriots and working with him and the divorce. And even Parcells mentioned Kraft, and now he's going to the Patriots Ring of Honor, and Belichick, zip zero,
Gone.
nothing.
Gone. Now, maybe Bill Belichick will have a new quarterback because the Nico Iamaleava saga continues where Oregon and Notre Dame and Texas Tech have all been like, yeah, man, thanks, but no thanks. And UCLA.
Name those schools again who said no?
Oregon, Notre Dame, Texas Tech.
Okay.
Those are some of the ones that he had kind of reached out to. Other schools have reportedly said no, so he is looking at a UCLA, UNC, Tulane, South Alabama type.
Well, On3.com says the Tar Heels are out.
They are out? Okay. So I had seen this morning that they were still trying to get Carolina in. What would it be is it would be Belichick giving a very lower total.
Or have a girl sign off.
Or have the girl sign
see
off
what
on
she
it.
thinks.
But this is I think what we're seeing here is a lot of college football people are hoping. Now, are we going to get questions about them freezing him out, blackballing him?
I was just about to say this feels like an NFL version of a United Front.
Of a United Front, because the portal opens tomorrow. ESPN and all these companies have ranked him as the number one player in the transfer portal. The number one player in the transfer portal is not going to get frozen out of anything.
Right.
Now, is he going to get $2.2 million? That's pretty much almost off the table. This is one of the most egregious missteps by a father. His dad is completely to blame for this.
Well, we have to see what he ends up getting.
Well, we have to see, of course, if he gets more money, then it was the right move.
Yeah.
But all signs right now point to him getting less than the $2.2 million.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, this is a bad decision.
Yes, because teams are lining up to say no right now.
Yeah, they're lining up to say no.
All it takes is one.
All it takes is one. And look, he could maybe Lincoln Riley comes up and says, hey, look, we'll pay you.
Lincoln Riley.
Because this is also late in the game.
Yeah.
Because of budgets.
Everybody got quarterbacks in the I guess, is it the winter portal? The one in January? That's where everybody got their quarterbacks. That's where Duke got theirs. That's where Georgia got Oregon. That's where all these quarterbacks going then.
Yeah, I mean, look, I could absolutely see them because, look, are they going to freeze out the number one player in the portal? Maybe not, but I mean, in an era where they don't have any power anymore, and it's pretty much all gone to the players at this point because of the way that NIL is structured.
This is them taking it back.
You could see them taking it back by saying, if we just make an example of this one guy, then we'll send enough of a message that we can make an example of others, and we'll be able to have more power in these negotiations and stop just getting controlled by the whims of advisors and different things.
Yeah. Like if he goes and he's got 2.2 and he gets, 1.9 and he goes to a situation that's a good situation. Okay, you know what? Maybe you could argue, hey, it's a better situation for me. But if he drops down to $800,000 and he goes to play for Tulane, that's a really tough pill to swallow.
What if he offers to come tail back tuck to you guys?
I don't know. That's a locker room decision. I think that's a lot. I would take him back. Fine. I don't care. Like if he wants to go play, I have no problem with what he did. I have no problem trying to get more money out of things. Okay, that's the system that they're under. I also have no problem with the university saying, look, we can't sit here and renegotiate with you because if we do it with you, we got to do it with him and him and him. So I have no problem from the university standpoint. But if he comes back, tail tucked, and says, I want to be your quarterback again, and Heupel goes to the locker room and says, what do y'all think? And they're all in unison, then bring him back. I got no problem with that.
It's the College Kegger with RJ Choppy on a Tolo Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station, home of the commercial-free Expressway, home of the Tolo ticket giveaway. We have Renegade tickets to hook you up with as we go commercial-free next, and why RJ thinks the Cowboys, they need to go with need over best player available in the upcoming draft. RJ flipping the draft rules. We go inside the star with draft week coming up next. But Tolo's over 40.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
We are commercial free with the Expressway. We have other football tickets to hook you up with here on Sean and RJ every morning. It's going to be Renegades tickets. That's coming up for Turning It On, Leaving It On. That is what Tolo stands for. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell, along with Peyton and Aiden in the back. And draft time is heating up. And we have a big event on Thursday night here in the building, Bob.
We do. We are going to be doing Draft 101 here on Thursday night, and doors will open at 6:45. It's free. You guys can come out. No sign-up required. Nothing like that. Just come on out. Hang out with us. It'll be me, Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk. We'll have a night of draft talk, debate, everything else. Free food from Whataburger, so we'll get you guys fed as well. And we're also going to have a couple signed items to give away from Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb. So it'll be a good time. Come on out.
Everyone not working the draft next Thursday will be at a different Pluckers location if you want to get out and about and enjoy the festivities and the drama of all the picks. I will be in Mesquite. Chiafalo will be in Grapevine. The great Christy Scales will be in Plano. Gavin Dawson in Addison. Lucius in Arlington. Corey in Allen. Kevin Hagelin in Dallas. Choppy, Fort Worth Alliance.
I would say that's not totally accurate.
Oh, yeah, we need to adjust that.
Be the Roman Coliseum.
Alec Medford, Fort Worth City View. So there you go. Pluckers coverage next Thursday, this Thursday, coming out to the station with some Whataburger and Dak and Lamb items and learn some Draft 101.
I thought they were just going to zoom you in on the big board. Like that's what you're going to be doing at Pluckers.
Look, I let's see what time it would be. That would probably be like, what?
7 hour difference.
So it'd be 3 in the morning by the time the Cowboys pick.
All right. When it comes to drafting, teams have kind of gone towards BPA. Best player available over team need. Just get the best talent. RJ Choppy is going back in time.
Yeah, it's an interesting sort of tug of war that the analytics crews have with each other on what the right way to do it is. And it doesn't mean that one is better, but all that they're trying to do is find inefficiencies in a market. So if the need picks are now running backs. Running backs became so undervalued, they became valuable to take.
Yeah.
Right? Kind of something like that. Doesn't mean that that's like the way that they want it to go. It's just, hey, I don't really need a house right now, but you're going to give me one for a great deal and overpay me for mine?
Yeah.
All right, I can move. And I think that's the situation here.
And then you would get owned well for your property tax.
You would get owned well for your property tax. Absolutely. One thing that's kind of talked about is that, teams are really bad at evaluation of talent in general. Now, not individual teams are different. Some teams are just better. Like some teams are really good at drafting individual positions. The Cowboys, if I were the Cowboys, I'm taking offensive line in the first round just about every year. They nail that. They nail that. You want to take an offensive, at first, it's a great pick. It hardly ever hurts you, right? It hardly ever hurts you, and it's relatively safe. But when you're drafting best player available, you're assuming you're right. Well, what if you're wrong? No one ever thinks about what happens if they're wrong. You have just as good of a chance. Again, I'm not saying and I think teams fall into this trap. A lot of times they pick quarterback for a need perspective, right? Quarterbacks are taken in the first round. If it wasn't a need, is Shedeur going in the top 3 or 4 or 5, right? Is Cam Ward going to the top 3 or 4 or 5?
Assume no team needs a quarterback in the entire draft.
Assuming no team needs a quarterback.
So, just where's the value?
Yeah.
He probably goes 30s or later.
Shedeur and Cam?
Similar.
Okay.
Some teams may take him in the 20s.
So throw quarterback out. Every other position. You've got just as good of a chance, assuming that they're all kind of lumped together. I'm not saying this guy the 3rd round, you could take him in the 1st and you have just as good of a chance of hitting. That's not true. But when you put these guys and you stack these guys and you put grades on them, the difference between the 7th grade and the 10th, you're looking at, it's minutia. You don't know. You just don't know. So because you don't know, it's very arrogant to say, oh, this guy's going to be better than that guy. That's just an arrogant scout take. Sorry, brothers. It's just an arrogant take. You don't know that the 1st defensive tackle is going to be better than the 3rd defensive tackle on your board. There's no way of knowing. Now, again, if there's 3-round grades difference, that's different. But if they're all first-round grades, you really don't know. Justin Jefferson was the 5th wide receiver taken.
Yeah, but I mean, Minnesota may have had him as the first receiver.
They might
never know.
They might have. But, the league dictated that he wasn't.
Yeah.
The league said he wasn't. So if you have needs and you're talking about 2 players that are, if one's a 9.8 and one's a 9.4, don't be arrogant enough to think that your 9.8 is right. Take the need.
Okay. That's interesting thinking.
So, if you have, the Cowboys need a wide receiver. They need offensive line.
What would you do, real quick, if you were Jerry and Steven with your scouting department? How would you construct it? Or how many people would you fire?
I would fire it. I think the scouting department's great. I would just alter how I use the information. I would just lean more on positional value.
I think they do, though. I think they've talked about this. Chris Hall gave an interview one time. He was having a conversation. Chris Hall's their assistant director. I can't remember the exact title he has right now, but he's in the scouting department, has been for years. And Chris gave an interview to Neil Stratton from Inside the League, and he was talking about need versus BPA. This was 6-7 years ago. And he had said that the reality is that every team is looking for the blend. They're looking for the best player available at a position of need. That the only time you're really going to truly go best player available over need is if it's just a blinking light. This dude slid so far down and he's so above. CD was not technically a need when they picked him. But they were like, this guy is so much better than anybody else on the board. It's not close. We have to take him. Otherwise, they are generally going with need. They felt they needed a defensive tackle, so they got Mozzie. They felt they needed offensive linemen, so they got Tyler Guyton and Tyler Smith. They generally, I think, do go with need and just say, who's the best player in this range? And if the best player at our need is not in this range, well, let's move back a little bit and then take him there and collect more capital.
I think that's fair. I think that, I like the position of need. I'm sorry, the best player at a position of need.
Fortunately, for this discussion,
they got a lot.
They have a lot.
They got a lot of needs.
Yeah.
Now, do you want to reach for certain positions? I've not changed, but if you want to take a running back at 12, I won't love it. I'm not going to lose my mind over it, because you are getting the 4 best years or 5 best years of the running back. The problem is you are paying them, although now that the running back market has changed a little bit, you're not nearly paying them at the top of the market. I think Zeke was 11th? Zeke was the 11th highest paid running back his rookie year.
Yeah, I mean, he was nowhere close to the top because that's generally where you're going to burn it. You would rather get that burn right then.
Right. So that's one good thing about taking the running back high.
So Todd McShay was on the Mina Kimes show, and he was asked to pick in this Cowboys scenario. Ted McMillan and Matthew Golden are both on the board at 12. Todd McShay, pick.
Yeah, I'm happy if I'm the Cowboys. There's no question about it. What the Cowboys will very likely do in that scenario, if it's down to those 2 picks, is take Tetero and McMillan. Yeah. It's a compliment. You've got your difference maker on the other side. You look for a big one-on-one guy in Tet, jump balls. Don't need him to be a great route runner year one. Continue to develop him.
You got to choose.
I'm going to take McMillan. Okay. I'm going to do it just because of this situation. But I want to make it perfectly clear to everyone out there that's listening and watching. I would take Matthew Golden given most other circumstances. This is a Dallas thing specifically with their offense, their weapons, Dak style.
All right. So there's McShay, more of a Golden fan. He thinks the Cowboys would take McMillan.
CBS Sports has the Cowboys taking Golden at 12 as well. They have them doing the same thing, and they say he is perfectly suited to play second fiddle the way Jordan Addison pairs with Justin Jefferson. 3-level route runner, consistent ability to get open. Is that a situation of outthinking the room? Is it really close? Is Ted McMillan that polarizing of a player like Bobby has talked about?
I think in this instance, how are you referring to outthinking the room? Meaning what?
Well, is taking Golden because he fits better?
Yes. Yes.
As opposed to is he better?
Right. I think that's outthinking it.
Yeah.
To say, all right, he's the better matchup opposite of Lamb.
He's the better two.
Yes.
Or do you just want
exactly. I think that's outthinking it to say, all right, he complements CD better, so let's have him on the other side.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with 2 1s.
Nothing wrong with 2 1s, man.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with 2 Tyreeks.
Nope.
I'm not saying it's Tyreek. There's nothing wrong with 2 game breakers. Now,
Chris Carter and Randy Moss did pretty well together.
Well, they were different players.
They were, but
Yeah.
they were like.
But if I had 2 Randy Mosses, I'd be happier.
You'd be happy. You'd be happy with 2 Randy Mosses, yeah.
So I think that's outthinking it when it's like, all right, who complements Lamb better? Just get the best receiver.
Yeah, unless, like we've talked about, if they are at a coin flip position where they go, these guys are right there with each other, and then they go, so all right, like if they're the same player to us, essentially,
Right.
they're just 2 different styles. Let's go with this. I would be surprised if Golden was higher to them, just given the way that they've typically looked at receivers before.
Do we know how Schottenheimer will view receivers versus McCarthy?
Does he view that in terms of his
Size,
preferences? Yeah, so
preferences.
I think McCarthy was probably more rigid on things like if you are a certain size, you can only play in the slot. And I don't know that's something that Schottenheimer's going to lean into nearly as much. But yeah, he'll have his preferences for sure because he's also coached receivers before. There's video right up there on the fan cam right now. Like this is some of Tet McMillan. And McMillan is he's so smooth. He can play in the slot. He can play outside. He's not a burner, but when you watch him, he's got a feel for space. He'll get the ball. He is so efficient with the way that he glides, those strides that he has, that it doesn't matter that he's 4.55. Like you see him there, he's pulling away from all the defenders because he is very efficient in his movements and the way he gets upfield. I think he is a pretty much bona fide guaranteed superstar.
So he has a higher ceiling.
I think that to me is the second best player in the draft behind Travis Hunter.
What?
Yeah, the top 3 to me are easy. It's Travis Hunter, it's Tet McMillan, and Ashton Genty. Those are the 3 best players.
Over Abdul.
Mm-hmm.
And you said superstar.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a superstar.
Of him and Golden, you're saying Ted has a higher ceiling. Does Ted have a higher floor too?
Probably not, just because of like we talked about the testing and different things that Golden has. That's a athletic profile that has projected out better. But they're both still figuring out what kind of players they are. They're both still kind of coming into themselves.
And your Tet comp is who?
Brandon Marshall.
Oh, I like that.
Okay. I was just trying to think of more like explosive, big-time ability. Brandon Marshall was a fantastic player.
Mm-hmm.
No one would think he's the third best player in his draft. I was looking for more like star potential.
So
when you say something like that.
Well, no, and I mean, I think like if you were to look and maybe
you know what I mean? Brandon Marshall was damn good.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think when you think about Brandon Marshall, yeah, you may not think of like, oh my gosh, he had all these Tyreek Hill type plays, but like when you look at over the history of his career, Brandon Marshall was starting with his second year in Denver, 1,300, 1,200, 1,100, 1,000, 1,200, 1,500, 1,200. Then he had 700. Then it was 1,500. But I mean, he was a machine.
Yeah.
And if you're talking about pairing that with CD, and you've got Turpin already here, and that's kind of like your gadget role, then I mean, I think it's a good receiver group.
Man.
Aiden, employee of the week so far, young man. Just get rid of that stupid hat, and you'll be crushed. Stepping up, fam. Make us forget Ryan real soon here with this type of.
You did forget him for a sec. You forgot his name.
With this type of performance, fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Well done, all the video. We got a new kid in town.
Brandon Marshall was a 4th-round pick. First receiver that year in 06, Santonio Holmes. Then Chad Jackson.
Chad Jackson?
Sonoris Moss.
Who's Chad Jackson?
He went to Florida.
Okay. And who did he get drafted by? Who he played for?
Patriots.
Okay.
2nd-round pick.
Oh, makes sense. Belichick.
Then Greg Jennings in the 2nd round. All right, that was a good pick. Greg was a good player. Travis Wilson. Derek Hagan. Brandon Williams.
Oh, my goodness.
Maurice Stovall.
Ew.
Willie Reed. Corey Rogers.
Ugh.
Jason Avant. Demetrius Williams.
Ew.
And then Brandon Marshall at 119.
Wow.
Right after Steven Gostkowski.
Man.
The kicker.
All right. So there it is, little Inside the Star on your home of the Cowboys Draft 101 Thursday night in this building with Whataburger feeding you, and then the real thing next Thursday. Let's hook you up with more football.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Arlington Renegades take on the DC Defenders on Sunday, April 27th at Choctaw Stadium in Arlington. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Now that Rory McIlroy is off the hook, who is the next tortured soul in the world of sports? That's coming up at 8 o'clock. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on, keeping the station on that dial. However you may be listening, hopefully you win those Renegades tickets. If you don't get it today, you got the rest of the week. It's time for Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That is right. It's time for Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. What?
I was going to tease tomorrow morning, but we'll do it a little later. Ask
Okay.
Reddit takes up too much time.
We do it every Tuesday here during the Expressway. And by the way, you mentioned hopefully they win those tickets. 682 said, thank you for helping me win the tickets yesterday. Said today he turns 50. So happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
And to the 817, shout out to my daughter Adeline and Crowley, who's taking the star for 6th grade today.
Oh, man.
How about shout out to your wife?
Shout out to my wife. It is her birthday today. She's turning 29 years old. So congratulations to Kristen on the big 2-9. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. This is where we ask the salacious questions being asked over on Reddit, the 50-plus million member forum Ask Reddit every week.
How old is she really turning?
I can say, right? That's not a 37.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
I was like, is Bobby still the 20-year-old?
No.
Would have been impressive.
Yeah, no, but
Bobby Belichick.
Yeah,
Belichick,
exactly.
there you go.
All right, RJ Choppy.
Bobby Bell.
How would you handle
Oh, gosh.
a child or sibling being involved in the film industry that is 18 and over?
Sibling, I would have no opinion. It's not my life. I have no say.
Mm-hmm.
I don't tell my.
You don't have a say when they're 18 either.
That's right. But I feel like as a parent, you're still a parent, right? I'm always their dad.
Yeah.
Sibling, do what you want. Just live your life. Kids, is it a boy or a girl, and how old is the girl?
See, that is, I think this
Girl. Yeah, everyone has to answer this with girl.
It's a
girl and sister.
Sister, again, sister, I wouldn't bother me.
Girl and sister, and they're 22.
All right. Girl, child. If it's OnlyFans, I'm okay with it. Because you could just bilk men out of money. Millions of dollars a month.
Yeah. Well,
we're not talking about that.
We're not only.
We're talking about
Yes.
old school adult films. Yeah, that's a no for me, dog. That's a no for me. It doesn't matter how old they are. You gotta. Your goal as a dad is, and you have a girl, is to just keep them out of that whole.
That's
industry.
like the main goal. That is the top goal.
That's the main goal. I think that's the number one goal. Number one, get them to adulthood. Goal number two, keep them out of that industry. Son, I'll give you my answer off air.
Off air for the son?
Yeah.
Okay. This is a devastating question. It scrambled my head. I feel like if it was a reality, if we were still speaking, the policy would just be don't bring up work.
That's right.
No work. It's like politics. Don't bring up work. But man, what a devastating card for all your friends to play on you.
Oh yeah.
You
They've
think
all
the
watched.
Zach Nosebleeds songs are bad now? Imagine if that was incorporated.
This is so the answers are different if it's a sibling versus my kid. If it's a sibling, I am going to tell them one time, like, the hell are you doing? I will, and I'll just be like, this is stupid. You shouldn't be doing this. And if that doesn't get through, it's like, all right, well, then I'm just referring to her into the future as my dumbass sister who does that. That's what I would generally say. If this is my kid, I am actively pleading with them regularly, please stop.
Yeah.
Please stop.
Would you rather your kid do that or steal?
Steal.
Like a
my
hacker.
God.
Your kid's a hacker.
Oh, yeah. What is it? Sandra Bullock in the web?
Illegal crimes over this?
Yes.
Are you kidding? This is not even close.
A thief that could go to jail. You're stealing. Both could be judged as immoral. I don't, whatever. But one gets you locked up and you're stealing from senior citizens and ripping people off.
There's very few crimes I'm gonna say that. Oh, okay, well, not that over this. This is gonna be number one here.
Tolo Trey said, 29-year-old. Who does he think he is? Joppy.
She's how old is she? She's 36. Not yet.
She's 36.
Let's see. She was born in '89.
She's a month older than I am.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'll be 36 in June. Peyton, what's your answer on this?
Look, I'm not a parent now, but if I
With
did
your
have a
time
kid,
clock, you will be.
9 months, 10 months from now. Yeah,
10 months.
I don't know if I can be supportive of this. Like, I don't think, like, with it being, my child, male, female, or, a sibling, brother, sister, whatever, I don't think I can be supportive of this. It's just, it'd be difficult. And now, if I had no friends, lived at home alone, saw absolutely nobody, and no one saw me, then I wouldn't care.
You got to move.
You got to move. You got to move.
Oh, see, I'm different on your front. When you say you got to, it's more if I don't have any friends and I'm home, I don't care. No, like, that's a big part of it is other people knowing, but it's me knowing, like, please stop. I don't want you to do this.
What if you're just scrolling and you come across it?
Gosh. Okay. Next one. After we say 346 says, I'm with Chop. That's goal number 2. So many illegal crimes, I would prefer to my princess doing that. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, let's go to...
Ava will dance a little bit, like shake her rear end a tiny bit, and that... I'm automatically start yelling at her. Stop! I said this is baby, not baby dolls.
Baby dolls, right?
I'm like, oh god, this is so disturbing.
Peyton Russell, what airplane etiquette should all passengers know?
Look, I experienced this on my flight to Boston.
Yeah.
Don't take up more than one spot on the overhead items. You have your personal item and your carry-on. The carry-on goes above. You cheap SOBs that just throw both items there. I had to put my carry-on 4 spots behind my plane to Boston because you got people when the row 15, coming back there putting their stuff up. It's like, dude,
nothing worse.
You're trying to cheat the game. I get it. I respect it, but your carry-on needs to sit in your lap.
I told you, or underneath the seat in front of you. Your backpack goes underneath.
This may have happened with the guy that sat between us.
Yeah,
flying back, he had to go to the back of the plane.
He had to go to the back of the plane to get his stuff. Oh. Your jacket. If your jacket can lay on top and the compartment's already full, okay, fine. But, don't put your suitcase in. You're the first one on the plane, your suitcase in, and your jacket right next to it. If you have like a sport jacket or something, hand it to the flight attendant. She can hang it up. Your backpack goes underneath.
You know what they should do? They should create like a fit. We should all be obligated to have like a fishing string on our luggage.
Yeah.
And we see how far it stretches back.
Right.
And if that keeps stretching to the back and you put your bag up in row 3, you cut the string. And you get to throw the bag off the plane.
Throw it out the plane.
Yeah.
Your
fishing string will fix all of it.
Yeah.
Besides choking everybody out.
Goes in the compartment above you.
Above you.
Not below, not in front.
Or check it.
Also, keep your shoes on.
Oh.
All right. And don't bring food that smells on the plane.
Okay, so that's...
onion people on a plane. Don't bring your stupid Jimmy John's sandwich loaded with onions and vinegar on the airplane.
I had a Cuban sandwich, and Mackenzie got on to me, said it smells.
Come on, man. You can't bring it on.
Cuban's good, though. Everyone loves Cuban.
It's great. It's fantastic.
That's what Trenton Lowry on the YouTube says. Don't bring smelly food. That's one. We're getting a lot of them, and I know this is gonna cause Sean to pick a fight.
Seat back.
915-361. Bunch of different people coming in here saying don't lean the seat back. Don't lean the seat back in economy. These are some of the answers we're getting here. Go ahead, defend your position about leaning the seat back.
I mean, blame the airline, not me. The airline allows me to recline and move back. By the way, it doesn't do anything. I get no relief with the stupid lean back. It's not enough to make that much.
Very
of a
little
difference.
relief.
So, more than half the time, I don't even do it. Mine is keep your stupid cell phone ringer off when you land. There was a girl on one of our flights. Oh my gosh. I wanted to spike that thing into the ground. And then your conversation that you have to tell the person you've landed and to come pick you up, text it. I don't need to hear it. I don't need to hear your phone conversation. But the notification ringer when that damn plane lands with that social media obsessed person, that's my rule.
Yeah.
Keep it off.
817 as well as T from the 203 on the YouTube give the same answer. It's that middle seat armrest. If you're in the middle seat, the middle seat gets both armrests.
Great one.
That's the one.
Yep.
Great one.
All right, here we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif. We'll see if you just pass on this one. Sean Sharif, how do you feel about time of the month intimacy?
What the?
What kind of question is this?
It's one of the most popular ones.
Corey Majors.
Yay or nay? That's it.
Yay.
Chop.
Corey Majors brought this up the other day.
It's a yes.
In commercial break. Guys, Guys that I know, they don't care.
It's not a problem.
I just go with the flow.
Literally.
What's Steele's joke? What's Steele's joke for?
Because
that was his joke.
They can't see him lift his eyebrows.
He said go with the flow. That spoke for itself.
Yeah, I'm speaking for him. That's what I got to do. I top everything. Peyton?
I'm 50-50 on it. There's times I can just, you know what? I can wait. I waited 18 years for my first time. I can wait, a couple more days. All right.
But then the other times?
But then the other times I'm like, if I'm desperate, then yeah.
Dude, I was going to say that you're cutting out an entire week out of the month. We're just like, no, that's not going to work. It's absolutely 100%. Yes, it's a yes, and it's a. But I feel like they think it's more of. Generally, I feel like
I think it's a compliment to them.
I feel like
You're like, I don't care. I accept you as you are.
I feel like most women think we all care about it. It's like we don't. We generally don't. I've met a couple guys who do. But for the most part, I haven't really known anybody who
depends
actually
if it's laundry day too.
Cares about it. 214 time of the month. Heck no. Crime scene waiting to happen. 903.
Bobby,
I don't need it that bad. I know we're getting some people saying no, that they're out on it. So I guess it's more common for them than we thought.
I think the more important question is, and we don't really need to elaborate anymore, how many women are still willing during?
Oh yeah, I mean there's still
versus just shutting it down.
Right, exactly. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean, I'm going to come back to you on this one. What is the best food to eat as a leftover?
Ooh.
As you bring your leftovers into the club and go to the front desk and say, will you hold this for me?
Oh, man, that's a good one. Maybe Chinese food.
Chinese food's good.
The only thing that's bad about the Chinese food leftover, if you get like a breaded chicken, you gotta probably air fry it. You can't microwave that, but you can microwave rice. Can't tell the difference. You can microwave the lo mein. You can microwave the sauces. But if you get like a bread, you can microwave whatever fake meat they put in there. But if it's breaded, that's a big problem.
Yeah, I mean the air fryer changed everything when it comes to leftovers. In a sense,
let's assume just microwave. Let's assume that's all you have to heat it up.
Okay, because my answer was going to be pasta.
Oh yeah,
but you put it in a frying pan.
I don't even need that. Pasta's phenomenal answer.
Throw some oil, throw it in a frying pan. It's got the sauce, the cold sauce that kind of hardens. Now it gets softer. But in the frying pan, pasta's great. It's got a little crunchiness to it.
Like I have sushi today, and I'm screwed. The sushi's awful because you got the rice. You don't want to microwave it because of the fish, and then you're on a race against time with the fish. So, and then if you have wasabi in there, like,
I don't think I've ever tried leftover sushi.
You eat it all in one sitting.
Right.
We're getting an overwhelming number of responses for one thing in particular.
Pizza.
Carrie on the YouTube. Yeah, it's pizza. We're getting that from 214-903-817. So it's all over the place.
I don't know about pizza. Like I guess I'm rare in that I'm fine with just microwaving the pizza. Amanda
put the glass of water in it with it?
No, I don't. I've never tried it.
I do put a paper towel over it. That usually crisps it up. Like, it doesn't have to be wet, just paper towel.
Getting crust right on a reheat, I don't care about crust anyway, but getting crust right on a reheat is almost impossible, I feel like. You're not going to enjoy the crust with the reheat pizza. But, yeah, melting the cheese and the tomato sauce yet again, good to go.
Peyton, what's yours?
Yeah, mine was pizza, but it has to be the air fryer. I learned about the air fryer and pizza about 3 or 4 years ago, so I've always used that to reheat it. 817-214 also says enchiladas.
Okay, here's the other one. What if you're not reheating it? What can you eat cold? Is that pizza?
No, I won't eat. Cold pizza sucks.
So I'll tell you what's it was a good show. I'll tell you what was
when RJ was on.
I'll tell you, no, the one that's cold out, like if you get one of those rotisserie chickens from the store, that's really difficult to reheat and have it taste normal.
Yeah,
that's almost better to just cut off some of the chicken and eat it cold. I think. Oof. You can't do it. What a snob you are. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy, what's legally wrong but morally right?
Vigilante justice.
Which, you got to give me an example of what that would be.
Okay, so there was that. What was that? There was that video. There was a guy at the phone booth, and he shot the dude in the head who had like done something to his daughter.
Oh yeah, I can't remember his name, but yeah, it was his child's abuser being like brought back in from extradition, and he shoots him. Yeah.
That's morally, that's legally wrong, but morally right. You did, somebody hurts your kid, abuses your child in a manner that is gonna impact them for the rest of your life, and I would not put that guy in jail. Go ahead, man.
Unless the kid's in the industry.
Right. Yeah.
Peyton, what's your answer on this one?
Mine's stealing from the rich and give to the poor.
Oh, okay.
All right,
Robin Hood.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, I agree with it, but technically, I guess it's wrong.
But how? Stealing from the rich, how?
Like, when Sean, you invite us over to your house. I take some of your liquor and then I give it to my lower class friends.
He doesn't steal it for himself. He's the Robin Hood of liquor.
The Ramen Hood.
Yeah.
Peyton's Ramen Hood.
The Robin Hood. Some of the answers we're getting here on the fan text: filling potholes without permission, pirating content that can't be legally purchased. Okay, here this is a pretty good one, and it depends on where you are. Some places this isn't the case, but giving water to people standing in line who are voting, that's technically illegal in some areas.
I know,
that
it's
you're not
stupid.
allowed to pass out things like that.
I've never come across a voting line. I've never walked to a voting pool and found a line. It's always been in and out in 5 minutes.
I got one that came up the other day, and my wife could be messing with me like RJ did for years, as we are going to have photos taken on Friday, and my goody two-shoes wife now has my son lecturing me, taking some of the blue bonnets, ripping them out of the ground. And my wife said, "No, you can't." I was like, "Yeah, well, I'll take a blue bonnet home, for Ava or Ollie, Texas, first memories creating that." And my wife's like, "You're not allowed to take the blue bonnets. You can't pick them." And I'm like, "Well, I'm taking a blue bonnet." And my son now is, "You can't do that, Dad. No." So legally, is it a legal?
According to AI, there is no specific law. It is just discouraged, according to the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Okay.
Picking them can impact the ability of the plants to reproduce. It could be seen as disrespectful.
Okay. Well, no one's going to see it.
There are enough people who will socially shame you for doing it, though, that it feels illegal.
Insurrection picked flowers at the Botanical Gardens.
Dang.
And now
put a stop to that.
The fan text is not happy with you, Sean, for picking the blue bonnet.
I didn't pick them yet. It's Friday. God, I can't take one. I'm trying to pay extra respect to the flower by wanting it in my home. I want a Texas symbol in my house, and you're going to shame me for it?
That's what it looks like. You want one more? We're getting close to the end. Should we wrap?
We're done.
Okay.
Ask Reddit. Maybe we'll do the leftovers with the KNC Masterpiece Crosstalk at 9:40 here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. McIlroy is off the hook, so RJ is asking, who is the next tortured soul in the world of sports who has to get it done? Need your answers on the Franklin and Franco fan text next.
After we get you over to QC.
You say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curl?
No.
Nutmeg me.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The journey it's taken to get here, for all this history.
The long journey is over. McIlroy has his masterpiece.
Jim Nance, CBS, with the call. Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on a Tolo Tuesday. Thanks for waking up with us, turning it on, leaving it on DFW Sports Station. Rory McIlroy is now off the Masters hook. Who is the next tortured sports soul? RJ Choppy asks the question.
Yep. So he's got the golf Grand Slam. He won the Masters. There are guys who are great in their sport, but haven't either won the championship or a specific tournament in a sport like golf, or if some comes super close, their talent is just so vast, they should have more skins on the wall than they do.
By the way, Bobby, the Masters final round averaged 12.7 million viewers. That makes it the most watched golf telecast on any network in 7 years.
Ooh.
In your face.
Wow, only 7 million down from Caitlin Clark's Final Four game, which I also didn't watch.
Was it 12 million?
It's like 19.
It's like 19.
Oh.
Yeah. The men's tournament did a similar number this year in the final. They had a good. This is an overall good tournament from a TV viewing standpoint. Which, I mean, a lot of big dogs, a lot of big time programs in there.
Which makes no sense when you talk about the
Cinderella.
No, regular season college basketball.
Oh yeah,
interest levels seemingly plummeting.
Yeah, it's non-existent. I mean, it's very low. If you're not a gambler, you're probably not watching regular season college basketball all that much. So these are some guys who have not won the championship or should have more skins on the wall. So in baseball, Mike Trout. He's only played in one playoff series. That was his rookie year. They got swept.
You usually make an Arlington pilgrimage to go and watch Trout play. Are you over and past that now with the Angels in town tonight?
I'm not over and past it. Unfortunately, with us leaving, we got too much to get to. I can't make it out this week. Plus, got Luca's got a doubleheader tomorrow, and they got practice tonight. So I just won't have the time to go. I'll try to get there the next time he's in town. Unfortunately, he'll be hurt.
Trout on the year is hitting 196.
Doesn't he lead league in homers?
He's tied with 6.
Yeah.
Yep. 834 OPS.
Wow.
And he has the 11th most runs batted in.
Wow. He's just not getting actual base hits. So Trout's, Aaron Judge is the other one in Major League Baseball who doesn't have a championship. That's a great player. Soto's got one. He won it as like a 20-year-old, But now with the contract, he's probably going to need more to go into that, like, you know, that next stratosphere of player. But for the most part, baseball, if you're a great, you've got one right now.
Yeah, why is it that baseball feels so much more different than basketball and football?
Because you have the least amount of control.
Yeah.
That's why.
Like, who's been the all-time answer for baseball as, like, the guy who never won one?
I mean, it was
Kershaw?
A-Rod. It was A-Rod for a while. It was Kershaw for a while.
Bonds,
yes. It was Verlander never won one until late.
But it's weird. It's just weird. We don't seem to think about it at all in the same terms.
Yeah. You have the least amount of control.
Yeah. I mean, Mike Trout.
Like, I can't call Mike Trout has never called a choker.
No.
Because the Angels suck.
Right. Now you could call
It's the only
him,
injury he doesn't have.
Right. It's the only injury. Like you could call, that he never made the play, that he never wanted to leave. You could question how much he wants to win because he never demanded to get out.
Too early for Judge on me, and this may sound crazy. I don't put Soto in a category like that. Not important enough or big enough name to make this list.
Yeah, his issue is like he's a hitter. That's it. Like, Trout was a really good fielder in his prime. Judge is a really good fielder. Soto he's out there. He's filling out the lineup.
I just don't. I don't put him in that stratosphere of name.
That's fair. NFL. You've got Josh Allen. You've got Lamar. You got Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow is. I mean,
It feels like I wrote down Lamar and Allen.
Oh, yeah, me too.
And it feels like so much more pressure on those two than Burrow.
Allen, Lamar, and then to me it's Burrow.
Why do you put Allen over Lamar?
Because, to me, I think Allen's we had talked about this a little bit near the end of the season. I think Allen's reputation is bordering on right now. He's heading towards like a Dan Marino type of conversation where he's just, if he is somebody who should have been in a position to win a bunch of different of these games. Like, there have been several opportunities where he should have won. He should have beat Cincinnati and Buffalo the year he didn't. He's been in a position to beat Kansas City where they've been better than Kansas City, and he can't do it. And so, I mean, like, it's...
So you think
Allen's either going to be Peyton or he's going to be Marino?
Who has more to gain? Like, Lamar wins a title, Allen wins a title. Who jumps the stratosphere more?
Allen.
But Lamar's a two-time MVP.
Right, so I think people already just look at it like, the guy's got no help. But, I mean, he's done everything he can. Whereas with Allen, they're like, you are responsible ultimately for whether this works or not.
Yeah, if
Lamar definitely has pressure. I just think Allen is definitively above him of, like, you need to win one.
Okay.
Yeah, with two MVPs and maybe he might get a third. Lamar's going to go to the Hall with two MVPs. Like Allen, I think eventually will get there too. But if he only has the one MVP and never wins a title, I think you can make a case where people are coming in with baseball. Bryce Harper, another one.
Okay,
and that's fair. That's fair on that. NBA.
You used to have this for pitchers, but now we didn't even mention a pitcher, like Braves pitchers. We'd be like Maddox. Maddox had a choke label.
Yeah, they don't throw enough anymore. Like, nobody throws.
Yep.
Nobody goes deep into games anymore. The dominant starting pitcher is non-existent. NBA. Luka obviously he's never won a championship.
Yeah, I think there's one clear number one on this one.
Kevin Durant.
It's Durant. And Durant's won before, but
we really should spend more time, and I don't know why we're not. Maybe it says something about his star power of what Kevin Durant's recent seasons have done to his legacy.
His
if anything,
post Golden State.
And by the way, they fired Budenholzer yesterday. They're going to pay him $40 million, I think, or something. $10 million for the next 4 years. How many coaches in how many years? You think?
So it's 3 coaches in 3 years. They had Monty, Frank Vogel, and now Budenholzer. I mean, Ishbia is
Tepper.
He's Tepper. He's David Tepper. He's psychotic.
But Kevin Durant has to be held on the hook for a lot of what happened here and in Brooklyn. To have the highest payroll and you didn't make the play-in?
Yeah.
Budenholzer fighting with Devin Booker? Don't worry, we'll end up with Kevin Durant here at 9 a.m.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't even think of him because he's got rings. So I didn't even think of him.
But you and I have discounted his rings. I don't know off the top of my head how many rings Kevin Durant has. Two? Okay. But I don't know it instantly. I have to think about it.
That's an interesting. I never thought of it. I like it.
Honestly, it's anybody from that Oklahoma City collection, Harden, Westbrook, Durant. They all have to some extent this.
Yeah, but Durant has the most to gain and lose.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, it's over for Westbrook.
It's over for Westbrook.
No one cares.
Harden.
I don't care unless, he takes over on a series.
If this keeps going, like obviously he's so young now that I don't think it's there yet. But I mean, if Luka gets to 31 and he hasn't won one yet, he's going to become a blinking light.
He will. SGA will if he gets there and doesn't win one.
I feel like some people will always give you a break for being in Oklahoma City.
I agree.
I think it's all the same thing with Dame. He got a break for being in Portland.
Yeah, but Dame to the Soto thing, he's not important enough to be in this conversation. Okay. No disrespect.
Yep. Golf, I think Bryson at the Masters is the next one. Spieth could win a Grand Slam if he wins the PGA. So he's on that. Ricky Fowler's never won one. I think his career's kind of over though. So there's not really a great one for golf other than maybe Bryson or Spieth. Spieth having to win that PGA to get that.
Those were the names I had.
Career Grand Slam.
Dale on the fan cam YouTube and Twitch says Denny Hamlin in NASCAR.
A lot of people saying Jamie Benn.
Chase Elliott, Jamie Benn.
On the fan text.
We got some people here in the building who maybe want Jamie Benn to roll out early. I'm not going to mention any names right now, but some Jamie Benn questioning taking place.
The Cowboys Jerry without Jimmy.
Oh yeah. That's probably number one.
But see, I think the only thing about Jerry without Jimmy is I don't know if he could win enough that anybody would ever credit him.
True.
Like I think he's just I don't know that he'll ever have Dak. I mean, honestly, Dak's legacy doesn't take a jump. But if it like in terms of it's not like a thing where he jumps into a different stratosphere. But Dak's probably somewhere in the top 10 of like you need to win to justify what you've gotten.
Yeah, I mean, I throw him in the category of it's even probably disrespectful to Damian Lillard and Soto because Dak's not as good as them. But Dak's not important enough for this conversation. But the star on the helmet, the Cowboy thing. What about?
Dirk was like that till he won.
Yeah.
People are saying Embiid, Luka.
Is Rodgers
Booker.
Embiid's a good one, but that's over.
Is Rodgers the Durant factor?
I had Rodgers written down first, but I'm like, that's over and done with.
It's over and done.
Right. It's settled at this point. But it is odd how I guess it's just because.
What about TJ?
TJ
Gonzaga?
No, Watt.
Man, I don't ever think of. I guess with the NFL, I don't really tend to think of people other than quarterbacks.
How about
quarterbacks
a Watt
and head
in
coaches.
general? How about any one of those loser brothers getting out of the wild card round?
I mean, it's over for JJ.
Who are the coaches right now?
Wait, did you swerve to take your JJ shot?
Just messing.
Coaches, it's Shanahan, right? Kyle
Yes,
Shanahan's
I would say
number one.
Shanahan. Yeah.
Well,
He's
it
been to the
depends.
mountain twice and never went over it.
It depends. Do you want to talk about the second title to get you into the Hall, or you want to talk about the first title?
The first time, just as like, did you ever do enough?
Did you see everyone talk about the aging of Kyle Shanahan at the meetings?
Yeah.
I think I saw that.
Oh my gosh,
he has gotten quite old.
Holy crap!
I mean, if you're talking about just to win the first, it's Shanahan. Win the second and get in the Hall is who? I mean, that's a lot. That's probably a big part of why McCarthy continues to want to coach.
Do you see the age?
First of all, how narrow is he? Look how skinny he is. Slender. My gosh.
Judge's shoulders.
Yeah.
Skipping shoulder day, Choppy.
Yes, he is. Boy, he does look old.
Sean
Holy
Payton?
cow.
Peyton is probably on this list.
Tomlin? Another
Peyton,
stratosphere?
Tomlin.
Everybody just seems to, I think, give
Annoying.
Tomlin a pass. Like, where it's just like...
I'm really agreeing with you in this segment.
Yeah, I know. It's weird. I wonder how much pressure there is or how much it'll change his legacy if Bill wins to some extent in North Carolina.
Yeah, what if Bill goes to the playoff?
If Bill goes to the playoff, then they'll never say you're the reason for Brady anymore. I don't think, because he did go to Tampa, but they'll just say equal. They get equal share.
I mean, look, if he goes, it's very possible that they go to the playoff. The ACC is not great.
You know who it feels like can't do any more to add, and it's really weird?
Nico?
Andy Reid.
Yeah,
right.
It feels Andy Reid is in this area of we're never going to put him next to Bill or better than Bill. And I don't know if he wins another one. I don't know how many does he have 3 titles?
I think 3.
I lose track of his titles too.
So I'll tell you this. If Andy were somehow to leave Kansas City.
What if Sirianni gets a second one?
Right? If Andy were somehow to leave Kansas City and go to another team and take that team to the postseason without Mahomes, now you might be able to help his legacy. There's nothing he can do in Kansas City because everyone right now is just giving the credit to Pat.
it does. I mean, Belichick got way more credit in New England than Andy gets. People love and respect Andy.
Is it because though that
they don't like Andy has gotten 50 times more credit than Sirianni gets?
But like, was Bill before he won the Super Bowls in New England? Like, he obviously had a decent run in Cleveland, but it didn't feel like people were like all-time choker. Andy was all-time choker before he won in Kansas City, so he's had to like reverse a lot of damage too.
What if Dan Campbell gets one?
When he gets one, he'll get one.
Reitman back there, pumping his fist.
Yeah, I mean, look, that would help him, obviously. I mean, I think he's genuinely thought of as like a great leader. Like X's and O's coach, nobody puts him in an X, but he's just a great leader of men.
All right, so the next tortured sports soul is who after Rory gets his green jacket? 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Tex-Mex or barbecue? The number one question for the newest superstar in DFW last night. Next.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Kids.org, and also brought to you by the Personal and Jewelers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-3333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
The second team in the NHL to do that this year now. Little give and go, and a pass and a score! Mr. Brinket on an absolute thing of beauty. What a play by Kane to set him up. And DeBrinket's got the goal to put the Wings back on top.
Red Wings television with the call. It happened again in the third period to your Dallas Stars. They lose their sixth straight. They had leads against Pittsburgh, Minnesota, Vancouver yesterday. And in all four of the games, failed to grab 2 points. Gavin Spittle with this note, it's staggering. When they're sitting there in the third period, there's a minus 13 goal differential. That's 32nd in the National Hockey League. And during this losing streak, goals against, first period 5, second period 4, third period 20. 20 goals against in the third period and overtime. They have not outshot anyone in the last 15 games since Anaheim. Sagan hopefully will help. He's supposed to come back tomorrow. Spits and Suds with more hockey info as they lose again.
And real quick, they have not outshot anyone in the last 15 games.
And they have not outshot anyone in the last 15 games.
What's the joke?
I did that last week while you were out. I went full choppy. He read a stat, and literally right after that, I read it again. So I'm just trying to keep up the
so the rest of the show, he kept saying the same thing.
I'm trying to keep up consistency. Look, Money Puck doesn't have a lot on third period specifics, and so I got to repeat what I hear from others.
How do you think their focus level was last week, Pepe? You guys cut off your mics.
As the week went on, I think as the week went on, it got better. It was early in the week that I think it was a little off.
I just
it was
saw
opposite.
Aiden back there gave me a little iffy, little 50-50 iffy. So
it got tense sometimes, but
it got tense.
I think so. Not on air. They didn't show it on air, but I think there was sometimes maybe one guy got annoyed with the other.
Choking each other.
Reveal the group text.
Yeah,
that's
what he does. He empties the group text. Yeah, we're just choking each other out during
But
the breaks.
focus on air. What grade would you give it?
B+.
Oh,
there were some good segments. A lot of good content with the Luka thing last week. I think they nailed that.
I was always a C student, so B+, I'll take it.
All right. So the Stars lose again as they wait out the end of the regular season before the Avs.
70% from Money Puck, by the way.
No
Sean.
one cares.
That's it. Just get to the postseason. And, it's funny. The Stars are still like the favorites to win the whole thing. But if you go.
Are they still the favorites?
Yeah, it depends on where you're going. Like some play, Bovada has them as the favorite. But I've also seen them at 9-1, so it's a little bit different in certain other spots. But if you were to go and just bet Stars Avs, you got to lay more juice to bet the Avalanche right now. It's a little strange. that they would be the favorites, but also on the same website have to bet more to win less or to win the same amount on Colorado.
ESPN Bet has Dallas tied as the betting favorite right now, plus 700 to win the Cup. And then they're tied with the Panthers, and then Colorado's plus 750.
You have to bet more juice to bet the Avs?
Yeah, so right now on Bovada, that's the only place I could find a place to bet. You got to bet minus 115 to bet the Avs, and it's minus 105 for the Stars. So it's almost even.
Okay,
it's almost even, but you're giving away a little bit more of the vigorish.
We have our Luka replacement.
With the first pick in the 2025 WNBA draft, the Dallas Wings select Paige Bueckers, University of Connecticut.
Bobby Belt, serious question. Will she have a better WNBA career than Caitlin Clark?
Yeah, because she's good. Like she actually can play basketball a little bit.
You like that?
Yeah, she's not just out there throwing up, Hail Mary threes.
Chucking.
Can't actually
Caitlin
dribble.
Clark, the Trae Young of the WNBA?
No, she's more like Brian Cardinal. Like she can't even dribble. She just takes the post-up shot. Like she's just catch and shoot. No air on that jump shot. That's all she's got.
The Dallas Wings select the UConn superstar coming off the national championship, Paige Bueckers, selling out the tickets, selling out some of the jerseys. And last night on ESPN, I recorded her message to DFW.
Before I was asked about Tex-Mex versus barbecue, I was unfamiliar with the term Tex-Mex, so that's my pick. But Dallas, I'm so excited. Just a new city, a new start, a fresh start, and so I'm excited. Let's get it.
Where's Paige Bueckers originally from? Who knows?
California.
No. She would know, you'd think Tex-Mex in California.
I would hope so, but you never.
She is from Florida.
No.
North Dakota.
Minnesota.
Oh, he's close.
Okay, so Minnesota. And she said, I didn't know the phrase, so I am going to pick that one. So
very disappointed. I mean, they're on I-35. Same highway.
Gonna go with the Tex-Mex over barbecue.
So she's saying she wasn't from, she's been asked it previously, I guess is what she's saying. Because she said
she was not familiar with the term Tex-Mex, so she's picking that.
She said when I was first asked, I thought is what she said. So I think she had asked previously, said barbecue, and now she's changing it up.
Found out.
She's like, now now that I know what it means, I'm picking that. But also I think she thinks for some reason Tex-Mex is more Texas than barbecue, which I think they're both thoroughly Texan.
What are you picking?
Barbecue.
In terms of like what I would prefer or what I would recommend, like
prefer.
You're gonna Tex-Mex. Mexican food is the one seed. It's the one seed of food groups.
Ooh.
I don't think
over Italian.
I think it's more versatile. You know, you can go. Nobody goes to Italian for happy hour. Nobody goes, let's go to happy hour and get some, get some meatballs.
Get some mussels.
Some mussels. No, you go to happy hour, you get chips and salsa. Okay? You get some queso. You get some guac. It's the one seed. And I think it's also more difficult to find good Mexican elsewhere across the country.
So I would say if you're telling me I'm getting good barbecue versus good Tex-Mex, I'm taking barbecue. But I will say it's a much bigger crapshoot here in DFW if I'm walking in to get good barbecue versus good Tex-Mex. I generally feel like Tex-Mex places around here are going to be okay.
I agree.
Because of the green egg, because of the Traeger, because of the pellet grills, you can make you could find good barbecue in a lot more places to me than you can find good Mexican. I am a Mexican food snob.
I disagree with you big time.
Oh,
I actually think. I actually think. Ooh, I don't want to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm just back second day.
Say it.
No. What do you order at your Tex-Mex place? Your entree. Give me your top two entrees.
I mean, it's about a lot of times. Fajitas are easy. Carne asada.
Okay.
I like the steak relleno.
Okay. The chili pepper.
Yeah, it's like a steak inside a pet with whatever.
All right.
Cream cheese, whatever.
All right.
Usually
I'm not an enchiladas guy.
I am green chili enchiladas, sour cream enchiladas, fajitas. That's kind of.
I'm picking barbecue. Obviously, tomorrow's a meat church Wednesday. How about Pittman cooking for the Cowboys, cooking crawfish for the Cowboys yesterday? But it's a much, in my opinion, bigger gamble to walk in and get barbecue versus Tex-Mex.
You can get both. You can get Texacu.
You can. Thank you.
Yes, you can.
Brandon Hurtado. Pepe, what are you going with?
I'm torn in between, but I lean barbecue on this one. Tex-Mex is so good, and some people on the YouTube fan cam and Twitch, Mr. Scott 1958 says barbecue isn't Texas. So you get a lot of mix and match there. Tex-Mex ain't Mexican food from Pancho, but yeah, I'm leaning barbecue here.
By the way, and Pancho, saying the Tex-Mex ain't Mexican food. I think that is important, Chop, because you would basically use them interchangeably. I don't view them as one and the same.
It doesn't matter. It's like it's like Northern Italian and Southern. It's you're getting pasta with white sauce or red. It's pasta. You're getting it. I don't want to get into this whole Dalton Schultz, California versus Texas. Mexican food. You could get the problem with the problem that you guys are going to run into with your barbecue is that you can get great Mexican food in Texas and California. That's maybe Arizona a little bit.
I'm keeping this within the state.
Yeah, you could find because if you were to move to
Maryland, I can't get barbecue.
You could make it. You could make it.
Okay,
just as good as you can make it here.
But I'm talking about going into places. I'm talking about if I go into 10 restaurants, if I go into 10 barbecue restaurants and 10 Tex-Mex, I guarantee the Tex-Mex entrees will be closer than the barbecue.
I'm going to leave those
in Maryland.
In Texas.
Oh, in Texas.
In DFW. The rice is going to be the rice. The beans are going to be the beans. Fajitas are generally all going to be the same. And the chips and salsa are all going to generally be the same. Period.
Which means it's better.
What? No, it's more consistent. I'm saying the variable in the barbecue is a bigger gamble.
Oh, it's definitely a bigger gamble here. Yeah, for sure.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because that's like if I go to those 10 restaurants, 9 or 10 of them were good, probably. Like, I got good food. If I go into 10 barbecue places, I'm gonna say maybe 6 of them were good.
Yes,
but those 6 are probably gonna be great.
And my point is, and I agree, Tex-Mex is easier to match.
Oh, that's not. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Yeah,
I'm just saying if somebody was coming to Texas, I'd be like, go get go to Mexican food. That's the first thing you think.
So if you go to Jersey or New York.
Mm-hmm.
The plate of Mexican food, the Mexican food experience, you think would be another planet compared to here?
I'm expecting ketchup as salsa.
Okay.
All right. And then, because as a fan text, you could get good barbecue in New York City, which I have no idea. Maybe you can now. I don't know.
Yeah.
I know there's like these Brooklyn places that want to have.
Every city has a.
Yeah.
There's a pizza place apparently in San Antonio that, sells 4 pizzas a day. And as I try to get in line, they're, don't want to make money. But you can find a place.
You can find a place. I would think when I lived in Jersey, now granted, this was mid-90s, Chili's was the best Mexican food you can get there.
Right.
Like, that was it. Like, and it's only because they had chips and salsa was the only place that had it.
I don't know. Maybe I'm being regional snob. I feel like I don't even want to try barbecue outside of Texas.
I won't.
And whereas a Tex-Mex restaurant, I will stop in a Tex-Mex restaurant in any state.
The thing that I like here is
you wouldn't try barbecue if you went to Memphis?
I've tried barbecue in Memphis and St. Louis and Carolina, and they were not good.
To me, Texas, it doesn't separate itself with Tex-Mex. Tex-Mex to me is that basic B. Where Texas separates itself is elevated Mexican food. Like that place that we went in Arizona the first time.
Yeah.
That was different Mexican food. It wasn't just enchiladas and, fajitas.
I don't remember what it's called.
Well, you don't need to remember because when we took Eric and Zach, it sucked. And we're never going to go back there. But I don't want to give out free advertising. There's Brian Purdy's favorite place where it's got a cigar lounge. It's green salsa.
Yeah, the old catcher for the Braves, last name Lopez.
Yes. That's elevated Mexican food.
That's good.
That to me separates Texas. Tex-Mex, I can get Tex-Mex. So there it is. All based off of Paige Bueckers. Can you get the shower pressure that you need? Is this actually a real thing, RJ Choppy? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it is.
So Seinfeld episode.
This is what Peyton wanted to come back as.
Say goodbye to crappy showers where the soap never leaves. Trump has signed an executive order banning low-flow shower heads. You environmental hippies. Okay? You hippies.
They're eating the dogs.
I don't know anyone who would not get behind this, okay? He is banning
in the shower
low-flow shower heads. He said, it made it very hard to wash this beautiful hair of mine. This wonderful hair. I couldn't even get it wet. Didn't even get a little bit wet. Not even a wet. And he's banning these multi-thousand word. He's scrapping the multi-thousand word regulation defining the word shower head, going back to the old regular flow. So that will return the shower head water flow standards to 2.5 gallons per minute that have been in place since 1992. He goes, I like to take a nice shower and take care of my beautiful hair. I don't want to stand in the shower for 15 minutes until it gets wet. It comes out drip, drip, drip. It's ridiculous.
I can't remember the last time this has ever been a thing for me. I can't remember the last time I've been in the shower and I'm like, this is not strong enough. Maybe in a hotel. Maybe.
Hotel.
So
never
hotel,
in my house.
This came up
I've never been yearning for more RPMs coming out of my shower.
This may be the my own ignorance, but have you ever heard of soft versus hard water?
Yes.
I've not heard that.
Really?
No, we talked about it the other day. I think Kristen had mentioned something about it because I was like, why is the soap not coming off? She's like, soft water. I was like, I've never heard of that. And Chop had heard of it.
So all soft water really is water that is actually, I think it's more pure because it takes the oils out of your skin, and that's just the oils. But my parents' house is older, and they don't have this low flow. They got a Speakman. That's the brand.
It sounds like another Seinfeld character.
I know.
Hello, Speakman.
It's got a Speakman. This thing will take your skin off. I get in there. I lather. I have to turn the water to lather up off. I got to turn it off to lather up. I put that thing back on, and I don't have to shave my chest. Hair is ripped off, ripped right off. I love this thing. It's a great shower head. So yeah, man, this is good.
Cowboy fans have been afraid of Mel Kiper. Not this morning. Mel Kiper has changed his mind. Bobby has the very latest pick on the home of the Cowboys in below
the belt.
Next on 105.3 The Fan. But y'all, we have been talking about own well non.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
You can finally rejoice, Cowboys fans. Mel Kiper has changed his pick for the Dallas Cowboys.
Mel Kiper Jr.
He had been very committed for several months to Omarion Hampton, the running back from North Carolina. I still remember when the first mock draft popped up. We were in the middle of a segment, and I just opened it up, and I looked, and I shuddered to where Sean had to stop down and go like, what was that reaction for? He's like, listen at 840 because Mel Kiper just did something terrifying. And then he doubled down on it in his next mock. And then in his third mock last week, he put him there again. But this time he waffled a little. He said, you know what? I was a little 50-50 on this, but I'm sticking with it. Well, he has a new pick, and we're going to get to it here in just a second. There's a new mock draft out from Mel Kiper as well as Field Yates, and they do these exercises a lot where they alternate picks. So like, hey, Field Yates projects one. Well, now Mel, who would you project in this situation? So it's not just a straight mock draft based on somebody's biases or whatever.
And
else.
did Mel text in this pick, RJ Choppy?
No, he did not text in this pick. That's for dang sure, because he does not have a cell phone.
Why not?
That's just what he says. He doesn't have a cell phone. He says if you need him that badly, you can call his wife. And
wow,
this is I worked with a guy, Kevin Kiley. He was the host of the Michael Urban show, right? Kevin Kiley, wow. He didn't have a cell phone either, and he didn't have an email address. If you wanted to get in touch with him, he gave you his house. He gave you his house phone where his wife lived in Virginia. And then she would call him at the hotel or a place that he was staying. He didn't want anybody to have his phone number. So she would get a hold of him that way.
So they lived in separate states?
Because he was here working. She didn't want to leave.
I have a number for Kuiper.
Do you? Oh.
He's got
must be his home phone.
He has like 4 landlines. He has like 4, according to this SI article, he has like 4 landlines.
Why would you have 4 landlines?
So he can cut. So
you got a fax?
Like, here's one I do for interviews. Here's one I do to talk to people.
Yeah.
This is one, I guess, just like that.
Oh.
I mean, I don't know.
So there is a cell phone, but his wife manages it. He's been on this group chat with like Field Yates and Todd McShay and all these guys, right? And in a year and a half, they've been on this group chat, and Mel's responded one time. That was a thumbs up emoji. In a year and a half, and they text like dozens of times every day.
Yeah,
but he doesn't use a cell phone. He goes throughout the day. I don't want to call. I don't want a cell phone or a call anywhere near me. I want to be able to get my work done. Now, I don't know how he's getting his work done without the cell phone. I guess I know. I'm sure he's making calls. That's what the 4 landlines are.
I mean,
for.
that's all the work he does. If you read his scouting reports these days, so is just calling other people.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Then why are we talking about his mock on the radio?
Because I think calling people and finding out who they think the Cowboys will go to, I think is more valuable than just what does he think about his scouting report. All right, so we're gonna go through this mock draft. It starts with Field Yates, so he picks the odd numbers, and then Mel Kiper picks the even numbers. The Cowboys, this is a 3-round mock. All of the Cowboys picks are even numbers. So Mel Kiper is making all of these selections. First overall pick in this one, Cam Ward to the Titans. Mel Kiper is projecting Travis Hunter to the Browns. That's become a pretty popular projection at this point. And Travis Hunter would play receiver in all likelihood for Cleveland. Third pick, the Giants. Could they go Shedeur Sanders? No. Field Yates projects Abdul Carter. This is starting to settle in. That's kind of becoming a popular top 3. There was a lot of
working out for the Giants today.
There was a lot of different discussion around the top 3 for several months. The last week, it feels like this is what people are calling now. 4, Will Campbell to the Patriots. 5, Mason Graham, the defensive tackle from Michigan to the Jaguars. 6, Ashton Genty, Boise State running back to the Raiders. That feels like the one that's been locked in the longest now for about a month and a half. The Jets at 7 take Armand Membu, offensive tackle from Missouri. Jalen Walker, the tweener, linebacker, edge rusher from Georgia, goes to the Panthers. Number 9, Kellen Moore rescues Shedeur Sanders, quarterback, Colorado. And that's Field Yates' projection. Tyler Warren, the tight end from Penn State, goes to the Bears. And then the 49ers take Kelvin Banks, offensive tackle, Texas, which, by the way, the 49ers are the biggest wild card ahead of Dallas to where they could take almost anything. And they could also be in the market to trade out and could have somebody jump in front of you and steal somebody if you want. So San Francisco's kind of a terrifying one.
They feel like receiver there, too.
I mean, they could do anything there, honestly, other than I would think quarterback. I think they are pretty committed to Purdy at this point. But pick 12 for the Cowboys. Mel Kiper's been projecting Omari and Hampton. His new selection is a wide receiver. It is not Tetairoa McMillan. It is Texas wide receiver Matthew Golden. He said, I thought about North Carolina running back Omari and Hampton, but the possibility of Golden's speed and great route running opposite CeeDee Lamb, as you can see some of the route running on the fan cam right now, just make too much sense. The Cowboys finally get some reliability at wide receiver 2 for quarterback Dak Prescott. They haven't had 2 wide receivers over 700 yards since Lamb and Amari Cooper both did it in 2021. And he's really talented. The spatial awareness, the ball tracking, the stop-start ability. He's got a really high ceiling as a route runner. The only problem is just it's not refined yet. And there are times where if he's not first in the progression, you kind of wonder, all right, how locked in is he right now? But I mean, he was he had a massive game in that Arizona State game. Caught the game-winning touchdown to send Cam Scatterbum home crying to his ASU sorority girls. But I think
what a bad way to be going home crying.
But refinement to me, you didn't just describe refinement. You described focus to me if he's not involved first in the route.
So refinement is the bigger issue to me. There are a couple times where you just see, like, is he totally focused, though? I think you see both. The lack of refinement is the thing, but all the traits are there to be really, really impressive.
I mean, you can see it.
Yeah,
he's shifty. He's explosive. Look at that.
And
that's good. You can put people on skates with that.
Yeah, and he's somebody he'll attack the football. He's got good hands. I really, really like him. I wouldn't hate the pick. I do think McMillan's better. But Ted McMillan falls in this draft.
Who's your golden comp? You said Ted McMillan, Brandon Marshall.
So Matthew Golden, it didn't get a chance to play out. The player he looks like on tape to me is Henry Ruggs. But Henry Ruggs obviously didn't get a chance to really finish off his career because he finished his career.
Yeah.
You go through the rest of the mock, though, and Ted McMillan, it's become this free fall. McMillan ends up going, he's actually not even if you count Travis Hunter as receiver, McMillan's not even the third receiver off the board. That's
real quick, NFL.com has Chris Olave as Golden's comp.
Which Olave's
on NFL.com.
I don't totally see Olave. Olave's a stronger route runner to me. Golden's still not there. Yeah. But I mean, if you're trying to project out and say he could become that, but when Olave was coming out, he was really, really strong as a route runner.
I'll take Chris Olave.
The Chargers at pick 22 take Emeka Egbuka before Ted McMillan even goes off the board.
UConn center.
Wide receiver, Ohio State.
Right.
No. By the way, I did prove it while you were out. It is Khalid El Amin, so it's Khalid. All right. Pick 25, the Houston Texans end up taking Ted McMillan. So
the level of petty this guy has.
You want to see me get in studio.
So CJ Stroud. I do want to see you get in studio. Ted McMillan goes 25 to the Texans, so CJ Stroud ends up with the target there. A projected trade. The Browns come up and take the Commanders pick, so the Commanders trade out of the first round. And then the Eagles with the last pick of the first round take Jahad Campbell, linebacker from Alabama. And Washington takes, I hate this, trying to pronounce his name, Donovan Ezeruwake. I can't do it, but he's the edge rusher from Boston College. Giants get their quarterback with their first pick in the second round. They take Tyler Shuck, the quarterback from Louisville.
Wow.
Drop down.
What's his face? Greg Cosell's guy.
Yeah, and Shuck is a guy who a lot of different people across the league think, there are different individual scouts who think he's the second best quarterback. Pick 44, Blue Star Special. The Cowboys select Siobhan Revel, corner from East Carolina.
To 3 knee injuries. Is that what this guy's going there?
He's coming off of a torn ACL, so you don't really have any tape on him from last season. But this is like size, speed combo, like the height, weight, speed combo. The stuff he put on tape throughout his career at East Carolina is really impressive. You just don't have anything from last year because he tore his ACL. So I do like that. He mentions here, he says, Dallas has injury concerns at corner with Trayvon Diggs and Deron Bland. Yes, Revel has his own coming off a torn ACL, but he's big and long, and he makes plays on the ball. Well, that doesn't matter if he's hurt.
Cowboys, baby.
Or he's not able to come back. So you look at this and you go, okay, you got a receiver, you got a corner. What else do the Cowboys need? What are they really missing? What's the blinking light left? Be that running back. Where's the running back going to come from? So you drop down to the third round, and at pick 76, the Dallas Cowboys select Dylan Sampson.
That's right, baby.
Running back, Tennessee Volunteers.
Yes.
The Cowboys focused on other needs early, but they finally get their running back, and Sampson has good upside, ran for almost 1,500 yards and 22 touchdowns last season. If they were to come away with this haul, I don't think it's a bad haul at all. Like, I mean, if you were to get Dylan Sampson in the third, I think that's good value. I like Sampson. I think if you were to get Revel in the second, that is potentially a first-round player, but again, you're just talking about injuries pushed him down for a reason, and he wasn't a super polished player. That Brian Broaddus would love that pick. He thinks Revel is fantastic, and he would have. I think there was a time Broaddus would have talked about taking him at 12. He likes him so much.
Tell us about him, Ralph.
Look, this would be great. We don't fumble enough, so I think this would be a really good opportunity to start giving the ball up a little bit more. To cut down on Dak's interceptions.
Sure,
that's for sure. By fumbling, no, he's a good player. He had a stretch where he would cough the ball up, but I think that was something to do with his pads. They kind of fixed that up. But
does he remind you of anyone? What's his style?
He's got a little power. I don't know his height and weight. He looks like
sturdy.
He looks sturdy.
Like
He's not like
MJD?
Derrick Henry. Like who?
MJD?
No, he's taller than him.
No, he's taller than him, but I mean, he's like shorter. Like he's kind of a
Mixon?
brick. So he's 5'8", he's 200 at the combine. A lot of people think he played closer to like 205.
And what height?
5'8".
Oh.
So, but I mean, he's somebody who like he contributed in the passing game. He's somebody who was prolific in the run game. He's a guy who people like, but again, it's the same question.
MJD was 5'7", 207.
The same question about.
He looks bigger than
my
him.
comp was perfect.
The comp here is Brian Westbrook. That's the comp that NFL.com gives, which I don't think is a bad one.
He can catch like that?
I was about to say, Brian Westbrook is a better receiver to me, but yeah, he definitely had to show some of that given what Tennessee does.
Obviously, the last, you're going to throw Kamara comps because the school. But Alvin's a better receiver.
Alvin's more of a bowling ball, too. Bounces off guys.
And the Shador Giants workout is going to be Thursday, not today.
And then really quickly on Matthew Golden, if that is the pick, because I know we've run through scouting reports on other guys. These are some of the notes I have on Golden. Body control and spatial awareness consistently stand out. He's got an alpha mentality. It shows up in his play style. He's got the requisite demeanor to be on an island against top corners. The issues are it's the inconsistencies with effort and focus. And he wins on traits right now, so there's a lack of polish as a route runner. But otherwise, everything is pretty good with Matthew Golden.
Below the belt in the home of the Cowboys, Draft 101 this Thursday in the building. The real thing next Thursday, as we are all at different Pluckers locations. I'll be in Mesquite. Luka becomes number one, and are you ready for Nico's next big move? Final hour, Tolo Tuesday after.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forget it.
Cowboy.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And hopefully I'll be running into Pauly D at a barbecue event that's coming up in Arlington. Talk to Matt Pittman about it tomorrow. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell, along with Peyton and Aiden in the back. And announcement, it's bet payoff time tomorrow.
Oh, baby.
On the morning show. So it ended up you were not a co-loser.
I was not. I mean, I am a loser. But in this situation, I was not a co-loser. Peyton was the loser.
So Peyton Russell tomorrow at 5:30 a.m. will be hosting solo for 30 minutes. 5:30 to 6. Why are we telling you this right now versus at 6, 6:20, or 6:40? If it goes as we anticipate, it will be good enough to replay at some point in time later in the program.
Oh, it'll 100% be good enough. I just don't know if it'll be safe enough for us to replay. There's no telling what he'll say unchecked for what, like the most he can get away with, or the smallest amount of time he can get away with. I think we figured out is 19 minutes. If he plays 2 minutes of audio, like
what are the rules?
He can play up to 2 minutes of audio. And then there's some 3-minute breaks in there. So really it ends up, the max talk time is 21 minutes. The smallest amount he can get is 19, but he cannot interact with the listeners. Like he can't have callers on.
Yeah.
He can't interact with us.
Can't have a guest.
Is he allowed to interact with he can interact with the fan text though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But
you better not just read the fan text like it's a book though.
No, I don't plan on it. Are we live streaming this? YouTube, Twitch?
I mean, that's up to Aiden.
I don't know. That might be a boss question and decision.
I think we start the YouTube usually like 6 minutes before the show starts. So I mean,
is Aiden in here that early?
Yeah, he gets here a little after 5. Yes.
Oh, right. Then I want to see him sweat.
And if not, how many times has Peyton started the fan cam on his own anyway?
If Peyton can get 100 and okay, let me try to be reasonable here. I want to say 150, but I really want it to be impressive. If Peyton can have 150 to 200 viewers from 5:30 to 6, we'll hook him up with something nice.
A new car or something like that. Right?
That might be low, Sean. That might be. Let me look at
It's not low.
I'm gonna look at the stats.
I see the number at 6 a.m.
I know.
So the 5:30 to 6 a.m. If he can start, I'll set it high right now. It starts with a 2. You can average 200 viewers from 5:30 to 6 a.m. We will make it worth your while in the world of Peyton Russell. You can look all you want.
I know. I'm looking at it right now. I'm saying like generally by usually about 6:10 we're over 200.
Really?
Yeah. I'm looking at the numbers right now.
Well then fine then.
200 is it?
If from 5:30 to 6 it can be a 200 plus, we'll figure something out. Have you figured out your approach?
I think so. At first I was debating, do I just make it like a show and do sports heavy? You know, this is my time to get all my sports opinions out there,
right.
you know, before y'all get in. But I don't want to also ruin, segments that we have later on, 6 a.m. segments. So I have to tone it down a little bit.
What an insult to me that I would come up with the same thing as Peyton.
No, you just cheat off your run sheet.
He doesn't want to spoil it.
No, I think I make it half and half. I go half funny, half sports, Give a little my true personality first segment. Might have a little treat planned early on that
treat?
I can't. Maybe that I can't share yet to anyone. But yeah, then go sports probably second segment.
Okay. I think you need to lean to me. This is just again.
Now we all have to be listening to this driving in.
Outsider.
Yes.
Because we're not going to blindly replay it. So no Russo for you driving in, RJ.
I ought to listen to him driving in.
Put him to sleep.
No, that's too.
Russo not gonna put you to sleep.
That's too loud for me in the morning.
Yeah,
that's too loud for me. I most of my mornings, there's a lot of times where it's like, it's radio like silence for a moment here. I need to wake up. I think you need to lean into what you are. You're a funny guy. I don't want to say speaking out of turn, but nobody cares. Nobody cares what your sports takes, but nobody cares.
I will
be
say,
funny.
Yeah,
you're a funny guy. Lean into it. You know what you need to do? You need to tear us down with a song live.
There's RJ with more song critique.
You need to tear us down and live sing us a song.
But dear God, Peyton, make sure it's a parody. Because if it's an original song, Chop is just going to dump on it.
Yeah. So Peyton Russell tomorrow, live, 5:30 to 6 a.m., and hopefully good enough to replay some from 6 to 10. But really 8 to 10, 9 to 10.
Here's the other thing, though, too, is that even if he does sports takes, I anticipate it's going to make me laugh. Because I don't think he can talk unfiltered for that amount of time without saying something that's going to make me laugh.
Let's talk about Chase Claypool.
Do not do that. Don't.
I don't get it.
It was very early on one of the first things that got him in trouble with us.
When's the last time you hosted?
Last year. It was probably last
year,
February.
And what type of feedback did you ever get from the bosses, if any?
Nothing bad.
Okay.
I mean, they still let me do it, so I mean, I imagine it was good enough.
Right. Or like a bench. You're like the Mavs. Mavs 8-man rotation around here. Yeah. All right. So, Pepe tomorrow. Pepe's World, 5:30 to 6 a.m. and hopefully longer. More pain for Mavs Tolos. Luka is the NBA's new top jersey seller. How long did it take, Bob?
2 months. That's it. In 2 months, he became the highest selling jersey for the entire season. And the NBA,
whole year?
The whole year. In fact, look, we got the graphic up there. You got Luka number 1. I wonder if, part of me wonders, are they...
This is the first player not named Steph or LeBron to sell the most jerseys in a year since 2012, and the first international player to ever do it. 2 months.
2012.
Steph finished 2. LeBron was at 3. The top 10 in order: Tatum, Brunson, Wemby. Number 2 pick last night, WNBA. Tony Parker said was the female Wemby, by the way. Then Ant, Ja, Shea, Joker.
Wow.
Joker at 10.
Yeah, that's surprising. But like, this is the power of the Lakers and for Luka. And if you are a Mavs fan,
oh man,
if you're a Mavs conspiracy theorist that thinks that the NBA just wanted him in LA, this is a really good. This is a shot in your arm.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. This is a shot, not a booster, but a shot in your arm. This is why the NBA is probably not upset that Nico Harrison is an absolute moron, and then basically offloaded him for a bag of peanuts.
The social media and digital platform stuff. Lakers, LeBron's clips amassed 3.23 billion, and then Luka 1.82 after Steph. So Luka, third most highlights.
They didn't say it on here. How far down the list do you think we have to get before we get to Luka's Mavs jersey as being one of the top sellers too?
Oh, that's a great question.
Like, because it's not in the top 15. I know that. That's all they released. But I bet that one's also somewhere in the
Mavs
top.
fans already gave up on him.
Well, so top selling NBA merchandise, they have that list too by team. Mavericks were 6th this year, which means they plummeted down to that after a little bit. Because I would imagine there's a lot of Kyrie, a lot of Luka early, and then maybe you had some that bought Anthony Davis early. But I mean, you don't see a lot of those. And Tim McMahon already talked about how they've lost 9 figures worth of money just this year.
God, it's $100 million.
Yes, and it's going to get worse, I would think, until they execute my plan that I'm about to announce. Play in tonight, though. Hawks Magic, 6:30, 9 o'clock, Grizzlies Warriors.
How many, if we took Paige Bueckers' jersey sales, where do you think she'd rank, like with the Mavericks roster
above any Mav?
Like, yeah, do you think
she won't beat Kyrie?
She won't. No.
Lively?
No, she would beat Lively. I don't believe she would beat Anthony Davis if he's going to stick around.
Yeah. That's a good question, too. Bobby, I don't know what's going on with me and you today. I don't know.
I don't know anybody who it's stunning how few Anthony Davis jerseys you see right now, though. So I mean people would have to get over it.
Fans are so upset right now. They're not going to do anything. They're not going to invest at all in this team. They're going to boycott.
Bobby 3 times yesterday behind the curtain in our post-show meeting was trying to just tell us don't talk about the Mavericks. Like, Bobby has been scared by the Mav fan and the morning show survey to not talk about the professional basketball team that's in the play-in. He mentioned it like 3 times. He keeps mentioning it.
It's not anything like I'm scared. I just recognize, like, we get a lot of people as soon as they'll text us. They'll be like, as soon as you start talking about the Mavs in any positive way, I'm out. I'm done. G-Bag gets a lot of that too.
I don't think he's crazy. I mean,
who?
Bobby. It's a non their games right now are a non-topic.
Well, let me possibly change that. I know it's not going to. My predictions. Nico Harrison trades for Kevin Durant and then leaves town.
Leaves, doesn't get fired?
Whatever.
Well,
however you want to wink agree to it.
We ain't done yet.
I would first think that Nico leaves on his own. But he's going to try to salvage this thing with Kevin Durant after they blow it up in Phoenix. Shams said that Kevin and his representative are going to work with the Suns, maybe try to figure out something. And I got a trade package for you as well. I'm going to bring up the trade package that I thought could be pulled off during last year's deadline. Clay, PJ, Jaden Hardy. I don't know the current status anymore of 2 first-round picks, but I'll say 2 first-round picks. But I had thought I had heard Gafford in a package that was thrown out there before, because I thought when I heard PJ and Gafford and first and all that and Hardy, I was scared of that it worried me because I love Daniel Gafford so much. But that, I think, is going to be Nico's plan. He's going to try to get Kevin Durant out of Phoenix.
Well,
and then roll out himself.
I would hope not. I would hope they don't get KD. Ever since he left Oklahoma City, not even after the first 2 Warriors titles, ever since those 2 titles, he got in the fight with it was the beef with Draymond, and then went to Brooklyn. It was a disaster. They never did anything.
Yep.
And then he went to Phoenix, and they've never done anything. He is.
You could make an argument Kevin Durant has been on the 2 most embarrassing dream team attempts in NBA history.
You could absolutely easily.
If you take payroll wise, I don't know if anyone would have more failure on a payroll that high than Brooklyn and Phoenix.
You would have, if you had him here, you would have a very similar situation to Phoenix where you've got 3 stars but no depth, or very limited depth. Unfortunately, you would have Lively, who's still cheap and young.
But I want you to consider the next 5 years in answering this. Would you rather have Kevin Durant, Anthony Davis, and Kyrie Irving? A total basically bought for, paid for team with people you don't necessarily like except for Kyrie? Or would you rather trade Anthony Davis and Kyrie?
I'd rather trade.
Think of the next 5 years. I know you're Mr. Rebuild, blow it up. Think about draft picks. Think about NBA prospects. Think of 5 years of waiting on them and what this team could be versus a hugely named roster with star power that could maybe compete for a title.
See, I don't think they could maybe compete for a title. I think you're the same thing as Phoenix. Phoenix is a disaster. I look, honestly, I don't think any Mav fan.
You think adding Kevin Durant to...
I think Kevin Durant's a loser. I think Kevin Durant sucks at this point.
Okay.
I think he sucks.
Yeah. He doesn't win. Does he win? Does he win? Does he win anywhere he goes now? Does he even remotely come close to winning anywhere he goes?
I don't think that has anything to do with, is he good at basketball? He's good at it.
I think you're taking that too literally. I get it. You're a literal guy. But nobody wants him here. Nobody wants Kevin Durant here.
Are you putting Durant in a Chris Paul category?
That would be insulting to Chris Paul, who actually helps teams get better. He doesn't help them win titles, but he helps them get better in the short term. I'd rather have Chris Paul here than Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant is a team obliterator. He is a cancer. Get him away from me. And also, quite frankly, I'm enjoying this Mavericks IR that I'm currently on. I'm on IR. All right, I'm not around.
There it is.
I'm on IR.
There it is.
I am so glad this game is on Wednesday because I will not be watching. I don't have to work the next day.
That's right.
And I'm not sure if it was on tonight that I would even watch because the rest of the Dallas Fort Worth will not watch. That game will be the lowest rated local NBA playoff play-in game by far of any of the 8 teams that are in the play-in.
Woo!
It will be without question the lowest rated local market. And they deserve it. And they don't. I'm 45 years old now. You're 42 or 3, but whatever. You've got to earn our time. You have to earn my viewership at this point in the world where we have so many things at our disposal. You have not earned my viewership anymore. And that's just the reality of it. And they haven't earned any of our viewerships, and I do speak for the Maverick fan. I do speak for DFW. There will be nobody watching. If you watch on Wednesday, you're going to be the only one watching. I promise you that.
Well, I have to watch.
You don't have to, because no one else is watching. And if no one else is watching, why would we even talk about it? They would rather hear about the third-round pick of the Cowboys than against this loser basketball team with this moron of a GM and this gaslighter of an owner.
There is a frightening number that the experts just put out for the Dallas Cowboys season. I couldn't believe it when Choppy sent it over. We'll take you inside the star with it next.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
The fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
How Dak's throwing mechanics may keep causing injuries, or Vegas already sinking the Cowboys season. Which one would you like, Bobby Roberto Bell, on the home of the Cowboys, where basically every day at 9:20 we do football. So if you need to lock that in as a reminder, 9:20 football with Sean and RJ.
Let's do Vegas tanking the Mavs and see why they might be doing that.
So Chris Sims was on with Mike Florio, and he was talking about Dak's. I was seeing how far I was going to take it. I was going opposite of what you said. I guess the joke's
I didn't know. I thought you were going to tell me Chris Sims was talking about Vegas odds.
Vegas odds. Choppy sent a terrifying number yesterday.
The city of Las Vegas and their handicappers.
Their empty city, apparently.
Empty city, yeah. I mean, nobody's going now. February was like one of the worst months of tourism they've had in years.
Because of the economy?
No, they've really just never recovered from COVID.
But how would you never recover? Like, once you feel okay and good to travel, why would you not go back to Vegas?
Well, in the last 24 months, there's been big-time concerns about how much longer the city can be viable as a tourism destination. And obviously, 2020, 2021, and then early portions of 2022, they started to get back to it. But, the economy over the last 2 years, including now, did play a reason in it. Yeah. But it's just, they are a massive, not just tourism, but convention city. Companies are doing less conventions now. So when you have that, you're going to have less. So if anytime an airline or a city says they're seeing reduction in tourism, a lot of that is a reduction in conventions.
Pepe, you're a Vegas addict.
It's the resort fees.
Yep.
I have a free room, and I'll be going in next month, I believe.
Well,
and I have a free room on a Wednesday. And after resort fees, it's $65 still. Free room, and I'm still paying $65 for one night.
Yeah, it is.
And so it's ridiculous.
Economy.
So they have had approximately 20 convention attendance has dropped by 20%. Total hotel occupancy by 3.5%. The Convention and Visitors Authority 12% decrease in visitor volume. So it's everything. It's just look. You don't want to spend $30 a drink when 20 states now have casino gambling.
We had people,
or whatever it is.
We had people over the other night for the wedding party, and I was like, all right, I'll order people a bunch of pizzas, late night drinking, blah, blah, blah. 2 medium pizzas. They were like $18 a piece. Medium pizza. Wow. $18. I was like, where's the 2-topping? What's the 2-topping deal? What do we have going on? You can't get a large pizza for less than like $25, it feels like. Anyway.
And also, another thing, a major part of Vegas is from overseas, like China and Japan. And they are not traveling there as much since COVID. They have not recovered the Asia market since COVID. But this is the story that we got yesterday.
Tolo J. Ochoa sent us all. He's always there. He said, my 3rd trip this year, it's always buzzing. So that's Jay saying some of the hype is overhyped.
The Dallas Cowboys have the same win total as Seattle, New England, Atlanta.
Oh, my God.
And Jacksonville and
your point?
Indianapolis.
Oh, no.
The Cowboys over-under in Vegas is 7.5. Now,
Are you embarrassed?
Yeah, that is embarrassing.
you want to be even more embarrassed? To take the over for the Cowboys, you do have to pay a little bit of a fee. It's minus 120. But to take the over for Seattle, it's minus 125. And it's minus 125 for the Patriots. So you have to pay a premium on New England over. More so than the premium on the Cowboys over. The Cowboys are behind Pittsburgh, Arizona, Chicago, and Minnesota, who are at 8.5. Raiders, Saints, Panthers are at 6.5. That's what the Cowboys are grouped up with right now. 7.5.
Are you jumping on that?
I would, yes. I think if Dak is healthy, they're a better team. Obviously. And
What
I
a
know
hot
I think you
take.
could sit here and say that they had a bad start to the season, even with Dak.
I can hear Kevin Hagen screaming it right now
Which
from
is
the
true.
other room.
Which is true. They did. They also had a rough start the year before, and they still wound up winning 12 games. Now it wasn't as bad, but I think a lot of the defense obviously played better. The change in system. Now you got the same problem this year. A new system again.
7.5.
7.5 just seems low for a team that's got who I believe is still a really good quarterback.
I'd throw 100, but if I was gonna throw $100, I'm going $100 over that.
Get to 8 wins.
Yeah.
I mean, like they did with the 7. Which games? Like we talked about this before. Which games are they winning with Dak in there? Maybe Cincinnati. Like that's the one because they were getting handled in the others. They were.
Okay. Teams can suck during portions of their year. Yeah. And I'm not, again, I said McCarthy needed to go, and last year was a disaster. But, I mean, I could go and cite, the year before. If the Cowboys face the Saints tomorrow, you're picking the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Okay, and the Saints.
Probably.
Shut up.
I know I'm saying probably, but I mean I also picked the Cowboys.
Definitely,
last
not
year.
probably.
I
Definitely.
picked them last year, and they lost.
Okay, but I'm
with
just saying,
that.
law of averages. You're going to go back. You're going to pick them to beat the Saints. If they face Atlanta tomorrow, you're probably going to pick the Cowboys. So
I would pick Atlanta tomorrow. That I would.
Okay, so are you saying that if you had $100 and you were allowed to bet, would you bet the under
on 7.5? It's 7 to 8, so I mean it's right there teetering. I mean that's what I think they are right now. Now the draft can change that. If they go in there and they pick 3 really good players, I may look and go all right, that's a different team now because they've addressed a bunch of different things that they have. But I mean right now they don't have enough weapons to reflect that sort of an over/under. To say that it should be higher to me. That's about where they should be until they show that they've added anything significant. They haven't added they've lost more than they've added so far in terms of significant pieces from last year.
I just think that's a really bad sign. That's a really bad sign.
It's a terrible sign. It's a terrible sign. And now it's okay, so we're going to have look-ahead lines, I think, coming out today. We're going to have some look-ahead lines come out. And I'll be interested to see how many games they're favored in against the division. Well, the problem with the Cowboys, and this is probably why this thing is also baked in, is they play the NFC North and the AFC West.
Yeah.
So that's really tough. So the AFC North has 4 teams that are projected to have a higher win total than you. All 4 in the NFC North. And then in the AFC West, look, obviously the Chiefs, the Chargers, Denver's at 9.5. That's the Raiders are below. So you've got 3 of the 4. So 7 of the 8 non-division teams have a projected higher win total than you.
To be grouped with Indianapolis and New England is embarrassing.
It's embarrassing.
Atlanta, You want to sell me a little bit roster, Penix.
I could buy Atlanta.
I mean, Jacksonville's close to embarrassing.
Right? I could buy Jacksonville. If Jacksonville wins 4 games, I won't be surprised. If they win 10, I also probably wouldn't be surprised.
New England and Indy, same grouping?
Indy kind of makes sense because Indy's right around a 500 team, I feel like. But New England doesn't make a ton. I guess they just are banking on Vrabel going in there and making things click or some jump
Drake
for May.
The Diggs pickup.
877-881-1053. We'll save the Dak mechanic stuff for tomorrow. Speaking of NFL, this guy, he's trying to get back in or any real level of coaching. Let me see if there's something else here. I know what I wanted to do. Forget that Brett Favre documentary is coming out on Netflix. The Rise and Fall. And I was just trying to think of... Look, he didn't do what OJ did, okay? But the lovability turnaround. Brett Favre, like... I'm trying to think who in the National Football League, and maybe even in sports, was as loved as this dude. He's John Wayne.
Yeah.
John Madden's favorite.
He's a tough guy.
Your guy in the bar.
He embodied everything you want from a leader, from a quarterback. Just, I'm always playing.
Good old boy.
Playing hurt.
The strongest arm, the mentality, the gunslinger. And I'm just trying to think of who else I'd put in that category. Fan text, I need you on that, 877-881-1053. And then the turn. What a turn.
Like, if
and
you
he's dealing
wanted,
with a lot of health stuff now, too.
Yeah. If you wanted to say, like, the initial, that first story first came out with the money, the whatever,
Mississippi
embezzlement or whatever it was. Like, if he, it's probably not out of the realm of possibility. Somebody came to him and said, I got a great deal for you. Brett didn't look into it. Brett said, sure, put my name on it. If I can make some money, great. But after that initial thing, he handled it so poorly. He could have said, hey, I was wrong. I did this thing all wrong. I'm going to give all this money back, yada, yada, yada. Yeah. Instead of doubling down.
Yeah.
It's like he recognized that it was wrong and he still didn't care. Reasonable people could say, hey, this guy got talked into it by somebody. He's not smart enough to know about, where the money is coming from. I could get all that. The moment he figured it out, you've got to back away. Take your name off it, hand the money back, do some good deeds around town.
I mean, honestly, if we're looking at guys who are, I don't know if there's a good sports comparison for somebody who's dropped like that. The name that comes to mind, and again, they're totally different crimes. The name that comes to mind of just beloved, everybody loves him, and how folks is Cosby. That's the name that comes to mind for me. That's similar. And it's not a perfect comparison, but for somebody who was pretty much universally loved and considered, the good old boy, who then it's essentially universally disliked is just, wow, how awful are you? That's one of the only ones I could come with. We've got on the fan text 214 says Michael Vick. That's one. 817 said Brett Favre equals Josh Hamilton. There's a little bit of that. And Josh and Brett seemed very similar in terms of just, I go out there, I throw the ball. I go out there, I hit the ball.
Yep.
And Josh definitely went down over time. But yeah, those are ones that are similar, I think.
Those are good ones. Anything else, Peyton?
James Brown from the 682, but yeah, a lot of Mike Vick, Deshaun Watson.
Oh, okay.
Watson flipped pretty quick.
Hulk Hogan.
Oh.
Will Smith.
Oh.
These are coming up on the fan text right now.
Very good. All right, we got leftover Ask Reddit. Has Kevin Hagelin done everybody's taxes? And do they want to pick between Tex-Mex or barbecue for Paige Bueckers? Crosstalk with the KSC Masterpiece now.
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika.
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Floyd?
Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Knocked away at center, and Raymond's got the puck. He's got a break in the right circle. Score! Lucas Raymond with point number 78 on the campaign. 9:49 into the third, and the Red Wings have scored 3 unanswered goals here to take a 5-3 lead.
Happened again in the third period. 6th straight loss. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan, Red Wings TV, as we crosstalk with the K&C masterpiece, Kevin Hagelin. Hey, at least they have the leads in these games.
Yeah, I guess. They've had the lead in, 4 of those 6 losses, and at least that game didn't mean anything. But it still doesn't build a whole lot of confidence. But then again, I talked about this whenever they did that stupid round robin thing or whatever in 2020 before they restarted the playoff. The Dallas Stars looked like the worst team in the bubble. And then they made it to the Stanley Cup final. And I know people point to the Rangers.
Yeah.
So who the hell knows?
Yeah.
The Metroplex has shattered my idea of what matters in terms of momentum.
The Mavs are in the play-in game, and anything could happen. Oh, sorry. We don't talk about Mavs in the before
it's like
10 o'clock.
Bruno. That's what it is. Boy, it was. There's nothing more embarrassing than tweeting that locked it in image when they clinched the play-in. Like that social media person's got to have a better awareness than to go like, yeah, let's tweet this celebratory image of locked in because we've clinched a play-in berth.
I feel bad for the social media person.
I do too. They're in a no-win situation. Everything they post is going to be picked apart.
Yeah, yesterday people were waiting for the Mavs to congratulate the Wings. To be like, oh, you got a rock star, you got a superstar. They used Anthony Davis to do it. Like, hey, that was a smart move.
From one number one pick to another.
Yeah, that was a smart move. Corey Majors, what's coming up?
Gentlemen, what are your questions for Stephen Jones? We have him at 11:30 today as we prepare for the Dallas Cowboys draft, which will happen next Thursday at Bueckers.
Do you
That's
want
where the draft's happening.
Do you want me to give you one of our Ask Reddit questions to ask Steven
I don't know.
as an icebreaker?
I don't know, man. I feel like it won't work.
How about how's your thinking on running back positional value change over the last 2 years? How's it altered?
That's a good question. And did it change before?
Yeah, because I was wrong about Derrick Henry. They were wrong about Derrick Henry. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, you morons, because I was going to make fun of them if they signed a 30-year-old who may break down.
Do you like that question better, or do you want me to ask, if you guys sign enough running backs that aren't good anymore, do you not have to draft one?
I like that one better.
Okay.
Yes.
That'll go over really well.
Yeah.
What Ask Reddit?
Look, normal questions don't go over really well either. Why would you free up all of that space if you're not going to use it?
That's true.
Well, we get to use it next year.
Was Micah showing up one of the possible cards that Jerry still wanted to see played?
I think so.
Yeah, I'm saying it's a question for Steven, not you.
Oh, gotcha.
Damn.
My answer was yes.
He said he doesn't care.
Yeah. What would have been your Ask Reddit question?
I think you could have asked him what airplane etiquette rules should all passengers know.
Don't lean your seat back.
Yeah, it's real relevant for him flying on the PJ.
What is the best food to eat as a leftover? What's a normal thing that you've never done? Like a quote-unquote normal thing.
Oh.
Because that's a question anybody can answer. That's one of the remaining ones we had left over.
That is a good question.
Ordered from a stand-up restaurant.
What do you mean a stand-up?
You know, you go stand in line and order.
Oh, like
my wife refuses to go to places that like Hurtado. Like she loves Hurtado, but she goes and sits
like
she will
fast
not stand in
casual
line
kind of thing.
So you're talking about the walk up, like the outside walk up to the window.
No, even inside.
Like Chipotle, you've never ordered?
I will.
Okay.
I don't have anything against
She's
it.
never.
But if you walk into a restaurant and you see it's like you have to go to the counter and order, she's like, no.
Oh, that's
She's
kind of
bougie.
a choppyism, elitism.
Wow.
Yeah, she is.
You don't want to wait for food. You said.
I don't wait in line. Yeah, I don't wait in line.
Well, that's
But
what he's saying.
Any line?
I don't wait in lines. Like,
What if there's like one person there?
That's I don't really consider.
Okay, how many people constitutes a line?
I would say more people than like workers behind the counter.
Oh, okay.
So
there's like
doesn't
three
matter if there's
registers.
a line or not, though. She doesn't
There's
wanna
like
do it.
3 registers with like 6 people in line. I'm like, oh god, I'm out. Next door.
So she always makes a hair appointment then.
Hold on.
Do girls do that? Do girls walk in and sit around like guys?
Oh yeah,
in the
she always
barbershop?
makes an appointment for
What do you
hair
make her
nails.
face for?
No, I was really confused by that. Obviously, I don't get to go to barbershop.
Oh.
So I need to know more about your culture and life.
You mean just the hair?
Yes, barbershop people.
Yeah, it's not about the line. It's if she walked in and their counter didn't even have people, she'd be like, I don't want to stand in order. I want to sit in order.
She a generally impatient person?
No, I think it's just more about the idea of going in and dining at a restaurant. She wants the whole experience of sitting down, ordering from the waiter, and all that. And she just doesn't like.
Do you go
standing
to
in order.
Chipotle or whatever? And you're like, we're going to a restaurant.
Well,
today.
no, and there's other places though. Like again, Hurtado is you walk in and you stand and order. Most barbecue places are, but it's fantastic.
Let's all answer this though. Good question.
I mean, I don't know that there's anything that's a blinky light for me other than
a
if you just
normal
talk about
thing.
like,
What's the question?
yeah, what's a normal thing, quote unquote, that you've never done? And I guess if I was just localized to Dallas, I've literally never stepped foot, and I feel like most everybody else has. I've never stepped foot in the Arboretum. Like I couldn't even tell you what I couldn't even tell you what it looks like.
You should do it. It's cool.
It is cool.
Like I mean, I know what it is, but I couldn't tell you generally where it is. Nothing because it's just
Have you
I've
been
never
to the
gone.
Dallas World Aquarium?
Mm-mm.
That's pretty cool too.
Nope.
Pepe, do you have an answer for this?
I've never whistled because I don't know how to.
Okay. What about while you work?
You've never even had a semblance of a whistle come out?
I mean,
try it.
Is that a whistle?
That's kind of a whistle.
Sounds like some fireworks are going on.
Can't do it.
I've lived here almost 30 years. In 1997, I moved here. I've never been to the Katy Trail Ice House. I don't even know that it actually exists.
Not the one in Plano,
I
right?
couldn't tell you where it is. I don't even know that I know anybody that's actually gone there. I don't believe it exists. I think it's just a place that people say they go to.
Oh, you know people have gone there because Babe posts the photo, it feels like, every other week.
That's not where they go.
No, but that's one of the places they go.
Garrett will be there. Aikman will be there.
Never I don't know anybody that's like said, hey, we're going here today.
It's a cool spot if it's not a 3-hour line.
I've heard it's great.
But you're right about the Plano one. Plano one was good.
Yeah, they're actually doing a lot of work on it right now. It's the whole front facade of it. They're redoing the whole thing, so it looks crazy. It's going to be even better.
What's your answer?
Probably had a drink.
Oh,
yeah. When you mentioned the Katy Trail Ice House, I was like, I don't think I've been there.
Never a sip. Nothing.
There you go. For general,
how do you know you wouldn't like it?
It's not necessarily that I wouldn't like it.
That's your fear.
Yeah, exactly. I'm very concerned that I would like it.
That's why I never tried cocaine.
I've never actually been
missing out
in Reunion Tower.
Okay, see,
really?
I was trying to think of quintessential Dallas things, and I was like, well, I've been to Reunion Tower, so that's not one. But you've never gone up there?
Never gone up. I've done events downstairs, but I've never gone up the tower, and I've also never been in the Green Thumb. I've never been up to the big green building. The cap is it Bank of America?
Yeah. Or at least it used to be. I don't
know. It used to be the Green Thumb back in the day.
Green Thumb is what you call it. You remember Glenn Murray, who used to be the weather guy on Fox, and then he was on CW. Glenn Murray used to call that something completely different. He used to say, I think I can say, he said it on TV all the time. He would say, he'd point to it in the skyline and said, and there you can see the big green weenie, is what he would call it.
How about never having an iPod? I've never used an iPod.
I've used an iPod. I've just never owned an
stuff.
iPod.
What's that?
I've used an iPod. I've just never owned an iPod.
I've used a Zune more than an iPod. All right, next one. What's the unspoken rule in male friendships that no one teaches you, but every man understands?
Don't date that girl right after me.
Yeah, like your friend's girl is off limits.
Otherwise, you're probably willing to give up that friend. Like that's usually the thing.
No, I'm talking about after you even break up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You may need to repeat that one for people.
It's once she's been tagged. She's like a horse in the wild. She's been tagged.
What do you mean by tagged?
Like that's spoken for forever.
Like an air tag.
Like a tag.
You literally put the tag on her and say it says RJ.
On my 2 weeks on the farm when I took out the cow's knees, they tag them.
First round on me, second round on you. I think those kind of things are unspoken.
That's a good one.
And just kind of happen.
Very good.
Everybody just kind of knows.
Or just in general, the fight over the bill thing, even if it's I'm gonna at least appear as if I want to. One of the answers I liked on here, you good, counts as a mental health check for most guys.
Yes,
that's true. That is definitely true.
All right, next one here. What's the most popular financially stupid decision?
A wedding.
That's a good answer.
That is a good answer.
Having a wedding.
Elope and save the money.
Regular season NBA tickets. Because you just never know if the guy's going to play.
Kids.
I've never...
Having kids?
Having kids.
From just a financial standpoint, that doesn't mean it's a bad decision.
Right, say it again.
What's the most popular financially stupid decision? So it doesn't necessarily mean it's even
You're
bad.
not getting much back on that investment.
Concert tickets.
Concert tickets. They're out of whack.
They're crazy. I mean, I could listen to my iPod and the same music.
You can go to YouTube and watch concerts. You literally go see your favorite band on YouTube.
This is a good one for Chop to let us know what he's into.
Hey,
Chop,
I want to hear Peyton's answers. I do always like Peyton's Ask Reddit answers.
So this one's easy for me. It's sports gambling. It's always rigged. It's smart when you win, but you're going to lose probably most of the time. So it's financially stupid.
Peyton, in fact, let's go to Peyton for this one. Peyton, what's the sexiest non-sexual thing about the opposite sex?
It's the belly. It's the stomach. Unless they're from San Antonio, then I guess not.
Whoa!
Nobody else needs to answer.
Whoa! How long ago did you get your taxes done?
I got my taxes done at the end of January. Like right at the second I got all my forms.
Is it due today?
Yeah.
Crap.
It is the 15th.
You didn't file an extension?
My wife's in charge of that, and she asked me last night, and I was like, I don't know. Do it. So I think she did it today. But we figured it out months ago. She just didn't send.
How much would we have to pay you? I feel like you'd get a thrill out of it. How much would you accept to do other people's taxes?
Sure. Yeah, like $100.
Oh, wow.
Maybe not your taxes because like you got your social security number stolen. Somebody stole your taxes one year.
They did.
Sounds like
They
you
did.
might have more complicated taxes.
Hey, listen, I got a guy, but he charges more than that, so I'm making a change.
Is your guy like Joey Numbers or something like that?
No,
Joey
it's
Extension.
Joey Extension, baby.
Okay.
Joey Extension.
Tomorrow morning, 5:30 a.m., the Peyton Russell Show. And we'll hopefully replay it in the 9 o'clock hour. The KNC Masterpiece next on the...
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How we doing today?
Kevin, we've done it. We have arrived at Tuesday before the week before the draft. So we have a mission accomplished so far. I'm pretty excited about everything. Actually, this is a really good day for me. I'm feeling really happy.
Good.
Alec, you?
I'm happy because you're happy.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
We're so close to the draft, man.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
And we just had a draft. What happened in that draft?
Got Paige.
Could it be any better right now? We got the best basketball player in the entire world. In Dallas.
Doesn't that just mean we're going to trade her?
For the first time in the history of sports. Right?
I mean, yeah, Luka was never the best.
Yeah, we've never had the best player before.
He wasn't.
Ever. He was good. He was
good.
But he wasn't the best.
Is Paige going to be the
Michael
best?
Jordan. Well, hold on. So Bobby this morning said that she is better than Caitlin Clark. And I know Caitlin Clark has the most hype around her. But does Paige doesn't have that hype, but she might be the more technically sound player out of both of those.
And now she's on the wings.
From the 214, time to trade Paige for Sue Bird. We're in win now mode. All right, that's the way we start this thing, boys.
What a long day it is going to be if that's what we're doing. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line if you want to get involved in the conversation, or hit us up on the Twitch or the YouTube. But we're going to start. We'll talk about Paige a little bit more in just a minute. We got Stephen Jones coming on the show at about 11:30, but we're going to start with some more Texas Rangers, and unfortunately, this might not be a positive highlight. Give me cut number 7.
The 1-1. High drive. Well hit ball out into center. Leote just watching as it hits up over the batter's eye. Second home run for Dela Cruz. Both come with men on board. This 2-run shot makes it 14-0.
Now, before the season started, we talked about how the Rangers look like they were going to be a really fun team to watch. They have been decidedly not fun to watch or listen to.
Yeah.
Now, they still have a good record, and I'm stoked about that. But why do you think this team has not been fun to watch thus far?
Because they're not stringing together a bunch of hits. You know,
I could see that.
Like we talked about 2 first innings now. They've gotten bases loaded and been very minimal damage. And I still think the pitching's been a blast to watch. The Nate Eovaldi's given us some special things to see. Jack Leiter gave us some special things. Like, the pitching has been fun to watch at times. The hitting, however, has been an absolute struggle because the hitting is not producing a hit here, hit there, hit there, hit there, hit there. That's the most fun part of baseball. A solo home run for a game is not fun, right?
It can be.
Oh, well, in a 1-0 game?
Sure.
For the most part, though, it's more fun whenever your team is driving doubles. You got 2 runners on. There's intense stuff going on, and you know that your dude's about to come through. If that dude doesn't come through, then you have problems. So I think that's one of my biggest reason that it's been that way.
I think there are a lot of reasons. One of them, I would say, Jacob deGrom just looks like a normal pitcher. And, I mean, I'm glad he's still healthy and he's still pitching, but Jacob deGrom just looks like a normal pitcher so far, and that's been pretty disappointing. Alec?
That one's rough because you start to see, like, especially Mets fans, they're like, I remember when he was pumping 102 past people, and now he's trying to sneak 95 inside the zone behind people. It's different. It's taking some getting used to, but I think that the biggest thing for me, honestly, is just the pop is still not there. from most people. Like, outside of Jonah Heim gets my exemption. He gets my pass in this instance. But once we start to get some slug going for this team, we talked about it a lot yesterday, but, you know, the lack of depth in the rotation, the fact that, like, Dane Dunning couldn't even break camp with the major league team. There's a lot of things that just aren't as fun so far, but it all goes down to the offense not doing what they need to do. I know we're going to talk a lot about Jock Peterson today.
Yeah. If Peterson and Berger were better,
I was so excited for those moves.
Yeah, we'd be absolutely all about it, because those two dudes in the lineup would give us more of those opportunities to see more runners on base or see trots around the bases. But because they're not there, virtually non-existent for the team right now.
Exactly, and I thought the Jock Peterson leadoff experiment would go a little bit better, because a lot of his offensive production over his career was from the leadoff spot. Looking at some of the numbers, he's had some good success there, so I was thinking, hey, maybe one game, getting more at-bats like we talked about with Evan Carter. You know, what's a way that we can get a guy more at-bats, put him higher up in the lineup to get him more turns at the plate. I was hoping that maybe that one game instance would help, but all across the lineup, I'm just not having much fun watching these Rangers bat right now.
I was looking up the stats for Peterson and Berger combined 11 for 96. Yikes. That's, I don't know why. That's even worse than I thought it was in my mind.
Is that over 100? Just barely?
Yes, it is over 100.
But if they don't get...
Not by a lot.
If they don't get hits in their next 5, will that be right at 1?
It'll be less than that before they could drop below 100.
We can do it. This is tonight's when we start, all right? It's a new series. It's a new opportunity. Let's get this thing rolling now and get above 100 as a hitter.
Do you care that... I mean, I guess. Like, look, Kevin, what a depressing statistic that is.
You can't get to 200... without getting to 100 first. We can't just take one big bite out of it. We got to take little small bites at a time, and eventually we'll get there.
Okay, you can't get to a batting average of 200 without getting to 100 first.
Yeah, you got to get there first.
Look, I'm not disputing the math on that, obviously.
Unless actually, there is a way. If you start at 1,000, like if you start the season at 1,000, then you didn't have to go to 100 to get to 200.
I guess that is true. So I wanted to go back to the hitting, and look, I can spin this in a positive way or a negative way if you want. So the Rangers have posted a slugging percentage of .626. Or excuse me, let's try that again. A team-wide on-base plus slugging percentage of .626.
Is that good?
No, that is not. That is the 7th worst in baseball. And they're in the bottom 9 or worse in batting average, on-base percentage, and slugging. Let's take it a step further. Since 2010, no of the 58 teams, only 3 have made the playoffs. And I know it's early, and I know people are going to be like, oh, it's a 10th of the way through the season. I hear you, and I do. And I hope that all of this turns around. But the 2024 Tigers, so it just happened last year, 2020 Guardians, and the 2012 A's. Those are the only ones out of that group of 48. Sorry if I think I said 58. Out of that group of 48 made the playoffs.
Okay.
That's a 6% clip. But
small chance.
There's a small chance.
Very small chance.
Exactly. Better chance than
0.
Jock or Jake Berger getting. No, I'm just kidding. That's not true. That is not true. They're hitting like 11%. All right.
5% better.
Exactly. Almost twice as much. Now, to go along with that, though, only 5 of those teams had as many wins as the Rangers. And that's what I think is like the bizarre silver lining to all of this. So far, I think the Rangers have been incredibly boring to watch. I did see people say that Eovaldi complete game shutout was super exciting. Agreed. But for the most part, I think the Rangers have been incredibly boring to watch. But they still have a winning record, and they've already outpaced a lot of these historical teams, so that could be good.
Did you enjoy Leiter's starts when he looked like he was right? For me, I think it was one of those, like, it was the culmination of finally going, oh, look, he's finally gotten to what we expected.
Yeah.
And he was throwing heat, and he was still kind of all wild, and I was loving it.
But it was just 2 starts, right?
Yeah.
I think, and then he got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is what's holding me back on that, is I get it. It was a blister, and that's going to happen with pitchers.
You're
going
to feel comfortable about midseason if he's still cruising like that.
Exactly. Or if he's like, and I know he's going to struggle. Like, I realize the numbers.
He'll never struggle.
Okay, well, fair enough.
Prediction.
Well, then I'll definitely not worry. If he continues to have a whip and ERA under 1, I will definitely not worry. Let's go on the off chance that he does have an ERA similar to Jock Peterson's batting average. No, I'm just kidding. Relax, everybody. I'm just kidding. If he has some struggles, I'll just appreciate it if he can go out there every 5 days. Because that's the thing. You've never seen Jack Leiter go out there every 5 days and pitch well.
Yep.
You've seen him go out there every 5 days and not pitch well. You've now seen him go out there twice and unfortunately have to go on the injured list. But I am very hopeful that we are going to get to the other side of that.
I am very curious. Last year, it seemed like Bochy and Chris Young were very patient with this roster. It kept being we've seen them do it, guys. We know. We just watched them win a World Series. We understand that. Like, we were in the same boat where we were giving them as much leeway and time as they could have. Do you think that Bochy and Chris Young will be a little shorter leash this year, and by the end of this month, probably go, okay, we have to make some adjustments? Like, we've seen what we've seen. Jock and Berger aren't. I think Berger he's your first baseman. They're not going to do much there. That's just my feeling on that. But will they look at that and say, we're going to have to find different bats? We thought this was going to work, and it's clearly not right now.
I think the end of the month is probably a good
place to start.
Yeah, that's probably a good place to start.
Last year, you got to trade deadline, and they were still like, I don't know. I feel like we can still work with this team.
And that you'll learn a lot because the injuries really made them feel like they couldn't compete last year, right? So assuming you stay out of that environment and you're just like, hey, we're just struggling, I think you'll see this team be more aggressive and make some moves. But for people who are like, because I know people are still irritated at Simeon or Peterson or Berger or Leo, whoever it is, I think by the end of the month is finally when you might be like, all right, I've now seen you for the entirety of a month, and obviously a little bit more than a month. Now I feel comfortable to make some decisions. And at that point, you'll be like a fifth of the way through the season. And some of those numbers that felt like struggles, well, that's 20% of your season right there. I wanted to follow up because you asked me about this yesterday. Oblique injuries.
Oh my gosh, so many of them.
Now, I tapped into the resources of Fangraphs. I did not figure this out on my own. I wish I could tell you that. Believe it or not, the Rangers aren't even close to the top of the list. They only have the fifth most oblique injuries in the American League in the last 5 years. So they have 9. And that includes already, clearly we've had multiple obliques with Wyatt Langford. But it peaked a couple years ago with Leote, Ezekiel Duran, and Brad Miller. 9 is a lot. But you know who leads the way? Tampa Bay, who has 16.
What?
And then Minnesota and Toronto each had 13. And then the Angels and the Royals each had 10. So I get it. Every time there's an oblique injury, it does feel like the Rangers have more oblique injuries than anyone in the history of baseball. I'm just telling you, in this 5-year span, it's not even close.
What I love here, Kevin, is you just gave us a reason for optimism. Like that in a segment where we're down on everything, you just gave us a reason for optimism. Whereas with Tampa, everything's very bleak because of the oblique injuries. Bleak.
See,
it's bleak and oblique.
I get it now,
but you can use them in terms.
I really thought that maybe something happened in Tampa Bay that I hadn't heard about. What?
I was just trying to throw everybody off with the she's dead thing.
See, and that's why I didn't want to laugh or anything, because I thought maybe something really bad had happened in Tampa Bay. And then if I was like, ha, 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 people are like, that's messed up, dude.
What a terrible,
how are you going to laugh at that?
Heartless man.
Yeah, those like something happened to the kids or something. I'd be like, I didn't know that. So I did not want to get caught up in that. I do also, thank you, Bruce Bochy, have positive news, sort of, for Marcus Semien. Hey, we're going to be pretty liberal with our definition of positive here, okay? Marcus Semien has a 387 OPS so far. That is not good.
It's not good by his standards at all.
Yes, in fact, it is the worst OPS of his career this far into the season. You know what was the previous worst? 2022. Once again with the Rangers. When that season was over, he had a WAR of 5.7.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if I want to give you the rest of the context. Would be that his OPS at this point in the season last time was 500, and now it's 387. So that's even like significantly worse. But still, he went on to have a WAR of 5.7 and a fine, if not particularly exceptional season.
And how old is he now?
Ooh, is he like 34?
And at that age, you anticipate, right? What you're saying here is you anticipate at that age, most players continue to get better as the season goes on.
I mean, like players like Nelson Cruz got better.
I love Nelson Cruz. You know that I love Nelson Cruz. And so thank you for giving me that kind of promise there. I appreciate that very much, Kevin. And I'm also proud of you for all the positivity that you just delivered to our lives.
From it's really tough. From the 254, can we turn the page for Bueckers on this negative segment? And is Kevin trying to be positive about the Rangers today? They actually texted in, my name is Kevo, and I'm going to pass on that. But I appreciate the rest of the compliment. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, where will the Cowboys go with their first round pick? Here's what the national folk are saying. Do you agree, disagree, or are you indifferent? Next on The Fan.
Heck yeah, these guys at the North Tech.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And it's going to be a double pass. Aller loads, fires deep. Man, there is Warren. Got it! Touchdown, Penn State.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Could that be where the Dallas Cowboys go in the first round? I have to admit, I would be surprised, but we're going to pick the brains or just read from what a lot of the national folks, I'm not going to say experts, think that the Cowboys will do with their number 12 overall pick.
When it comes to experts, who do you trust?
Dane. Rick Goslin. I always trust
Rick Goslin. Actually, I trust.
Yes, I do.
I would say
and Bobby Bell.
I trust Broadus.
Oh yeah, and Broadus.
Woolchuck's very good, and I trust Bobby Bell. Bobby Bell who's sitting right there next to me, looking like he wants to cut me if I don't say his name. So and I've heard the rap songs.
Oh yeah, I do not want to get involved.
Stay away from it altogether.
So Connor Rogers with NBC, Mason Cameron with Pro Football Focus, both think that Tyler Warren from Penn State is going to be the go-to. And they talked about how he's a unique player. And one of the things that got brought up is because we talked about how we feel pretty good about the tight end room is that Jake Ferguson is going to be in a contract year. We talked about the backslide that he had last year. I have to admit, I would be if Tyler Warren was the direction that the Cowboys went in the first round.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like a couple different names of moving up and moving down and doing some different things for that. And I guess I've just kind of stuck in on Tet. And that's one of the questions I want to ask Steven at 11:30 today is,
are you going to take Tet McMillan?
Does size matter? And especially when it comes to him versus Matthew Golden. Size is definitely a different factor for both of those two guys. You watch Matthew Golden and you're like, that's how I want a receiver to run routes.
Yeah.
Like, you just watch him and you're like, man, just look at his break here. Look at how easy it is for him to catch the ball. And then you watch Tet and you're like, oh, just big body that can glide down the field. I like both of those guys, but how much of that matters? And I guess I've just kind of locked in on receiver there because it looks like that's the way the draft is going to fall. But what happens when you get into that room? Everything gets screwed up, and now you're like, okay, what was our backup plan?
Yeah.
But I'm stuck there with Tet right now.
Tet McMillan was listed by, I'm going to go with Jordan Plosher, maybe Plochet, from Pro Football Focus. But the other person that you mentioned was Matthew Golden, and Maurice Jones-Drew and Rhett Lewis from NFL.com both dropped out Matthew Golden. And that seems to be, at least wide receiver between those two, seems to be a popular thing that has picked up a lot of steam over the last 3 weeks or so.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, for sure. And especially whenever you have a receiver like CeeDee Lamb already, we talk about this a lot with Luka when we're trying to team build around him. And that was what Nico hated, obviously, so much, was trying to build around that guy. But when you have a CeeDee Lamb and you have his skill set, do you want an interchangeable piece, or do you want something that can take away from some of the coverage for him, or maybe even roll up some coverage and have a guy that can win one-on-ones on the other side? So that's one of the reasons I see that there.
Man, since you mentioned that about Nico, Mark Stein had tweeted out that Nico Harrison and Rick Welts are holding a roundtable this morning with selected Dallas media members. Cameras and audio recording devices were not permitted for Harrison's first session with local reporters since the Luka trade.
Are you embarrassed? Why is it taking this long to have something like this? Because now we're going to get very no, let me re-explain this. We're going to get handcrafted stories delivered to us.
Here's
now,
why
right?
the move was great.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen is these handcrafted stories there was no audio to prove otherwise.
Yeah, I don't want audio of the things that I am going to say.
Nor do I want video of my face whenever I lie to y'all.
Which kind of makes me wonder if it's that or if he's like, here are all the very specific issues that we had.
And he doesn't want anybody to know which person said.
Yeah, and that is not for public consumption. I need to convince you. So all of a sudden, if you start seeing this like roll of sycophantic stories about, well, the Mavericks did what they had to do over the next 4 days, you'll know exactly what happened.
Which, that's an interesting way you bring that up, because most GMs in the game, Frank told us this a long time ago, they already know how to play that.
Yeah.
They already know how to get their stories out there, and they know which writers and which beat people. I mean, even the Cowboys know that too. Stephen Jones, whoever's in that front office, they know if it's, well, I mean, everybody.
Is that us?
No.
Is that why he's coming on today?
No. This is different.
No.
This is the behind the scenes stuff.
Okay,
this is like the stuff that Jane gets, where she's like, my source says, these are the kinds of things that I'm talking about there, is like, they know they can go to these certain people, that story and that message is going to get out. And like, this is the perfect time for it too, right? Right around draft time, you go to your sources and you start leaking some things about it. And they got to be credible information. It's got to be credible and have a real story to it. But you can play a game with it that way.
Now, as we bounce back into the first round of the draft, I'm going to bring this up because I know at least one person yesterday was really hung up on this one. Josh Liskowitz from Pro Football Focus has the Dallas Cowboys taking Luther Burden III, the wide receiver out of Missouri. I have to admit, at this stage in the game, although we talked about how the economy of the draft changes all the time, that feels high.
I think the same thing. Bobby, do you mind if I tap into the resource real quick?
What? Bobby is here?
I watched Luther Burden, and because I was at the gym over the weekend and Tolo wanted to talk about it, he was like, I love Luther Burden. And I've kept hearing the name. I believe that is would that probably be a broadest pet cat kind of feel?
He likes Luther.
But he has a good physical size. He has a good physical ability to go get the ball, and he's got good separation speed from what I saw. Something was missing for me.
So the guy he most frequently gets compared to is Deebo Samuel.
Okay,
Which that's great. You love a Deebo Samuel, but I always get a little leery of players who it's like, well, it's what they do after the catch, like when they're coming out of college, when it's like, yards after catch and some of the different things they do to evade tacklers and do different things like that. When we're talking about that at the receiver position specifically, I think it's just I've seen so many times where those guys have busted.
Okay.
And so if I don't see like really
yards after catch can come in college for sure because there's a lot of weak links on the field.
Yeah, I mean, that was a guy like N'Keal Harry. That was Malachi Corley last year.
Yeah.
He didn't turn out to have a good year.
Tavon Austin was that kind of player back in the day.
And so to me, it's like, get me a guy who I know can consistently get open, which I feel like is more golden than McMillan.
There you go. So I think that's really a really good breakdown there. There was something missing about him, but I love the toughness of the player, man.
Now, there are three more to throw out in the mix.
Can I ask you a question regarding that? Would that be if you got your running back earlier and then the other two wide receivers were gone and Luther Burden's later and you were like, okay, I can make a move here?
Yeah.
Like that would feel more comfortable, not necessarily at 12, though.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a good way to
be
put
available, but if he was, that would be a play.
Especially now it's like seeming more and more like we'll see probably 4 quarterbacks taken in the first round.
Could be 7.
So, oh my gosh, that would be a stunner.
It would be wild.
So Tyler Buecker, the offensive guard from Alabama, Mikael Williams, the edge from Georgia, and Jalon Walker, the edge from Georgia. Now, for that one, that was an NFL.com suggestion that the Cowboys move up to pick number 8, where the other ones, they would stay static. Are there any of those 3 particular players that you would like to focus in above the rest?
I really think Walker's extremely talented off the edge. And at 8, that would be a very nice addition to this team. Again, in that note, it was, I know you already got a fast, twitchy, strong defensive end that gets to the quarterback, but how fun would it be to have 2? And that's
sure.
Now, how much is that going to affect your run defense when you still have Mozzie and you're not quite certain what you're getting up the middle and your linebackers are in their kind of state of flux that they're still in?
I'm sure we'll have at least one person in the media tell us how awesome Mozzie is during spring training.
It'll happen.
During training camp.
And there's going to be a coach too. To have that kind of pressure, that's what we saw with Dan Quinn. It was an absolute blast to have that kind of pressure on the quarterback because we were getting interceptions because of help from the pass rush. We were getting those sacks that we were looking forward to that were in crunch moments. You need a sack right now, and they were able to come up with it because they had the talent to do it.
is that worth a third-round pick to you? Because essentially, that would be the cost. The cost, give or take, of bouncing up from 12 to 8 would be your third-round pick.
What about a fourth?
We don't have a fourth.
Can we trade all of our fifths for a fourth?
Yeah.
When you have 800 fifth-round picks.
I think you just have 3 left now.
All right. No, I
mean, that's still a lot.
I don't know if I would do it for that because I don't need it. It would be fun
to.
Okay, it would be fun to have, but I don't want to give up a third-round pick because, again, I still have so many other areas I want to develop and get better at. So I want to have as many picks as possible. But if I feel like when you're at 12, you still have plenty of other talent that's going to be there. There's no reason to have to jump anywhere.
The thing I'm concerned about, and this goes back to the idea of players 10 through 40 maybe being all fairly equivalent, is if you're like, hey, there's 6 people that we would still consider. Let's try to trade down. If there will be, any sort of market for a team that's like, oh, no, I'll trade up with you. I view it differently, and I think this player's a standout.
How are you very cavalier with your trade up and trade down feelings, or are you more? I don't want to say the word conservative, but like when it comes to
probably
like, are you more like, no, I'm good where I am, no matter where you are in the draft?
No, I'm always open to the idea of trading down with you when you get within. Honestly, in a lot of these rounds, when you get within 5 picks, you have like your idea of, hey, we think all these players could be ready. I would be in on all these players, and then see if you could trade down. Because, like, let's say if you wanted to trade down from even like 12 to 16, then you have the possibility of maybe picking up Arizona's third rounder if you throw in a little something extra, or maybe you can get Arizona's fourth and another 5th rounder to add to the menagerie of picks. And so if I still think I've got all these people slotted about the same, I'm all about trading down.
I just
don't know if the market's going to be there.
I feel like with your love for math, and as the math show of record, I feel like with your love for math, you kind of see it in these little compartments where you're shifting around and you're seeing the value go up, and you're like, I got 2 points better than they did, suckers.
Yeah, a little bit. Honestly, I really would. And like, if somebody was trying to trade with me and they were like, oh, you got to give us more points. And I'd be like, this draft sucks for overall talent. I'll give you less points because you don't want to trade. You want to trade down. I don't really want to trade up.
I'm doing my thing.
Yeah, and I'll slow play it and be like, this draft is terrible for talent past number 10. Like, everyone's lumped in together. And so you want me to trade up and give you a premium? Get the hell out of here. I'll give you 80% on the dollar.
I don't love to spend on the trade up. I just don't.
For sure.
I don't know how often I guess Mahomes worked out, right? But I don't know how often it is a home run that way versus how often it is a bad play.
Let me give you an example. I know a team in the last 2 years. They traded their 2 4th-round picks. They got somebody that never played and is not on the roster anymore, and another person who could be your 4th wide receiver.
Hold on, who never played?
Trey Lance.
Trey Lance played. I mean, we needed him to play because we didn't have any other options at the time, but he played.
He never really played. And wide receiver number 4.
That is valid at the moment.
Some pretty
that is true.
Sweet trays that the Cowboys
have
swung there.
I'm sure, look, trial and error. Sometimes you figure out that it didn't work and you go back to the drawing board and you start all over.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Do you want an actual salary cap in Major League Baseball? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we got the Rangers Players Show. And
V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The 0-2. Driven out to center. Meadows underneath it. He's got a backflip for the victory. truest.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for baseball nuggets. And yes, let us start by talking about the Savannah Bananas. So the Savannah Bananas were on 60 Minutes the other day, and ESPN announced they're going to show 10 of their games this season. We talked about how the wait list for tickets in Frisco was bananas. They filled up a football stadium. I don't know what's going to happen with this, but do you view Savannah Bananas as just like the modern Harlem Globetrotters?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, man.
Okay.
They are, because it's different than baseball. Like, it's a different form. It's something you would definitely do with your buddies in an inter-squad game, but it's not something that you're like, oh, man, this is the professional league that I always adored. That being said, do some of our sports feel a little stuffy sometimes? Like,
yes.
Like you're like, hey, have a little fun with what you're doing out there instead of penalizing these guys for some of these, like the hip thrust. We really got to get that upset about a hip thrust?
If they try to shut down John Morant throwing the grenade, then I'm going to be like, come on.
Is that your favorite new celebration?
And also, like,
if Dirk did it, would anybody ever complain?
No. And look, we've talked about this, and I know all the ridiculous situations John Morant has gotten into. But when you're walking down the court going, pew, 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 I don't know if I necessarily am like, oh my gosh, John Morant was pretending like he was shooting the crowd.
The next thing you know, he's going to bring one out during a game.
Yeah, that's just not.
What? No.
I guess that's not really the way I feel.
But yeah, I have not seen a Savannah Bananas game. I love their rules. I think their rules are fun. I've seen a lot of their stuff on TikTok and social media.
Do you think they could beat the White Sox? Is what the 716 wants to know.
Oh, I don't know. I guarantee if you ask Mike that when he was on the show, he'd say not a chance.
Yeah.
Right? No, the Major League Baseball
too busy learning Spanish right now.
Yeah, he is learning a lot of Spanish. Like, it was the Major League Baseball level to be there. Those guys, he's probably would say those guys are double, AAA guys.
Yeah.
But to be at the level that it takes to be in the major leagues, and I think I'm trying to figure out the right phrase to say here. That's Mike being very honest about how difficult it really is to be at that level. It's not easy to get to the majors.
I'm also kind of curious now. I want to know more about the pay structure of the Savannah Bananas, because, like, do you find yourself in a position if you're like that single A, double A player where you're like, you know what, I'm going to give up on my dream because the path to make way more money is available for me right here. All right, let's go from that to Chris Bryant. Chris Bryant is on the 10-day injured list because, of course, he is. He has a degenerative disc disease, and obviously injuries have plagued his entire career. So here's another one for the Rockies player. Jose Siri, you said yesterday you thought it looked really serious when we were obviously making fun of the A's for just not having anything that works. He has a fractured left tibia, and he's going to be out, quote, a while.
Yeah.
Like, anytime you even just get, it's going to be a while, you're like, okay, well, don't count on that anytime soon.
When you hear fracture, do you feel like it's worse than a clean break? I don't know why I always feel like fracture is worse. I don't know if I'm even, I feel, I don't even know if I'm close to correct here about the length of time that it takes. But I feel like with fractures, they're more likely to say, okay, we're going to rehab, and this clean break is going to heal very fast, and you're going to be back to it. I don't know.
That could be.
But that's and whenever you're dealing with a tibia, that's you're running. You're doing everything on that. You can't even ride a bike the right way.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for sure. Let's talk about Paul Skeens and Henry Davis. They made MLB history for being the first pitcher-catcher battery, both number one picks.
Really?
Woo!
Have you seen the side-by-side, or not the side-by-side, the composition, I don't know what it is, where they throw two balls at once in the video?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it before.
Yeah. So they have a video out right now of Skeens throwing his 99-mile-an-hour fastball and then throwing his sweeper that's 20 inches of break on it. And I'm just like, how is that even fair to anybody in the world to try to hit that pitch after you just saw 99 blow by?
It was not fair to Washington. They could not figure it out. They're like, I don't know what to do. So they went ahead and took the L. We talked yesterday about Aaron Judge is going to be on the United States roster and be the captain for the World Baseball Championships. Oh my God, classic. Why did I just blank on
Classic.
that? Yeah, that's really disappointing. Fernando Tatis Jr. is expected to make his debut for the Dominican national team in the 2026 World Baseball Classic.
And when is that, May or March?
It's in March.
February? I can't wait. I'm like, it's 1 year away, and will it do for baseball? Like, did it feel like it gave baseball a little bump that year?
100%. Look, as much as we talked about the four nations hyping up hockey, the last World Baseball Classic absolutely amped people up for the baseball season.
Two things. One, overlay is the word I was looking for with the pitches. Two, the bump that hockey got from the four nations. Was it the same as what baseball got with World Cup?
It's probably pretty similar.
So can you replicate it? I guess that's the next thing is can you get that kind of vibe again where everybody's that excited about it the second time? Because this felt like a cool little feature. And I know like they've spread it out over time. And Mike even discussed that, like the All-Star game, spreading it out every 3 years and doing something like that. I wonder if you can get that same kind of vibe from it.
I mean, you might have to get Shohei Ohtani on the mound again, or maybe you'll watch Roki Sasaki will come into his own and you'll get like Roki Sasaki against Aaron Judge.
With Aaron Judge pitching to Roki?
No. Then I think it'll be a walk. But then you get Dodgers against Yankees. You get potential, World Series matchup, or it could be rematch and like two great players, and just see how it goes. As Roki Sasaki's last two starts have been significantly more encouraging than his first two. Still not great, but significantly more encouraging. Now, let's talk about the salary cap. And I wanted to go ahead and throw this out there because, well, we should probably just get people prepared for it. When they go ahead and postpone the 2027 baseball season, this is going to be the reason why. Try to act surprised, but you still get 2 more years of baseball before we're going into another lockout or strike. Just, again, try to act surprised when it happens.
I feel like you keep bringing this up for a reason.
Is it John Smoltz? We'll see.
He lived through a strike and lockout before.
Which is why you don't think he would have that opinion.
Because he's like, we solved it back then, guys.
Look, I'm just saying, there seems to be a lot of pessimism behind the scenes about how easy this whole deal is going to get done. And part of the reason is Rob Manfred, who, remember, hates baseball, has begun contemplating a new league economic structure for what the league is going to look like going forward. Look, that's how you know your contract negotiations are all going to get more complicated. Instead of just like, hey, do you want to like maybe tweak this or this? You come to the table and you're like, hey, let's do something totally different. Like, that's just inherently going to take time to figure out. But as part of it, the idea is they would put in a real salary cap. Obviously, now they have their preposterous salary cap, somewhat similar to what the NBA does when they're like, hey, you can't go over this level. But if you do, it's okay for a couple of years. But then you better not go over this next level, which is where the Rangers are at right now, so they can reset and only go over the cap 2 straight years instead of 3 straight years. And so MLB is apparently looking at saying, hey, let's just make a real cap. And if you're the Players Association, I could see how you would be like, I'm going to pass on that.
No, that's not what we want. And then what happens? The owners go, well, that's what we're negotiating with you. Take it or leave it. And the players say, well, our option is then to leave it. And then they say, well, then y'all are striking. And they say, no, y'all are locking us out. And then it is hey, the public has to decide which side to be on. Be on the player's side in this in most instances.
And it's tough. Look, we've talked about this before. It is weird because I find myself getting fooled by this as well. Is you'll hear people like, oh, those greedy players always trying to get more money. And you're like, what do you think the owners are trying to do? They're not like, hey,
they want more for the fans.
We're doing this for the fans in baseball. Once we get this money back, huzzah! Discounted tickets. That is not going to happen.
Matter of fact, once they get it, huzzah, we are now upping the ticket prices.
Do you know how much extra money I have now to throw on the pile?
But only.
And like that's what we all, because it's hard for me to picture being a billionaire as opposed to like, I played baseball once. Now, clearly I was never going to be good enough to amount to anything in the baseball world, but I can be like, I play for the love of the game, blah, blah, blah. Whereas it's harder for me to go, yeah, I'm into this one thing, and now I have $16 billion.
But if you were a billionaire with $16 billion,
yeah,
would the whole desk be made out of the gold bars, or would you just have a stack of them on the desk?
No, I think I would just have a stack of gold bars, preferably 10, so you could stack them up in the nice 4-3-2-1 pyramid. Hell, I
didn't know how many it would take to get to that, by the way.
Takes 10, 4-3-2-1. And so that would be the direction that I would want to go.
And Alec, you know what I would do every day, right? I'd walk in and move the second one on the bottom just out, just a little bit.
The deception going on in your mind to think you'll ever see me again once I get $16 billion. I don't want to see anybody then.
We're going to play Jenga with his gold bars.
That'll get you booted out of the compound pretty quickly.
Man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, with folks down and out on the Mavs, could Paige Bueckers jumpstart interest in the Wings? Next on the Fan.
Nutmeg maidens? No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, I understand most of the follow-up comments will be, has Nico tried to trade her already? Is he having secret meetings with reporters where he doesn't want them recorded or anything like that to try to trade Paige Bueckers? I don't know. I would think not, seeing as how they're part of two different organizations. But I understand people have been burned this year. But go ahead and give me cut number one. Do you think, because people are clearly upset with the Mavericks, you're looking for your basketball fix in the Metroplex. You just got, potentially, we hope, a generational player in Paige Bueckers. Could this turn the tide for the Wings?
With the first pick in the 2025 WNBA draft, the Dallas Wings select Paige Bueckers, University of Connecticut.
Now, we did a preemptive wanker of the weekend yesterday. I'm going to have to change that name. Going to have to change that name for sure.
No, the name's great. It's just the pauses.
Spacing,
Yes,
yeah.
the pausing.
To go after anybody who might have tried to prevent this from happening. If they did, they were not successful. Paige Bueckers drafted by the Wings, and here she comes. And the Wings have already built up quite a bit of steam, as has the league in general, per where they are. Now, I get it. If your counter argument's going to be, it's been 30 years and the league has literally never made a profit, I hear you on that.
I'm interested in that conversation because Unrivaled seems to be getting mentioned a lot right now.
Yeah, she's already going to make more from Unrivaled as she is in her entire rookie deal.
And I saw somebody tweet out and they were like, so you're saying the WNBA can make a profit, it's just run poorly. And I do wonder because it feels like Unrivaled.
I think it can now.
Okay.
I think it can now. I think in years past, it probably could not have.
When Unrivaled's what, 3-4 years old at this point? Something, I don't feel like it's that
less.
long. And it feels like they just went out and got a lot of investors and said, all right, bring the money to us and we're going to make sure the players get paid. And that's why players are like, well, I can play there and also in the WNBA. But the WNBA is kind of like it's got the prestige of what I want to win a championship for them. And that does feel like maybe, Kevin, they saw that Unrivaled was getting a lot of love, and that's why they started pumping money into ESPN and pumping money into all these other things to get themselves propped up higher in the eye of the people. Being said, Paige is a very interesting name and a very, very interesting player. If you want to watch good basketball, you can watch her play. She's very good. The hype train of Caitlin Clark, and I think Caitlin Clark plays with a little more pizzazz because she throws up the giant three-pointers that everybody gets all caught up in. But I think when you watch Paige play, you're like, I'd love to have a point guard on my team like that. I'd love to have a point guard that can do the type of things that she does on any team, let alone a WNBA team.
And you think about like the growth of the WNBA or the growth specifically of the Wings, at least in popularity. On the court, they were awful last year. They went 9-31. There's a reason they got the number one pick. They were awful, awful, awful.
And they know it.
Yes, they do. But for the Wings, we talked about it. I think it was last year, maybe the year before, they sold out season tickets in Arlington at College Park Center for the first time in team history. Clearly.
Was that because Caitlin Clark was coming through there?
I think that's part of it, but I think the overall popularity of the league has risen.
It got a buzz last year.
Because of that as well. They're building the new arena that's going to be, or restructuring to have the arena in Dallas. But right now, College Park Center holds less than 7,000 people. They moved, as we talked about a couple weeks ago, what's going to be Bueckers versus Clark game to the American Airlines Center. That's going to sell out.
Yeah.
If you don't like women's basketball, that's okay. And I can see plenty of people on the text who are saying that. But that game is going to be a legitimate 19,500 person sellout.
Who are you going to be rooting for?
I will root for the Dallas Wings.
Because it's in Dallas?
That's right.
So you're not rooting for the player necessarily as much as you are.
I'm rooting for the team. Where I'm from.
Okay.
Look, I get it. I know people want me to root for the Lakers in the playoffs. Not going to happen.
I could never do that.
Never going to happen. If the Mavericks somehow found this weird scenario where they made it to the Lakers in the playoffs, there's no way in hell I would root for the Lakers to beat the Mavericks. And I know people are going to be mad. They're going to be like, you didn't even like Luka. I did. I was the person who told everybody they were going to be happy that the Mavericks drafted him. But I'm not rooting for the Lakers. I can't do it. I won't do it. And I can't do it. Now, give me cut number 2. This is how they welcome Paige to the city. Now, obviously, normally, this would have been Luka that would have welcomed her to the city. But, I don't know if you heard, Corey, the whole...
Kyrie came in here and pushed Luka out.
The trade and whatnot. Let's go to cut number 2. So instead, they have Anthony Davis to welcome her.
What's up, Paige? AD here from one first round, overall pick to another. I just want to say congratulations. Welcome to Dallas. Can't wait to get you here to support you, come to some games, to watch you do your thing. Congrats again. Enjoy the night.
Now,
I saw Micah did one too this morning for the Cowboys.
Oh, I didn't see that
Twitter.
one.
I think it was this morning. I think I really do like that they're trying to prop him up. Like the rest of the group is saying, hey, man, because I almost feel like that was a never happened before kind of thing. I almost feel like that was a never happened before kind of thing.
Okay.
I know it was a little off.
I more or less
got it. It was a little off, but I get it.
Now, this could be the determining factor of how much people like Paige right out of the gate. Give me cut number 3. This is Paige after she got drafted.
Before I was asked about Tex-Mex versus barbecue, I was unfamiliar with the term Tex-Mex, so that's my pick. But Dallas, I'm so excited. Just a new city, a new start, a fresh start, and so I'm excited. Let's get it.
So she needs to learn more about Tex-Mex.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, we need to introduce her to more Texas barbecue.
Mm-hmm. What's the first Tex-Mex place to send her to in DFW? If you're going to say go to a Tex-Mex place in DFW, what's the first restaurant you're like? Because El Phoenix was the fun place back when you were a kid. Because
that might not be what I say.
Wednesday night enchilada plate was the best.
Okay,
because it was cheap, dude. It was like $4.
But I don't think Paige is going to. Well, I was about to say she might not be on a budget, but I guess we did talk about how the contract with Unrivaled was almost necessary because of the low-paying wages of the WNBA for an athlete.
Lupe Tortilla in Las Colinas.
But
that's the answer.
Is that Dallas local? Because I know in San Antonio they have a few, and I don't know.
Lupe Tortilla, I think technically started in Houston, but it's here now, and it's good. It's still Texas.
It's so good. What's your fate? Do you have what do you get at a Tex-Mex restaurant?
Man, I need to choose my words very carefully here. I think Tex-Mex restaurants, some of them, are very much like ice cream in terms of they're about the same.
The rice and beans are kind of going to be made the same.
Yeah.
The enchilada is going to either give you the same options.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that. And what do you? I love nachos. Like I really do.
I do
give
usually
me some nachos.
go with some standard boring tacos and the double rice. Love the queso.
You say beef tacos with just cheese?
Beef and cheese or chicken and cheese. It's pretty much, it's depressing for a lot of people, but I like it.
Cocina.
You can like whatever you like. I'm not telling you what to like.
Mariano's, Papacitos, Mexican Sugar, Blue Goose.
Mariano's is delicious.
Mariano's, that's the inventor of the margarita, they claim.
He had a sick cutter, too.
Yeah. No, that's a different Mariano. That's
what
Rivera.
About Gloria's?
Gloria's is fantastic. I enjoy Gloria's
I've definitely
a lot.
been at Gloria's a couple of times.
We do it right down here, though. Like I think you can just enjoy Tex-Mex around here. So I'm hopeful for her. The fact, though, that she's like, I don't know what it is, so that's my favorite.
Yeah, is
a little concerning.
Look, she has to learn, but I'll tell you from a strictly basketball perspective, CBS gave that pick an A+. ESPN gave it a grade of 100. I don't even know if I've ever seen that from a draft pick before. So from a basketball perspective, analysts are loving it. It was a no-brainer. People were hyped up at the Wings draft party, and their GM said it felt like Christmas morning.
And it should.
Sure.
Next Thursday, whenever the NFL draft is underway, don't we all get that feeling that Kevin Costner got in draft day? Or we just can't, we're so excited.
Do we, or the Titans are like, I guess, take Cam Ward? I don't know.
That is an interesting question. When you're the number one team and you kind of already know who you're taking, is there as much excitement? And because when was the last time Troy Aikman? We've been number one?
Russell Maryland.
Wow. So I don't even remember the draft like at that time, Kevin.
Yeah.
So Yeah, like I feel like you get excited unless maybe you're number one team and you're just, we already know. Let's move on. Let's go ahead and get started with the season.
Do you think we'll have a number one pick in the next 5 years?
Nope. We will never be that bad.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we puck around and find out Dallas, Detroit, and in the midst of the Stars' losing streak, what's happened to Casey DeSmith? Next on The Fan.
Products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking hair.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Knocked away at center, and Raymond's got the puck. He's got a break in the right circle. Score! Lucas Raymond with point number 78 on the campaign. 9:49 into the third, and the Red Wings have scored 3 unanswered goals here to take a 5-3 lead.
Now, the bad news is the Stars lost again.
Is it bad?
The good news is it was an irrelevant game, and you're already locked into the playoff series against Colorado. We'll probably talk some more about that tomorrow, and you're installed as the underdog in that. I guess that is not really good. Here's some more bad news. Stop giving Jamie Benn credit for his 400th goal if you're just going to take it away every time. So, Jamie Benn has scored his supposed 400th goal in back-to-back games. Both times, they're like, you know what, I need to go take a closer look at this. And I know that that's just what they do for goals in general, but both times, it has been taken away from him. So he's still sat at $3.99 after one goal was overturned for goaltender interference. And then I believe this goal was then credited to Liam Bischel.
Okay.
So, yeah, 2 goal 400s, and he's on $3.99.
Is it because of his heart? Is that what you're concerned about here, Kevin?
No, I just stopped giving him goals until you're totally positive.
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
just be like, hey, it was a goal. Hold on.
We'll go see.
We're gonna figure this out.
If it was,
see what happens.
Gotcha.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not criticizing his heart or anything like that.
How big of a celebration is 400 for Jamie Benn?
I mean, considering his difficulty scoring goals this year, pretty big.
And for the fans that have been Stars fans for a long time, is that
it's tough because it should be, and it's a really cool achievement, but you're also like, this is by far the worst stretch of hockey that the Stars have had this year, and you could make an argument. I think this is his first 6-game losing streak with the Stars. Pete DeBoer's worst run as head coach, and I'll tell you this right now, I don't think I'm speaking particularly out of turn. They bounce out into the playoffs, you're going to say goodbye to him.
Oh yeah, I mean, because the time-honored tradition is pointing out that Pete DeBoer does not get you past big games.
Yeah,
like in the biggest of the big ones, he does not win.
Even though at some point you would need to take a look and be like, hey, how many coaches has Jim Nill hired now?
How many has it been?
I think this might be 4.
Okay.
If we're coming up on it. And I realize there were different circumstances for some of them. But at some point, and I like Jim Nill a lot, but if you continue to struggle in the playoffs, I wonder if they'll reflect inward like that and supposed to be like, well, he's obviously one of the best. Oh, really? Because of all the cups?
That's a good question.
With the Stars.
With Gagliardi, doesn't he seem pretty hands off in all of this? He's like, I got the money, build me a champion until it's time.
Once the game ends, not all the reporters go to him.
That's a positive thing.
That's neat.
Don't
don't forget in about 10 minutes we'll have Stephen Jones on.
We do have though the you believe Jim Nill's built a good team.
I do.
You believe this is a championship team. The players on the ice.
I do. And
you believe that Pete DeBoer is a good coach.
He's
a good coach.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. He's a good coach.
And I don't say
track record says that this is where he peters out. Though,
yeah, no,
right?
no, absolutely. But there's a stretch where you go from being a kind of contender to no, you're a legitimate contender. It seems with him, but you're right. And so that's got to be the difficult part as Jim Nill, that you're like, okay, I've finally built this thing that I feel is really good. Is it what I built, or is it because I even made a huge trade for a guy that everybody would have wanted?
Yeah.
Is it what I've built, or do I just still not have the guy that has the strategy to get these guys to the next place? I think the one thing we can all definitely agree on is the Stars get bullied a lot.
Yes.
And that's the mentality that I think is missing. I think they have all these other great qualities, but the ability to be the bullies, the ability to be the first punchers is not something I see from them ever.
Now, I don't know if this is a huge concern, given how you would hope that even in a lengthy playoff run, Ottinger would control most of the way. But Casey DeSmith has been a mess.
Oh no, what'd
this
you do?
month. Now, part of the reason is I think they just kept switching him and Ottinger out every other game. But in April,
was that smart back then?
Yeah, just for rest purposes.
Okay.
If you're like, I don't really think we're going to challenge Winnipeg. In March, he was fantastic. In April, he has been horrendous. He is 0-3, although I know hockey likes to put it as 0-2-1. That's great. And a goals against average of 4.93 and a save percentage of .857. Both of those are abysmal. I realize it's just 3 games, and we talked about the life of the backup goalie. I've just been kind of concerned at how bad he has looked in some of these games. And again, it's not all him. You could make the argument that the defense looks bad. The turnovers continue to be a problem, as they were again last night. And all of it goes together. But I've been a little alarmed by the games we've seen him in this month.
Especially whenever, there's no other things there to help you right now. Like there's all the things that are in front of you, there's nothing that's going to change that at the moment.
True.
Other than you just have to be better. You might have to, as they say, stand on your head.
Does it matter at all then if they beat Nashville? Like, do you need to win that to be like, hey, we won a game? Or can you go into the playoffs? Can you go into the playoffs on a 7-game losing streak and be like, we could win the cup?
You brought it up, man. You're the one that brought up what they looked like in the bubble.
Yeah, it was crazy. They looked like the worst team in the bubble. Not bad, the worst. And then they made it to the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah, you brought that up, and I totally forgot about it. I just remember that we were like, holy crap, this team's on a run right now. That's all what I remember. So this little stretch right here, somebody texted in the other day, Kevin, and you ever get texts on the fan text that sometimes sit with you a little longer than they should?
Sure.
That one stuck with me where they were like, Pete DeBoer was adamant that what they did last year trying to go to Edmonton or to beat Edmonton and get the 1 seed wore them out going into the playoffs, and he's not going to do it this year. I don't know if that's a strategy.
Yeah.
I don't know how you sell that to your owner and your GM. I don't know how you sell that to them and go, look, we're going to tank the last 6 games, but we're going to be well rested. And I don't know that I've looked at the minutes and gone, oh, I see that the minutes have changed and these guys are getting rest. Other than the way that they've kind of adjusted the goaltenders.
I think they've definitely been scaled down somewhat. Now, the one positive, and we talked about this yesterday, is that the Stars are expecting Miro to play at some point in the first round series, which is what you need. Now, part of that will depend on how long that series goes and what the ebb and flow of the series is. But man, you need Miro back.
Pick another team in DFW that if you took him off of the team, this is the kind of dramatic change you'd see. Like, would you compare him to?
He kind of feels like, to me, the Micah.
Okay.
Like,
right.
I really think that.
Okay, that's it. That's good. Well, Seager too, a different. Like, I know these are different sports by all means, but is Seager or is it more Simeon?
Probably just because
Wyatt,
of the way
Evan
things
Carter.
have gone. Maybe Seager, opposed to anything else, but he is clearly
Nate Eovaldi.
One of your best. That's an interesting comparison. Actually, that's not bad. It's just that Miro will play more than anybody.
Yes.
Whereas just by the nature of a starting pitcher, you're only going to go out there once every 5 days.
He's giving you innings.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Plus, the importance of not dropping valuable things. Next on The Fan. Rookie Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. We're going to talk Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones in just a minute. In the meantime, it feels like the secretive meeting between Nico and Rick Welts and the media has concluded. I guess it wasn't really that secret since we all knew about it, except for cameras and other recording devices were not allowed. And sounds like the message of the day was defense wins championships. But we will get back around to that in a little bit. In the meantime, our path to the draft continues with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
We're doing good. We're doing good. I hope you're doing good as well. I know yesterday was the start of voluntary workouts, and fans were excited. And a lot of people focused in on Micah Parsons being there. I know you have a lot of other players on the team as well. But how much, if at all, do you factor in leadership when you're like negotiating a player's contract or something along those lines?
Well, anytime you're going to commit resources like we're talking about with Micah or a Dak or a CD, everything factors in. It's football character, it's personal character, it's obviously skills and what they bring to the table. What position do they play on the field? Obviously, the three guys I just talked about are all really important positions in the NFL in terms of edge rusher, number one receiver, and quarterback. But the full body of work goes in there, the health picture, everything. So, the leadership is certainly a big part of it.
One of the things that Dak Prescott said was in contract negotiations, you just got to stay positive, make sure that the team knows what you want and what you believe. Do you feel at this point you understand what Micah Parsons wants and what he believes for this team going forward?
Yeah, I think we, you always have a feel for it. And certainly, whether it's a Dak, a CD, or a Micah, I mean, there's no question he wants, paid in a way that's, commensurate with what he feels like he brings. And certainly, we're trying to, a little bit works, where the rub comes is we're trying to not only keep guys like Dak and CD and Micah, but we're also trying to put, a team around them that can be and can compete and, win championships. And so obviously we're trying to get them to, come a little our way and take into an account some of the things that are positive about playing for the Cowboys, playing, in Texas and those type of things. And obviously they're trying to maximize, their value on their contract. So it's, it's all well-meaning. It's just, a lot of times a journey to get there.
When you say one of the benefits of playing in Texas, would that include the lack of a state income tax?
Sure. I mean, everybody knows that's the case here. The cost of living compared to, some of these bigger cities in the NFL certainly comes into an account. And, at the end of the day, we're looking for some credit for that. And the main reason for it is we're going to spend to the cap year in and year out. And, over the course of time, we're going to spend our money to try to get as many good players as we can. So, that's the art of the deal.
Hey, Stephen, I know a lot of the conversation this offseason, and one of the pitches from your head coach, Brian Schottenheimer, was culture. And I've always been curious, who in his mind and who in your mind has the biggest impact on a culture in this locker room? Is it just the guys that are paid the most? Who has the big impact on the culture?
Well, obviously, it's always going to, probably people are going to point to the quarterback position, the leader of the team. And, I think we got one of the best in the business, especially, when it comes to culture. I think Dak, certainly epitomizes, what it's like to be a leader and set great examples, set the, try to do everything he can to set the culture, but certainly it can't be done alone. You got to have leaders on both sides of the ball and on your special teams phase. And, ultimately you build it, through the type of players you bring into your organization. And so I think those, obviously that's important. Certainly, and then the leadership within the organization, whether that's your head coach and your coaching staff, whether that's your ownership, all that goes into creating a culture.
Now, the other part, too, though, is next week, big draft. I know there's a lot. We're getting really amped up about that right now. Have you ever in your history seen a rookie come in and completely change a locker room and completely change a culture?
Yeah, I mean, it is done. I mean, usually it takes time, but, as of late, I thought, Zeke was one of those guys who stepped right in and, created in the running game of physicality, which, those teams that, win a lot of football games can run the football. And, he stepped right in from day one and, really brought a physical toughness to our team. But it certainly can be done. It can be done through the offensive line. It can be done, obviously, we haven't done it in a while because we've had Dak here for so long. But Dak was one of those guys that stepped right in and I think really set a tone when Tony got hurt and really filled in. And now, to do that, you've got to be a great football player and play right away. If you're going to be able to step up, it's always been said, really be a leader and, be somebody who people follow and you set a culture. You've got to be not only great off the field, but you got to be a great player on the field too.
One of the things I really enjoy talking with you about is the mechanisms of the salary cap. I feel like you usually give us really great insight. Can you walk our fans through maybe the idea of flipping some of the switches on contracts like Dak and other players if the money is maybe not going to be immediately used in terms of free agency?
Yeah, I mean, all of our big contracts, we have mechanisms within the contract, that it's not even negotiated. We just have the right to convert, salary to signing bonus, which in turn spreads out, that salary over the life of the contract. And certainly that creates room. To give you an example, if you've got a $10 million salary and the player's under contract for 5 years and you give him you give him that in a bonus, 10 of the 12, let's say, then, that 10 goes to counting 2, and the rest of the 8 is spread over the remaining 4 years. So all those mechanisms are especially in the big contracts. If you were to look at our salary cap today, there's, about 7 or 8 guys who have, salaries that, are big enough that you can do something with, not to that degree necessarily. Those are usually the bigger ones like Dak and, CD and a player like Diggs and guys like that. But, there's really only about normally, 7 or 8 of those guys that you can do that with. The rookies are usually, playing under their rookie deal and they have much smaller deals. And then you have a lot of players like we did this year in free agency where we signed 1-year deals with them that are, they're set. And, but, in general, those mechanisms are in place, so we can do those type of things. Obviously, we've done it with Dak on a regular basis, and, that's one of the things that, does create an unusual cap situation because we're still paying for part of his old contract because we spread it out over time, and we still have some of the remaining amortization left from his old contract in addition to what we're paying him currently.
And I hope you think this is a fair question. I guess one of my questions specifically for Dak is, why would you continue to do that when you said the money was still kind of left over from the last deal and the quarterback is getting older and coming off of another injury? Like, is there any concern that that's a pretty delicate balancing act there?
It's a fair question, but obviously we have a lot of confidence that, Dak's injury was, one of those that was just unfortunate. We feel like Dak's healthy. I think it's well documented. He's talked about it and what he's done with his body and, how he's getting his body ready to play for this year. But, we feel like Dak's going to be a healthy player for us for the life of his contract, which actually the actual contract, is starting this year. And we feel like it's he's going to be a healthy, productive quarterback in this league for us that will play, at the very top of his game and give us a chance to win championships.
Steven, when you have a receiver like CeeDee Lamb who's so capable of lining up inside, outside, and so versatile as a receiver, when you want somebody opposite him, how much does size matter in that conversation where you have a guy like Tet who's a very tall receiver, and then you got a guy like Matthew Golden who's shorter but runs fantastic routes and all of that?
Yeah, I think they come in all, pardon the phrase here, but all shapes and sizes. I mean, some of them are smaller and really fast and can be very productive. And then you got some that their productivity comes from their length and contested catches and great hands and, great ways to use their body. I mean, they do come in all forms in terms of, how they can be productive. And certainly there's guys in the draft that, fit both molds. And but if they do one of them, at an elite level, then certainly they have a chance to make a huge difference.
Is this specific NFL draft looking different at all in terms of value? There seems to be some thought out there that like players 10 through 40 are kind of interchangeable, or players 40 through 80 might be kind of interchangeable. Have you found that to be the...
I mean, I think there is some depth in this draft, and I think, if you were going to say maybe it's not real top heavy in terms of, the top of the draft being inordinately strong. I think there's some really good football players, don't get me wrong, but I do think this draft, you can get really good football players, through the first half or, even into the second half of the draft. So, we feel real good about where we're sitting and think we can get a really good football player or given the opportunity to, I don't see us moving up, but
All right. Well, I think...
You still got you, Steven?
Hello?
Oh, yes, we got you. Yeah. You said you don't necessarily see yourselves moving up, and then we lost you there.
Yeah, I don't necessarily see us moving up based on the way the board's coming together, but, could see a situation where we'd move down, but we're also, you always look at that pick. We've had some, good things happen to us, just outside of the top 10 with guys like Andre Ware and Micah Parsons and Zach Martin, Hall of Fame type players that are, that fall to you and you just pick them. And that very well could be the case in this draft.
I've always been kind of curious. We get to watch the War Room, Steven, and we get to see you on the phones going back and forth and all those things. In the conversations of trading draft picks, is the value, especially right now, outlandish when it comes to these things? These draft picks are more valuable now than ever before.
Yeah, I think it's consistently. I don't think it's necessarily, going through the roof in terms of the value of picks. I think, picks are valuable. I do think, if anything, I would say, you can get some value in veteran-type players that teams have decided they need to move on for cap reasons. There's some value out there. Of course, we've made, some trades here in the off season that we felt really brought, some players to us that can really be of value to us next year. Feel like we've, done a really good job of really solidifying our team in terms of depth, in terms of being able to draft pure in the draft. I think we got a lot done this off season, and like I said, it's not over yet. We'll continue to look at opportunities to help this football team.
I saw Ashton Genty was on with my friend Kay Adams, and he said Jerry was holding up a championship belt and admiring it when he walked in. Is that an inspirational move on Jerry's part, like larger than life at all times? Is that on him?
Oh, he likes to have fun with these young men, and I know he does that. He's got that trophy that's in there that was a gift to him from one of the events we had out at the stadium. Another one I really like that he does is lately he's gotten to where they get their mother on the phone. And, as we all love, and, one of the most important things in most men's life is their mother. And certainly these guys are no different. And, they really enjoy, they smile ear to ear when they get their mother on the phone with Jerry. And a lot of times I'm sitting in there, a lot of times Jerry and I will interview a player together. And it's been real fun watching these guys react to their mother and how they interact with Jerry and myself. And that's been entertaining, and you can see a lot about a young man in terms of what they think of their mother, and you can tell these guys are certainly defer to their mother.
Do you think maybe there should be consideration, not for Hard Knocks, but for Jerry interviews players' moms as the next NFL show? Because I would watch that.
It's actually, I know one thing, it's been very entertaining for me. So it might just be something that would be for these guys to catch on camera. And, I think it's very, it's very genuine. It's very organic, and you can tell the players really like it and enjoy it. I mean, they're smiling ear to ear, and certainly usually the mothers just having a ball with it as well. And you can tell the mothers rule the roost with these young men.
For sure.
Well, we appreciate the time very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you after night one of the draft next week. Thank you very much.
All right, guys. Great being on. Have a good week.
Yes, sir.
There goes Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to clarify one thing because I also heard it. Pretty sure he meant DeMarcus Ware. He said Andre Ware.
Oh, yeah.
The former quarterback out of Houston. And I know that caught some people's attention.
Yeah.
But I make the assumption that was DeMarcus Ware right there.
Well, I mean, I do think that is. Listen, man, he's right. And I think we all kind of, everybody has a feeling towards their mom, right? A feeling of certain things.
I mean, probably.
And whenever these players get in there, Bobby Bowden told us that same thing. Bobby Bowden. He told us a long time ago, I try to get close to their mom because I want them to know that whenever they come onto my team, that they are in a family type environment and that I'm going to take care of them and protect them and help them, all those things. And that's going to help them with whenever they get that moment where they're homesick and want to call home and mom's like, you get out there and you work hard.
One of the things that he did say, Stephen, that I want to make sure I say this right. I appreciate, I just don't agree with. Like, I appreciate when, whether it's somebody in my life or my sports team or whatever, lays out what their plan is. Even if I don't agree with it, at least I know, like, you're operating off of a plan. And I feel like Stephen did give us some really good insight right there. I fundamentally, to my core, disagree with what they're doing on the rollover of Dak's contract, especially since all of the first contract isn't paid off. But at least I can appreciate that Stephen was like, we think last year was a freak injury. We think he's going to be healthy throughout the rest of this contract, and we'll see how much that ends up paying off. I don't agree with that, but at least I understand why the flip of the switch. That they're like, because we think he's going to be healthy, because they think last year was a freak injury, and on and on and on. At least I understand that now, even if I don't like the answer.
I do wonder if a rookie could come in I know he said Zeke, and
the other one I thought about is Micah.
Micah definitely did. I don't know how he made the team feel like they could do something when he walked in. You were like, we've never seen a guy like this on our team except for DeMarcus Ware. We finally got one again. We got what we consider the War Daddy idea.
Yes.
And so like that was nice to see. And I do wonder, that's the next phase of this. Obviously, whenever we talk to him next Friday after the first night, hey, do you feel like this guy can change the culture? Is he that type of personality? Are you looking for more of those guys in the draft as we get into that part of the draft? So I listen, man, this team has a lot of work to do still. He said it. They did some things. I liked some of the moves, disliked some of the other ones. Sure. And I still think that this draft has a place to change a lot of people's minds or get them ready and back into it a little bit.
Now,
I don't know.
I don't know if you want to wait and go back to the Nico thing in just a few minutes, because the quotes from the non-recordable meeting are now coming out. And look, I'm gonna warn you. We'll get into it in a few minutes. Don't think it's gonna make anybody feel any better. If you're waiting for Nico to be like, like let's say your ex cheated on you or something and she came back and she felt really bad. If that's what you're hoping these quotes are, they are not. I'm just gonna warn you. There's like, hey, we all make bad decisions. No, that's not what these quotes are gonna be. We'll get into that in a minute. But What is the most important thing you've ever dropped? So, when my son Brandon was born.
Oh my gosh, really? I'm sorry, I didn't even let you finish the story before. I just assumed you dropped your son.
No, I did not.
Okay.
When my son Brandon was born and they handed him to me for the first time, I made sure to sit down in a seat because in my mind,
the landing zone is a lot easier.
If I dropped him, it's a significantly shorter fall because Alec, that is 100% what I was afraid was going to happen. I was not too dissimilar in age from that you are right now when Brandon was born, and I was terrified of that. Now, and this is not political, so if you want to make it political, take it somewhere else. J.D. Vance dropped the Ohio State College Football Trophy at the White House ceremony. The vice president, it looked bad. I also had questions about the way this trophy was constructed. It seemed to come apart very easily. So my question was, what's the most important thing you've ever dropped? Was it a child? Was it a championship trophy?
I bet that trophy was made in somewhere else, not in America, where they make good trophies that stay together. That's what I'm betting. That being said, Kevin, there was this time I just moved out, and my mom had given me some things because, this parents split up, and then like, hey, here's a bunch of crap from the house that you need to have now. And so my mom was giving me a bunch of stuff, and there was this teddy bear, and it was like a Christmas teddy bear, and it was something that we had up in our house every single year. And so it was always one of those that I loved, and it was like somebody had given it to my mom, and then she gave it to me kind of thing. And I was trying to put something on the mantle and accidentally bumped it, and it fell. And I tried to kick it back up in the air and catch it. And when I did that, it didn't kick far enough. So I had to kick it. I kicked it twice, but I'm not good with my left foot. So whenever I went to kick it with my left foot, I kicked it directly into the fireplace, and it shattered and went everywhere. And I felt like that was very important because it was something, and I still haven't told my mom. Mom, if you're listening, that bear's dead. She's dead.
Oh, no.
The bear. Unless it was a boy, I don't know.
I did think this was a good follow-up.
Bear, who knows?
From J.D. Vance, because he's from, I believe, Ohio, right?
Ohio.
He said, I didn't want anyone after Ohio State to get the trophy, so I decided to break it. I think that is an objectively funny line. But
there can be no objections, Kevin.
The way the stand and the trophy separated from one another.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Like they were launching it into space or something. I was surprised. It looked exactly like that. Every video you ever see, they're like, that's what it looked like when the trophy came apart. And so I have questions about the construction of it. And so I know this wasn't a thing I dropped, but I want to ask a question. Let's say somebody is running towards you and they're like, hey, will you throw me my cell phone? You throw the cell phone thinking that they're going to stop now that they've asked
where
you
they
this,
were.
right?
Yeah,
right.
You're throwing it to where they were.
Because I didn't drop it, but one time I was partially, at least, if not mostly, responsible for one of my friend's cell phones exploding because he was running and he goes, hey, throw me my phone. And I did, assuming he would stop, but he kept running like he was trying to qualify for the Olympics. And the phone flew over his head and shattered into a bajillion pieces.
I'm going to say that's on him. That's definitely on him. How would that be on you? Unless you like really intentionally threw it over his head on purpose. Like, I'll show you.
No, I did not. I threw it with the hopes
lazy. You just come over here and get your phone.
But also, I take some of the responsibility because he's not particularly athletically inclined. So why I thought he would have caught it, I can reflect on that and realize my mistake. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hey, did you think Nico was going to make you feel better with what he said today?
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, he won't. We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Has low fee products? You got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let me just say, it's not like we didn't warn you on the other side. And I'm going to go to the All Things Mavs Twitter account. Quote, couldn't even get 24 hours of just enjoying Paige Bueckers in Dallas before Nico Harrison did something stupid. I will let you decide for yourself. It was, I've seen some people calling it a secret meeting. I mean, it feels like we all knew about it, so it wasn't that secret. But cameras and recording devices were not allowed in the meeting. However, I can tell you some of the things that got said. You ready?
Yes.
I feel really bad about the trade. I wish I hadn't done it. It's not something that Nico Harrison said in the roundtable discussion. Instead, he said, quote, there's no regrets on the trade. Part of it is doing the best thing for the Mavericks. Now, I can see how contemporary fans would be like, how is this the best thing for the Mavericks? He continued, if you look at the team after the trade, prior to the injuries, it is a, quote, championship team. And then Nico added, once everyone's at full strength, the team will have one of the strongest front lines in the NBA. I mean, that's great, but that's not what happened. That kind of goes back to what we were just talking about with Stephen Jones. That's great if it works out and Dak stays healthy the whole time. I don't think that is going to happen.
I'm with you there. I see that vision. I understand it. You're trying to do something that nobody else has and nobody else knows how to stop, is having something big that you can get points there whenever you want to. That's the idea. The injury to Kyrie blew that up for him,
Sure.
right? That's the biggest factor here in the lack of success since the trade is Kyrie's injury and then the multitude of injuries beyond that. So you're saying Luka wasn't a good defensive player, I guess. Is that what they're telling us?
All right, I'm glad that you said that because I have maybe numbers on the other side of the trade that you're like, okay, is it working out the way you thought? So Rick Welts was also part of this, and he said in his 47-year NBA career, he's never seen a more passionate fan base than Dallas, which is not something I feel like I've ever heard about Mavericks fans. But, I mean, it's not. But then he added, we hear them. It's on us to win their trust back. The story is unfinished. We understand the plan. But as you said, it goes back to defense because Nico said this was the best decision going forward. Okay, let's take a look. Since the trade took place, the Dallas Mavericks, where do you think they rank defensively in the NBA?
First, obviously.
Probably, one would think. Now, there have been injuries, although I don't know if you can call the injury to Kyrie. Now, that's problematic for the team. I don't know if that would have as big of an impact on the defensive rating as obviously Anthony Davis and, well, every big who's ever existed for this team. The Dallas Mavericks, since the trade, 24th in the NBA in defensive rating.
Okay.
Whoops. And they have allowed the most points in the paint during that time frame. Now, at least with that, I can understand how you're like, hey, Lively, Gafford, Davis, that
PJ was your center and point guard.
And that's not a winning combination just because he should not be expected to do that. But so I realize that you've had injuries and maybe it changes totally, completely next year. But since the trade, they're 24th in defensive rating.
Yeah, and I also understand last year they did kind of get beat up. I mean, they definitely got beat up against the Celtics. They couldn't stop them defensively. They didn't have anything that a matchup they loved versus KP. And maybe they were looking at it going, hey, Anthony Davis is a good matchup for Porzingis. And then we have other things that we can feel comfortable with. And it does feel like they were very specifically focusing on defeating Boston in the finals.
Yes.
this whole thing has felt that way to me, and they didn't feel like they got the effort or whatever it was from Luka in that finals that they needed to get over the top.
And I do realize, especially what was it, game 3, obviously not his finest hour. I guess I just don't understand that contention to start with. Not your contention. I know it's the Mavericks' contention. That the team made it this far and you don't give them another crack at it.
Right.
Like if
you won the NBA championship and then tore the team apart the next year.
Well,
Who
it's
would
not
do
like
that?
we would ever. Oh, wait.
Crap.
But I get it. Let's say they would have kept Luka, stayed the course. Hopefully the injuries wouldn't happen, and we'll see how everything shakes out. And you don't make it back to the NBA Finals, or you make it back to the NBA Finals and get waxed in the exact same way by the Boston Celtics. Then I see how you go back to the drawing board. How that happens in the year where people did not think you would make it to the NBA Finals, and then you did make it to the NBA Finals, and that's when you decided that the player who led you there wasn't good enough. That's weird timing to me.
I completely agree with you. I have agreed with you on that front, and I still haven't understood it. I try to see this idea and what they're trying to accomplish, and that's what I keep coming back to is I don't know how it helps you beat Minnesota. I don't know how it helps you beat Oklahoma City, but I see how it helps you match up against Boston. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's weird where I'm looking at the other teams going, you still got to get there. And Luka's the one that got you over the top against Minnesota and Oklahoma City. Like there were times when Kyrie did disappear, and then he did come alive a couple different times. But Luka was that guy. So I'm still, it still doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But obviously, Kevin, there was a problem with Luka. And that was the reason. I'm sure he addressed this problem with Luka at length. And it was more about
honestly
off-court stuff than it was on-court.
Okay, I will tell you this. If I'm going to give Nico the benefit of the doubt in any situation, it's right there. I'm not going to dispute that. I have no idea what heart-to-heart conversations took place. Maybe there were numerous heart-to-heart conversations with then Cuban, then Dumont, now Harrison along the way is like, hey, you have to stop. Like, seriously, we can't do this anymore. I'll give him credit. I have no idea if that took place. But here's my other question for both of y'all. All right, fine. Let's say he did go on camera. Nico Harrison goes on camera today, and he says, I'm sorry. This trade was clearly one of the dumbest in NBA history. Literally says it like that. Does that make anybody feel better?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make anybody. It doesn't make me. I won't speak for everybody, but I mean, it'll just be recognition of what we all already know, And it feels like it's way too little, too late for me. If you really felt like this was that stupid, you wouldn't have done it. So why are we even having this conversation, especially this far removed from it? Now, it would be something if, let's just say 10 years from now, he gets on a podcast and he says, yeah, I wouldn't have done that. If I had a chance to do it over, might be a little bit different because I'm probably not as angry in the moment, but,
okay.
And it would feel a little bit more justified saying, hey, we tried to do that little 3-year run with Anthony Davis, Kyrie Irving, so on and so forth, and it just didn't work. I had a plan. It sucked. I'm sorry. Saying it right now before this plan is even, a third of the way done?
Yeah.
I want this to play out, and then we can say, look how stupid that was. We gave you 3 years and you still couldn't figure it out. Anthony Davis is gone. Kyrie Irving is gone. So on and so forth. We have no salary cap space. We have no draft picks to build this team. Now what do we do? That's when I'm going to say, okay, I'll listen to you. Right now, I don't want to hear anything from him.
I'm sorry. I don't want to respond to this text. I just don't understand what they don't understand about what I'm saying and asking. There was problems with MJ and star basketball player. You learn to live with those problems. He's a generational talent, Corey. Gosh, you're so dumb.
Oh, what did you say that
I don't know.
was against that?
I have no clue. But, you just can't appease everybody, I guess. But we've acknowledged that many times and acknowledged how much we care about Luka along the way.
It's a weird decision, too, to decide that today's the day that you're going to have this. Right after the Wings took, hopefully, their franchise-changing player. But the day after that, that's when you're going to do this, and you're going to say no cameras or recording devices, but I trust all of my minions to go out in the world. You know what? I do believe one of the people there was Mike Curtis. So we might need to circle back and talk with him because I would just love, I know he's in the news business and he's not necessarily a columnist, but I would love to kind of pick his brain a little bit of like, hey, it's neat that you got to be there, but this is a questionable decision,
That's
right?
a great idea. And I like Mike Curtis a lot. I think he's fantastic at what he does. Do you mind if I throw a note in here that I think you're going to be happy and sad about all at the same time?
Oh,
sources, according to Ian Rappaport, that Tyron Smith is set to sign a one-day contract and retire.
I can confirm that.
Of the you can?
Yes. Dallas Cowboys put out an announcement tomorrow.
So we have two sources now.
Yeah, that's right. And that's how you do it in journalism. At 2 p.m., there is going to be a Tyron Smith press conference with what you just said.
G-Bag's going to get all those ratings.
I mean, okay.
I mean, one station under God. Is what I've always said.
I will cheer for G-Bag as well, but Tyron Smith will, like you said, sign the deal and retire with the Dallas Cowboys. He's
awesome.
I think he's going to make the Hall of Fame. His case is not as simple as Zach Martin. Like, Zach Martin will be a first ballot Hall of Famer, no doubter. Tyron Smith.
The separation between tackles is harder to find, I think, than guards.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, there are so many talented tackles out there that they're taking care of their quarterback. And as many guards there are, the elite level that Zach Martin stood up to, like, was just so much further than everybody else that was a guard.
Yeah.
Tyron is in a mix with a bunch of really talented dudes.
So it is. I'm going to be curious to see if he makes it. I think eventually he'll make it. I'm just not sure what that process is. Now, I wanted to hit this text going back to the Mavs and Anthony Davis. From the 214, people that don't watch Lakers games don't even recognize that Anthony Davis was getting MVP chance the first month of the season. But that's the issue with Anthony Davis this year and for many years of his career. Nobody disputes what an excellent player he is. We've talked about this time and again. It's hard to argue. Yeah, it's hard to argue when he's on point that he's not a top 10, if not top 6 player in the league. But that issue that they brought up the first month of the season, but then he got hurt as soon as he got here. And that's obviously been what's, not to make a joke about it, like hamstrung his career. And so nobody disputes how good he is. It's just the issue that comes along with when will he be available. And if the first taste Mavericks fans got was you couldn't make it through the first game, what do you expect? What do you expect people's thoughts to be about that?
Yeah, to have the size and the ability that he has is very rare. It is the unicorn KP idea, but he's a better defensive player than KP by far. It's just the ability. And maybe it is. Look around the league, Kevin. Those guys that are that size and capable of doing these things just haven't traditionally stayed that healthy. I mean, we were talking about KP. That's one. Dirk is a unique character. Like, Dirk's that unique dude that stayed that healthy. Anthony Davis, you saw him in college. You watched him all along. There has been, though, this idea of he's not the alpha in the room. And a lot of people, I wonder if that's the question. Isn't Kyrie that guy in that room? And if he's missing, then that combination that they were hoping for just doesn't work out.
Now, I like this, Corey, from the 469. Maybe the presser is at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, I like that. Yeah,
it would be weird if the Cowboys sent out the presser on Eastern time.
It would be, well, you know what? Like I said, I'm hoping the best for G-Bag and during that press conference. It'll be right after our show. I'm looking forward to being a good lead-in.
Alec, does it sound like he's looking forward to the best for G-Bag?
I'm so bitter about this.
Looks like has he picked a side?
He has.
On the Bobby Nosebleed dispute?
Ooh.
Wow. I'm Team Bobby, huh?
Mark that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, finally, we'll get into Gridiron Gravy. Forget the draft. Is this where the Cowboys are going to get their next top-notch wide receiver? We'll do that. AM on the FM. Probably, maybe some more Nico. Next on The Fan.
shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
First and 10 to it, under by Law. Armstead the block, and he's going deep. He's caught Hill! Foot race! Driving! That is 6! Oh, he's a ghost! 80-yard touchdown!
Forget all your Tet McMillan and Matthew Golden thoughts. Pitch out something far more extreme in this segment as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Now let's start with this. You know what? I'm just going to jump right to it. How the Cowboys could trade for Tyreek Hill. All right, hear me out. What? Because I knew I'd get some naysayers.
We're not doing it. Is that naysaying?
Yes, but that's okay.
I say nay.
Because the Cowboys won't do it or because you're against it?
Both. I don't necessarily want him on my team.
No?
There's a reason that I don't.
Oh, are we not supposed to say?
I don't think Dak can throw it to him that far.
Oh, I will just say that then. I thought you were going to tell me something really terrible behind the scenes.
Look, man, when it comes to the Cowboys, I feel like there has been a lot of deserved negativity. Like, I think I do not think that it's not deserved the way things have gone. And I don't want to just keep piling on that because there are also really good things. And I feel like we do a pretty good job of balancing good and bad things whenever we're having discussions about any of our teams. But that is one of the things with Dak is I just don't trust his deep ball ability that much. There were times that I loved. I thought he was great at it. But it just hasn't quite been there. And when it comes to Tyreek Hill, that's his best play. I just
Go
torched
long.
you.
Yeah.
I just torched all of y'all. Nobody's even close to me right now. And maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's what Dak needs is him to be 15 yards past everybody and wide open. I don't know. But anyway. Make the trade, Kevin. Let's see how this works.
Okay.
Now that I've said nay.
No, that's fine. Alec, would you also, before I get into the logistics of it, would you also say nay?
I think I would.
Okay.
Just because there's going to be a lot of capital involved, but there's going to be a lot of baggage outside of that too.
The pending legal issues, I know, are of concern.
That's
rough. When you said a lot of capital, what if I said it will essentially cost you a second-round pick?
That's a lot still.
Okay.
So hold on.
That's what I wanted to know then.
So hold on. We're taking Hampton then in the first round?
So, and you can make that determination, but
is it next year's second?
No, it would be this year's second.
Okay,
so
right.
One of the supposed deals or the proposed deal would be you get Tyreek and a 5th round pick this year because we need more 5th round picks. And you send away your 2nd round pick and then next year's 4th round pick because it wouldn't feel right to me if there was a draft coming up that the Cowboys hadn't traded away their 4th round pick.
Okay.
So I need to keep that tradition going into next year as well.
From the 6'8" Joe Milton can throw the deep ball. That
okay.
That is bad. So Kevin, if you're going to tell me
he can throw the high ball too.
We're in a place where that can happen, then maybe I'm changing my mind just a little bit.
So, and I wanted to throw it out there because I thought about the cap space. And I thought about if ever the cap space was going to come in handy, but let's be honest, it's going to roll over. I understand that in my heart of heart, but part of me just wanted to ask if you'd be interested because you would take a cap hit for Tyreek Hill, potentially right now sitting at $27 million. I do not think that is the charge that you would take in. I think you could actually make it significantly closer to $20 million. So essentially $20 million and a 2nd round pick is what it would be for Tyreek Hill. But I understand y'all's concerns about the draft capital involved and your quarterback, and that all makes sense.
And when it does come to the off-field stuff, I mean, somehow he's made it into 2 franchises. He's still in the NFL. I don't like.
He's that good.
That's a weird. That's a weird thing, and that's a valid point. And I wonder. We've had this discussion many times. We've seen it on the fan text. We've asked, "Do you care about the off-field stuff?" Majority of the people say they don't.
That is true.
For whatever reason.
That is true. All right, I wanted to run down some quick betting odds with you for the top 5 of the draft. Cam Ward.
Betting segment?
Yeah.
Or play segment?
Yeah, see, that's where we're going to have to change the verbiage. All right?
Playing with Kevin.
No.
I hate that.
To all of that.
All right.
Now, Cam Ward, obviously a very heavy favorite to be the number 1 pick.
7 minutes and Kevin.
From that.
I hate that even more.
I appreciate the cleverness of it, much like Sean and RJ's master segment, Talk Birdie to me. I appreciate the cleverness of that, but let's say no.
All right. Okay. All right.
Please don't. Look, I know what's going to happen. Do not send in your preposterously dirty suggestions for the segment because we can't read them on air.
The idea is a betting segment or segment for plays.
Daily fantasy
with Kevin Hageland,
totally different.
From the KNC Masterpiece. So whatever word play y'all want to have with that.
All right.
I still like 7 minutes and Kevin.
Cam Ward. I bet there's a lot of people who would. Cam Ward is the betting favorite for number 1. Travis Hunter, betting favorite to be 2nd. Abdul Carter, betting favorite to be 3rd. This I'm still a little surprised about because of how polarizing this prospect seemed to be. Will Campbell is the betting favorite to go number 4. And then
wow.
Yeah.
Does it feel like there would be a move up for that, or that they need him specifically?
No, I think that would be a stay, but I'm just surprised because so many people have tried to pick that player apart. Him and Shador, I feel like, have obviously got picked apart a whole lot. And then Mason Graham, who some people have mocked as high as number 2. the defensive lineman from Michigan, is now the betting favorite to go 5th. But I want to talk some more about the quarterbacks, because I know ESPN talked about it this morning like it was the biggest breaking news in the history of the world that Shedeur Sanders was going to have a private workout for the Giants. Like, you would have thought the Giants announced that they were drafting Shedeur for sure at number 3. Well, guess what? The Giants are also holding a private workout with Jalen Milroe. Here's a hypothesis for you. Do you think that the Giants are pretty locked in on Carter, and then they're going to trade back up
that'd be
to get a quarterback, and the two now that they want to compare
are in that area,
are Shedeur and Jalen Milroe. Now, I realize that would be a drop for Shedeur and a rise for Milroe, but we talked about the economy of the draft for a while now, and it really feels like Milroe's stocks are going way up.
Yeah, that's a fascinating approach to that, because my first idea was having both of those quarterbacks there to watch them. Just say, all right, now y'all throw the ball at each other's head as hard as you can and see whichever one lasts is the winner. You know, that was my idea, but you proposed something very different.
Yeah, and so that's what I think you should consider, is that maybe the one I see so far that I like is At Odds with Kevin.
Okay.
I think that's good, and that's radio friendly.
I like the one that says, to honor Mike, I would suggest indecent proposal.
Okay, that is objectively clever as well.
Props. I like it.
Yes, I do. Indecent proposal. Okay, I like that. Look, there are other things that we probably can't read. There are elements that you can when you put them all together. It's just not going to work. But keep an eye out on the Giants. Not that they would necessarily move away from, assuming Travis Hunter goes second, Abdul Carter, but just keep an eye on if they would trade back up.
Dude, if they got
another
Carter too, like that defensive front beast. That's a very tough. They have so many other things, but that would make. That's the idea of we have a really good thing. Let's make it better and also make the rest of the team better in other ways while we're doing it. That would be a great play for the Giants.
Now, I was intrigued by this from Caleb Williams. I know this is not necessarily the way sports are going, but did you see what Caleb Williams said? I don't want to be friends with other quarterbacks. I want a competitive advantage. He said, I think the NFL has become very friendly, and I'm not interested in that. I feel like for a certain amount of the audience, that is going to speak to everything that they're all about. What do you think about that?
I agree, and I think there is a lot of deference and respect amongst the guys because they all look at it and go, oh, yeah, I know you're really good, and they understand how good Mahomes is.
Right.
I think Tom Brady kind of really... he would smile at your face and then turn around and say, I'm going to cut that fool. Like that's how I felt Tom Brady was, in that he's shaking your hand, he's telling you how great you are, but when he's training, he's thinking about beating you and being better than you on this day. That was a Bill Parcells-ism for sure. I'm sure lots of other coaches have used that, like, be the best at your position today, because if you are, our team's going to win. Yeah. And not just quarterback, but every single position on the field. So I feel like Tom Brady kind of gave you this feeling of, he likes me. And that's cool. But then he's over there doing all the other things that it takes to defeat you. And you're not, because you're not thinking, I hate that guy over there. And sometimes hate is the biggest motivator.
I could see that. Look, obviously, I could see that. From the 817, Kevin wins you all of the money. The next one I don't care for.
False advertising, though, in case they lose.
Yeah, that's true. From the 214, you don't need car insurance, so bet that premium payment with Kevin. You definitely need car insurance. I don't even remember what that was from, but it's the same thing with the cousin thing.
You had a real disdain for Jake from State Farm. Like, you were just very upset about him. I don't know if it was a khaki.
That doesn't mean you don't need car insurance.
I don't know, man.
Okay, get car insurance and don't hook up with your cousin. All right? That doesn't feel like too much to ask, does it?
Wow.
All right.
There are people out there trying to find love.
Yeah, well, find it with somebody you're not related to. Again, I don't feel like that's the highest bar.
I do.
Now, if you want to hit me back with some Adam and Eve, aren't we all related? Okay, fine. Mm-hmm. Fine that you're so far away from that you would never even know that person.
Lucky Number Kevin. You know how I love that movie, Lucky Number 11. So I'm a supporter.
I do.
I'm a supporter of that.
That is good. All right. Two things. We're going to talk about a story that I have been epically fascinated by, and then one you've been epically fascinated by. The Fall of Favre will debut next month on Netflix.
Oh, I thought we have literally witnessed it.
Oh, yeah. So Front Office Sports says it's going to come out May 20th. The documentary is going to look into what happened with Jen Sturger, the junk mail incident. And then it's also going to go into the Mississippi welfare scandal and then the ensuing lawsuits with Pat McAfee and Shannon Sharp. And I know Favre has consistently denied any connection with the welfare scandal. I'm bummed that he declined to be interviewed for the documentary. I understand why, but I would just love to hear more about his point of view because I am definitely one of those people who's like, it's not looking good for you.
I just wanted to make the best for my kids. That's all I was trying to do.
That's fine. You can't divert multiple millions of dollars from welfare to build an arena for your daughter. Well, I guess you can.
Yeah, maybe you can.
But it's not legal.
Maybe you can, but he tried.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
He's
so.
like, I did. I mean,
yeah. Because he had the power of copper bracelets driving him on. Like, I don't know.
His knees were the strongest because of those Dude, those things actually do work, though. I've used them.
Okay, it's just the way they describe them sometimes.
I felt like I could jump higher and run farther than I ever have.
They do make it seem like you're going to turn into Wolverine with the adamantium. It's going to bond into your body and whatever.
That's not the way it works.
Now,
I just feel a little bit better.
Here's a story I know you care about a lot. Max Crosby is the latest to decide he's getting into the GMing game. He is going to be the assistant general manager for Eastern Michigan.
Dude, I've been saying this all along, and Alec, I think it was around Christmas time when we were working together for the first time on air. That was awesome time.
That's nice.
This seems like a fun job and a job. I don't know the salaries. Like, that's the one thing that I haven't seen, and I don't know if we're going to get that. Like, I don't know if that'll ever start happening, but it just seems like it's a great, maybe it's just an honorary position more than anything. Assistant GM.
Does assistant GM feel like the honorary position?
Like, we don't know what Michael Young does, but he's around.
Sure.
And so, therefore, maybe they're around and they do things, and that brings some prestige. It brings some intrigue. It brings people, hey, dude, I need to get this, we need to get this recruit. Max Crosby's here to sell, and this guy won for like maybe that's what it is. That being said, UNT, if y'all are looking for an assistant GM for anything, y'all let me know. Is that okay?
You know who I'd love to pair you up with is you and Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Oh, dude, that would be so
No, you
awesome.
need somebody who has a tie
I would love
to the
that.
university.
I have a tie to UNT.
That's what I'm saying. So not when you said me, not me, you and Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Dude, you know how cool that would be?
Yeah.
Me and Stone Cold. Yeah. Me and Stone Cold just crushing beers and just hanging out watching college football and recruiting people. Stone Cold, if you're out there, let's go pitch this thing to UNT together. Go Mean Green.
Yeah.
My son's going to be there next year probably, so that makes it even better for me. I can be on campus watching what he's doing at all times.
From the 817, when is the Rangers hate segment, Kevin?
It was the first segment.
No, that was not a hate segment.
That was how negative everything's been lately.
It's on the website now.
Right now it says all the reasons the Rangers aren't fun to watch so far this season. That feels like hate. The next segment looks like it's Rangers panic.
Hey,
did we move that one?
We did move that. Okay. You jerk. You'll get that segment tomorrow.
Okay, so
with
tomorrow
Bruce Bochy.
for the person that wants the Rangers hate segment.
Also, stop sending these messages in from the 682. Hey, since our cousins are out of the running, what is the name and number of your hot female cousin? No, I mean, I guess that's better. Like, I don't know if you should be hitting people up and be like, you got an attractive cousin. Like, I don't know if that's the direction you should go, but I will tell you, that's better than hooking up with your own cousin. Significantly better.
Somebody did text in and said that Charles Darwin married his cousin, and I said he's dead. So look how that worked out for him.
Yeah, can we? Okay,
take that, Charles.
Yeah, survival of the fittest.
Look, there are a lot of things that happened not that long ago that we should all be sad about. All right, so let's just say, hopefully, in the last 50 years, people have not been banging their cousins. Let's go from there. Mm-hmm. Can you just look at like the last 50 years and be like, don't do it? I get it. We had a president who married his cousin. I get it, but we don't have to do that anymore. We have so many people. Pick somebody different.
There are a lot of people out there.
Yes.
Dude, what about the people that find love? All right? Like they go to another country and they meet somebody and they find love, and then many, many years later they find out it was their cousin.
How close of a cousin was that? You never met this person. You didn't even know they existed. All right, fine. I'm going to add another disclaimer. Oh, this feels like a bad idea, though. I'll listen to your case if you had no idea this person existed. All right? You never even heard of them. But if you heard of this person before, anytime, they're off the list if they're in your family. All right?
There's no hear me out on this.
No, if they're like, hey, Alec, you have this cousin named Belinda, and like 15 years in the future, you meet her, she is off limits.
Well, the first red flag is that her name is Belinda.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a little 1700s for me.
Okay, Alexander. Little judgy there, don't you think?
Hey, there's a reason I don't go by that. My company email says otherwise.
Okay, Kevin. Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Yes, that is the president I was referencing.
It was his fifth cousin, once removed.
How
far is the separation again?
I don't really understand.
I'm married, so I'm not really worried about it.
The once removed part. I get confused about how you got to be a fifth cousin once removed versus a fourth cousin twice removed.
Good point, yeah.
I'll admit, that is a weak spot in my knowledge.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. I swear it was about a lot of sports.
It was a really good spot. It was a really talented sports segment. I liked it.
105.3 The Fan.
So much talent.
Coming and see, and this is the thing, Alec, where you try to figure out the balancing act of how to do this show.
The segment is called Cousin Court, where Kevin hears out all your cases.
Okay, that actually does sound like that would be an entertaining segment.
You just want to gavel.
But you do these segments where you're like, man, I feel like we really brought the Cowboys intensity or the Rangers knowledge. And you get...
That was a good NFL topic.
6 texts.
Yeah.
Then you say, don't date your cousin, and you get 200 texts in the span of 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's because we know what the Tolos really want, Kevin. And then there's that one guy that's like, why are y'all talking about this? Because all these texts, that's the reason why most of the time.
And then somebody texted in that Jalen Ramsey is being released by the Dolphins. Yeah, because they were going to try to seek a trade for him and probably realize that there's no one in the universe that wants to take on that contract. Time for a release. Now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
How do I follow up Cousin Court? We'll find out here in a matter of moments. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Want you to answer the question of the day there, and then I got a few different directions we can go that do not involve cousins.
Alec, one more cousin thing for you.
No.
From the 214. This is not me. This is somebody who texted it in.
Uh-huh.
Do you think I should just not? Okay, whatever. They say this person is Hispanic. And they said, we always ask, do you got any hot cousins? We literally ask that. And the response will be like, I don't know, that one, as they point to the hot one. But they'll be like, but she's kind of a B too. So then you just got to figure that equation out on your own. And she's not related to you. So make up your own mind. Back to you, Alec.
I don't even know how to rebound from that. It's time for AM on the FM. We're going to get to the question of the day right away. As I was doing some reading this morning and I saw Topps had a really cool announcement that I want to get to.
Okay, I'm glad that you're bringing this up because I had this as a note and I was like, I wonder if Alex is going to mention it.
Yes, and it's going to fuel the question of the day. Thankfully, we're going to get away from Cousin Court. If we could put any piece of sports memorabilia inside of a trading card for you to own, what would you want that to be? 877-881-1053.
I would obviously want it to be the golf ball that they found from outer space. Now, assuming...
They found it?
No, I'm saying that's why I would want it. But if it's something that we have to know is in someone's possession, I would have to rethink my answer.
Do you think that golf ball is like lodged into another planet somewhere? Or do you think it doesn't exist? Like it's just gone?
I think it exists.
Within
I
the
just
black
think it's so far away that our tiny brains can't even fathom.
Probably so, because space is huge.
That is
once you
true.
get up there, you see, as Choppy said, all the blackness. That there's just nothingness out there, and little stars.
And it's getting bigger.
I've kind of been adamant about this forever. A piece of the wall from where Willie Mays made that catch.
Oh yeah.
When I was a kid, I've told you multiple times that I've always read his autobiography and Mickey Mantle's, Earl Campbell, and Tony Dorsett. Those 4 books were the ones I always went to. And I would sit there and look at that picture, and I heard the audio. You remember as a kid, the audio, and it would just play in my head as I'm staring at this picture and I'm imagining him running to that wall. And there's so much to it. So for me, I didn't see it live, but it was something for me that it's so ingrained in my brain. So if there was a piece of that wall in a card with that picture, like that would be awesome.
Okay, that is actually, I wanted to tell you about a card I actually have.
Ooh.
So I have a card that has little tiny pieces of the Berlin Wall in it.
Huh.
And it's super cool. And it's got JFK on
It's
the
like when we had
front.
that Mick Jagger hair card or whatever.
Yes. That's Keith Richards.
Keith Richards,
yes.
that's right.
But yeah, same kind of deal. So it's not the most expensive card in the world. It's got JFK in the front. It's got little pieces of the Berlin Wall in it. And so, Alec, I just think that stuff is really cool. Like, put outside
Tyson's ear, or Vander Holyfield's ear that Tyson bit.
Maybe not that, but you get your answer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was my second option.
Okay.
I don't know how well preserved that is, or did they sew it back on? Nobody
don't
knows.
remember.
Nobody could even ask the question.
And the 214 is in agreement with you. They want a piece of that ear. That's just a weird
There it is,
sentence.
yeah.
That's a very weird sentence. From the 254, Corey Seager's bat from the home run he hit in the bottom of the 9th, Game 1 of the World Series. That's
a good one.
You're fitting the whole bat into the card?
Oh, a piece of it.
Piece of it.
Maybe like part of the barrel where it has his name
Yes.
printed on it.
Was that the card, or was that the bat that broke eventually in the World Series, or was at some point? I remember we kept asking
I don't
Coach. We were
remember.
like, he was like, "Yeah, that thing's got to weigh about 42 ounces with all the pine tar on it." And I was like, "Yes." And then it broke, and we were like, "Oh my gosh!" And he was still awesome. But I'm in on something like that. I'd love it.
Let's see, from the 214, I'd like a card containing a single cleat from Bo Jackson's cleats whenever he ran up the wall.
Oh, yeah, that would be cool.
That's an uber-specific one that I really like.
That. Yeah.
I really like that. I see plenty of jokes about people who are no longer here, like JFK.
Oh, my God.
And for the record, that was not a JFK joke. That is an actual card that I actually have.
Oh, yeah, we know. There's some very specific ones that we will not get to, unfortunately. But let's see, 877-881-1053. I like this one. A piece of memorabilia you would like in a sports card for yourself. You get to own this one-of-one card. From the 972, a feather from the bird that Randy Johnson hit.
Oh, my gosh.
Well,
oh my gosh,
that's the best answer.
Or one of its eggs that was left behind.
Oh no.
Man. They couldn't live after?
Okay, just for the record, the bird didn't explode. He just knocked all the feathers off the bird.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Did you see the bird?
Yes.
Free haircut.
I think if you go back and watch it, you can see the bird kind of like fall out.
Of course, you'd be watching for that.
I mean, it's still the most amazing thing I've ever seen on a baseball field.
I really thought the bird exploded.
I don't believe that is accurate.
How hard would you have to... Hey, Mythbusters, how hard would you have to throw a baseball to explode a bird?
Man, maybe people will correct me, but I think it just exploded all the feathers off the bird.
It wouldn't shock me if the Mythbusters already did something like that. They might have already done that. From the 469, a piece of Ted Williams' frozen head.
Well, then he couldn't come back. Well, I mean, if you're just using the...
Do you think he's going to come back?
Dude, we just created a direwolf from DNA.
That's a good point. Never mind. I accept.
See, from the 254, a piece of Jordan's flu game shoes. That would be cool.
That
would be amazing. And hey, just wait a few more years if maybe the gambling debt or something piles up and then he signs an exclusive deal with another card company. Maybe we'll get something like that.
What about a piece of a bloodstained jersey from Robin Ventura or Nolan Ryan when they got into their fight? That would be awesome.
That would be amazing. I would want something I would either want something from the World Series win in 23. I do think something from the bat of Adolis Garcia or Corey Seager would be amazing. Maybe like a piece of the base from that series. That would be really cool. Maybe a piece of the pitching rubber, which I saw they auctioned off recently.
Oh.
Which was pretty cool at the Rangers Authentics.
Yeah.
I didn't see how much it ended up going for, but I think like right when they posted it, it already jumped to a few $1,000s. So I was like, yep, I'm out.
Which you get.
Yes, that's awesome to see that they auction some of that stuff away. So a diehard collector can have that on the mantle. That's pretty cool. The reason I asked this question, and Kevin, you already know about this, this is something cool that Topps just unveiled. It is WrestleMania week for those who celebrate. Congratulations, we have finally made it.
I just got to say, not thrilled with them putting Night 2 on Easter, but, you know.
Yeah, the whole pushing back of it was kind of lame because I was talking about that with my dad. We went out to eat the first weekend of April, and I'm like, it should be WrestleMania right now. Like that.
You're trying to get away from college basketball, right?
Yeah, and I understand it, but as a lifelong fan, I hate it.
Yeah.
Topps did announce this morning that similar to MLB and MLS debut patch programs, they will be debuting their own debut patches for WWE superstars for Monday Night Raw and Friday Night SmackDown, as well as WrestleMania patches that will be put onto every single performer's gear that is performing this Saturday and Sunday.
I love it.
And it will be inserted into a one-of-one card that will then be put out into the world. And then we're going to have the wrestling fans' version of the Paul Skeens chase for that debut patch. It's going to be for WrestleMania 41 in Las Vegas this weekend. I think that's just printing money by Fanatics and Topps. I think that was an obvious decision that was right there for the making, and you're seeing them do it with every license that they have now. They're finding new, unique ways to implement game/event used and worn material into cards for people to chase. It gets them another easy way to sell product, and it gets people like me who are new to the hobby. It gives us a way to try to chase something that is new. It's something totally new that hasn't been caught yet and isn't selling for hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more. Like the Travis Scott, John Cena, The Rock one-of-one redemption card has been found.
Oh, was it?
It was found, I think, maybe 3 or 4 days ago.
Awesome.
It did make me happy, though, the story. The guy posted on Reddit when he pulled it. He said, I bought a 5-pack of them for my kids. And I ended up getting that.
Wow.
So he bought those just to give it to his kids, and he ends up getting the redemption for the one-of-one triple auto that's going to break all kinds of records in auctions. So really, really cool to see that stuff coming to the pro wrestling landscape. And I'll give you one more thing before we roll out of here with AM on the FM. Have you ever heard of Drugged Up Fish?
Like the band?
Exclusive.
It does. Oh, okay.
With those shorts, yeah.
Atlantic salmon, drugged up on painkillers and anxiety pills, are swimming up with unprecedented speed. So, you go to some local waterways here. The Swedish University of Agriculture Sciences did some studies on some local ponds and whatnot near the university, because fish have been swimming faster.
They're getting bigger and faster and stronger.
Exactly. They're on PEDs.
No.
Nearly 1,000 different kinds of drugs have been detected throughout the waterways. And they found that some different psychoactive drugs like Xanax have been detected in those waterways, and it is making the fish swim faster.
Xanax, huh?
Yeah.
Because they're less inflammation, less paying
Fish
attention to
get
their
inflammation?
injuries. Yeah. I don't know. I've never
They
been a
got body
fish
parts.
before, dude.
That's touche.
Yeah.
We're the
So,
Can't-See Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up in just a minute, it's the C Block starring Corey Majors. But before we get to any of that,
Give something away!
caller number 10 right now, 877-881-1053 will win a pair of tickets to go see Modest Mouse and the Flaming Lips August 19th at Toyota Music Factory. You can buy tickets or you can win them for free today and potentially all week long. Next, it's the C Block.
What's the best team building food? Smooth pickups and unsmooth criminals. Next in the
that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Lady.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it is time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Much appreciated, Kevin Hagelin. Anybody confirm the name of that segment for you yet?
Not yet. We're still working on it.
You like a lot of the different names.
There are a lot of good suggestions.
All In is a pretty good one.
Yeah.
All In Kevin.
Except I'll really mean it. I'll say all in.
Dude. All right. This just popped up on my Twitter timeline, so I wanted to ask y'all about it real quick, Alec. Ian Rappaport says, Jaguars GM James Gladstone confirms that his team, like the Rams, don't do top 30 visits for draft prospects. LA, where Gladstone came from under GM Les Snead, hasn't done workouts, top 30 visits, or school visits in years, and they say they've thrived off of that since then. He said there are other mechanisms that we tend to lean into to help us determine whether or not a player is, in fact, a fit for us more than just a singular touch point that would be in a top 30 visit. And I feel like
interesting.
The Cowboys, somebody said yesterday the Cowboys haven't been good at drafting. And I was like, they're in the top 10 in drafting, I think, over the last.
Do I think they inflate some of their own stats with second contracts that aren't particularly deserved? Fair.
But also,
I think they are good at drafting.
And that is one of the mechanisms they do use is the top 30 visits. I'm just interested to see if more teams would be like, this isn't really something that's important to us. Or if they would say, no, we continue to do this because we get a good touch, get a good understanding of what the players really are when they're here. And as Steven pointed out, get conversations with their moms, the players' moms.
That was an honest thing.
He did laugh about the trophy or the belt or whatever. He was like, "Oh yeah, he does like to use that."
He knew exactly what you were talking about.
Have some fun with those guys. Kevin, think about this for a second though. How many times have we seen the movie where the guy, the young recruit of whatever, walks in and the lead dog is standing there like admiring something that he's been able to get over time? Even think about this. What did Pat Riley do to convince LeBron James to come there? Threw the rings on the table.
Gel.
No, he threw the rings on the table.
That makes sense.
He was like, hey, do you want some of those or do you want to just keep playing basketball games?
That's a pretty good selling point.
Yeah, that is a good selling point right there. Speaking of good selling points, Wiley Ballard. Wiley Ballard was on the Braves broadcast. And tell me if you think this is smooth or if you think it's cheesy.
We're having a lot of fun up here up the Corona rooftop. Who do we got here? What's your name?
My name's Lauren.
Lawrence, all right.
And I'm Kayla.
Kayla, and you guys hang out at the rooftop lounge often?
Once a year I come out to visit.
Okay, well, we timed it pretty well. All right, good. How are you guys feeling about rooting for the Braves today?
Oof, I don't know. I'm hoping for the best.
What about you? Are you a Braves fan now?
Not quite.
Not quite. All right, I'm gonna go to work up here, guys. Good luck the rest of the way.
Okay, Wiley. You got 4 innings to get the numbers.
I'm on it.
Get us some more Braves fans.
All right, so they want me to get your number.
Hold on, pause it. Okay, I've misunderstood. I thought he just was like, "What's up?" I didn't know that was like his assignment.
This is like
to go out.
This is like if we were out and you got to go out, you got to do something. And but here's what he does. He throws out they want me to get your number.
Okay.
Is that and then we'll hear the rest of it from there.
All right,
so they want me to get your number.
They want you to get my
number. I'm dead serious. They're saying in my ear right now. She didn't believe me because she thinks you guys are not. I'm making this up. Even if you guys weren't, I might use that in the future. That's actually a pretty good move.
This is unbelievable.
So the best part of this right now is that Wiley could totally be faking it. This might be the new move. Just walk around with a FanDuel microphone and an earpiece in and convince fans that they're actually on TV.
I should have thought of this years ago. I am speechless.
I got the number. We're good.
All right. First of all, how did he get her to stop talking and laughing? Because she was clearly stepping on the person in the booth. Because I feel like if you just kind of held your hand up with a stop, that's going to lose you the number. If you were going to get the number and you needed her to stop talking because she can't hear that somebody else is talking,
shut it down.
Yeah,
real quick,
that's
girl.
not going to work. I would assume that if you put your hand up in front of somebody's face to make them stop talking, that you're not going to get their number.
From the 806, Twitter's pretty split on this. A lot of unprofessional comments.
I
versus
do
a
think
lot
it's
of
unprofessional.
Smooth and cool comments.
But you know what? I'm going to take a step back. Hold on. I'm going to take a step back. Maybe I shouldn't say it's unprofessional because, like, we all love the shenanigans of Jim Knox because that's what he's out there to do
we do.
wacky stuff.
Yes.
And so, like,
skateboard with a bulldog.
yeah, it's not like he went to, like, if he went to a Wings game and started asking the players for their phone numbers to go on a date. Like, that's a different deal. Like, they're trying to get him to do a wacky bit, and he's pulling it off.
And that being
kind
said,
of.
we just kind of discussed earlier, sports are a little stuffy sometimes, and probably for the right reasons. Like, there's probably a lot of reasons they're like, hey, we can't do that because illegal.
I could see how you wouldn't want your reporters going across the stands being like, can I get your number, girl?
So, girl.
Like, that makes sense to me.
How are you doing? Alec, your thoughts as one of the younger people on this show?
I'm split. Like, part of me thinks this is genius, but the other part of me is like, probably not a great look. As a one-off, sure, but this should never be a bet or like a bit going on for any kind of like regular season, like any sort of extensive trial of this. I would not be in favor of. One time, I'm going to laugh at it. I'm going to say, "Good job,
there
dude."
You go.
You know, but let's not make this a trend across sports because then people are just going to assume anytime they see the reporter walking around the concourse that he's just fishing. You know, and it's like, no, I've got a job to do. I'm trying to get some sound bites out of y'all. I'm not trying to get the phone number every single time. It's just a weird like wormhole that's going to open up. But hey, game is game.
And
I did like her response. Sorry, Corey. I did like her response of, "Oh, they want you to get my number," because that does sound make believe.
She did, though. I saw the video. She did take his phone and start putting it could have been a fake number. That's happened to people before, I believe. But did you hear the other girl, though, whenever he was like, how are you feeling about the Braves? Oof, these guys. I don't know about baseball.
Also, where do you fall on the calling the number that you get in your phone on the spot? Because
oh yeah, man, that's tough.
Because okay,
I distrust you so much that I'm calling you right now to check.
And then what's going to happen? Oh, okay. Sorry, I gave you a fake number. Here's my real number. Like, that's going to be fake number too. Or even if you do get the real number, you know she doesn't want you to call her.
But that's what you're doing at that point. You hit call. And I'm just assuming this because I've been married for almost half my life. So, but you call and then you say, that's how I'm giving you my number. So I'm giving you my number too. So you know you have mine. My name's whatever your name is. Give her a
I
fake
like having
name.
the control there. I'll be like, yeah, we'll see.
Good point. Yesterday when the players arrived, Kevin, for the voluntary workouts, they were greeted by our friend Matt Pittman and Meat Church.
Oh, Meat Church.
With a crawfish boil. Now, I've been lucky enough to have visited one of Broadus's crawfish boils one time. It's been great. And it is a community thing. It's community. The food gets laid on a paper on top of a table and everybody just goes at it. And then you dump all that off and then Broadus piles more back on there and everybody just keeps standing around eating and talking and just, going at it. It's fun.
Does Broadus get a chance to eat during that then?
He will eat a little bit, but most of the time he's standing there manning the pot and he's making sure that he is taking care of that. And I love the way he this is my responsibility. I'm getting this crap done. And I would say something else, but I can't on radio. But the community part of it, when you're standing around doing that, what is the best food for team building? What is the best food for everybody's going to sit down and have some of this? Because I don't feel like an elegant dinner is really the way to get everybody like casual, having a good time. Like elegant dinner is too fancy. There's too many forks. Like what are we doing with all these forks? I just need one. Do we even need forks with crawfish? No. So what is the best unifying food out there? 877-881-1053. Y'all's thoughts?
Okay. I hope you don't think this is cheating, because I did give this a lot of thought.
Oh. Because you gave me an answer this morning.
And I think I'm going to change my answer.
Okay, I like it.
So I think I'm going to pivot to, it's not necessarily the food, it is the family style sides that you are given. Because in that instance, you have to work together, or I also see the potential for it falling apart. You're like, dude, you took too much cream corn. The cream corn is delicious at Babe's. If you ever had it, it's unfreaking believable.
It is really good.
But you have to work together as a team, with everybody having the same goal of maximum deliciousness. And so that is a tough balance. And so I would say it's the places that you go, like Babe's, that have the family sides, that you have to work together for that exact reason.
Alec, you have any thoughts there? You were in track, so y'all were a team.
Makes a lot of sense.
Growing up, the cop-out answer was always pizza, just because it's accessible, it's cheap most of the time.
Here's the thing about pizza, though, I think. Most instances, you grab your slice and then you go somewhere to sit down, and you're probably away. Like, I don't feel like everybody stands around the pizza. But I feel like pizza is a very common thing, though, that we all are just like, yeah, everybody's going to have a slice or two.
I tried this out for my birthday last year. Just ordered a ton of wings, right? And I'm lucky enough that I have a Bueckers about 10 minutes from my house.
Nice, yeah.
So we were able to get those. I had a friend just stop by on the way to the house.
Is that the one you will be at a week from Thursday?
It is not. Lucius will be at that one in the Arlington location. I'll be at Fort Worth City View, where we're going to get every single pick right. Or I'm going to be mad because I want y'all to get specials. I want y'all to save some money and eat some food. But yeah, I tried that out. That was a bit more communal than the pizza, because there were 5 different flavors.
Okay.
And people didn't want to take something that, it's a little bit messier than pizza. You could drop a bone somewhere, and then next thing you know, my dog gets a hold of the chicken wing, and then that's the last thing we need. So a lot of people were kind of hovering by the table, and that's where we had our conversations and whatnot. So I'd say the wing is probably a good, solid backup there.
Whenever you get a chance, I want you to reflect on what you just said and mark a very specific passage.
Give a dog a bone. From the 469, case of beer from the gas station after work with my coworkers always does the trick. Listen, man, if you've never worked a hard day in the sun on a Friday and your boss didn't pull up, or one of the foreman on the job slid up and opened up the cooler and there's a cold beer waiting for you in there, it is an awesome, and you want to just stand there and talk with the guys you worked hard with all day. I experienced that many times when I was painting houses.
And there are plenty of times when you don't care what the price is. Now, I know you really do, but you don't think it over like, I could get this for $4 cheaper. No, it's there. The $4 is well worth it to go ahead.
From the 214, hibachi. Hibachi is...
The way you're saying that is weird to me.
Hibachi. Higashioka.
But I would agree with that, because again,
hibachi, as they say,
that or like melting pot kind of place,
or a Korean barbecue.
Yes, again, it's kind of the communal,
the food gets right there in the
dining
middle.
Sort of deal with the fondue or whatever. I think I could see that. That makes a lot of sense.
Who's the most talented in the instance where the chef is throwing the shrimp and the guy catches it? Is the guy catching it, or is it the guy throwing the shrimp? I feel like that guy's throwing to multiple different receivers.
It's the guy throwing the shrimp, because the guy just has to kind of open his mouth and be like, But the shrimp throw, okay, you guys are babies.
Hey, Carter, that's going to be a great video.
But the shrimp throwers have got to have the accuracy, because how much can your mouth and your head move? Like, you're not going to dive 5 yards out of the way to get that shrimp. So that the thrower has to be pretty in line, pretty accurate.
And then I wanted to go to Unsmooth Criminals real quick, Kevin.
I want you guys to all go to hell.
This is from the New York Post. No, you don't. 4 men who dubbed themselves the Cutthroat Cowboys were saddled with charges after a viral video captured the young troublemakers riding their emotional support horses through a Louisiana Walmart. Police were on the hunt for the hooligans after wild footage showed the group on horseback trotting past the cashiers and down the aisles of the big box store in Baker Tuesday. a night as stunned shoppers and employees watched. According to nearly 40-second video, two of the riders, Mason and the other one, Brennan, turned themselves into the police. The others surrendered to authorities Friday morning. And after his arrest, Webb's said that his cutthroat Cowboys squad had no real reason for entering the chain store on horseback other than it being something fun to do. It was fun. We were famous. That's all. We didn't want to hurt nobody. We always ride to Baker, and we just thought that day, that's my emotional support animal. I'm going to do it.
I got to tell you, I could see how it would take a little bit of time to get somebody to take care of this. Because if you get on the phone and you call back to your managers in the back and you're like, hey, there's a couple of people riding horses up here, they're going to think that you're just joking or like maybe making some weird comment about someone's appearance or something like that. They're probably not going to actually think that there's two people riding horses up
They're like,
there.
okay, and they hung up.
Hopefully
and they're like, I'll be in on Monday, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
But to hear the cutthroat Cowboys and their emotional support horses, that's where I was like, hold on. How cutthroat are you if you need the emotional support?
That's nice. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to kind of go back to the Masters for something totally different. Do you enjoy the moment at sporting events, or are you attached to your phone? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The journey it's taken to get here, for all this history.
The long journey is over. McIlroy has his masterpiece.
Welcome back to the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I wonder how long people would listen. Maybe our listenership would even go up if that happened. Now, this is kind of about the Masters, kind of about Paige Spiranek, former guest on the G-Bag Nation.
Is she the best Paige? I think Paige Bueckers just got the top notch here in DFW for right now.
Paige Bueckers has got to be the best Paige.
There was a wrestler named Paige, right?
That is true.
Soraya now. Yeah.
I still also want to know, maybe this is just a throw-in right here, is do you think the Dallas Wings or the Metroplex in general can convert some new WNBA fans because of the draft pick, because of just the overall disappointment and irritation that people seem to have with the Mavericks? So that's like just a side question to go along with this.
I got you.
But the question that you brought up, and we talked about this a little bit before the show, is Spiranek, and I always thought it was Spiranek, but apparently with G-Bag, she said it was Spiranek. And she had tweeted out, hot take, but I wish all sporting events banned phones. It was so special to see everyone enjoying the moment and being present. This was at the end of the Masters. And so
that was a pop, dude.
Oh, yeah. They went crazy. Because, look, you can go, with all due respect to Justin Rose, he's the B-side for that. People weren't there watching for him.
They got what they wanted.
Yeah, they just drew the best final day Masters ratings in 7 or 8 years, even higher than the year I think Tiger won, which boggles my mind. But Justin Rose was the B-side. Most people were there for the story of Rory McIlroy, and you could hear when he missed the putt on 18 that everyone was like, oh, no. And so they were there for that. So what I'm kind of curious about, Corey, Alec, and for our listeners in general, do you enjoy the moment at sporting events, or are you attached to your phone? Maybe you're attached to your phone during the game. Maybe anytime anything happens, you're just videoing the whole thing, because wrestling is a great example of this. Whenever you see like Roman Reigns or Cody come out, when they go wide, you see nothing but a sea of phones held up. And I get that, but I'm also like, just take it in. Watch what's happening.
Are the pops still like? What's been the loudest pop you've ever heard in wrestling?
I mean, I think probably when Mankind won the title on Monday Night Raw, when Stone Cold came out and smashed The Rock's face with a chair. It was unbelievable.
How long ago was that?
It was like 25 years ago.
That was like flip phone era, right?
Yeah.
Like that's.
Although, I mean, there are some crazy loud pops now in wrestling, and so people have mastered the art of multitasking. So maybe you think you can shoot it and take it in at the same time.
I have two thoughts on this. One, I remember having a birthday party for Avery, my oldest son, at Little Gym. And I pulled my phone out to take some videos, and the guy said, "Let me take that from you." And I said, "Oh, no, that's fine." And he goes, No, I want you to be in the moment. I want you to be here. I'll take the video so you can be part of it. And from then on, that's where I was like, oh, this is important for me to watch my kid. Now, occasionally with Carter, I'll video like a play, something. I don't have video of him making the best play that I've ever seen him make. And that was busting through the line and making a goal line stop. Like, it was awesome. And I've tried to describe it to people, but you just kind of had to see it. And I don't have a video because I don't do that very often.
Yeah.
We go to baseball games. Avery will be on his phone. And I'm sitting there watching the game. And Avery's asked me before. I've been like, no, I'm focused. Once I sit down, I start watching the game. And that's what I'm here for, because that's why I showed up here. And there was also, I remember we were at the Fan Sports Lounge. And it was the final at bat. Gavin Dawson said, "This is going to be epic video." And he pulled his phone out in the sports lounge, and I pulled my phone out and start videoing Neftali Feliz. And there I am videoing it, and the Nelson Cruz moment happens. And from then on, Kevin, I think I decided, like, I'm not going to try. Everybody's going to capture. There's so many people that are going to have it. That's fine. I'll remember it. I'll remember everything I saw on your faces whenever y'all were holding up your phones. I'll remember this moment. And I might not. Hell, I might lose my memory at some point, but that's my memory that I'll hold on to. It won't be that. So that is where I stand. Is sometimes I do feel like the phone gets in the way. And she's right. At the Masters, there was no outside source. For those people.
You had to go look up at the scoreboard.
Yeah,
like the actual scoreboard.
Everybody knew the meaning of the moment because they weren't distracted by anything else.
From the 817, when the Rangers won the World Series, I was definitely recording to try to capture the moment, but I barely paid attention to the camera and pointing and just high-fiving everybody.
I get that.
From the 325, phone away at live sports, or concerts. Take a picture and put it away. Honestly, I do that frequently at like different sporting events.
Pictures are cool.
I'll take a picture before like everything has really gotten started. Like that's not what Jess did when we were at the Duke games. She was taking pictures and videos nonstop. But like I took a picture of us together, took a picture of the court, and then I didn't take another picture until afterwards, and they were celebrating winning the East, not knowing what the next week would hold for them.
What ended up happening,
They
Kevin?
lost a 14-point lead to Houston. And still to this day, do I think if they would have made that one free throw, they would have won? Yes, because there is a statistic that said Duke was 29-0 in NCAA history when they had a 15-point lead. So when they missed a free throw, they kept it at 14 instead of 15. Do I think that would have made the difference? Yes. Yes, I do. But that's the magical thing about sports. I can never prove it one way or another. Here's the other side of the argument, though, from the 817. I'm not going to a sporting event if I can't take pictures for the memory. And I'm sure there are other people like that as well.
Yeah. No, I mean, I know my wife, she wants to get pictures and videos of everything. And it's going on the socials, and it's there for everybody.
Okay, do you just play on your phone at all during a sporting event? I know baseball is probably would lend itself most to that. But I've definitely seen people who are like, they're at the game and they're like, I'm still going to play this while the game's going
on. Well, I did play Pokemon Go out at the ballpark because somebody had put one of those lures on there. And so I was able to get more and better Pokemon. And so it was, but anyway, no. But in this business at live events, Alec, I think you can attest to this. Twitter becomes a very easy thing, or X, it becomes a very easy thing to, hey, I just saw this happen. Let me send that message out to the world.
Yeah, that happened, I want to say, it was the Cowboys-Lions game. You know, I was up in the box whenever Aiden Hutchinson broke his leg.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and from the box, we got a replay that I don't think they showed on TV, and we were all like, yeah, he's done. And so we all kind of rushed to Twitter to say, hey, y'all might not see the angle we saw. It was gross. Like, don't seek it out. And so everybody was kind of tweeting that out. It does not look good. So, yeah, when you're on the job, it's definitely hard to avoid. But I've always been the type of person that sports events, I try to stay away from the phone because, like, Ranger games, I try to go to multiple every year.
Yeah.
So, like, if it's a big moment, I'll record, like, hey, we're down by 1 in the bottom of the 9th. We got a chance to walk it off here. I'm going to record that. But for concerts and wrestling events, totally different story. My favorite songs, my favorite wrestlers' entrances, I need to have it on video because, you know, it's cliche, but you never know when it's going to be the last time you get to do that.
Sure.
So I like to keep those memories. Like, I'll go back and watch old concert videos that I took because I need a boost. You know, sometimes I'm just feeling low and I'm like, I'm going to watch Post Malone sing this song that I really love that I've seen him play twice now, but it hits home every single time.
There seems to be, like concerts is the two things that actually came up on the different ends were concerts and fireworks. I have to admit, I have also found myself guilty of trying to take firework pictures, but somebody goes, people that video fireworks shows crack me up. You're never going to go back and watch that. And then another person said, as a coach, I don't know why people video every single pitch or at bat, probably especially at the lower levels. But then I've seen multiple people text in exactly what Alex said. I'll record a few of my favorite songs or video them at a concert, and I will go back and listen to them. Or like, I can go back and remember the moment or whatever the case is. Well, one of the reasons I thought about this too is I can't remember. I guess it was probably 2015 when the Rangers were about to win the AL West. I saw so many people lift their phone up, and I was like, I'll remember this. And I just looked right at the field, and then you can see the scoreboard and the fireworks and everything. And I remember very vividly, like, I'm just going to take this in and enjoy it. And
do you feel superior to everybody?
No, I thought, no.
I would have.
Okay. Is that right?
It's okay to say it, dude.
No, I don't. I just thought the same thing that you did, that I hope I'll remember all this. But in the moment, I was like, I'll remember for now.
One thing I will say you should never record. Your friend extremely drunk in Vegas at a media party. That is something that should never be recorded, because what happens in Vegas should stay in Vegas.
What if they stumbled off the elevator?
Oh, hold on.
And they're like, I'll show you something.
You know what? I actually have one of those videos too. I mean,
who made the elevator?
No, you shouldn't do that for other purposes.
Okay.
What was the name of the elevator? Was it Otis?
I don't look. That is an inside joke for only people who work here.
Okay, then listen for a second. Yesterday, we were talking in a meeting, and our boss said you wouldn't want to. I said, we're the elevator show record. If you get on an elevator with us, you're going to be more entertained than any other person that's ever been on an elevator before. All right, that's just how it is. We keep our show going while we're on elevators. That's just what we do. But I mentioned that.
Maybe not Aerosmith, but I got you.
Our boss said, yeah, you wouldn't want to offend the Otis guy. And everybody in the room went, the hell's he talking about?
Hold on. I don't know if you can find this audio quickly. The Bob Dabalina audio. All right? See if you can find that when Mike said that. Because Corey looked around, and I looked at Corey to see how he was reacting. Because in my head, I was like, I have no idea what that means. And so I looked to Corey, who eventually was like, I don't know what that means.
And then when Spittle kind of gave us the look of, I don't know what he means either. So that being said, Kevin, last night, I was retelling this story, and I told it to Adrian, and she goes, oh, I mean the elevators? How did she? And she's like, yeah, it's on all the elevators. So she knew, but guess what? Not on our elevator.
I had no idea. Okay, this is the exact way I felt. Like, but sub in Tim for Mike, and that long pause was there, and then Corey expressed exactly what I was thinking too.
Anything can happen. We saw Mr. Bob Dabalina beat us, so...
That's Joshua Dobbs. I believe is
Who is Bob Double? Am I supposed to know that name? Was that supposed to be on the KNC bingo card today? Because I've never. Who is Bob Dabalina? Who's Otis?
That is exactly the way I felt. I was like, I'm not trying to lay out on you. I just don't know what you're saying right now.
Good times here at 4131.
Hey, don't forget, that's the same address that you need to know in 2 days. Don't got to sign up. Just got to show up. Draft 101. We'll be having giveaways there, including a Dak Prescott autographed jersey, CeeDee Lamb autographed helmet. There will be Whataburger there. All the draft breakdown that you need. It is going to be fun. And again, you don't got to sign up. You just got to show up. Coming up next, let's chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'll give you no context, but the line that broke me from Eric right there was, dang, these traps are ridiculous.
Doing shrugs, man. The guy's doing shrugs.
That in the context was amazing. All right. Do you want to talk about basketball, hockey, or do you want me to just make something up?
Make something up. See how creative you are.
Yeah, this is like the impromptu. This is like one of those like scholastic elements, right? With UIL, different things like just walk on stage and tell a story or whatever.
We used to have a challenge for Parker called Can Parker Produce?
Yes, I remember
and
this.
so you just randomly would be like, all right, you got 2 minutes and a break to produce something special. And he'd go in there and create something. And so this is, how creative are you?
If you're in your car and you're the second person back of the light, the light turns green, that person is, who knows what they're doing. You give them the polite version of the honk, which I know can be tough to master because there's not a setting on the horn that's like, hello, will you go? It's
There's not a friendly beep and an aggressive beep. They should probably produce that.
You do your best to like lay in a light beep.
Yeah.
And they respond by flipping you off.
Ooh. Oh.
Do you just go about your day and think that person's an idiot?
We're in a state they carry guns.
That is true.
It could turn violent in a hurry.
It's a geographical thing for you,
I've seen women, I've seen men, I've seen kids at firing ranges these days.
Yeah.
If you follow along, people like to fire guns, and especially at this state. So, yes, I'm the guy who will occasionally look down at my phone, maybe get a text from somebody, try and answer the text, and then the light, and they'll tap their horn and beep, beep. I'll always put the hand up as a wave.
Thank you.
My bad.
Sorry.
Sometimes we'll put two hands up like, I'm really sorry.
So, and that's
you
what
just ghost ride that way.
That's what I would love in these scenarios. But is the instinct, once you hear a horn directed at you, to fire up the finger, or are these just all people that can't accept they made a mistake?
It's a little embarrassing.
There's anger immediately. I'm like, hey, dude, screw you. All right, I'm going. I'm sorry. But sometimes then they were actually in the right here. Because it really does depend on just how gentle that horn is.
And how long, like how much of a buffer time did they give you before they started going hand to hand to
You don't
horn?
know, though, because you weren't paying attention.
Yeah,
Once you count to like 3 Mississippi, then hit the horn. You wait that long.
I try
1
not to hit the
Mississippi,
horn.
2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi.
And that's
boom.
fair. That's about what happened.
Good time. That's good time.
In this scenario that definitely didn't happen yesterday. And I realize I wouldn't because of what Brada said. I wish you had the opportunity to like pull them over and be like, hey, why did you flip me off?
No,
I won't.
No. I'm saying literally, we're going to read about you in the news.
I promise I will
like
not.
You're going to be laying in your car, and they're going to be hauling you out of it with gunshot wound.
I promise I will not. I just wish there was a world where you could be like, I just want to know, why did you flip me off?
Oh, I don't worry about you. I worry about the other people.
Yeah,
That's
for
the people
sure.
I worry about.
For sure. So that is my make-believe topic for the day.
I liked it.
On the 214, I don't care how wrong I am. If you call me on it, it's hands. So
there's a lot of that going around. I'm usually just filled with like, wow, I'm so sorry. Like if I started trying to get over and I didn't see the blind spot situation, somebody's there, they're honking. I'm like, oh crap! Like I want you to know how sorry.
You start writing an apology note to them and everything.
Yeah,
and it's like
putting it on the window,
stick it on the car. Yeah.
I saw a great bit. Somebody was just pulling up to stoplights, and they're looking at the car next to them, and they're like, "Hey, roll your window down." Like you got to say something to them. And as soon as they start rolling their window down, you just roll your window up and just look away. and the clips that I saw, like a montage of this, every person that was the victim in this scenario found it hilarious.
They did, yeah. We used to do. We'd pull into corners, and the car's sitting waiting, and you just honk at them and go, "Call me, call me." And they're like, "Who the hell? Who is this guy?"
We used to do the honk and wave the other way. Like you pull up next to a car and you knew somebody and you'd honk, and then everybody would wave the opposite way. And you see the people like somebody would be looking, they'd go, "Oh, it was," and then they'd look at that.
Wasn't for me.
It wasn't for me. Man.
I like that. We were on a road trip and somebody had their Cash App up in the window, and I just thought that was really clever. So I was in the passenger seat, and it would amuse me more. I put up a sign that said, "Your mom goes to college," and just people would drive by and, they'd be like, and just look at it, and that was just the amuse. That's all I needed to amuse me along the way.
I wonder if that person's got on the request pay. That's the thing you have to be careful of, because then somebody will do your Cash App and they'll request to pay, and if you're not really paying attention, you just think you just got something sent your way. All of a sudden, you just sent out.
Oh, no.
Maybe a little.
Wolchuk did that in New Orleans on Bourbon Street. Isn't that right? Didn't you have a Cash App situation?
I did, but that wasn't exactly how that went.
Oh.
It was more violent and a touch more.
You were better in New Orleans this time around. You were good.
This was really good this time around.
This was was it a bachelor party you were at, or
no?
you were
It was
just
like
with the boys?
I think I went for my birthday.
Oh, that's right. It was your
the first time I ever went, and we got just obliterated on bourbon. And then one of my guys peeled off into Rick's Cabaret.
Okay.
And the other buddy I was with
path.
had food with him. And so they wouldn't let him in because of the food. So now I'm, stumbling in there. I'm the responsible one that has to get him out of there. And then he's like, "It's your birthday. Let me get you a dance." Next thing I know, I've kind of woken up the next morning and I realized there's like thousands of dollars that have been paid to these ladies.
No, what Wolchuk is failing to mention is when he woke up that morning, he was wearing his shirt as his pants and his pants as his shirt.
Yeah.
And so the confusion was just really.
There was some thievery that went down.
It was. He had, I believe, the curb was his pillow that night.
Did they eat the food at Rick's though, or did they just?
I mean,
have to leave it outside.
I think he just took it home. I got left. I got stranded.
They sent Wolchuk into the cabaret to go bring out the gentleman.
But he never made it.
It's his birthday, and he's been whiskey souring for
it was bad.
4 straight days.
It was not a good situation.
Tough day. Right
That's just know your teammates better.
But
right?
you live and you
Wolchuk,
learn.
isn't that what it is?
Yeah.
Let's point the finger at those guys.
I just don't use Cash App.
Do you guys like the one-day contract retirement ceremony and everything? Because we're going to get that with Tyron Smith tomorrow. And I think for the most part, I usually think it's pretty neat.
Yeah, I like it.
Question: how long do you think this press conference is going to last? 35 seconds?
5 minutes. Yeah.
Tyron doesn't always like to elaborate.
I am not. It's going to be. Thank you very much to the Jones family. Appreciate the opportunity. See you guys down the road. That's. I don't know. How many questions are we going to take here today?
And then he stands up and reminds you how gigantic he is.
He is gigantic.
He has the biggest hands, I think, of any person I've ever met.
Gigantic man.
That is a very that's very true.
Yeah, shaking his hand.
Very true.
Terrifying individual.
Who I was pretty impressed. This was years ago, but I just ran into Troy Aikman at a lacrosse thing one time and shook his hand. And I'll never forget coming away from that just being like, wow.
Yeah.
The hand
And the guy
size
had
on
problems throwing a wet football.
That is wild.
Weird, isn't it?
It's crazy, dude.
It is weird. Yeah, you would figure with those hands he'd be really a good.
Even Dak, I remember shaking Dak's hand, being like, "Dude, this is not your average handshake."
Derek Holland has a pretty big hand.
Yeah,
like,
he does.
Even Mike did too. I was like, and that is the pitching.
The good pitchers, long fingers.
Yep.
That makes a lot of sense for the movement and everything. What do you fine fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thank you so much for asking. I think the pressing question of the day will be asked right out of the gates here at 2 o'clock. But we do have our Rangers player show, Hobie Milner, going to be joining us at 3:20. And we'll talk with Dave Hellman, Fox Sports, our good buddy, as we get set for the draft here at 4. Maybe get his best Tyron Smith memories.
Now, you guys had quite the interaction with Hobie.
We did.
In spring training.
Yeah.
Is this going to be a more by the books interview, do you think?
I don't have anything to ask.
I don't presume so.
Any baseball question?
I'm definitely going to mention at the jump of this, like, hey, we're the guys that had you spitting out the Vicodin Viper idea as a movie in honor of Cocaine Bear. We're those guys. So I plan on setting the table that way, and hopefully we derail that thing. He was maybe the most uncomfortable of anybody that we chatted with. He was really taken aback.
Okay.
Now he got in the groove. Like the rest of the week, we'd see him in there. Hobie, who's our guy. So we're
Very
on good
friendly.
terms right now, but we'll see how uncomfortable we can make him today.
Local guy out of Fort Worth.
Yeah.
He's been dealing.
What time is that?
3:20.
Nice.
And I just love how traditional his pitching form is, Really
something you see
appreciate
every
that.
day.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just he's a
textbook.
He's a by the book. Yeah, absolutely.
Really
man.
saving
Something you
his
teach
shoulder
your
for
kids
sure.
how to do.
Yeah, it's just a baseball 101 when you're watching him.
Roll home with a show of tradition, the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's a roof open, Toxic Tuesday here in the G-Bag Nation. That's right, your Texas Rangers back in action tonight. And the roof will be open at Globe Life Field as of right now. Things could change, but as of right now, they'll be open. We'll talk with Hobie Milner, your Rangers reliever, at 3:20. Jared Sandler will join the show as well. Hour number one of the G-Bag Nation, Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, the great Brian Broaddus, Super Bowl winning scout. We got Draft 101 coming up on Thursday right here, 4131 North Central Expressway. And we got free Whataburger for you. In fact, shout out to the Whataburger gods, as Lucius Alexander and Carter Freeman. All of us have been able to enjoy some delicious Whataburger today.
Yeah, thanks to Travis and to Ruby and to all. The mushroom burger is outstanding. Lucius got the his double meat pattied with the bacon. I think he approved of that. Lucius, am I
it's
on board with
definitely
that?
It's very hoodish. Very hood adjacent. It's fantastic. I feel like the cook had a cigarette behind his ear when he made that damn thing.
Well, they were driving around. The guys at Whataburger were driving around when they heard you mention that. So there might be a burger named after you.
Let's go.
But no, thank you to Travis and to Ruby over here by us, and look forward to having everybody in for Draft 101. On
6:45, show up on Thursday. No sign up required. Just show on up.
Come in and park. Come in, and we always encourage you, even if you're not a Cowboy fan, we'll take your draft questions for other teams too if you want to show up as well.
And tomorrow we'll be out at Shell Shack right off Henderson here in Dallas for a live G-Bag Nation 2 to 6:30. So come on out tomorrow, and then Friday at the Globe. So this is quite the party. Yeah, the Dodgers are in town. Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman and company, Chris Woodward. New first base coach back there with the Dodgers as our former skipper. But we've got tons of things to get to. Of course, Paige Bueckers, we broke that last night. Your newest member of the Dallas Wings, the number one overall pick, created quite a stir. The Tex-Mex versus barbecue conversation. Was listening to that on the morning show, 877-881-1053. Choose your fighter. Is it the Tex-Mex? Is it the barbecue? I do agree with Sean. I think the consistency of the Tex-Mex here in Dallas is the truth. Usually you know what you're going to get. Barbecue can be hit or miss. I would probably prefer a delicious barbecue meal, but I think the consistency is what's going to trump it for me, and I'd lean the Tex-Mex.
Wow, that's a take. I mean, they're both fantastic. It is definitely a heavyweight bout between the two, Wolchuk, but yeah, I'm going barbecue on this particular one.
I mean, really, Texacue with Hurtado. It's kind of the best of both worlds.
You've got to be able to, if you want to incorporate both, the combination, you have to get them both right.
Yeah.
You can't just let one try and be, okay, I'm going to do Tex-Mex, but I'm going to do it because I'm really got a barbecue background. You know, you have to have the ability to kind of marry the two. And I think there's a lot of guys and gals around here that have done that. So, I like I say, that's a hard one for me to choose. I grew up in a barbecue family. Sonny Bryan's is my family from way, way back. Matter of fact, my family goes back to 1910 here in Dallas with barbecue.
Damn.
So
legendary.
But yeah,
one of the originals.
I'll tell you this though, there's some great barbecue places, and Hurtado, one of the best. When we get a chance to go to the Pecan Lodge, with what they've done,
it's always good.
I was trying to explain that to my mom and dad. My mom is Sonny Bryan's sister, and I was trying to explain to my mom and dad how good that barbecue is. So yeah, it's you just got to make sure you get them both right. You just can't say one just to overpower the other. But man, we've a lot of guys and gals got it right in this town for sure.
Absolutely. We did have Stephen Jones on earlier with the KNC Masterpiece saying, I don't necessarily see us moving up based on the way the board is coming together, but could see a situation where we move down. I think everybody's trying to move down. Carolina is wanting to move down from pick 8. Maybe the Giants are trying to add some chum in the water with the Shedeur Sanders visit. Maybe they're actually interested. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Everybody seems like they'd like to move down, but can you get somebody to move on up? That's really the question.
Yeah, and that's probably going to be tough sledding. But the quarterbacks, I mean, if Shedeur is going to slip past New Orleans, I think that's when you start having some real conversations about, okay, which teams feel like they need to get aggressive now if they want to be able to land him. But to me, that's the only position that is going to be, where teams are interested in moving up.
What would you think if teams said that they had Jackson Dart on their board better than Sanders?
I wouldn't be surprised by it. I think there are some teams that probably have Jackson Dart ahead of Shedeur.
I wonder if Jackson Dart, we have Sanders as a trade-up possibility.
Yeah.
But I wonder if Jackson Dart's a trade-up possibility here. And I think it's interesting about with Milroe. Can Milroe be a first-round guy too?
Right.
That's where I'm just, man, these quarterbacks, it's a hard position to evaluate.
It is.
John Snyder, he went out on the, whose podcast was he on yesterday? He was on some show.
It was, I know NFL Network had
it was NFL. They were carrying it, but Johnny said, he's like, listen, you think these quarterbacks aren't any good? I'd be careful of that. I do think there's some really interesting guys. I mean, the fact that I liked Will Howard from Ohio State as much as I did, because I always thought Will Howard was kind of a blacksmith quarterback. I mean, kind of a come to work, just kind of hang in there, do your job, kind of move on.
Hard hat guy.
Yeah, but he showed more. I mean, they've got talent at Ohio State, but my gosh, somebody had to make the throws, and he did a solid job. So I wonder if some people really, if Johnny's right that that around the league that people are kind of talking about these quarterbacks a little bit in a good light than in a poor light.
It's going to be interesting in the top 10 what ends up happening there, because that can end up now if you get a run.
It starts at Cleveland.
Maybe
I think Cleveland
can really dictate a lot.
Cleveland could dictate which way this draft goes. If they take Sanders, then it's probably going to go with Travis Hunter going to the Giants, and
now we got to scramble.
Carter,
who wants Jackson Dart?
Yeah.
Do the Jets actually like Jackson Dart? Do the Saints like him?
Right.
Now, all of a sudden, if you get 3 somehow go in the top 10, then maybe somebody does say, hey, I'm going to call up and go get a Milroe. The Shuck stuff from Louisville. Is there actually a team that really does love him and thinks he's maybe the guy? So that's where you could maybe start getting a little wild and crazy, like last year with Michael Penix Jr. going to Atlanta. That wasn't something we were really forecasting. We had that conversation today on the draft show. McShay was talking about Mike Tomlin really liking Shedeur Sanders, highly considering drafting him at quarterback if he's on the board at 21. If they like him that much, if he starts to slide, they say we got to move up from 21. So the quarterback stuff is fascinating. It always is in the draft. It could end up being, like we talked about yesterday, maybe it's a Cam Ward goes, and then you don't really see anything happen like with the Will Levis draft, and then we see a bunch of action at the top of the second round. But maybe that is where you could get a trade-up scenario. That'd probably be the perfect world. You get a run on maybe 2 or 3 all of a sudden in the top 10. Cowboys could be sitting there at 12. That's when the phone starts to ring.
Yeah, and that's what you want. You want these quarterbacks to go. You want Shedeur Sanders off the board in the top 10, and you want then you need to have the teams going, okay, Jackson Dart, if we're going to get a guy here in the first round, this is a guy that we're going to have to go move up for. But this is mostly, it feels like a draft filled with quarterbacks that are going to be awesome backups.
How about team with F these picks coming from 26 up the board?
Hey, Rams can be aggressive.
You know what I'm saying? If they are F these picks and maybe not afraid, Detroit did that a little bit with Dallas.
Detroit's very aggressive.
Detroit did that. They're like,
with
listen,
Terrion Arnold.
Yeah, with Terrion Arnold, we want this corner. We're not going to let this corner go any further. So they gave you value plus. So I wonder if our guy there, Les Snead in at St. Louis is sitting there thinking, in Los Angeles is saying, maybe I need to go get one of these guys
to get our guy of the future.
Yeah.
Hey, not a bad thought.
Would you go all the way to 26?
From 12? It depends on what the offer is. Yeah. I'd consider it if the offer's good enough. I mean, are they giving us extra 2?
I don't know if the Rams even have a 2.
They would have to look. I think they're back now.
They stabilized their draft.
I think it's been enough years now where I think they're ready to rock again, and I think that they're cooking.
I guess
with
I could look
picks,
that up.
But we can check that. Congratulations to the legend that is Tyron Smith, who is set to sign a 1-day contract, retire with the Dallas Cowboys, one of the best to ever do it, 5-time All-Pro, 8-time Pro Bowler, 13 years with the Cowboys, had his final year with the Jets, and this sets up for what could be an incredible Hall of Fame class for your Cowboys. Zach Martin and Tyron Smith are now retiring in the same offseason. They will both be eligible for the 2030 Pro Football Hall of Fame class. Both 2010 All-Decade team members, 14 combined All-Pro, 17 combined Pro Bowls. Can we get them in the same class? I think that would be pretty magical.
It would be phenomenal. But I do think there's a chance that it actually ends up hurting one of them, if not both of them. I don't know, because I don't know how voters are going to feel putting 2 guys in the same position group from the same team on the same ballot. I think that might be something that ends up working against them.
Oh.
Yeah. I think Zach Martin for sure would be a first ballot. I think it might hurt Tyron. What do we got?
Rams don't have a second.
No
round
two?
pick. Nope.
Oh, my gosh. Well, then no.
Nope.
We're not doing
They
it.
traded that to Carolina.
Who'd they get?
They traded it for the chance to draft Braden Fisk with the 39th.
Hey, that worked out pretty damn well.
With Carolina.
That worked out pretty well. And shout out to the 214 for texting that in as well. Bad one for the Stars last night. 6-game losing streak. First time Pete DeBoer has had that since he started his coaching career here in Dallas. And it's this damn third period, dude.
Yep.
The goal differential in the third period during this skid, minus 13. It's the worst in the NHL. They're getting outshot at a terrible rate. Now, they are sitting and resting some players. Thomas Harley and Essa Lindell, they've rested now back-to-back games. And the Jamie Benn, we thought goal 400, that ends up being taken away. They gave it to Liam Bichel. So you're still hunting for goal 400 for Jamie Benn. And how awkward is that? You've got the celebration,
it's so
we got the
awkward,
social
dude.
media posts, and then we get the stat correction like 10 minutes later. Ooh, about that. So sorry. You're still waiting with goal number 399. That stinks, dude.
It does. It's salt in the wound right now when there's like nothing really positive going on. That was one kind of cool thing. Little benchmark moment there for your captain, and then nope, never mind. Not the case. I do think it's more funny than anything, though.
Yeah, Pete DeBoer said right now it's about Saturday night, which will be their first game in the series against Colorado. You make choices at this time of year. Do you address your lineup and win games, or do you rest guys and prepare for Saturday? So we're obviously choosing the latter. So they're just trying to make sure their team's ready to rock. They're locked in where they are, and they play again tomorrow. They'll end the season against Nashville. And we'll see if Tyler Seguin ends up playing tomorrow night. There is a possibility he's ready to go. Maybe they just wait and say, hey, game one, we'll play on Saturday, Tyler. But Seg should be back and ready to rock, and then we'll just be on Miro watch, depending on how this series goes. Maybe they can avoid it. I know we'll make our picks later on. I know where you're leaning, Brian. We've talked about it, but we can save that. We can save that for later. And then we just got confirmation. One of the few selected reporters that were in the Nico Harrison presser today, Tim Cato, All City Dallas, he's going to join us tomorrow at 3:20. He's going to give us the inside scoop on what went down with this presser. He did have one comment on the All City podcast that Mavs CEO Rick Welts, this was with Rick Welts and Nico Harrison.
Oh, hey, everybody just prep your bodies for
this is ridiculous.
The stupid thing that Walchuk's going to have to say, but this isn't Walchuk saying.
I hope I'm getting ball sacked on this. I hope this is somebody heard this wrong and this is not what happened, but we'll ask Tim about this tomorrow. Mavs CEO Rick Welts compared the Luka trade to his former team, the Golden State Warriors, trading Monte Ellis for Andrew Bogut in 2012. What?
I trust.
Come on, man. We're all looking for comparisons here.
I trust Cato's report. This was a planned thing on the Mavs' behalf. They had like all their phrases that they wanted to throw out there, all of their little analogies or whatever.
It's crazy.
And it's defense wins championships. And oh yeah, Luka's a lot like Monte Ellis. I mean, that is the tone deafness, stupidity of all of this. It's one of the darker comedies in sports that I've ever experienced.
It feels like overnight they just turned into the Phoenix Suns. And the likelihood is they probably do try and trade for Kevin Durant, and they're going to give away any symbol of youth that they've got on the team. They'll probably give up Derek Lively. They'll probably give away P.J. Washington. They'll probably give away whatever rest of their first-round picks they've got. And they'll try and get KD, AD, and Kyrie together. And I don't know how many games they'll even all play together. It'll be just like what happened in Phoenix, where they're like, yeah, let's do Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, and KD. And it ends up just being an absolute nightmare. I mean, it's so crazy what has happened to this organization. We were looking at them thinking, what's the Athletic doing not having them as a top 10 front office in the NBA right now after all the moves that Nico is making? And now it's just, goodness gracious, this
they've nuked it.
They're a shell of themselves.
Can anybody really in good conscience sit down and act like they're going to care for 4 quarters about that ridiculous play-in game tomorrow night?
Yes, I am.
That is just
saying it in good conscience.
I am, and I'm saying it. You know what? I've got to do this.
Isn't that maddening?
I signed up for this.
That's a real quote. That's a real quote Walchuk just read.
I signed up.
You signed up. No, you didn't sign up for that. You didn't sign up for Luka Doncic's Monte Ellis, and I've been here before.
I didn't
Tim
sign
Wells.
up for that.
Everybody hang tight. This is going to be fine.
I signed up for seeing this thing through, Eric. Kind of like we did for the Cowboys season. I signed up, so I'm in. Yes.
I'm in.
I'm going to watch. And if they get beat, I'm going to come on and talk about it. And, and I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions, what you saw.
I can't
Eric,
wait.
what about in the third when, at the 7:24 mark?
Wait, there was a game last night?
They were playing? Yeah, apparently Nico just kept reiterating defense wins championships. Defense wins championships.
Right, here we go.
How's the defense been?
How's anything been,
Right?
Chuck? Nothing's been good.
Guys.
This whole thing is just it's as mind-boggling as it gets, dude.
I'm just in a world of misery.
It's jarring how ridiculous they sound.
It is.
And again, like they made the trade, they had the next day presser, and Nico's talking out of his neck, and then now all these months later, you're not even going to allow cameras, you're not going to allow audio equipment to record it. You're just doing some like halfway on off the record, and you just belch out defense wins championships and Luka Doncic is Monte Ellis.
And we don't
have a
regret
great
it.
day, guys.
Hey,
no regrets.
Eric.
Enjoy your Tuesday. We'll see you at the playing game tomorrow. Except no, you won't. That'll. I hope it pulls a negative in the ratings.
I'm in, Nico. I'm in with you. I'm in for the playing game. I don't know about him.
You're a sick puppy.
I want to. Is there anything they could say to make you feel any better?
Yeah, I honestly, I wish you would say I regret it. I wish you would just say I made a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. I overreacted and I shouldn't have done this. And I'm sorry. We're going to find a way to make it right.
I think if he gets let go and he's no longer working here, I don't know if you'll get that from him, but that's where you'll get that.
Down the line. Well, he said he's got 3 more years left on his contract. He plans to see it through. But yes.
It's kind of like a guy our guy Haslam, right? From the Browns. Jimmy Haslam.
Now, but Watson's still on the team.
But he's kind of like, that was terrible.
We messed up.
That you want to blame anybody, blame me and D.
Yeah.
Blame me and D for doing this. We're the ones that did this.
And 817, I know you're a loyal MFFL, but this is not slander of the playoffs. This is slander of everything that they've done to prevent themselves from being in the playoffs. They're in the play-in, dude. Yeah. They boycotted the playoffs themselves when they made this disaster of a move.
Yeah.
They did this.
Yeah,
so we're not talking about playoffs because they're not in the playoffs.
This has been rough. This is very serious.
We're in the playoffs playing game.
Just very quickly before we move on to the other side here, we do have officers that are responding to a reported shooting at Wilmer Hutchins High School.
I see Lucius has got that up on the screen.
Of course, our sister station, News Radio 1080 KRLD, has more information on that. If we get more, we will certainly pass that along. That is a very scary situation, so we will continue to monitor that and let you know if we get any more detail. But let's do a little Chuck Wagon coming up on the other side, then we'll go right into G-Bag of the day. We've got more transfer quarterback fallout. The WNBA is rejecting this star and a Florida woman. That's next.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Okay, so we have some updates here. There was an active shooter call prompted at just after 1 p.m. this afternoon, Wilmer Hutchins High School. And by 1:45 p.m., the active threat had ended. By 2:15, the campus had been secured. Crews were dispatched to the scene at 1:06 p.m., and it was due to a shooting incident. And there were gunshots reportedly heard inside the building. It was a teen male that was shot in the leg. The victim was in stable condition, but no more details about his condition was immediately available. 3 people in total were transported from the scene, but it wasn't clear how many of those were shooting victims. So that's where things stand right now with the unfortunate news coming out of Wilmer Hutchins High School. We'll continue to keep you posted on that. And our sister station, 1080 KRLD, will be all over it. So definitely not how we wanted to kick off the program today, but that is what is happening. All right, we got a Chuck Wagon for you, and then we'll get you to the G-Bag of the day here in about 5 minutes. Segment here in the nation brought to you by the Frankels, 214-333-3333. And Cars for Kids, donate today at carsforkids.org. Here's that wagon.
Thank you very much, Eric. All right, so we got more fallout from Nico. I am leaving. As his father now is talking about all the NIL offers that Nico is getting after he said, I'm out of Tennessee. We did have Dan Lanning, who refused to deny that he was the one who tipped off Josh Heupel. So he was the one that tipped off Josh Heupel. But I guess Nico's father is saying that he has already got offers that are better than what Nico was going to get from Tennessee by a lot. Tulane and a lot of other schools, yes, is what he said. Y'all in the media need to understand this is business first. And we allowed to seek opportunities elsewhere. Nico has offers over $4 million. That's according to Blue Blood Bias.
I hope that's a fact. If not, he's going to lose his son.
Yeah.
Because somebody's going to get in his son's ear and be like, hey, man, your dad's ruined your career for you. I can do something for you. I can help you out.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, this could get real bad. Yeah. I mean, because I'm seeing the other side of it where Pete Nakos of On3 Sports is saying that multiple schools are waiting to see if Nico and his financial demands drop in the coming days. Yeah. Multiple programs are ready to become contenders for his services if he is open to a deal closer to $1 million.
Yeah.
Which is far less than what he was already making at Tennessee. So this could really be blowing up in their faces.
2.9, did we say, or 3. What I say?
Anywhere from 2.5 to 3 million is what he was making.
I think it was 3.1 or something like that.
And he wanted 4 million.
Right. The quarterback now at Michigan, who hasn't played a down yet for the Wolverines, is making 2.9.
Yeah, Underwood.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and we talked about it yesterday, but you got like Carson Beck and Darian Mensah who were getting paid $4 million at Georgia.
Garrett Nussmeier.
And Garrett Nussmeier at LSU. But, hey, that's a guy that could have probably been a first-round draft pick. And then LSU's going to pay to go ahead and make sure you bring him back. This is a totally different situation. And the other thing is why you have teams that are probably hesitant to go ahead and bring him in is I was listening to some reports that it can divide the locker room. There's a very different approaches and opinions of this, and most people are thinking this isn't right. I mean, this guy he's the quarterback of the team, and he was willing to skip a college football playoff game.
Exactly.
That's not the standard that we want to set for our program.
And this could only be somewhat palatable. I think there would be a locker room divide no matter what to some extent, but it would be much more palatable if this particular player was the clear best quarterback in college football, if he was an otherworldly type talent that was off an extremely productive season, then certainly that could help soften the blow a little bit. But that's not what we're dealing with. That's what makes this so ridiculous is they just don't have the self-awareness of what type of talent you are, or at least to what you've proven to this point. You've just been regressing. So it's like, there's no way you can get everybody on board at a program. No. Even if a head coach is like, hey, I'm on the hot seat, I gotta get a talented quarterback in here. The coaching staff and the players will never have the respect for that kid.
Well, and the other...
especially when he's running the ball out of bounds as time's expiring instead of giving his team a chance to win at the end when they're trailing versus Arkansas.
Just absolutely no awareness. And then some are wondering, okay, well, if he's trying to just cash in this much in college, is he not a guy that thinks that he's got much of an NFL future? Because eventually you're going to end up making money. If you're a 5-star recruit, you've got the talent. Do you not project yourself being a $20 million quarter player, if you're drafted in the first round?
Yeah, we thought that of Spencer Rattler, too. Remember how that all went down?
Well, and Carson Beck was projected to be a first-round pick, and I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen to him with Miami.
He sure doesn't look like a first-round pick.
Not at all.
The way he plays.
Not at all. Shout out to Haley Van Lith. She did go in the first round to the Chicago Sky TCU zone.
Reuniting with Angel Reese.
Pretty cool. Your former LSU Tigers getting together there.
Did they not get along?
They got along.
They got along okay. So the rest of the team didn't get along with her, right?
I think it was her and Mulkey. I don't know if they saw eye to eye, and she just didn't really fit what they wanted to do there.
Well, Kim's not the easiest person to get along with, but also too, she was a former point guard herself.
Yeah, so it sounds like they're friendly. Yeah. Like Angel Reese was excited.
Well, good. She did. I saw where she tweeted out, "Hey, like that kind of that positive message." I just didn't know if they completely got along there at LSU, but as a team.
Sedona Prince did not get drafted. The controversial TCU Horned Frog star, 6'7", Texas native, averaged 17 and 9, and an NCAA best 3 blocks per game. She goes undrafted, and I guess TCU fans were celebrating that. There are a lot of people that are not fans of hers. There's some allegations that have been brought up against her.
Okay.
But she's not been found
what kind of allegations
of any wrongdoing.
Yeah, that's what.
What are the allegations?
Did she put hands on a spouse or something like that?
She's accused by not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 women of either sexual abuse or domestic violence in recent months. But her attorney has denied all accusations.
She's 6'7", you said?
That's what an attorney should do.
So, well, I guess the rest of the WNBA said we're not going to risk this one. So we'll see what happens with her future. Without further ado, on that note, let's hand things over to Lucius Alexander for G-Bag of the Day.
I think Lucius was setting you up. He knew.
Thank you, Lucius.
Lucius knew what was going on there.
Them girls be fighting, bro. I'll tell you what. Them girls be fighting. Then, Brittany?
Yeah.
Her name Brittany?
Brittany Griner?
Did she throw some boo-boo at one of her peoples? Threw some dog boo-boo.
What?
Picked up some dog boo-boo and threw it. Thought about, why don't you clean up after your dog? Fire!
We have restroom revelations coming up here in about 10 minutes, Lucius. That just got added to the docket. I'm all over this
fire
thing.
off on me with some boo-boo, bro.
That's a fight to the death after that, I believe.
Yeah. All right, let's see what we got here. Bing-be-dee-dum-bum-bum-bum. Oh, shoot. Bobby Belt. Remember the Titan. This is our winner. Tolos voted for this one right here. This is a diss track to the Nosebleed boys, Eric and Zach. So they have to sit up here and listen to this track about them, insulting them. And not only that, I found out yesterday that voice on there, the lady, is Woolchuck's sister.
That's right.
What?
It's
Did you text
diabolical.
your sister, bro?
No, I'm not speaking to her.
I was about to say, what
Okay,
terms
yeah.
are going on?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I was supposed to host a 30th birthday for her on Saturday.
Yeah.
That's canceled.
She can find something else to do.
Yeah, that text be left on red, bro. All right, here we go.
I want to dedicate this song to Sam Wolchuk.
Hey, Bobby, spit that rhyme I like.
Jeez.
Turn it on, leave it on. Pick a platform, radio, stream, YouTube, or the Twitch. Young Bobby hit the bleeds like a crash car. Go and inject me in the beat, and I'll leave you with track marks. Didn't have to be this way, but I'll go to round 8. Overdosing bars, I'm a single mom in South Lake. Kill it in the AM, yeah, you know we got a who's who. Rating so big, you would think they took a blue chew. That's a blue pill, but Wooly needs a red one. Better get some yeast if you wanna raise your bread, son. Since we telling truth, let's open up about the past, bro. Chio still ain't over getting froze out of the draft show. Man, it broke, go to Brian. You can talk through it. Use your words because your mouth ain't just for hawk to. Yeah, I wish I had a house sitting on a happy perch, but I'm not like Eric getting favors from my daddy's church. Christ would help the poor, put him on his back. Eric closed the door, said I ain't paying tax. While we're talking cash, hey Wooly, where's my money, dude? No, you owe me $50 from Cali back in 22.
That damn Hawk Tua line. So damn
there
funny.
are some funny lines.
Really
in there.
pisses me off how funny it is.
Yeah, some fantastic lines in this joint.
Yeah. Super fantastic. Overall, obviously average, but definitely some good lines. Yeah.
It's mid, bro. That's mild, really. If you ask me, it's mild.
Could have been way better.
I am like scratching and clawing to get this feces throwing Brittany Griner where I can't. I'm having trouble. I wonder if it's a different big man in the league.
Shoot, somebody was throwing boo-boo at each other. I'll find it for you, bro. I hope I wasn't looking at one of those ball sack. What's the names?
It was really Shaq.
You know what I mean? I hope I ain't.
Those ball sack.
Because I've been rocking with that one for a long time. Like, man, you was throwing boo-boo? That's crazy. Hey, Broadus, I was thinking about you when I seen this one right here. There was a man in the gym. He had his phone out and everything, recording himself, checking his muscles, you know what I'm saying? Looking at his gains and whatnot.
No.
He was in the gym restroom.
Oh, no.
With the camera. And was told to stop recording and check the dude.
You're not supposed to be videotaping in here.
I'm videotaping myself.
You're not supposed to be videotaping in here.
Why are you talking to me like that? Why are you talking to me like that? Do you know me? You got an issue with me or something?
I'm going to tell the manager
Go
right
tell
now.
whoever you want. Go tell whoever you want. All you had to say was, yo, can you stop videotaping? You're not supposed to record here. I would be like, okay.
You said it.
No, you said it with attitude. You said it with attitude. And I'm saying it how I said it. And I just said it. What you talking about? And I just said it. What you talking about? We gonna go outside? You wanna go outside? Just stop talking to me like that. Show some respect. What you had to say was, you don't gotta record it here. You can't record it here. I would have simply said, all right, you're right, sir. I apologize. I would stop my video. You say it's not what you say, it's how you say it. All that flexing shit don't mean nothing to me. What's wrong with you?
Do you think he's being honest though? Like if he actually did say it in that?
I feel like he said it like that a little bit.
Yeah, I think that he just was ticked in anyway.
You're not supposed to be videotaping in here.
He just said kind of mean.
Yeah, there's a violent, aggressive inflection.
I mean, the guy's got pipes. Honestly, I mean, he can't help that.
Videotaping
This dude's got T levels
videotaping in here.
through the
It's like the
roof.
guy from the Long Mile.
But these schmoes, it's constant. Every time you go into the gym locker room, somebody's videoing themselves.
Yeah.
It's like this. Like, do you have any type of common sense about where you are?
Space anymore.
I would have never known they were arguing too if I was walked in the gym like trying to wash my hands in the bathroom.
Yeah.
And you heard somebody in the back room like drying their hands. I would have never known they were arguing. Had my headphones on. There's a whole fight about to happen right here, and I'm just
you're just grooving
like a fool. Listening to Boys to Men.
Just jamming.
This is jamming, bro. All right, let's see. The Braves sideline reporter. You guys seen that?
This is incredible. Yeah.
Wiley Ballard.
Yeah.
Asked a woman for a phone number. Well, he made it sound like them fools made him ask.
4 innings to get the numbers.
I'm on it. I'm on it.
Get us some more Braves fans.
All right, so they want me to get your number.
They want you to get my
I'm dead serious. They're saying in my ear right now, she doesn't believe me because she thinks you guys are not. I'm making this up. Even if you guys weren't, I might use that in the future. That's actually a pretty good move.
This is unbelievable.
So the best part of this right now is that Wiley could totally be faking it. This might be the new move. Just walk around with a FanDuel microphone and an earpiece in and convince fans that they're actually on TV.
I should have thought of this years ago.
I am speechless.
I got the number. We're good.
I am without speech.
First time in
I'm a little nervous.
broadcast history.
Boy, that right there is split right down the middle on the interwebs.
Dude,
people are mad and people are like, hey, I understand the game.
Yeah.
So they don't like the fact that he did that?
They said it's unprofessional. He put that lady on the spot.
The hell is professional these days?
Just for a number.
We got Bobby on radio. Come on.
She didn't seem to care too much about it. I get it. This is a tough one. But ultimately, no harm, no foul. It's really not that big of a deal. We're out here having a good time at a Braves game.
You didn't want it. They wanted it. They asked. Who are they?
I'd like to see them, have happily ever after this.
Yeah.
Stick it to all the people that are butthurt.
They get married at a Braves game.
I like how he didn't stand on it, though. Hey, they want me to ask for your number.
I know.
Like, man, just get that number, bro.
Yeah, get that thing.
Get that thing, dog. All right, let's see what else I got. I got one more. I got a few more, but I just don't know which one to pick. Beebity-ba-da-ba-dee-ba. I'll get this one out the way. Isaiah Thomas over the weekend. Doesn't like LeBron warming up with no shirt on. Now, this was like 45 minutes before people walked into the gym, right?
Yeah.
So he was kind of wrong.
This is pre-game.
I just totally 100% object to this. And if I was the GM or coach, me too. I would never let one of my players walk out on the floor looking like this. I mean, we are a professional NBA league.
Yeah.
We ain't summer league. We ain't at the YMCA.
Listen, I think coaches got to go back to suits.
Absolutely.
I just mean.
Absolutely. I just think
college and pro.
I just think the professionalism in our NBA league has diminished so much. And I look, I like LeBron. I'm a fan of his, so forth and so on.
Dawson.
But to walk out on the floor before a game with no shirt on and shoot, I mean, come on, man. Where we at? What we doing? Where we at? Now, if you want to, Adam Silver, if you want to find somebody, find that. Put a fine on that.
What is he saying there? That's ridiculous.
He almost went full CA.
That's the soapbox you want to get on right there?
That's just hilarious to me. You got your shirt off shooting the ball? I can't believe it's so unprofessional.
He's so
this
jealous.
League.
He's so jealous how shredded LeBron is.
Yeah,
Isaiah Thomas, like, man, we're not all built like that. Cover up.
It's not fair.
All weekend, a photo of Isaiah Thomas choking out the coach, which is trending. Talk about professionalism, Isaiah. How about this one?
Yeah, come on now, Isaiah. All right, that's good stuff here. Is it the one-time champ Bobby Belt with the diss to me and Wolchuk, the Gym Bros locker room beef, Braves reporter shooting his shot, or Isaiah Thomas, respect police? Got to give it to the champ, man. He deserves it. Lucius?
Man, that's your sister, bro.
Yeah, I know. I'm not voting for that ever again.
Good for you.
That is not going to be voted on by me.
Good for you, because I am.
2-0.
I thought we were bros.
I'm just trying to make it interesting.
I really like the idea of making him another 4-time honorary. Because I know how much he sulked and sobbed and cried. It was emotional for him. That's really all we got now in terms of retaliation.
I'm going to go with the Braves sideline reporter.
Okay, 2-1, Broadus.
Yeah, Bobby.
Okay, 3-1.
Screw you too,
Still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Bobby Belt with a very mid-diss. Okay, coming up next, restroom revelations. We'll see if this Griner poo story is real, but there's a couple of other very true poo stories that are frustrating next in the nation.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. We got NFL news of the day coming up at the top of the hour as we get closer and closer to the NFL draft. But right now, how about we do some restroom revelations?
Yes. Brittany Griner, there's a New Mexico high schooler that is in some trouble, and a police chief that is fit for a straitjacket after this.
Got number 2. That's right, buddy. You show that turd who's boss. Hey, just grab a hold of something, bite your lip, and give it hell. Come on. We're going to get through this.
When I asked the Twitter AI about Brittany Griner and dog poo, they said there's no record or credible information connecting her to any incident involving dog poo. The search results did bring up an unrelated 2007 story about Britney Spears and a photo shoot mishap with dog poo. So
Dancing with a katana.
She's slicing the poo like Fruit Ninja.
Yeah, Poo Ninja.
Yeah, I think one of them internet sites got me with the Brittany Griner stuff because there was a doggy bowl thrown during an argument with her girlfriend.
I can believe it.
And they fought on the ground for 6 minutes, which is a long time for fighting, bro.
That's
a long
That's
time,
some
bro.
stamina.
You're
to
gassed
fight
after
for
that.
6 minutes on the ground, right?
Well, she's a ball player, man. She's got that stamina. Okay, New Mexico high school baseball player hit with criminal charges for allegedly peeing in opposing team's water cooler.
Oh.
Practical joke. Hey, you know what would be funny? Go take a leak in their Gatorade. They're going to think nothing of it. Then you just watch them the whole time hydrating on your urine. I mean, that's mental warfare right there. That's a competitive spirit that obviously has got to be reined in a little bit. But you'd certainly have to rein a guy in over having to, push him into really compete his balls off.
Didn't we have a situation with our quarterback? Was it our Vanderbilt quarterback that peed on the New Mexico logo?
Yeah, it was Diago Pavia.
Yeah.
It was prior to Vandy.
Yeah, he urinated on the logo.
Something's going on in New Mexico with this wanting to pee.
Something's in the water.
Something's in the water.
I think it's pee.
Yeah.
So this kid, I don't know, the whole team was suspended, and then they got to the bottom of who did it. The kid was like, yeah, I'm sorry. I peed in the jug.
Guilty.
That was me.
I peed in the jug.
This is obviously an awful thing to do, but as a high school kid, I believe that you can bounce back from this. This doesn't have to be your forever story.
Shaq is somewhere slapping his knee. Got him.
You're an
Shaq's like, what do you mean criminal charges, dude? This is hilarious.
What?
You can get in trouble for that?
This is sports.
That's illegal.
How?
Now this next guy, this is who he is. Because he's not in high school. He's not coming of age. This is a grown man who's a 26-year veteran of law enforcement, and he is a police chief in Hudson County. This is a New York situation. Police chief pooped by desks, spiked coffee with Viagra. Cops say in list of assault complaints. So this guy...
What are we doing? Seriously, what are we doing?
He's obviously calling this, his exact verbiage on this is false and outrageous.
Yeah, of course it is.
It sounds pretty outrageous.
There is a lot of...
Got one of the words right.
Because Viagra pills are not free.
Yeah, and he was also doing Adderall, too. He thought it was just funny. He's just stirring up Viagra and Adderall and then waiting to see...
It's a $200 prank.
His coworkers. Dude. Yeah, waiting to see them just start kind of wigging out on way too much caffeine.
I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
Yeah, blood's flowing in places it shouldn't while in the office, and you're just trying to fight crimes, And that's a difficult thing to do. Dropping grumpers at or near a desk is insane. This is college fraternity stuff, and even that is like, it's really just inhumane at every level. It's not even, I say fraternity thing because that's like the only place where you could just be like, okay, I understand that you guys are just completely ridiculous and you were probably hammered. Sure. This is a guy who's perpetually, over the course of time, this is his bit. This is how he leads the staff. He likes to just, I don't even think in his mind it's overly malicious. I think from what I'm reading, it just seems like this guy just has a clear screw loose and has no idea where to draw lines in terms of office morale and pranks.
How does everybody in the office just deal with this on a regular? This happens often.
They finally put their foot down.
Finally,
you're like, you know what, Sarge, you're not going to crap on my desk.
Officer
anymore.
Farva here.
Yeah, this is as ridiculous as it gets, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the punishment's going to be for this particular gentleman. He also did some weird thing with some type of like a needle poke. What? A needle poke on into the schwanz of one of his.
Not real.
I'm dead serious.
No.
One of them said he would shave his body hair on people's property.
Yeah.
And their food.
Is this after hours? Like he's just going in there all by himself and just stripping down, taking grumpers and shaving himself?
A quote from one of the frustrated officers. He was also fond of scraping fluids from his underwear onto people's seat in the chief's office. I mean, this guy is. I mean, this is a mental illness. This guy. I mean, he's fit for a straitjacket.
Yeah.
This is a grown adult man.
Text messages were going around. Hey man, he's eating burritos today, bro. Put your stuff up.
Yeah. I can't imagine this has been a thing, and they deal with this. This is just life at this police station. They understand.
This dude is 59 years old.
Wow.
He's been in the department for 26 years. He comes from a family of officers. But yeah, one of them said, after cornering me in the filing area with no further room for retreat, he sticks a hypodermic needle through my jeans into the tip of my schwanz.
The aim and accuracy there, that just doesn't sound right.
Hypodermic needle, I don't even know exactly what that means, but any type of needle. I mean, this is as criminal as it gets. High school kids, slap on the wrist. Don't do that again. Schmo, knucklehead. We'll laugh about it, though, in about 10 years.
Yeah.
This guy, he doesn't need to see the light of day anymore. This guy's out of his mind. This is deranged.
Yeah.
This doesn't, I don't know.
You're not buying it?
I just, all of this stuff, are you kidding me? Well, this is a police station. Other officers are not going to stand for this.
They stood.
Sounds like it's right out of a Super Troopers film.
Yeah.
I know.
It's a police station in Reno.
This is one of those stories that you wish was a ball sacking.
Is it?
It's not.
Are you sure?
This is 100% factual, dude. This is Yahoo News.
Yahoo News got us here?
Yeah, not Yahoo News. This isn't the morning show cranking out false reports.
The Yahoo News.
This is Yahoo News. This is a real police chief accused of pooing and other things in and around the office.
Maybe there is something that they know is wrong with him, and they're just like going with it. They feel bad.
How can this guy be the chief of police?
I know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What is he an elected?
Go ahead.
What'd you say?
You're right there.
Elected official?
There you go. I don't know if he's elected, but he's clearly promoted, and it is just, it's jarring in every way. So just be careful. We gotta chill with the bathroom pranks of any kind.
Yeah.
Don't be peeing in the Gatorade bucket. Don't be dropping deuces on the desk.
But if we don't do,
can we all just agree to that?
If we agree to this, though, you won't have like a segment to do on a weekly basis.
It's fine. Like the 817, this is the worst segment on the fan and has zero sports meaning to this. And I'm looking forward to. I'm trying not to take my car off the road right now. That's what the 817 said.
We love you, 817.
They're ready to hurt themselves physically.
Yeah. We love you. Thank you for listening.
An erected official. Unbelievable.
Erected.
Can't believe that.
I said elected, didn't I? I got it wrong the first time.
You said
it was a Frenchman who plays in the WNBA.
Great scouting report. Thank you for that. Restroom Revelations, which you can catch on occasion here in the G-Bag Nation. NFL news of the day up next. Which team is laser focused on a quarterback? Has Kiper changed his mind on the Cowboys pick? And going on a date with your mom? That's next.
Has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great. skills. Doesn't sound right. What's this Saffron squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
20 minutes away from the Rangers Players Show here on your home at Texas Rangers Baseball, 105.3 The Fan. But let's get into some NFL news of the day, shall we? Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, the Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus. We got Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman hanging out with you. And we do encourage you to come on out to Draft 101 Thursday night, 4131 North Central Expressway, sponsored by Whataburger. They're going to feed you. The sign-up, there's not one. You just show up at 6:45. You hang out with us. We talk draft. It's going to be awesome. We look forward to seeing all of you there. And then we'll be at Shell Shack tomorrow off Henderson. So a lot of opportunities to come party with the G-Bag Nation. If you did miss it, Tyron Smith has officially retired. He will sign a one-day contract. There will be a press conference for him tomorrow at the Star in Frisco. So congratulations on a phenomenal career for Tyron Smith, who did play with the Jets last season after 13 years with the Cowboys. And now, as we talked about in the open, it does set up the possibility you have Zach Martin and Tyron Smith maybe going into the Hall of Fame together. I think that would be awesome.
Can I throw another little caveat into that one-day contract deal? Yeah. Dallas now holds his rights. So if all of a sudden you get late in the season, I don't know if Tyron Smith is going to completely stay in shape and all that, but he might not. But at least you have his rights if all of a sudden you want to Who was the safety that
Eric Weddle?
Eric Weddle. Came
That's
back
right.
and played for the playoffs. Got a Super Bowl ring out
Sure
of that.
did
didn't
with
he?
the Rams.
Yeah. I was trying to remember Eric Weddle. I couldn't for the life of me think of his name.
I knew exactly where you were going after you mentioned that. That's amazing.
Yeah, but the Cowboys do hold his rights now. So if all of a sudden, like, you get to week 15 or 16, and remember they put Lyle Collins on the practice squad for like one of the games at the end?
Yeah.
Just, I mean, it gives you maybe a little flexibility if something happens down the stretch and you might need to go get a guy like that. Now, it's all depending on Tyron staying kind of in shape and being ready to play. But, just something to always think about.
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting one. You never quite know what's going to be going on. We will get to some draft audio here. We got Quinshon Judkins, who talked about meeting with Jerry Jones on the Up and Adams podcast. Will Howard's giving his draft pitch as well, and then Diana Rossini giving us some insight on one team that's eyeing a quarterback in the draft. But the Miami Dolphins and cornerback Jalen Ramsey are mutually exploring trade options. So later today, earlier today, Chris Greer told reporters that he's scheduled to do a news conference and that Ramsey didn't ask to be traded, but the decision came after numerous conversations between the two camps. So it's just probably mutually for the best moving forward. But they're not looking to trade Tyreek Hill, not pursuing anything regarding the Cheetah as a possible trade target. But we'll see about Jalen Ramsey, who does, I believe, have quite a bit of money left on that contract.
You'll be paying him $21 million this year if you trade for him.
Yeah, he's due $25.1 fully guaranteed in 25.
They've already
paid $4.
Yep.
So there's the $21.1 million that you would be then on the hook for.
Yeah, which is not astronomical in any way. If there's a team out there that's really a contending team that feels like they need a corner, most teams probably do, because you can never have enough of those guys. He's still really, really solid, not still at the height of his powers, but absolutely an upgrade for most teams, I would imagine. So for 21 mil, just obviously what's the draft pick compensation going to look like? I think that
I've asked some gang of 7, so maybe I can get some of that here. Krusty's Corner guys will tell me that.
And I do think the Dolphins would punt on Tyreek Hill, but I don't think right now they're in any position to be able to do that, because how many teams actually want Tyreek Hill right now? He's off an awful season. He was injured, and he's just constantly screwing things up off the field. So that's not really a tradable piece right now.
No. And I guess, whoever would trade, it's trying to buy low. You're not going to be getting anything that's really good. So, I guess we'll have to monitor that. Maybe Jalen Ramsey, who has been traded several times already in his career.
He's used to it.
Maybe this ends up going to a contending team. We'll see what the development is there.
Nothing we want to see the Cowboys do, right?
I don't think so. I mean, they do have a needed corner. I just don't know that they want to throw that amount of money at the position. I guess post-draft, they could circle back and look at it, depending on what ends up happening. Do they end up getting a corner in the first couple of rounds? Do they not? But they could circle back and revisit that. I don't think maybe if it's like a 5th-round pick, they give up one of their 5s.
Yeah, I wonder how pressed the Dolphins are going to be about wanting a pick in this year's draft, or if they're okay waiting it out and then just saying we'll take a pick next year if it means it's a 2nd-round pick instead of a 4th-round pick or whatever.
That'd be one that would be very interesting to me if they even want one Jalen Ramsey. As we are talking draft, Path to Draft brought to you by Bueckers. Join us at all Bueckers locations Thursday, April 24th for our annual draft party. Our dude, Mel Kiper, Mel Kiper Jr., he's been mocking Marion Hampton to the Cowboys, and he's been pretty consistent about it.
Carolina running back.
Well, Kiper and Field Yates got together. They did a 3-round mock on a SportsCenter special. Now, they did not have Marion Hampton going to your Dallas Cowboys.
Good.
This time, it's Matthew Golden, the wide receiver out of Texas. And they wrote, Mel said, I thought about going Marion Hampton out of North Carolina here, with the possibility of Golden's 4.29 speed, great route running opposite CeeDee Lamb just make too much sense. The Cowboys can finally get some reliability at wide receiver 2 for quarterback Dak Prescott. They haven't had 2 wide receivers go over 700 yards since CeeDee Lamb and Amari Cooper both did it in 2021. So the pivot there with Matthew Golden at pick 12. The rest of the haul then, when you look at pick 44, pretty sexy. Savon Ravel, the cornerback out of East Carolina, coming off that torn ACL, but seems like he's going to be cleared and ready to go for training camp, and Dr. Cooper did do the surgery, so the Cowboys know probably as well as anybody what he's looking like in his recovery. Big, long, makes plays on the ball. That would be a really good addition along with Diggs and Bland, and hopefully you can get something out of Kalen Carson. But that'd be a hell of a pick at 44. He actually goes right ahead of Carson Schlesinger, the linebacker from UCLA.
That's another good
we'd
pick.
also be very interested in.
Yeah.
And then in the third round, the Cowboys circle back, pick 76, Dylan Sampson, running back out of Tennessee. You want some juice. Dylan Sampson's giving you some juice now. I'm not sure about the pass protection, but he definitely is a home run hitter right there. Has some good upside, a little bit smaller, but there you go. You come away with a wide receiver, a corner, and a running back in this 3-round mock from Kuiper and Yates.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the reason why the Cowboys brought in Javonte Williams, to give them the out on if they wait too long on a running back and they don't get a guy that is going to be able to be a 3-down back in terms of pass protection. Javonte Williams, you're a one-trick pony. That's who you are. You're the 3rd down back. You can catch the ball a little bit, and you can do some blocking here, and it gives them the opportunity to say, okay, if we don't want to reach in round 1 or 2 on a guy, then if we get a guy in the 3rd round, hey, he can run the heck out of the ball. He's our starter, but we're not going to put him in pass blocking situations. Yeah. That's why we have Javonte Williams.
Sure.
But this feels pretty realistic, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think that it's absolutely realistic. I mean, it sounds like, Revel could end up going in the 1st round, but maybe he does slide to 44. There's a ton of momentum right now going towards Matthew Golden as the Cowboys pick at 12, and he had Teteroa McMillan falling into the 20s, or they did, in this mock, which, hey, that'd be a shame for him. He's a great player, and somebody's going to be getting a steal if that ended up happening. But I'd be fine with all 3 of those picks. I probably would have a running back that I like more than Sampson, but hey, he's still a good player.
I was going to ask you that though.
Scadaboo or Sampson?
Sampson.
I'd go Sampson too.
Where do you? How would you rank on their board? Where is Golden's a 1 for you?
Golden is a 1 for me. Yeah, he's the last of my ones at wide receiver.
Is a 1, or he's a 1 as well, right?
Yes.
And then Sampson a 3.
Sampson's a 3.
See,
Yes,
I'm sitting the same way. To me, if Dallas pulled that draft off, that would be incredible to me.
Yeah, I'm just being greedy with that 3rd and thinking, like, if you want to go with a quick, speedy guy, I'd rather just go with Tootin out of Virginia Tech. I like him a little bit more. But
Okay,
I'm not against Sampson by any means.
Well, see, I've got others ahead of Golden.
Yeah,
but
I prefer Ted over Golden, but I can see it.
I understand why they would. I've said this for the last 2 weeks now. I understand why they would take Golden over McMillan. I totally get it.
Where'd you put Cam Scadaboo?
3rd round. He would be a grade of a 139, 138 for me in the Cowboys scale.
That's bottom of the 3rd round.
Bottom of the 3rd round.
Yeah, I popped him in the 4th.
Yeah, there you go.
He's violent.
Yeah.
I wonder if he can sustain. Like, he seeks out contact.
Right.
I worry about that a little bit. He is so much fun to watch. Just a badass.
Him. Okay, when you talk about violent players running the ball, him or Allen from Syracuse?
Well, Allen's a much better receiver, I would say.
Scadaboo's pretty darn good, bro.
I've got Scadaboo higher.
Oh, I do
Allen,
too.
so.
I do too. But I was just, the more I think about it, when I was working on stacking my players, I was thinking I had Allen too low in the 4th.
Yeah, I've got them both 4. I just had Scadaboo higher in the stack.
See, this is when you go back and do this is what kills you.
It's tough.
Because you've done a lot of these players, you've studied them maybe in February, and you got to
go back and re-rack your brain.
Yeah, and I'm going back reading notes. I'm like, well, wait a minute, this guy reads better than where I have him right now.
Yeah.
And that's something that always gets you thrown off.
Here is Diana Rossini on the Scoop City podcast talking about the New Orleans Saints. What's going on with them and quarterback in the draft?
I know that the New Orleans Saints are on a mission to get a quarterback. That's the facts. Where in this draft, I'm unsure of. Maybe this is Derek Carr looking at the situation going, I don't want the Kirk Cousins treatment. I don't want to be your quarterback. You guys draft a young guy coming in here, and it's basically, when is he going to play?
I think Kellen Moore is a great offensive mind. Now, we know what he's like as an offensive mind, right? How do these guys fit in? Derek Carr's not fitting into the equation. There was something that changed from the time he took the job and be like, okay, we can win with Derek Carr, to maybe Derek Carr's camp not being happy. Maybe it's they told Derek Carr's camp that, hey, we're taking a quarterback. Derek can be the starter for one more year, and then we're going to start this other rookie. Like, I can imagine something like that going and Derek Carr being like, hold up, I don't want to be a placeholder. I want to have a situation where I can go and I can be a starter for 2 or 3 more years in my career.
I think a lot of these teams are thinking, man, can we circle back and just take our quarterback at the top of the second? Which could cause for a lot of problems. If you get one over-aggressive team that ends up foiling those plans, all it's going to take is one. I want chaos. I just want crazy crap to happen with these quarterbacks.
Yeah, I
really do.
I'm with you. Yeah.
Like, I want all of a sudden Cleveland, we're looking around like, oh my God, they just took Shador.
Yes.
Oh my God, the Jets just took Jackson Dart. And now you're New Orleans at 9 and it's like pure panic mode. You're like, well, damn it. We've got to take who do we Shuck? Milroe? Who are we taking, guys?
Will Howard?
Kellen, what do you? Because now you can't wait. And then the phone's ringing, and the Steelers are like, Jerry, come on. We need Milroe. We're going up 21-2. You want a first round next year? Just take it. Just take our one next year. That's our quarterback of the future. Now, pipe dream. Most likely none of that happens, but I'm here for the craziness.
Yeah, I mean, all it takes is one team, even in the teens or early 20s now, a quarterback goes off the board, and now teams like the Giants, who maybe passed on one at 3, are feeling like, okay, can we even wait now to just take a guy in the second round, or do we need to trade back into the first round? I think if I'm betting on it, I think trades back into the first round to go get a guy make a ton of sense.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, I've seen some scenarios where Cleveland takes Travis Hunter at 2. And then they're trying to get back in to get Shador.
Yeah. Or even the Giants, maybe they take the Hunter at 3 if he's there, or Abdul Carter, and then it's like, all right, now you know what? Let's go ahead and jump back into the first round to make sure we get a quarterback that we like.
Because I mentioned on the draft show, like, I just wonder how much is that 5th-year option? How valuable is that?
Right.
To keep the quarterback on the rookie deal. But now if you hit on them, it's like all these quarterbacks want to re-up going into like year 4. Does that even really matter? I don't know. But hey, you got the 5th-year option on it. That could end up being valuable. So it's going to be fascinating to see what ends up happening with these quarterbacks. Now, Colorado two-way star Travis Hunter told CBS Sports that none of the teams that he's met with in the weeks ahead of the draft have made an issue of him playing both offense and defense.
Okay.
However, if an NFL team told him he had to focus on one or the other and not play both, it would be game over for him.
What?
He says, quote, it's never playing football again, because I've been doing it my whole life, and I love being on the field. I feel like I could dominate on each side of the ball, so I really enjoy doing it.
Sure.
So if a team doesn't give him the option, he says he's just not going to play.
Well,
that's ridiculous.
He'd rather not play at all than just play receiver.
Yeah.
See, this is where I think teams have to be very, very mindful, and this is where he has to be careful too. I've said this earlier. The NFL schedule is longer than what he does in a collegiate season. He's a hell of an athlete. 185 pounds. You worry about him kind of getting wore down, getting smaller, losing weight, maybe it affecting his ability to play corner, tackle. How physical does he want to be? That's what I worry about with him. But this we've seen the rookie wall hit these guys. We saw Oso Digizua for 3 years really not get past game 14. But those first years,
it's a grind, man.
It is a grind. The training camp, you're playing basically now with 20 games. So yeah, here we go.
It's a lot of talk, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think
I like it now. You can swing the big stick right now.
Yeah, exactly. You can say that now, but once you get drafted, it'll be a different story. And I still find it hard to believe that he can be a full-time two-way player. I do expect him, at least in year 1, to be full-time on one side of the ball and then playing a fair amount on the other side, but 100% both ways is over the top. And even just like, how long can you actually do that? If he can do the unthinkable and be full-time on both sides, that would be incredible.
The sustainability. All right, so much more to get into. I can sprinkle in some more NFL talk right before the top 10 later on today, but we've got our Texas Rangers Players Show. Hobie Milner, Rangers reliever, joining us next on The Fan.
Plant your flags, Tolos. This is your afternoon show.
The G-Bag Nation.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan and on your Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
Are you ready to feel unstoppable in 2025? Men's T Clinic is here to optimize your total wellness, boosting energy, sharpening mental clarity, reducing fat, building muscle, and enhancing vitality. This isn't a shortcut or a Band-Aid. It's real, measured optimization customized for you. From hormones to movement, weight, and bedroom wellness, Men's T Clinic follows key biomarkers to track and enhance your results. 5 DFW locations, expert providers, 972-GO-MEN's-T, menstclinic.com. Salute.
SportsCityToyota.com/blog for details.
It's Truck Month at Sports City Toyota. It might be our biggest sale of the year. I'm Gary Gray, General Manager at Sports City Toyota. Toyota has 0% APR financing, or you can get a new 2025 Tacoma SR5 for only $269 a month. Do not miss this sale. Call us now, log on now, do it now at SportsCityToyota.com.
Drive to the city and say, Sports City Toyota.
Catch the Spring and Bloom event at Whole Foods Market with savings for Easter, casual gatherings, and more. Save on no antibiotics ever meat, best of season spring produce, brunch favorites, sweets, and more through April 22nd.
There's a lot on the line in a divorce. Your home, savings, retirement, maybe even kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce and the unexpected directions it can take, you really need a partner you can count on. I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & We're committed to helping protect your personal interests and the life you've built. Don't let divorce take more than it has to. Talk to us today.
Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and St. Louis. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Dallas-Fort Worth area attorneys. Joseph Cordell, Principal Partner. KordellCordell.com.
Here's today's six-man picks, presented by DraftKings Pick 6.
The play-in tournament begins tonight. In the first game, consider taking Ja Morant to score more than 26.5 points. He's averaged 30 over his last 5 games, so this feels like a good value pick. In the later game, consider picking Franz Wagner to score less than 25.5 points. Atlanta held him below his total in 2 of 3 regular season matchups.
Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app and lock in your picks before tip-off with code MyPicks. That's code MyPicks for new customers to play $5 and get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Better payouts, bigger wins. Only with Pick 6 from DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 plus. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bio.
protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. And today gets a little bit better as the local legend, the lefty, who's been absolutely dominant in his time with the Rangers this far this season. It's Hobie Milner here in the G-Bag Nation. Hobie, how you doing, man?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Great to have you on, man. We're the fellows from the clubhouse in spring training. We were doing the Cocaine Bear bits with you, dude. It's great to hear your voice again. We've been missing you. Yeah. How could you forget the Vicodin Viper, dude? I've been really trying to workshop.
Non-Vicodin. It wasn't Vicodin.
What was it?
It was a Viagra Viper.
Oh, the Viagra Viper.
Viagra Viper.
Yep.
Yeah, it's better that way.
Yeah, it's a lot better that way.
I think we could build out that story. Well, you've been playing your tail off, dude. This has been, I would imagine, a ton of fun for you.
Yeah, no, it has. Thank you. It was a tough spring training, and we kind of made some adjustments with my attack plan, and things have been working out so far. So it's been good.
You're leading Major League Baseball in strikeouts with the bases loaded. I don't know if you were aware of that or not, but what's been the key for you to be able to navigate out of some really tough situations?
I guess the one key is actually just being in those situations is step one. I'm sure there's not very many guys who had that many opportunities to get strikeouts with bases loaded, but I just they just happened to put me in the situations, and I've just happened to get a couple strikeouts. I'm not a big strikeout guy, but just getting a few has been good.
We love your sidearm delivery. What was the genesis of that? How long have you been pitching this way?
This is about 10 years now for me. Doing it like this. I was in Double-A my second year in Double-A, which is like my fourth, fifth year in pro ball, and I just wasn't cutting it. And the pitching coordinator at the time told me, "Well, it looks like you throw pretty good sidearm when you're like fielding bunts and picking over to first base. You should try it off the mound." So after that, I tried it, and it took about a year or so to really lock down some mechanics, and then every year has just kind of been a little tweak there, a little tweak here.
Hey, Hobie, well, okay, you mentioned that, but when you get in, maybe like a pro golfer, when you get in a little rut with your swing, do you have somebody that you could go to that can kind of look at you and say, okay, think about this? Because it is a little bit different than maybe what we normally get coached.
Yeah, that's a question that has plagued me for a while. I actually don't have a specific person or something that I can go to.
You're just mentally tough, then, is what you are, right?
Battle test.
No, that's not it. I just continue to look at video of when I was successful.
Sure.
Look at things I did, and I look at kind of where my arm slot was, what feels good, and like my arm slot changed from year to year. It's a little lower this year than it was last year and the year before. But I feel like things are coming out well, and I like the shape of my pitches, so we're just going with it. And we worked on a few things in spring.
Sure.
Just mechanically, I didn't feel right when I first got there, and we worked on this and that, and then things kind of fall into place the more reps you get, and then the hitters start telling you whether your stuff's working or not.
Rangers reliever Hobie Milner with us here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. So you're a Texas kid. You went to Fort Worth Paschal, but you made your debut in Philadelphia with the Phillies. Did you have to hide that you were kind of a DFW guy when you were in Filthy since they hate the Cowboys so much?
No, I didn't. I don't think that they care about people from Dallas. They just care about Cowboys fans. And I am not a fan of, I'm not saying I'm not a Cowboys fan. I'm just not like a NFL fan, really. I don't really pay attention to sports outside of baseball. So they didn't really have any crap to give me.
What about with your Longhorns?
I get more stuff about that, honestly, because just being a Longhorn makes you a Longhorn for life. And, and there's a lot of hate out there for the Longhorns from what I've seen. But it's just, I chose to go there and I enjoyed it. I loved it there, and I wouldn't change it.
You got an Arch Manning jersey or what?
I do not. I do not have any football jersey. If I did have a Texas football jersey, it would probably be a Vince Young jersey.
Oh, there you go. That's strong.
Yeah,
BY, that makes
Very
sense.
strong.
He's a champion. Well, how'd you like living in Philadelphia?
I stayed in a hotel, like a fancy hotel by the stadium. It was okay. I don't know. I like my Philly cheesesteaks, but other than that, I've spent more time living in Reading, Pennsylvania, and Allentown, Pennsylvania than I did in Philly.
Yeah.
And And actually, I kind of enjoyed it out there. They're once you get outside of the actual town, like in kind of Amish country, it's pretty nice. I really like that area. It's scenic.
Did you do like Amish farm stuff? Did you go milk some cows or anything?
No, never did that. But just driving around was really nice. I loved it up there.
Beautiful Amish country. When it comes to the Angels, you did spend a year with them. They're obviously in town over the weekend. Is that anything there when it comes to playing against a former team?
Not this team, I guess. Like maybe playing against the Brewers, it'll feel a little different. But this team, I barely even remember my time with the Angels. It was 2020, so it was a COVID year. It was a 60-game season. My locker was in like the back corner, away from everyone. It was like you're separating everybody out, and I was with the taxi squad guys most of the time. So I barely even consider myself having played for the Angels.
So how's the bullpen coming together right now? Last time we visited with you was like right at the beginning of spring training. So now you guys have gotten to know each other, and really the bullpen's been fantastic for the start of the season.
No, it's been good. No, we got a great group of guys. We all like each other, and we all root for each other out there. And I think everybody's kind of like fallen into a routine now. Like we kind of know our roles at the moment, and starter gets in trouble, the same few guys are starting to stretch around every time, and we kind of have a good idea. So it's going well.
What's it like being coached up by Mad Dog?
It's pretty cool. He's very straight to the point, which I like. I like someone who's going to be honest, and he's going to come up and tell you what you're doing wrong, and he's going to praise you for what you're doing right, which is really nice.
Now, I know, at least in spring training, he was doing the joke of the day bit, right? He was just randomly selecting a pitcher in the meeting, and you had to fire off a joke. Did you ever get called on?
I did get called on. I did, and I did tell a joke, and it was okay. It was fine. I stressed about it for about 4 or 5 days. Like I was like really nervous about it, like genuinely nervous about it. And there were actually a few other guys talking about it too. They're like, "Man, this is the most nervous I've been since I was a rookie on the bus."
So this got you ready for that all those bases loaded situations and stressing out about that. So Mad Dog kind of got you ready for those tough times.
Yeah,
as well.
Exactly. Like that's how we got our adrenaline training in for spring training.
Hobie, you got to give us the joke. Hobie, come on.
No, I'm gonna save it. Not gonna give that.
Who had the best joke of all the pitchers? Who do you believe got the best reception on their joke of the day?
Honestly, the very first one was David Buchanan's, and he told this like really long, intricate story one, and it was really good. Like everybody loved it, and they're like, "Wow, you just did that off the cuff." Like, yep, that's it.
That's awesome.
It was really good. Yeah.
Did Mark Church do his DNA goat joke at the zoo?
I think he did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. He told you about that one, huh?
Oh, he told us that one. Oh, yeah.
He was workshopping it. He wasn't sure when he was going to get called on, but just like you, Hobie, he was extremely nervous about it. But when he gave us the joke, we were like, hey, run with that. That's pretty dang good.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was really funny. Everyone liked it.
So you're a 91 baby. I'm also a 91 kid, and obviously growing up in Fort Worth. I imagine the school lunch is very similar. I was a Plano grad. What was the go-to school lunch? Was it the pizza sticks?
So I wasn't in the public school system until high school.
Okay.
So once I got to high school, past school actually had off-campus lunch all 4 years.
Nice.
So I would walk to Taco Bell or Whataburger every single day.
That's the dream scenario.
It was the dream. We would have fifth period, which would be right before lunch. We'd have baseball, and then you finish baseball and walk right up to Taco Bell.
That's beautiful.
And hang out with about 30 friends and eat tacos.
Yeah, it's the good old days, dude. What is Hobie Milner eating like pregame?
Whatever kind of spread we have. We have something different almost every day, and I'll eat not something too heavy. Like if they have a steak out there pregame, I'm probably not going for that. I'm going for something lighter. But yeah, it varies. It's not. There's nothing. There's no routine to it.
Wow. Okay, you got to be. I mean, no superstitions with Hobie Milner.
I mean, I guess I do have some superstitions. Like, I've got 2 pairs of pants, 2 pairs of grays, 2 pairs of whites, and when it's been cold outside, so 2 of my buttons I had to get replaced, and because they were too tight, you couldn't snap them together. So they replaced them with plastic ones, and I was like, oh, well, if it's cold, I'll wear the plastic ones because those aren't going to get cold. Like, that was my thought. Yeah, so I've been wearing those during the games, and I've been wearing the metal ones during practice beforehand. But that's really the only thing I've got going for me right now.
So how cold was it in Chicago? Because it did look pretty darn frigid.
It was really cold. I mean, that first night it was 31 degrees maybe, but the wind chill put it down to like 8. So that was one of the colder ones, but thank goodness we were in the bullpen because we were under the stands, and it's not completely closed off from the outside, but like there's a heater in there, and like it was in the 60s in there for us.
Okay.
Probably.
So
But
you get
the second you run out. Yeah, second you run out the pitch, though, it's like, whoa, like stepping in the freezer.
Is that the worst conditions? Like pitching in the cold is worse than even pitching in the summer heat?
No, I'd say pitching in the rain's worse than all of them. I'd rather pitch in the cold. Like I need more sleeves in Chicago because the cold doesn't really affect the relievers much. It's when you're going back out. Like as a starter, that might be worse. Like when you're sitting down, going back out, sitting down, going back out. But rain for me, like when you're getting your cleats all clogged up with mud and you're losing traction, and then like the balls might be slick and whatnot. That's the worst for me.
Hey, Hobie, since you're talking about getting your cleats all clogged up, who has the best mound in the league?
My favorite mound that I've pitched on was probably St. Louis.
Okay.
What makes it special?
They have a specific like texture on top of their clay. Like they put on this like
dressing,
really good looking sand. It's like it's a sand that's not the same color as the clay underneath. So like the clay underneath is dark, I think, and then they put this like light, thin layer, this perfect layer of sand on top, but it's like it's super tacky. I don't know. It was weird.
Wow.
Yeah, it's unique for sure.
That's some great insight right there. Hobie Milner with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Where does the name Hobie come from? I've never met another Hobie until you.
My parents got it off of Baywatch. It was David Hasselhoff's son on the show. And he spelled it different. But, there's a Hobie catamaran company. Yeah. And I'm assuming that's where it's from.
You're the only Hobie that we acknowledge here in the G-Bag Nation. Hobie Milner, ladies and gentlemen. We love you. Thanks for the time, dude. Keep kicking ass. We love you.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it.
Take care, dude.
Local legend. All right. How about CY? And CY name dropped him yesterday. I meant to tell him that. I should have let him know. Like when we were talking about the good aspects, what has CY encouraged right now about his team? Hobie Milner is the first name that jumped out of his mouth. That's pretty impressive stuff.
Texas Longhorn, dude. The off-campus lunch for 4 years. I got it for 2, but 4 years. That's awesome.
Yeah, Taco Bell and Whataburger.
I'm surprised you didn't ask him his order. His Taco Bell order.
You're right. I mean, listen, I dropped the ball like 50 times.
Sometimes,
I'm not saying
no, it's fine. We're in the post game right now, so it's back to the drawing board.
I did think about it, and then it just evaporated.
All I could think about was the best mound in the league.
That's a good question.
I should have asked about the Taco Bell.
Yeah, we're all looking in the mirror after that one.
Kind of disappointed. No helmet sticker for me on that one.
Hobie was great, though. We appreciate him.
He's a good dude.
All right, Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Where are you taking us, Broadus?
Yeah, let's talk some NFL draft. That's what we do this time of year. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, Game 1 of the Rangers versus Wash NBA play-in, and we'll chop it up during the Expressway with another Renegades ticket giveaway. It's a Hump Day edition on The Fan.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with satisfaction guaranteed. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus, over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Kroger, you always get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
different shows, just all comes together all at the end of the day.
Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
About to do some Krusty's Corner, which we do every day at 3:40-ish right here in the G-Bag Nation. We'll talk with David Hellman, Fox Sports, coming up on the other side. Big shout out to Hobie Milner. The text loving him on the truckwreck.com text line. Really good interview there. Rangers Player Show brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life makes tomorrow better. And without further ado, here he is, King of the Krusties, Broadus.
Thank you very much there, Wooly Bully. Appreciate you. We got on the NFL Network, we've got the Philadelphia-San Francisco game. And this is the game that Big Dom got kicked out.
When him and Dre Greenlaw went at it.
Yeah, they're like Shanahan is losing it to this official about the situation. And then everybody's kind of patting Big Dom on the back and telling him like, "Hey, well done," and all this. But yeah, Big Dom just got kicked off the field for the Eagles. So anyway, he was nice to us, right?
He was, yeah.
Nice.
It was kind of a bummer because I wanted to just hate him.
You wanted to hate him, but
honestly, it was because you knew his predecessor.
I did. I knew Butchie. I knew
that's
Butchie.
right.
And so when I said that, he kind of like, okay, this guy's legit.
Yeah,
he knows what's going on here. So anyway, but well, they kicked Greenlaw off too. Did they really?
They did. They both got ejected.
They both got ejected.
I don't think Greenlaw had any further punishment though.
Yeah, Big Dom missed a few games, and he came back, or he was.
It was a game.
It was a game.
Cowboy game the next week.
Cowboy game next week. So anyway, yeah, Big Dom. All right, you mentioned that about Draft 101. Excited about that. Excited about all our Love of the Star podcast too stuff. We're doing a lot of drafting things on that. Check that out on the Odyssey podcast stuff. And again, I want to thank our guy Travis and Ruby over there with Whataburger for helping us out today. We got a chance to try the mushroom burger. It's something new on the menu there. Man, that thing has got incredible flavor with the sauce.
That sauce is the real deal.
Yeah, sauce is unreal. And they sent over some banana milkshakes.
That thing is really good.
So yeah, check it out.
I was like, I'm just gonna have a couple sips. Let me try this thing.
Next thing you
Finished
know,
it.
yeah,
it's all
like,
gone.
I was trying to see if you had any left over there.
No, you didn't hear the air bubbles coming out of the straw at the end when I was
crazy.
just dying for just a touch more of that flavor.
Crazy. But again, thanks to all the folks at Whataburger. Thanks to them for being a part of Draft 101. We really, really do appreciate that. Okay. I want to talk to something real quick. Zach, you know this, we're talking about some injured guys and stuff like that. Some of my trainer guys are getting back. And by the way, I'm trying to get a rundown about what's through my gang of 7, what they want for Ramsey.
Okay, yeah.
So I got a couple of
Ramsey stuff.
I got that's the corner from the Dolphins.
Yeah,
that's potentially could be traded. Had a couple teams go, let me ask. Maybe they're going to call and see what my guys could call.
Yeah, just call the Dolphins.
Call the Dolphins. And
hey, what do you guys want?
What do you want for this?
Chris could. Hey, Chris Greer. Hey, Chris, what do you want for this guy?
Like, no, we're not interested. I'm just trying to let my guy know.
Yeah, just trying to do some good radio here is what we're trying to do. And also, too, I asked a couple of trainers about Ravel, right? And his surgery and all that. You mentioned that we were talking about him potentially being there at 44.
Yes.
Dr. Dan Cooper, the Cowboys doctor, did his surgery. Matter of fact, Dr. Cooper's done like 6 knees in this draft.
Wow.
So you can guarantee those players are those players will be well on schedule. Ravel, everything with him is all good news there.
That's great.
No setbacks, no nothing there. So if he in fact is would be available at 44, please hand that card in. That's one of the best corners in the draft right there. Okay, and another thing too, I asked about Morrison.
Yes, Benjamin
Morrison. He's a corner from Notre Dame. He would be right up there too. Now he's got some hip issues, and so I was asking my trainers around the league about that. I'm like, hey, how bad is this Morrison's hips? And one guy got back to me and said, hey, listen, he's cleared by his doctor for a workout. So evidently he's going to work out on April 21st.
Wow, 3 days before the draft.
3 days before the draft, he is going to run for people in, I don't know if this workout's in South Bend or his hometown, but he is going to, I think he comes from a really athletic family, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's got brothers and sisters that are athletes along with him. But April 21st, he is going to do a workout for parties interested in him. A little bit of a degeneration of the hip. Some concern, but should be okay. So it wasn't anything that that these trainers are really, really like, man, I wouldn't touch this guy.
Like it could be an issue that prolongs.
We had this problem. We had the same issue with Brett Favre. Oh, sorry about that.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's all right.
We had the same issue with him when we made the trade for him way back in 1992. We had the same problem, and the doctors told us, hey, listen, this could be something that we just don't know. Guy played 20-something years.
Yeah, he was an Iron Man.
Yeah. So he deal with the hips, and you're going to kind of deal with that. But the doctors hadn't been cleared. There will be a workout. So if you're interested and you wonder why, wait a minute, the draft show, Love the Star. We've all talked about this guy. Why is he not being picked? Well, maybe some teams, but other teams are totally okay with his situation.
Well, I love his tape. That's exciting.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right. Going back and looking at the notes, his brother Samuel plays at Arizona.
Yeah.
He's got 2 sisters
There
that
you
are
go.
college gymnasts.
Yeah.
And his third sister is a volleyball player at App State.
Yeah.
So the entire family is just athletic freaks.
Yeah, and you watch him play, he is legit. I mean, yeah, you talk about the lateral agility, the quickness, the willingness to tackle. I have him in the first round. He is my stack, by the way, my stack and stuff. I'm going to have that. I'm getting it all to my guys here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm going to have my board posted. I'm going to have my stack posted. 235 players is what we got in this thing.
It's a lot of dudes.
So I've got them ranked, and I just got to type them up, and I got to get them, my guys, and then we'll get that posted for you next week.
Wonderful.
But I have him as my 15th best player on the board.
I like it.
So
his tape is awesome. And even going back last year, or 2 years ago against Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
was fun.
All right. The Pro Football Focus, I continue to give them love on my my little segment here. They listed, guys, some players that would be surprise first round picks for every team.
Okay.
Surprise first round picks. Like you're like, whoa, we haven't talked about
This
that.
is kind of fun.
Kind of fun.
I like this.
How about this one? How about Shedeur Sanders to the Tennessee Titans?
Ooh. Okay.
That would be
at number 1 instead of Cam Ward.
That would be a monster surprise.
Be a big pivot.
bombshell.
How about Jackson Dart to the Cleveland Browns?
It'd be a surprise.
Wow. So it's just.
But it's Cleveland. Cleveland going Cleveland.
Yeah, you can't put anything past them.
How about Mason Graham? And they're hunting defensive tackles. How about Mason Graham to the New York Giants?
Ooh, that would be a surprise. And that's been locked into the Jags, but that'd be fascinating.
Graham and Lawrence together.
They asked me,
Giants.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Mason Graham and Lawrence.
Dude, that'd be
I think I would hate that more maybe than having them drafting Hunter.
You might just have to reactionary go with a guard at 12. You might just have to be like, well, damn it, we weren't going to do this, but is Tyler Booker out of Alabama in play now?
Yeah. How about Ashton Gente to the Patriots at 4?
I wouldn't. Yeah,
that's actually one that I could see happening.
I could see it.
I could totally see that happening because they're going to be out of their top 3 players when it comes to Ward's off the board, Carter and Hunter. You're sitting there going, okay, why not just take because Campbell and Membu, they clearly need a lineman, but those guys aren't surefire.
Here's Campbell going to the Jaguars. Will Campbell going to the Jaguars at 5. Jahad Campbell going to the Raiders at 6.
That would be a Raider pick. That would be a Raider pick.
But the linebacker group, they say the linebacker group of the Raiders needs some help, and they're thinking that maybe Campbell would be an answer here. He'd give the Raiders a talented young presence in the middle of a defense, something they currently lack. Currently lack. How about this? Malachi Stark, safety from Georgia to the Jets at 7.
Okay. I mean, that'd be high for him to go, but I could see the Jets doing something weird. Maybe he's got an awesome Madden grade projected.
How about Nick Amanawari, safety how about safeties going back to back?
Yeah.
7 to 8.
That'd be wild.
But Nick Amanawari going to the Carolina Panthers at 8.
Carolina kid stays in Carolina.
How about the New Orleans Saints taking defensive tackle 3 technique Walter Nolan from Ole Miss?
Ooh. Let's go New Orleans. Do something wild.
Number 10, the Chicago Bears take your guy.
Mike Green? Donovan Jackson?
Ibuka.
Oh, Ibuka. He's the first
Ibuka.
receiver?
This is the first receiver off the board.
Let's go.
At 10.
Man.
With the Chicago Bears.
Dude.
Pro comparison is Amon-Ra St. Brown. Amon-Ra St. Brown.
They'd have him, Roma Dunze in back-to-back drafts.
How about that?
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Amon-Ra St. Brown. How about that? That's his comparison.
I wish we could get Broadus to be the guy that has to read off the names on draft night when they get selected.
That's what we should do is just pod down Goodell.
That ain't happening. That's why we got other people doing this. How about Tyler Warren going to the 49ers?
Oh, Kittle and Warren.
That'd be an incredible pick for San Francisco.
Would you guys like to guess who they picked for the Dallas Cowboys? This is a wild, crazy.
Is it? We haven't talked about this dude at all.
Oh, no, we've talked about this.
Is it Jalen Walker?
Keep guessing.
It's one of these running backs.
Maybe not.
Maybe not, or maybe.
Maybe not.
Is it Travion Henderson?
Nope.
Tell us.
Terrible radio, boys.
Micah Williams?
I thought it was going to be, I figured one of these running backs would be
Mike Green.
Jahdae Barron.
Jahdae Barron.
Okay. They need a corner.
That'd be a pleasant surprise.
That'd be good.
Yeah, but they said, though, here, cornerback isn't a glaring need for Dallas.
Oh, come on, PFF. What are we doing?
Not a glaring need.
But the team did lose Jordan Lewis in free agency and doesn't have a clear in-house replacement for his slot role. Jahdae Barron brings over 900 snaps of experience playing inside and was the highest graded cornerback in zone coverage across the FBS in 2024, a skill set that would make him a strong fit in Matt Eberflus's scheme.
It would be a surprise pick.
I think we'd be happy with that.
I'd be so happy.
Yeah, I would love that. It's only a surprise because we don't think the Cowboys are all that in love with him.
Yeah.
But otherwise, he's worth the selection there, and it absolutely fits a need.
Yeah, it does fit a need, regardless of what Pro Football Focus says. I shouldn't have read that first line, but I just had to.
No, I'm glad that you did it.
I read that.
Undercut him at every turn.
Make sure they know that they're getting checked every once in a while.
I mean, they're kind of
there you go.
Flip-flopping them.
Hey,
all right, boys, thank you. Appreciate you.
Friendly reminder, for over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
Did read that.
Globe Life.
Perfect. I'm so glad we got that in.
Roof open tonight, too.
Yes.
Take a wrap if you're going, right?
That play, it's just gorgeous with the roof open.
Yeah, but make sure you take a jacket, too, right? You don't want to get a little chilly. Or buy a hoodie out there.
Oh, buy a Rangers hoodie.
Maybe we get some more air under those dingers.
This could be the key to get the offensive explosion.
At least we don't
going.
have Otani there for the Angels.
Well, and there's no Jock Peterson in the lineup. There's no Jake Berger and no Josh Smith. I'll give you more details on what the Rangers are going to be having in their lineup a little bit later. But let's talk with our buddy David Hellman, Dallas Cowboys, formerly DallasCowboys.com, now with Fox Sports. He's making the Hollywood push now. We'll talk with Hellman next.
Throwing out sports knowledge bombs and sharing some laughs. You're hanging with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and on our...
Uber Eats has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Going to catch up with our buddy David Hellman, Fox Sports, here as we get into hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. Wolchuk, Chiafalo, Broadus rolling with you. We got Lucius Alexander holding it down to the Pimp Cup. Carter Freeman running your video as well as we are closer and closer to the NFL Draft. We've got Path to the Draft, which will be on Thursday right here, Draft 101. And your Path to the Draft brought to you by Pluckers. We absolutely love you, Pluckers. We'll have our draft party. You got fan hosts set up at every single Pluckers location. Of course, we'll have the best draft coverage for you on 105.3 The Fan as well. And tomorrow, we'll be at Shell Shack. You can come check out the G-Bag Nation live because Thursday it's National Crawfish Day. So we will be at Shell Shack right off Henderson here in Dallas tomorrow for the full show. Rangers lineup here, though, on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. It is Tyler Malley, the righty, who is looking to stay unbeaten on the season. He's going to get the start today. Marcus Semien will still be leading off. You'll have Corey Seager and Josh Young batting 2 and 3. Adolis Garcia, Kevin Pillar getting the start in left field. Jonah Heim will be DHing. Kyle Higashioka, Ezekiel Duran, and then Leody Taveras will be rounding out your lineup for your Texas Rangers. So no Jake Berger, no Jock Peterson, and Josh Smith, I'm assuming, just getting the night off, as it is Yusei Kikuchi, the lefty. And the Rangers, that was one of the big things last year, struggling against left-handed pitching. How were they able to do tonight? As, it's a battle of 1-2 in that AL West. 9-6 Angels, 9-7 Rangers. Roof is open. Let's go ahead and get victory number 1 so we can collect the sweep, get the broomsticks out.
Yeah, we gotta get the vibes back here after you get swept by a divisional opponent. It's nice to have another one on deck at home and hopefully go ahead and right the wrongs of the weekend. But yeah, when you have a lefty on the bump, I guess that makes sense why a guy like Jock Peterson's not going to be in the lineup here. They're still looking to get him going. But Tyler Malley, that's encouraging. If he goes another 7 innings, come on now.
Boy, he was good in Chicago.
Very impressive.
Wow. Oh, he was fantastic.
Really good.
Yeah, I mean, after the first start, he's really been dialed in. He's been really, really good. So looking forward to catch up with Jared Sandler coming up at 4:40. We will go around the bases at 6. We got the top 10 coming up on the other side, but always tons of draft content to get into. Stephen Jones was on with the KNC Masterpiece earlier. He talked about probably not a trade up scenario, more likely a trade back scenario is what the Cowboys would be looking at if the opportunity presented itself. I just don't know who it would be. I mean, we broke this down during NFL News of the Day. The quarterbacks, you'd think that people would be wanting to move up for if possible. But otherwise, you've really just got to have somebody there that people want to move up for. And actually, Blogging the Boys had some scenarios that could trigger a potential trade back opportunity for the Cowboys. The quarterback, of course, last chance maybe to get an elite offensive tackle Like, could you see a run on some of these offensive tackles? Maybe you do get Will Campbell go to the Patriots. Could Armin Membu go to the Jets at 7, and then Kelvin Banks goes off the board to the Bears? So now you've got teams like Miami, Arizona, Seattle. They could be looking to add an offensive tackle. Are they looking at and saying, man, our last first-round grade is Josh Simmons, and now we move up, and you could get maybe a third-round pick from one of those teams to go ahead and swap a corner? Could we see a jump in corners? Last year was the Terrion Arnold move from the Lions when it came them moving up, and the Cowboys ended up sliding back a couple of spots and taking Tyler Guyton. I don't know this year's draft if that's going to happen, but if you end up having Will Johnson and Jahdae Barron surprisingly going early, that could open up some conversations there. And then receiver. Maybe there is a team that's fallen in love with a Matthew Golden. Do they call in? Or they'd probably be moving ahead of the Cowboys would be the issue.
Mm-hmm.
You'd think it'd be San Francisco they'd be calling, or Chicago they'd be calling. But I don't know. It just doesn't seem likely to me that the Cowboys would be in a trade back beneficial area.
Yeah, I don't see teams really doing the thing where they want to move up, but that is, I would be, if I'm the Cowboys and I'm on the clock, I'm taking it down to the final seconds until I have to turn that card in to see is anybody going to muster it up to try and give us a call here? Because that would be the ideal scenario.
Well, you got to lay the chum in the water, and that's what you do next week. You just get on the horn, you start talking to all your buddies and say, listen, if you're thinking about bailing, hey, we're thinking about potentially bailing, but it looks like we got David Hellman on the line.
Oh, Dave Hellman, Fox Sports, joining us now here on 105.3 The Fan. Dave, how the hell are you? What's the weather like in Cali, my friend?
I'm wonderful, guys. It's the same as it always is, and it's a cliche, but it's true. There's not really seasons. It just kind of fluctuates between 65 and 80, depending on the day.
So we're getting closer to this NFL draft, but we got big news. Tyron Smith will be signing a one-day deal with the Cowboys. We'll have a presser tomorrow. He is retiring. So now we got Zach Martin and Tyron Smith in the same offseason. Maybe they can go into the Pro Football Hall of Fame together. That would be incredible. Do you have thoughts on Tyron's career and maybe your favorite Tyron Smith moment?
Oh, man. Really, it's just surreal. Zach and Tyron both. I mean, Zach, I guess, was the first player whose entire career I covered. I actually went to the airport to pick him up the day that he arrived in Dallas, which was pretty cool. Tyron obviously got there a little bit before me. My favorite Tyron Smith memory was probably running into him over the summer one year. You run into a teacher during the summer and you're like, oh my God, yeah, you have a life, I have a life outside of school. It was kind of like that, where I ran into him out just doing his thing one summer, and he was telling me about all the appointments and stuff that he does during the summer to get ready for a season, doctor's appointments, PT appointments, all this type of stuff, and how it was it took up weeks of his life, and you just don't really think about it. It's kind of out of sight, out of mind. I mean, we know players do all this maintenance to their body, but you don't actually get to see it or hear that much about it. And he was just kind of telling me about his routine. I was like, holy crap, dude, the stuff you have to do to be ready. And then we know he battled injuries anyway. That's how physical it is playing offensive line, that you can do all of that. And you getting in a minor car crash 40 or 50 times a week. There's only so much you can do. He's one of the toughest dudes I've ever been around. I think he's a Hall of Famer. Ironically, I think it sucks for him that he's going in at the same time as Zach, because Zach has the better case. And if only 5 guys can get in, then I don't know if they're going to put 2 guys in the same position group from the same team in the Hall of Fame at the same time. It would be really cool. But I mean, if you're choosing between the two, I think you're going to take Zach Martin. So I think it's kind of ironic that Zach might ultimately hurt his case as a first ballot guy. But I'm very confident he'll get in, and I think it would be well deserved. I'm like I said, it's surreal, but I'm really happy for him on a legendary career.
Hey, Hellman, does the draft start at 2 at Cleveland or at 9 at New Orleans?
I think it starts at 3, to be honest with you.
Oh, you're going to throw the Giants in here, huh?
Yeah, I think so because, I mean, look, we don't know anything at the end of the day, but I'm growing more and more confident that Cleveland's just going to bow up and take whichever they prefer between Hunter and Carter. I don't know for sure. I would guess.
Oh,
Travis
I think you're
Hunter.
onto something there. I think you're onto it there, yeah.
I mean, look, Cleveland's they got to deal with the Deshaun Watson money. They're going to be dealing with that for at least another year. They brought Joe Flacco back in addition to trading Kenny Pickett, so they're kind of covered in that sense. So I think Cleveland is going to just take the guy that they love and worry about quarterback later. And New York might do that too, but if you get all the way down to 3, trading up to 3 gets a little bit less expensive. If Shedeur Sanders is there, I mean, I think New Orleans is somebody you got to think about. Even with Geno Smith under contract, I'm not writing off Vegas as a Shedeur Sanders destination. So trading up from 6 to 3 sounds very palatable for the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
You got to worry about the Saints. And the Giants part of it is, do you take, let's say that maybe they don't love Abdul Carter as much as we guess that they do for whatever reason. Maybe they don't. And so maybe they're a little more open for business the same way that Cleveland is, thinking like, hey, we got Russ. We can go a year before we figure this out. Let's decide what we're going to do about Brian Daboll before we draft a quarterback. So I think it kind of starts at 3. I think if I had to guess today, I think we're talking Cam Ward followed by Travis Hunter, and then it's up to New York whether do they take a quarterback themselves? Are they open for business? That's kind of where I see things getting wacky.
Dave Hellman, Fox NFL, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. What's your ideal scenario for the Cowboys at 12? Are you all about just whatever receivers there? Golden, Tet, that seems to be the 2 most prominent names.
No, my whole thing with this draft is trying to keep as open of a mind as possible. I mean, the Cowboys have too many needs for me to lock in on one guy. I mean, I think drafting one position group, no matter what, is a mistake most of the time, but especially when you have as much work still to do as the Cowboys have, and there should be good value. You know, I mean, you could conceivably, outside of Travis Hunter, who's obviously a unique deal, but you could conceivably get the best corner in the draft at 12. If an offensive lineman slips, you could get an offensive lineman that you potentially feel really great about. Pass rusher 1 is going to be long gone, obviously, but there will be 2 or 3 edge rushers you should be really excited about. And then that's without mentioning the receivers and obviously Ashton Genty. I think there's so many directions you could go in. I lean toward receiver because I think the Cowboys skill group is borderline embarrassing by NFL standards. But if it falls the right way, you know, like I said, if one of these offensive tackles that's not supposed to be there falls, or if Will Johnson is there, who I really like, I know Brian's worried about his speed, but I really like him. If that guy's there, I take a hard look at Will Johnson. Depending on the edge rusher, I think it would depend, but you could talk me into that. So there's 4 or 5 different directions I'm comfortable going in, but I would be really excited to come away from this with Tet McMillan, Golden, even if it was Luther or Igbuka, because we get stuck into this mode every year where we think that every team sees the stack the way that we all do. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if the Cowboys like a different receiver more than we're giving them credit for. And, you know, if it's Burton or Igbuka, I'd be A-okay with that too. I just need a guy who can start from day one. And I really feel like all 4 of those main guys could do that.
David, I know that, I mean, you're out there and you're studying guys. You know, you were such a great asset to the draft show and through the history of it, though. Do you have like Will Johnson? Maybe it's an unfair question, but do you have Will Johnson as your number 1 corner if you were to put together a board? You know me, Barry. Yeah, I don't have a board. I leave that to y'all. No, I know that, and that's why. I mean, I asked the question in a way because I wanted to see how committed you really were to Will Johnson. If I could talk you out of that. Here's my thing. Like, I don't have a board. I don't pretend to have these guys in an order. But what I do is the names that I need to know,
I flip on a couple of games, 2 or 3 games, and I'm like, oh yeah, he can do this, he can do that.
Yeah.
He's hanging with that guy. He's playing Texas here, and he's staying with this guy. He's playing Ohio State, and he looks great. He's got good hands. So I don't have him ranked over anybody.
Okay.
I just know he plays a position that the Cowboys need, that not a lot of people are talking about as a need, in my opinion. Yeah. And I think he could step in and do the job. I mean, corner's a tough learning curve, obviously, but he could step in and not be a total liability from day one. And I think there's huge value in that. And it's the type of stuff we used to argue about all the time. But with a pick this big, I want a guy that throws the ball, catches the ball, affects the quarterback, or affects the receiver. I mean, those big money positions. I know you don't want to window dress your board, but you want the most valuable impact possible and the guys who you're going to get the most cost-effective deal from. I mean, if Will Johnson or if a pass rusher plays at an all-pro level quickly, it's a bargain. And so that's why I gravitate toward a guy like that more so than having him stacked up in a certain way.
See, with Will Johnson, I kind of look at it as buying a stock. I don't know everything about the company. You know, you're asking me to pay millions of dollars for a stock that I don't know everything about. And that's the thing that scares me, David.
But you trust the tape, am I right, my friend?
No, trust the tape, absolutely. But through my life, I've been able to, I don't know anything about metrics. I don't know anything about ceilings or floors. I always was the tape. But those numbers did mean something to me at one time. You know what I'm saying? I don't want
to say the numbers are meaningless. They're definitely not meaningless. And
but it's about to be, David, we're about to draft. We get on these teams for bad drafts, but they don't have all the information to make the best decisions. That's where I'm learning at right now.
And you know what? You hate ambiguity, so I can understand why this bothers you so much. But
he's a good player, David. God, this guy's a good player.
The guy's got a ton of tape of him playing in one of the toughest conferences in college football, Michigan, playing in the
He's
playoffs
also banged up, too. He's banged up like these other guys. I've got a Notre Dame corner that I love that's got a bad hip. I got a East Carolina corner that's got a bad knee. You know, I'm that's the tape to me, David. That's the tape.
Nothing makes you more upset than falling in love with a player that's got some sort of red flag that you can't move past. It's always been fun to watch you get frustrated by that.
I die, David. I die every time I do this. A little part of me dies.
Maybe you get him at a discount later, you know?
That Blue Star special.
I remember I'm not saying this is going to happen to Will Johnson, but I'll never forget in 2020, you know, that really fun 2020 draft, it was, you know, word got out that they loved Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, oh, I love him, but you can't take him at 17. The value's just not there. Then lo and behold, he's hanging out waiting for you in the second round.
Yeah.
Gosh, we can only hope that it's as good as 2020. David Hellman, Fox Sports, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Thanks so much, man. Keep kicking ass out there in Hollywood.
Appreciate it, guys. I'll talk to you soon.
There he goes, Dave Hellman with us here. Always love talking with Dave. He is the man, the myth, the legend, the one and only Dave Hellman. All right, let's do some top 10 next. It's National Laundry Day. I've got the top 10 worst chores. What are the most disliked chores across America? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next in the nation. But we got... about to get into the Wooly Bully Top 10 here on 105.3 The Fan of the G-Bag Nation. We're supposed to talk with Jared Sandler coming up on the other side. Did just have a text from Jared. Said, like, might have to bump this. So I don't know what's going on there at the ballpark. We're going to find out very soon.
He was showing his TikTok. You know, he's like a TikTok hero now.
Dude, he's really blowing up on the TikTok.
He's really good at it because he kind of comes up with some unique things. Why they play Louie in Seattle after the 7th inning. I thought that was pretty good entertainment. But, he was showing a video of the roof opening up. So maybe that's what
beautiful.
He's hanging out just watching the roof open up. Right?
That ballpark really is outstanding when the roof is able to
I hope we get
open.
to get a burger on Friday again. All we're doing has been eating burgers this week. So, I mean, the Jake Burger, right? What's the burger called?
Well, yeah, the
Burgertron?
Jake Burger.
The Burger
from Hurtado. I don't know if it's available yet. I guess we're going to have to find out.
Okay.
Maybe, but yeah, you can go ahead Thursday. Come on out. We got Draft 101. You get your Whataburger fix.
Yeah.
And then we'll be out there at the ballpark on Friday. And tomorrow.
We're eating crawfish tomorrow.
Tomorrow we're eating crawfish. We'll be at Shell Shack right off Henderson.
I'll
tomorrow.
help you peel them if you want.
I might need your help.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a baby. So come on out, 2 to 6:30. We'll have the G-Bag Nation. 877-881-1053, the worst chores on National Laundry Day. As we slide on into the Wooly Bully Top 10. I mean, he really likes to do chores. Not a lot of people. I certainly
don't mind doing laundry.
Laundry is, one that I've kind of said, okay, I'll pick up the slack on that in the household. I don't really mind it.
The key is not to let it build up. The key is to, like, every other day, just kind of...
Oh, so you're doing it pretty regularly.
Oh, yeah. I just don't let it build up so that way it doesn't get overwhelming. But, see, you got the baby, so you got a lot of extra clothes and
we
stuff.
have a lot.
But
Honestly, my wife handles most of the baby laundry.
Yeah.
I'm pretty much just responsible for my own. She's like, just take care of yourself, you dirty slob.
Okay.
I said, all right, honey.
Well,
I'll
then
do
just
that.
don't let it, every, second or third day, do laundry.
We did have a statement from Mark Cuban that I know a lot of people on the text line, the truckrick.com
Can't
text line.
believe I hired Nico.
Hey, check out Cuban's latest tweet. So he quote tweeted Tim Cato of All City, who's going to be joining us on the show tomorrow at 3:20. He said, Dirk is the Dallas Mavericks. Then, now, and forever. No one should ever forget that. That statue will be here forever. Loyalty never fades. Tomorrow night, 15 guys will put on a Mavericks uniform. They will do everything they can to win for themselves, each other, and the fans. Our squad has busted their ass to fight through incredible adversity. They have my respect and support. Should have everyone's. I'm a Mavs fan. I always love and cheer for everyone who puts on our uniform. Tomorrow night, and however many games we have left this season and in every future season, whether I'm in the stands, in front of the TV, or following every play online, my heart and soul is committed to rooting for the Mavs to win. That will never change. I know fans are upset, but don't be upset at the players. Support them. Root for them. Rally behind them.
You need to say, I'm f***ing sorry.
MFFL stands for Mavs Fan for Life. And then he put the hashtag.
Oh, I thought that was a statement from Eric Chiafalo
MFFL.
leading into the game tomorrow night.
No, Eric would have the opposite statement.
Dude, can we do a statement with what Eric would say? Go opposite. Just read it the opposite of what he would say.
What would you say?
No, read the statement, but put everything negative.
Oh, an opposite day?
Yeah, put opposite.
I am not a Mavs fan. I will never cheer.
Dirk is not
the Dallas Mavericks, then or ever. Luka was. Don't ever forget that. That statue, it's leaving because they peed away all of our loyalty. It clearly does fade. Tomorrow night, 15 guys are going to put on that crappy uniform. They're going to do everything they can to lose for themselves, each other, and the fans. Our squad has totally crapped all over themselves all year long. They've lost all respect and credibility, and they should have lost everyone's. I'm not a Mavs fan. I will never love and cheer for them, and I will never put on that uniform. Tomorrow night and however many games they've got left this season and every future season, whether in the stands and on the TV or online, my heart and soul is never going to be committed or rooting for the Mavs to win. That's never going to change. I know fans aren't happy, but don't be upset at the players. And certainly don't support them. And definitely don't root for them. And don't rally either, because who the hell wants to rally behind them?
That was well done, sir.
I tried to opposite it up.
That would have been a more respectable response there, I think, from Cubes. I mean, Nico saying my obligation is to the Mavericks and the Mavericks only. That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be popular to the fans or Dirk, but my obligation to the Mavericks. That's the one time they acknowledge Dirk.
Yeah.
Throughout all of this, when they're throwing out Shaquille O'Neal and company for being hard workers.
Hard worker.
The one time they name drop Dirk is just to say we don't care what you think.
No, it's terrible.
It's a masterclass in
what,
how to just nuke your entire organization. And fan
I
base.
agree with what Mark said there in terms of Dirk is the Mavs, and he is right. It's not the player's fault in this at all. Like I don't have anything.
That's kind of why
it's
I'm
the front office.
That's why I'm hanging in there for
that's what it is.
The coaches. I'm hanging in there for the players. And
yeah.
That's the only reason.
It's not the player's fault.
Yeah.
And I feel for them in this scenario because they are going to go out there and try to win a basketball
They're going to try and
game.
beat the Kings.
And I'll root for them. But it's crappy. It just feels like
it's terrible.
There's no substance anymore. It's just like it's happening. It's a game. I'm not overly excited about it. All right, here is the top 10. Top 10 household chores everyone hates to do. Okay, if you like doing laundry, Brian, what was the one that you needed?
What was the
one
you
didn't like?
The chore?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, you never mowed the lawn.
Never mowed the yard.
So that'd be one.
Yeah, because Dad was afraid that I would mess it up.
Well, he probably would have too.
No, I did.
You just said you built the TGI Fridays, which
I did.
is the most shocking thing I've ever heard.
I was part of a construction crew in Baton Rouge. One of my summer jobs at LSU was I worked for a company called Cajun Contractors, and I helped actually build a TGI Fridays. Like I drilled the wall bolt fittings for that thing.
That's crazy.
And I had no business doing that, but they made me do it. So if there's ever like a hurricane in Baton Rouge and you're at TGI Fridays, I don't think I'd be hanging around for
that one's going to fall down.
That could be a disaster right
blow
there.
over.
Yeah.
Lucius, you seem like you kind of have to do all the household chores.
I do, 100%. All of them. Yeah.
God, I feel for you.
It's all on me, dog.
It's a one-man show.
Yeah, it's usually clean until about Thursday.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, usually clean about Thursday.
Saturday's cleanup day?
Saturday's cleanup day. And then starts piling up about Thursday. I start looking around and say, well, nobody's going to help.
This, like Lucius, like
Groundhog's Day.
That damn cup has been there all week and nobody's going to move. And there's lipstick on the cup, so I know it's not mine.
Did she just like on Saturday notice to stay out of your way? Like, does she go somewhere else?
She usually works.
Oh, does she?
Yeah, she usually works.
I like the idea of her just sitting on the couch watching you clean the place up.
Like make her move her feet when you're vacuuming?
Hey, bro, if she's
up.
at the house and I have to start cleaning up, she gets angry at me.
Oh,
yeah, get mad. A little passive-aggressive energy because I'm cleaning up. Now she feels like she has to clean up.
Yeah.
So I usually wait till she's gone. Yeah, it's tragic, bro.
It is tragic.
It's mental illness.
I feel for you, dude. No wonder we love our tequila so much.
Yeah, you get it.
100%.
You get it. That's why I be in the bathroom for 2 hours in the morning.
Yeah.
Most peaceful place in the
Yeah,
world.
just leave me alone, honey.
Yeah, please don't come in there.
Why are you always in there for 45 minutes? Just leave me alone.
I hate washing the dishes, though.
Yeah.
I like doing everything else.
Okay, so dishes is number one on the hate list.
I hate that.
I feel that.
I could do everything else. It's fun, in fact.
I can really relate to the 817 cleaning up the dog poo in the backyard.
Oh, my God.
That was one of my chores growing up. And
Do you wait for it to get like petrified?
I would
before you
probably
do it?
do it like twice a week.
Okay.
Now, I should have just done it every day. It would have helped. But gosh, that builds up.
That's how my dad sold to me in 4th grade that I was going to be the weed puller in the family. And he was like, honestly, this will be very easy if you just, take a peek at it every single day. It really won't stack up on you.
Terrible.
But I didn't have the discipline.
Terrible. Number 10 is vacuuming.
I love vacuuming.
I love it too.
Yeah.
It's not that bad.
You sprinkle down the stuff.
You sprinkle the stuff,
Yes.
and you see the actual movement of the wheels.
You're like a groundskeeper, dude.
And it feels like man, this thing is smelling
Making
good.
the
and
lines. I want to see
clean.
the lines.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like it's clean.
Then you
And
try not to walk on it for a while.
Oh, you
Get away
use
from
the
here.
little hose part, the detached thing, and you get in the corners around the windows.
Oh, yeah. I even chase the dogs
That's the
around
way.
with us so they get back.
Yeah, they get mad, man. Our dog does not like the vacuum. Dusting comes in at number 9.
Something you got to do.
Yeah, get that fan up there.
Got to do it.
Get that fan up there.
It'll get dirty too.
Mopping coming in at number 8.
Like it because it smells like pine sol.
Love pine
does smell
sol.
good.
Oh, the best smell
There's
ever.
some other stuff I use too. I can't. Oh, Fabuloso.
Fabuloso. Purple Fabuloso.
Yeah, boy, the purple.
I buy that stuff by the 50-gallon barrel. I roll it out of Sam's into my car.
Smelling good in that crib, boy. I tell you what.
Number 7 is cleaning the stovetop and oven.
Every night.
Yeah.
Every night.
That can get in.
409. Every time I cook something, I wipe the stovetop off.
That's one of my wife's biggest gripes with me. The grease factor.
Yeah.
You
After
can't-
cooking.
It like spits at and it
Can't,
just gets
can't let it
everywhere.
get on there.
Cleaning the windows comes in at 6.
Oh man,
I do hate that.
Windex is awesome.
Love it.
The paper
Windows.
towel gets so dirty too, and
Yeah.
you're like, whoa.
I used to use newspaper back in the day.
Did you?
Yeah.
Jeez, that's a great idea.
Yeah,
No
used to use
streaks.
newspaper, no streaks.
Man, you were doing it right.
Come on, man.
5 is laundry on National Laundry
We
Day.
mentioned that, yeah.
4 is ironing clothes.
I'm really good at it.
That's not a surprise.
My mom taught me a long time ago when I was in college to be able to iron a shirt because my dry cleaning bills were getting insane.
Okay.
So I learned how to iron shirts, and I like use heavy starch. Love to do it.
Bro, we used to have Stay Flow back in the day.
Yeah.
My parents used to stand up in the corner by themselves.
Yeah.
972 says lying to my wife and telling her she doesn't look pregnant every day has become my most hated chore.
I did get a lot of people reply watching the Mavericks is their most hated chore right now.
That's not a chore you have to do.
Honey, you don't look pregnant.
Don't do that. Don't discourage people from watching the
No,
Mavs.
I'm not trying to discourage them.
Do you
To
lie
each
to
their
your
own.
lady? Are you supposed to lie to him? Or are you telling the truth? Wouldn't you want the truth if you asked her, hey, hon, do I look funny in this?
Yeah.
You don't want her to be like, oh, no, you look great. Now you walk outside looking crazy?
Yeah, I'm honest with her. Like, hey,
It's not one of your
maybe
best colors.
That's not the.
Yeah.
That ain't hidden.
It's not fitting right.
Like my sister said, it's not giving what you think is giving.
It's not giving. It's not giving. Number 3 is washing the dishes.
Nah, boo.
I do it as I cook.
Oh, do you?
Genius.
Okay, that is smart.
Yeah.
That is smart. Number 2 is cleaning the refrigerator.
That's rough.
Yeah, I
okay.
hate that.
Let me tell you what. I've yet to figure out. The refrigerator's rough. The oven is worse because you spray that oven off in there, and the gas, the fumes are supposed to open up stuff, and I always mess that up. That those fumes can get you.
Yeah, that's like it's like cleaning the bathroom.
Yeah.
You walk out of there like, damn, man.
Not good. Not good.
I think I might be going to heaven pretty soon.
But number 1, the worst household chore is cleaning the toilet or just the bathroom in general.
I clean
But you
it up
got to
every
do
time.
it. I do too.
No, you got to do it.
Every time. You get the spritz bottle with the ammonia stuff in it. Yeah, every time.
Yeah, you get the ammonia.
The ammonia smell for that, in the fact that someone could come into my restroom and go, they feel confident. Like, wow, this is better than any place I've ever been.
There's
It's
today's
the opposite of mine.
Really?
Oh, you
The
love it.
state of my commode is an often gripe. Like, really, honey?
Oh, wow.
What am I supposed to do here?
Clean it.
What like
Not really
we're
doing-
talking about? We got
Not
dookie
doing
all
an
over.
immediate post-poo clean.
We got
Oh,
shit.
man, come on. It takes nothing but a second.
It
Yeah.
absolutely does. Just spray the ammonia stuff in there. Let it, and then flush.
I could be better. I could be better at all these things.
Wipe the seat.
Yeah.
Leaving streaks in the bowl and all that.
The man who leaves streaks in the bowl. Jared Sandler joins us next in the nation.
Potentially.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece at 12:30, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Plus, we continue our Modest Mouse and Flamin' Lips ticket giveaway. Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on The Fan.
Men, are you ready to feel unstoppable again? Join me at Men's T Clinic to become stronger than ever with the experts on men's health. Men's T Clinic's dedicated optimization tools are designed to help you meet, maintain, and elevate your total wellness goals across key areas of men's wellness like hormones, weight, muscle mass, movement, and sexual wellness. It's individualized and comprehensive total wellness through Men's T Clinic's method, and it's yours for the taking today. 5 DFW locations, flexible hours, and affordable plans. Call 972-GO-MEN's-T today or visit menstclinic.com. That's menstclinic.com.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
It's time to spring into action with a home equity loan from TexasLending.com. Whether you're trying to get home improvements, a new pool, maybe some upgrades around the house, call TexasLending.com for your cash-out refinance, first lien home equity loan, or second lien home equity loan. 972-387-4600 online, TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
The Chicago Cubs got blasted by the market today, but it's moved a little too far. I'm Sammy P, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. The Cubs opened minus 120 with Imanaga on the bump, but it's now minus 160 at BetMGM, and that's too much. Give me those right-handed bats, Tatis, Bogarts, Machado, and give me plus 135. I'm Sammy P from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please, gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Shop your favorite brands at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off select Annie's products with Prime through April 22nd. Find delicious snacks and bites for the whole family. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning, and there's never been a better time to upgrade your AC system, and here's why. Right now, you can stack 3 incredible rebates together: a $1,900 factory rebate, a $1,500 utility rebate, and the $2,000 federal tax credit. That's $5,400. And when you leverage our factory direct pricing, that means you can buy the top-of-the-line 24-SEER AC system for what most people are paying for the base model. Plus, these systems can cut your electric bill by over 60%. That's over $1,000 a year. We're so confident in this offer that we actually encourage you to call 2 other companies first, get their price, and then call Reliant Air Conditioning at 877-YOUR-HERO or schedule your free estimate online at ReliantAirConditioning.com, where we've been gimmick-free since '83.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If your home or business has roof damage, be sure to call Blue Nail Roofing for a free inspection. Blue Nail's trained and certified inspectors will find all the damage to your property, the damage that insurance adjusters and other roofing companies often miss. Finding and documenting all the damage can mean a larger payment for your insurance claim. Call Blue Nail Roofing today, 855-255-1975, 855-255-1975, BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Segment of the Fan is brought to you by DFWSecurity.com.
It's baseball season. Call DFW Security right now to lock in your home run special. Upgrade to a smart security system with cutting-edge cameras for big league protection for your home or business. Call 214-206-3511 or
DFWSecurity.com. America's best draft coverage is right here. Right here. On The Fan. Our path to this year's draft on Thursday, April 24th is proudly presented by Bueckers with 9 delicious DFW locations and Rhino Shield.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
All right, pivot. Jared has stuff going down at the ballpark, so he's going to jump on with us at 5:20. So he'll hop on for a few minutes. We'll get you set for this Rangers and Angels breakdown here in the G-Bag Nation. A little bit of a different lineup for you today. No Josh Smith, no Peterson, and no Jake Bega. So we'll go over that. We also have Tyler Malley, who's going to be getting the start. But how about we do a little sports hodgepodge here?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. We'll do a little Mavs here because Nico Harrison and the front office had a little press conference today meeting with the media, but it was a very, very different type of meeting with the media conversation as there were no cameras or audio equipment around to be recorded. So we don't get to see or hear anything that was said. But we do have some of the quotes. Tim McMahon, Tim Cato of All City Dallas. We have some sound from him here in just a moment, but he will also join us tomorrow. At what time, Walchuk? 3:20 tomorrow, Tim Cato?
Yes, 3:20 tomorrow.
He was one of the few individual media members there in attendance today. Nico Harrison, Rick Welch, the CEO, hour-long session with select members of the Dallas media. Defense wins championships was the phrase uttered most often throughout the interaction. I thought it was interesting, the perspective of this guy here who is alleging that he was a marketing in sports marketing for over 22 years. And he says he's seen a lot, and this particular situation that the Mavericks have put the fan base in, he describes as not fixable. He says that Nico destroyed one of the most loyal fan bases in sports, sucked the energy out of an entire city. For a so-called leader to hide in a tunnel, then not allow media to record is unacceptable and extremely weak. And so he says now I want y'all's thoughts on this. He says the only real solution to perverse the Mavericks brand going forward is to hire Dirk Nowitzki as the GM and somehow convince Luka to re-sign with the Mavericks when his time is up in L.A.
Yeah, I mean, I've thrown that out. I don't think that not Dirk being the GM, but could you possibly clean house and then find a way to get Luka back here? I can't remember who it was that went on First Take and basically said after the Luka game that looked like a guy that would rather be in Dallas than the Lakers. Like from a championship sense this year, obviously the Lakers are now in a better situation as the 3 seed to be able to accomplish that. But I absolutely believe in my heart Luka would rather be in Dallas. If he could go back and wave a wand and this trade never happened, he said it when he got there. His plan was to sign the max extension. He had no plans on leaving Dallas. This was his home.
Could this be our version of LeBron James in Cleveland?
We can dream.
Could it be he leaves, he goes to Miami, and he comes back, but this time your guy doesn't leave. He stays.
Maybe.
Is that could this be our LeBron James?
Yeah. Obviously, that only happens in a world where Nico's not here. And I wonder if even the ownership, even just the Dumont ownership stuff and the Adelson family, just their presence alone, would he say, no, I can't do it? Because I think he, in his heart of hearts, would absolutely prefer to be here. And at some point, I could see him wanting to do that. But how many people in the organization, including even ownership, would have to not be here anymore in order for him to want to make that decision? But it's no question the Nico front office, it couldn't be here if that were to work.
Yeah, Nico 100% would have to be out.
Because Nico wouldn't even want him back.
No,
Nico wouldn't want him. He wouldn't even want him.
He's still doubling down on he has no regrets today, and they wanted to build around Anthony Davis, who is a two-way player.
The craziest thing to come out of their meeting with the media today was the Mavs CEO Rick Welch comparing the Luka Doncic trade to his former team, the Warriors, trading away Monte Ellis for Andrew Bogut back in 2012. He likened Luka Doncic to Monte Ellis. That is the world we're living in right now, which is just unfathomable, to be completely honest with you. Here's Tim Cato, All City Dallas, on the heels of the media session. He was there. He's describing an interaction between Nico and Tim McMahon throughout the presser earlier today.
Nico Harrison said, you have a player who this summer would have had a big decision whether he signs the super max or he waits. Talking about Luka Doncic, of course. Tim McMahon follows up. Luka was going to sign the super max, and then says, "Why didn't you sign him? And then if you really wanted to trade him, sign him on the super max." Nico says, "Well, there's no guarantee he would sign a super max." In which Tim McMahon once again goes back and says,
he would have held out for more money.
He is guaranteed it. He was balling on the bench. And Nico's response to that is, well, like I said, we can agree to disagree, and that's fine, but we targeted AD. Cool. And then, the team we intended to put on the floor, that's a championship caliber team.
Yeah.
That's just, it's hilarious. Ultimately, it just comes down to Nico Harrison wanted Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
He did.
That's it.
This is how he could get Anthony Davis. He did.
And that's fine. Don't throw out there, well, there's no guarantee Luka would have signed. He said it himself in his presser in LA. He had every intention to sign.
His contract through the Lakers runs through 2026, 2027. He's got he has an option to become an unrestricted free agent in the summer of 2026 if he declines his player option for the final year.
And I agree with the 817. It's also disrespectful to Anthony Davis comparing him to Bogut. I mean, it's just for both players.
The whole thing.
You're talking about role players in top of the line stars.
This isn't funny.
This was a planned media session, and that was one of the things he took in as ammo that he couldn't wait to lay on the media. Just absolutely jarring. Here is some sound. Former Mav Quentin Grimes. He's on, I guess, the old JJ Redick podcast. The Old Man in the Three is still a thing. Yeah. And so, but it's not JJ Redick on it. Quentin Grimes was the latest guest on the show, and he's talking about his reaction from himself, PJ Washington, Derek Lively, and Najee Marshall when they found out in real time in the team hotel that Luka had been traded.
Oh, I was in my hotel room in Cleveland. I had just ordered some room service. I just had got chicken wings. I'm chilling. It was funny, you know how you got your friends that if one of them was calling you, why they calling me? I should probably pick this up. And then when the trade happened, around 11:30, and then my man's calling me. I'm like, why he calling me? I should probably answer this real quick. There's a FaceTime, and I like to hear him was his audio wasn't working, and he traded Luka. I'm like, what? He Luka got traded. I'm like, stop playing with me. What you mean Luka got traded? And I go to Sham, then it's Luka for AD, and then it was funny. I heard 10 seconds later. All I hear in the hallway is hey, yo, what the f***? And I'm I look on my door, and it's Najee, D Live, I think PJ, and then we just looking at each other. We what? Hey, yo, what the f*** just happened? D Live is yo, what's going on, man? I'm like, bro, I have no clue what just happened. But the funny thing is, we had got a text around 9:30. It was mandatory players and staff meeting. We what the hell? What that mean? Somebody getting traded. Something must have happened. And so that happened. But not once I heard the Ayo, what the f***? I was oh yeah, this is really crazy.
They were just as surprised as we were. All the players storming out of their hotel rooms collectively going, what in the world is going on? What is our organization doing right now? And they're standing by it, standing on it. Defense wins championships. And now you're in the play-in. Okay, let's get you a little football's finest here. 5 o'clock hour. Here we go. Is Arch Manning going to be a villain? Somebody is describing him that way. And we'll hear from John Gruden as well next year in the Nation.
Spread the word. Go ahead. Do it. I'll wait. All right, there you go.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the G-Bag Nation is the place to be. Afternoons right here on The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook that knows how to treat you right. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Patty Pimblett always had a flair for the dramatic, and we all knew that Patty could entertain outside the octagon, but could he match that stardom inside of it? And after smothering Michael Chandler at UFC 314 on Saturday in Miami, it's clear that Patty has arrived. He still has a long ways to go, but now he deserves the benefit of the doubt, and I won't place any limitations anymore on how high his ceiling could be for the sport. I'm Zach Gelb.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
That Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? What are you, Freeman Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
About to get into some football's finest. Oh, we are so close to the NFL draft. Your best draft coverage right here on 105.3 The Fan as we've got our annual Pluckers draft party. Path to the Draft brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at all Pluckers locations Thursday, April 24th, first round annual draft party. We got Draft 101 coming up this Thursday night, 6:45. Doors are going to open. We got free Whataburger for you. Myself, Brian Broaddus. We're also going to have Bobby Belt if he shows up. Who knows? He might just stop talking during the entire thing. I'm not sure what will happen with Bobby, but we'll be partnered with DallasCowboys.com. It's going to be an absolute blast. Can't wait to see you there. But we will have Jared Sandler because we are the home of your Rangers as well. Jared had to pivot. He'll be joining us on the other side leading into LA Live. But right now, Eric, why don't you take it away with all the football news, my friend?
Yeah, let's go ahead and dive right into it. We have the Giants kicking the tires even more now on Shedeur Sanders. What is the plan for them? Are they really going to maybe take him at 3 overall? Are they trying to maybe trade back into the first round if Sanders starts to slip a little bit? Here's Peter Schrager, our buddy. Used to be at NFL Network. He's now with ESPN, the worldwide leader. And here he is with Greeny earlier this morning painting the Giants and Shedeur picture for us.
There's something to this. Look, they have already sent 13 different people, Greeny, to the pro day at Colorado, meaning there's a GM, obviously, but a coaching staff and the front office personnel. They went to many of his games in person. Joe Shane attended a Colorado practice in person. And I could tell you that this private workout is not just for show. They want to do the full due diligence on Shedeur Sanders. Is he possibly the 3rd overall pick where they're sitting at? Maybe. Does this also mean they can maybe trade back into the first round if they take his teammate Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter with the 3rd overall pick? I would say that's more likely. I'll mention this. They brought him in for a private workout on his top 30 visit. The Giants took him out to dinner, and he had that experience also. They are getting to know Shedeur Sanders far more than they're getting to know a lot of other prospects in this draft, and I don't take it lightly. And RC, I'm curious your thoughts. When this guy is wearing cleats that have a Giants logo at the bowl game all the way back in January. So there's something to this. What's it mean? 3 overall, or maybe them just interested in whether or not he drops? That could be a likely possibility as well. But the Giants are not wasting their time 9 days from the draft going and flying out to Boulder, Colorado.
It's interesting. I mean, now I think he was wearing the cleats, wasn't he? Because the Giants had the number 1 pick.
They did at the time.
And then they got that win over the Colts, so he's like hoping, okay, I'm going to be the number 1 overall pick. But yeah, man, that would be very interesting. I think the whole thing that's made us like tap the brakes on it is just they brought in 2 veteran quarterbacks.
Yeah, I think this happens if Shedeur Sanders slips out of the top 10, maybe past Dallas at 12, because it feels like a team that really is interested in drafting him is the Steelers at 21.
Yes.
If Sanders is now sitting there around pick 13, 14, 15, I could see the Giants trading back into the first round, trying to get ahead of the Steelers and saying, we want to get Shedeur, and then we'll let him sit for a year or whatever, because the coaching staff wants a win-now player at 3. My guess
I
is,
agree. Yes,
my guess is ownership is still like, hey, we're obviously here for the long haul. So you coaches and everybody, your GM, you guys might be one and done here, but we still want to be able to get a quarterback. So this is how you sort of everybody wins here. Hey, the coaches get the win now type player at 3. And then if he's still available there in the teens or so, you leap ahead of the Steelers, and now you've satisfied the ownership because they still get their quarterback of the future.
Well, and if you're the general manager, either you hit on the quarterback and now maybe you're able to prolong your career there, or you've traded those picks and it doesn't matter because you don't have the job anymore.
Yeah.
So I don't care if I'm moving back in and I'm forfeiting a first-round pick for the future in that scenario.
Yeah. See, I agree. This is where Denver probably comes into play now with Sean Payton. Is Sean taking next year's 1 and just back out of that?
Because they're at 20 right ahead of Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's right there ahead. So to me, if Sean can take advantage and get a next year's 1 and then just drop out of the first round, that might be worth it to him, to be able to make that type of move,
Makes sense.
And maybe Sean feels like that Sean could get his runner at the top of the second round with the Giants pick, but also pocket a first round pick, who is very likely with the Giants. That could be another top 5 pick.
Very well could be.
So, if it would be worth it to you if they offer next year's 1. If they were to say,
that's a great point.
If they said, listen, Sean, we'll give you next year's 1. You come down to our spot, top of the second round, and we'll call it a day.
Man, if I'm Sean Payton, that's a no-brainer.
Oh,
especially because they're like looking at running backs, like, dude.
No,
sure,
if they're
at 34 or whatever.
If they're absolutely looking at running backs, then they could take it at 34, and then next year, like you say, that Giants pick, and to the general manager of the Giants, that's somebody else's problem.
Right.
If I get fired, hey, that's not my problem. But you very well, Sean Payton could be sitting not only with his own pick, but he could be sitting with a top 5 pick in the 2026 draft from the Giants.
That sounds like a house money situation for Denver.
And your owner,
very much like what happened with Carolina, right? the Chicago Carolina trade? Didn't it work that kind of that way where who ended up with Carolina's pick, first round pick?
Well, Chicago did, but I think that was like a 1-9 kind of drop.
But I'm just saying, though, they took next year's one,
yes.
and it ended up being
right. It ended up being a really high pick.
Yeah.
So no doubt. I mean, that could end up working out well. And then for John Mara, who is griping on Hard Knocks about Saquon Barkley being their most popular player, you're going to sell a lot of Shedeur Sanders gear.
Yeah.
So that's going to help financially in the Big Apple, box office wise. That's going to be printing some money.
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing is Sanders slipping past the Saints at 9, and then all of a sudden it becomes an arms race. Which team gets the most antsy and feels like they got to move up? Does Pittsburgh at 21 be like, man, we don't want anybody to leap us. We don't know if he'll get to us at 21. Let's move up and get him. I think that's one of the surefire ways you could end up seeing some movement here in this draft. The Dolphins had a pre-draft presser today with their general manager, Chris Greer, who's absolutely on the hot seat. Looks like they're going to be trying to punt on Jalen Ramsey. Probably would love to punt on Tyreek Hill, but you'll be selling him at a very low stock. But apparently a Dolphins fan wrote general manager Chris Greer of the Dolphins a very nice letter wishing him good luck before the NFL draft. But the fan also included a T-shirt in the package, and the T-shirt was draft-related as well. It just simply read, "Don't F this up."
Don't F it up.
And so Greer has since hung the T-shirt in his office. So he has a friendly reminder from the Dolphins fan base, who clearly is like, hey, they're sending him good. Like, hey, we love you. We respect you. We still want you to be here. But we all know you bleep this one up, you're Gonski. And probably so is Mike McDaniel. Man, I can't believe there is a 464-pound player in this draft.
Oh, the Florida D tackle.
The Florida D tackle, Desmond Watson.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't think he was a real human being at first.
He apparently gained 80 pounds throughout his collegiate career. But now he's obviously concerned about his own health, because right now the heaviest player in NFL history was Aaron Gibson, an offensive tackle.
Wisconsin tackle, Detroit Lions.
410 pounds.
That was him.
This
didn't
dude's
last very long.
464.
Yeah, it didn't last very long.
But he's trying to lose some weight. He says it's definitely hard. People have taught me to look at it like another addiction. It's not drugs, but it's addicting, whether that's gaming, drugs, alcohol. I think this is my vice, food. I'm just trying to get a hold of it. Just like drugs can kill you, this can do the same thing. Trying to change my life. Is this guy on y'all's draft boards? Is this guy is he going to be drafted?
I like Cam Jackson better, the other one.
I haven't watched.
Just slap a 500-pounder in the middle of your knee?
I don't know if that dude's getting drafted.
Yeah. They have another guy, Cam Jackson, I think is a better player at defensive tackle.
There you go.
So, I'm not.
I mean, if you're taking I just don't know that teams are going to be taking a 486-pound dude.
Yeah.
Now, I think he has lost weight since then, but
it's like throwing a deck chair off the Titanic.
I mean, come on. I don't think that guy's getting drafted.
That was deck with an E, by the way, what Broadus just said.
I said deck chair. I said it the right way. Don't make it any other way like you do sometimes.
No, I was just clarifying. I was trying to have your back there.
No. What do you mean have my back? I said it right. When I say it right, you know, let me say it. When I F it up, then go, you're close. You're close. Almost. Right. You're almost.
On the tip of your tongue there.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Kick his ass, Seabass.
The quarterback that Diana Rossini has heard being discussed in NFL circles more than any other lately is Louisville's Tyler Shough.
No.
She had a head coach. She said
weird.
there is at least one head coach in the NFL right now
that's going to get fired for saying this.
Who says
he's got a quarterback.
Is the best quarterback in this draft.
Dan Quinn's told me, this is what she needs to say, Diana Rossini. Dan Quinn told me that Shuck is one of the now. Listen, this guy, he's got an element of Eli Manning to his game. And I say it in this way.
I'm going to close my eyes and throw the ball.
He ducks when he throws. He's got there's been 2 years where he's lost majority of the season because of collarbone injuries. Yeah. And he's also dealt with a broken fibula. When you watch this guy throw, there are times where he will throw the ball and he will duck.
That's duck with a U.
Yes. He will duck with a U, and that way, you know, you're kind of watching play. 27 years old, he's 7 years of college football.
And he started 1 year. I think he only played more than 8 games one of those 7 years.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
That's like, no thank you.
If that coach wants to risk it all on him, by all means, go be a hero. You know, I'll always admit when I'm wrong about a player.
Oh, man, I was dead balls wrong about Bo Nix. so far. I mean, I do credit Sean Payton. I think that was a great spot for him to go, but I didn't think Bo would end up being good. He's turned out to be good. I mean, Shuck is 6'5", 219. So he's got like the prototypical size and everything you want in the position. But even last year at Louisville, when he went 8-4, there were some times it was like,
he tried to throw the ball to other people.
What the hell is he doing?
Yeah.
It was Will Levis-esque.
Never go full Will Levis.
There you go.
But Peter Schrager says he spoke to a GM who he trusts, really good GM, says the best pure thrower of the football is Tyler Shuck.
Oh, maybe for the 3 games he'll play for you.
Actually, the best pure throw of the football is Dylan Gabriel at Oregon. If you want to be really honest, you want to look at the most accurate catchable ball. This guy, Dylan Gabriel, is the most accurate by far.
Well, John Gruden, our buddy, is doing his QB class once again. I think we played a clip last week with Will Howard.
Man is getting boxes of clothes
from universities all around the country.
Yeah,
a
hockey team sent him some stuff the other day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, a minor league hockey team. He had on their sweater the other day.
Well, he recently sat down with Seth Hennigan, who's a local product.
Denton Ryan won a state championship. Dave Hennigan's son, who's the head coach there at Denton Ryan.
Okay, football family.
Yep.
Well, he's doing the QB class with him, and he's talking about the one time that he called an all-out blitz versus Peyton Manning.
When they start all-out blitzing us, that'd be the last time they do it. I did it to Peyton Manning. Now, we called an all-out blitz against Peyton Manning. He saw it. He flashed a hand signal, touchdown. You know what he did after he did it? He ran right by my sideline. He says, "Are you out of your fucking mind?" I swear he did that. You know that?
That's impressive.
That's what I want you to do.
Hennigan did not know how to react to that. He just sat there and was like, okay. Gruden's like, dude, give me something here. I want you to do that.
That's impressive.
Peyton Manning, the sheriff. you never jailbreak on Peyton Manning. No. Come on, John Gruden, be better than that.
That was silly.
We did say Brett Favre earlier.
We did.
Well, yeah, you did.
And people are now texting in. I guess
you're right.
Was Brett Favre a duck thrower? Would he duck and throw or throw and duck or whatever the process is?
No.
Pecking duck?
No. Like the thing, like late in his career,
peeking.
When you start taking hits and getting banged up, and you're afraid of what's about to happen to you in the pocket, a couple of times he ducked. But seriously, watch Eli Manning towards the very end of his career. Him throw and flinch,
fearing for his life,
and duck. Yeah, and I think Shuck was honestly worried about his collarbone.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You
suffer injury like that
twice
times. Yeah,
twice. He's worried about getting planted and not getting up. And
that's not going to get any easier in the NFL.
No, hell no.
He's gun shy.
But say it. Go ahead. Mama, give me some of those flapjacks.
Mama, give me them flapjacks, and Mama, take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay home with the Crimson Tide.
Max Crosby has a new sort of side hustle going. He's gonna do the general manager thing.
Assistant GMing?
Yeah, assistant GMing for his college program, EMU. And
they've got a gray field. Am I right about that?
EMU, I think, does have the gray field. Yeah, Eastern Michigan.
Yeah. Okay.
Or is it Eastern Washington?
Eastern Washington has a red field.
Red. Yeah, I knew
Eastern Michigan has a gray field.
It's gross looking.
Yeah, it's weird. Purple and gray.
I feel like it's just been smothered in rain.
He's going to be matching donations to the football program. I don't know exactly how this works here. Like I feel like it's more of just attaching your name to something and then throwing some dollar bills at it, and maybe in the offseason swinging by for a little rally speech, a little fundraiser opportunity.
Why the hell not?
Yeah, well, exactly.
Get a tattoo for money.
I mean, this is kind of a. I don't know if he has any more tattoo real estate.
Does he have any skin left to tattoo?
I think he's just all face now. If Max Crosby's adding to the tattoos, I think you're talking about the bottom of the foot and the face.
It looks like those dudes in that prison over there in what's that? those guys are hanging out. Venezuela. Where are we? The prison. Why do you guys not pay attention to?
It was the
we have a different algorithm.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you said. I mean,
we're sending all
prison tasks.
Like their president is over here right now visiting, talking about it. Somebody texting.
Somebody do my job for me right now that I'm lambasting my coworkers for not knowing either.
I'm just surprised that you guys don't keep up with current events.
Well, you know what? We probably should do a better job.
What do you do with your lives? Seriously, you just go home and do nothing.
I go home.
We've determined that we don't clean.
Right.
Well, what do we do? Sit around, lay around on our scratch our ass while we're laying around?
No. There's plenty of ass scratching going on at my place. I'll go ahead and raise my hand on that.
Sick kid at home now, Brian.
Oh, my God.
She's sick all the damn time.
I did that 21 years ago.
We're just on damage control when we get home, dude. We're just putting out fires left and right. We don't have time for Venezuelan prison tattoo stories.
It's
there
El
you
Salvador.
go.
It's El Salvador.
El Salvador. Thank
Guantanamo Bay.
Is that? I don't think
one person texted Guantanamo Bay 972. He's not feeling that one. But everyone else texted in El Salvador.
El Salvador is right. Thank you so much.
We love Puerto
Let's pay attention to some current events on this show.
President Bukele.
He was here. He was like, "Hey, we'll take more. We're going to build more prisons."
There?
Yeah. Pay attention.
Okay.
Oh, I'm going to go home and do a big bag of nothing. I'm going to sit on the couch. By the way, that commode looks terrible over there, honey. You think you could get some cleanser to get on that? Kind of peed all up. I sit when I pee. Kind of peed underneath the rim a little bit.
It's not a pee problem for me. It's simply a 2 issue. Yeah. But we're working on it. We are.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk some baseball, courtesy of Blue Nail Roofing, with our guy, Jared Sandler, next year in the nation.
I want to chat about window.
V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
For Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Site reporting on the Dallas Cup matchup between Gavin's team and whichever team they're playing?
I wish. That would have actually been a pretty good idea. I do believe Dawson's team, he was expecting to just get run. He was only feeling good about the first match, and then after that he thought they might get skunk ruled.
You know my favorite part? I love this about Broadus because this is why he was so good at his job when he was a scout. I bet Broadus could go watch that match and come back with like a legit scouting report on like 4 or 5 of the players with, you know, like quality, proper observations, just always in scout mode.
Well, let's get the Jared Sandler scout mode on these Anaheim Angels because they're a lot better than we thought they would be, at least to this point in the season. What are they doing so well?
Well, they're hitting the crud out of the ball, and they're slugging like crazy against fastballs, but they actually just set a franchise record for most home runs over like any consecutive 10-game stretch. I think they had 28 home runs over the last 10 games. Kyron Paris, one of the bigger surprises in baseball. Interesting story. It was a high pick of the Angels, but was super young. He was kind of a young senior in high school, and then COVID happened and just development kind of stunted, and then he was awful last year, not just at the big league level, but in AAA. But then he made some swing adjustments, worked with Aaron Judge's his swing coach, and he's come out, hitting like crazy this, to start the season. And, you can't discount a healthy Mike Trout. He's only hitting 196, but he's got 6 home runs. And yeah, they're hitting the ball well. I think it's a fair question, and I know a lot of people are still skeptical, and you can count me among them, whether they're actually a good team or just a team that's gone off to a good 15-game stretch. But whatever the case, they're playing good baseball right now. And the Rangers are coming off a series in which they got swept. So they need to bounce back, but it's not going to be easy. And Yusei Kikuchi's on the mound. He's done well for the Angels so far this year too.
So the roof's open. How beautiful is it? And then I was looking at the game notes, and assuming I can read this properly, which you and I both know, Jared, that's always a gamble. But it seems as though in a limited sample size, the batting average, runs per game, and home runs are up when the roof is open versus closed. Is this just what the doctor ordered?
No, yeah. I mean, hopefully. I remember last year, I think there was a game in April with the roof open, and the ball didn't carry as well because of some crazy, the wind pattern, degree, physics, science. I don't know. But, yeah, you're right. You read that perfectly correctly. It is more hitter-friendly with the roof open, and maybe it is what the Rangers need. Now, the Angels as a team throw a lot of changeups. And, the Rangers this year have actually been hitting fastballs a lot better than they did last year. We talked about how much of a challenge that was. They've really struggled against changeups. So that is something that Yusei Kikuchi throws. He throws his changeup about 15% of the time. We'll have to see. And they're going to be without Jake Berger, at least in the starting lineup. Bruce Bochy mentioned he's just a little ill. He is available off the bench, but they figured, they give him the game off from a starting standpoint. So, he's a bat you'd like in there against the lefty, but, they'll have to make do. But, yeah, I think, Zach, in general, roof open, roof closed, whatever the case, it's not 30, 40, 50 degrees, and I think the players are very happy about that.
Jared, when you got to the ballpark today and then you got the lineup card, what did you think when you saw some of the names that were admitted?
Well, yeah, not a surprise about Jock Peterson just because it's a lefty. I would have been surprised, Broadus, if if it was a righty and Jock wasn't in there. And not because, his production, obviously a guy who's slumping like Jock is slumping, it would make sense to give him a day. But Bruce Bochy has said, and the only way he's going to get out of this is by swinging his way out of it. And because he is a platoon-type player, you typically wouldn't sit him when it is a favorable platoon matchup. I was a little surprised about Josh Smith, but then, we learned earlier that he's dealing with a little bit of a bruised thumb, and, because of the lefty, they figured, hey, let's just give him the start of the game off. But, you look at it, no Berger, no Smith, no Peterson. I think what's interesting, and Broadus, you were high on the kind of what the Rangers are going to do from a catching standpoint. It's another game against a lefty in which both Heim and Higashioka are in there, which is good and bad. It's good because that Jonah is justified being in the lineup as a DH because of how he's performed. It's bad because you'd like someone else to step up and be able to justify that. So. I think, Kevin Pillar hitting fifth, it makes sense, right? I mean, he's hitting lefties, but, that's kind of where the Rangers are at right now with their verse lefty lineup. They're looking for guys to step up, and, hopefully they can get Marcus Semien at the top of the order, setting the tone. Because even last year, in a down year for Marcus offensively, he still was good against lefties. It was righties in which he really struggled. So far this year, small sample size, and he's been better against lefties than righties, but not at a level you'd want, against either side.
Hey, Jared, do we make this game too hard?
It's funny. Yes and no, right?
I mean, you do a great job of telling me, and I'm looking at this baseball savant, and I need a degree from USC to read it. You know what I'm saying? I look at exit, and I'm just see this, and I see a big orange number for Jonah Heim for exit velocity. I'm thinking, and then I look at hard hit balls, almost 45%. I'm thinking, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
So to me, how hard is it to put him in the lineup? If he's hitting the ball at this, and I guess I just asking, do we make this game too hard sometimes?
So you're spot on. The only thing I would say, Broadus, it's not about how he's hitting as much as you don't want to overwork him as a catcher.
Sure.
And
I get it. Yeah,
that's the only
We've
thing.
We've seen that bad result.
Yes, but you are spot on. I think, we have so much data, right? And
Too
the data.
much.
Yeah, and maybe sometimes it's paralysis by analysis.
Yeah.
I do think, for every example of that, I do think there are a lot of examples where the data, really does inform and point you in the right direction. I think I'd say this, though, too, just from a data standpoint. They're, 16, 9 plus 7, 16. They're 16 games into the season.
Yeah.
And I think the data sometimes it's a tough read 16 games in. That's 1/10 of the season. That's like, the equivalent of judging an NFL season for a player off of one game and 3 quarters of the next game, right? That's kind of where we're at. And so I think sometimes the data's a tough read. But, yeah, you're right. I mean, it really, if you're looking to put the best lineup out there right now, it's tough not to have Jonah Heim in there, short of the fact that you want to make sure that he's getting his proper rest as a catcher.
Okay.
Jared Sandler with us here, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. What type of season has Mike Trout had?
Yeah, a healthy season. I think that's the first thing. And, I'd say this, guys. The Angels are obviously less formidable with Mike Trout out of their lineup than they are with him in their lineup. And when the Rangers play the Angels 13 times a season, you want the Rangers to win. And the chances of winning are a little bit better when Mike Trout's not in there. But I just think for Mike Trout and for baseball, I want him in the lineup every single game. The Angels play the Rangers. At least I want him healthy every single game. If he wants to take a day off, that's fine. But I just think it's good for the sport. He's one of the best players of all time. And I hope that when all is said and done, it's not full Griffey where it's like what could have been. Griffey is one of the greatest players of all time, but he could have been maybe the greatest statistically, right? Like who knows? And maybe we're already too far down that path with Mike Trout. He's missed too much time over some prime years, but I hope that the next few years aren't going to just be whether he a question as to whether he's healthy or not. And his batting average isn't great, Eric, specific to this year. He's hitting under 200, but he's hitting with power, and I'm sure the batting average is going to end up being just fine. But I think a healthy Mike Trout is is the key to answering that question. And I think that's huge for the Angels.
What's got you excited about the pregame starting at 6:30 tonight?
Yeah, we got a cool game show. David Murphy and Mark Church were playing a game called Jackie Robinson or Someone Else.
Ooh.
And I'm not going to tell you what happens, but I will tell you that a game of rock, paper, scissors ensues, and I won't tell you whether or not they had to be separated after the result.
A couple of competitors.
I love this, Jared.
Beautiful.
Yes.
On Jackie Robinson Day, the roof is open at Globe Life Field. Rangers, Angels. Jared, we appreciate the time, brother.
Would Jerry Jones say that the roof is open so that Jackie could look down on the game? Is that like the spin job he would put on this?
I like the sound of that. I can see that for sure.
Do you think he knows who Jackie Robinson? Yeah, Jerry probably knows who Jackie Robinson is. Do you think Jerry knows who Mike Trout is?
No. He probably thinks he's a fisherman.
Yeah, that makes sense. Broadus, what do you think? I mean, you would know.
I think he would probably not know who Mike Trout is.
That's so interesting.
That would be my guess.
Isn't it fast, like, to be a billionaire and to just not know, like, the normal dude things if you're a bit like, he's a sports fan and he's a billionaire, so he doesn't care. You know, like, it's a different world.
Hey, just real quick, because I know you're a diehard Mavericks fan. What'd you think of this Nico
That's
stuff
stupid.
today?
I don't. They have made every miss. I'll say this. Scott Tomlin. They missed two people in that organization. They missed Luka Doncic and they missed Scott Tomlin. None of this mess would happen if Scott Tomlin was still there. But I don't want to say that's going to get me in trouble.
You already have. Go ahead.
That's fine. Scott Tomlin's like the unspoken MVP that they're missing, and it is absolutely. It's so sad and embarrassing how this has all been handled.
Well, you're a beast, Jared. We appreciate it. Have a great show.
See you, fellas.
We'll see you. There he goes, Jared Sandler, courtesy of Blue Nail Roofing, right here on the Fan. Pregame at 6:30, 7:05 first pitch. Got to get the slugging up tonight, boys. I think tonight's the night.
Yeah, I can say I'm seeing orange numbers.
You see the orange?
Look at this. Look at this. It's
very
incredible.
orange.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You get a lot of orange.
That's popping.
You get a lot of numbers, and you have to have a degree from big time U to like read all this stuff.
I think Josh Young's going yard tonight, and I might even put a call in for an Adolis Garcia bomb. Give me 6-2 Rangers.
6-2 Rangers.
Give me a Josh Young good night.
Yeah.
Give me a Josh Young 3-for-4 night with about 3 RBIs.
I love it.
Copy and paste that into the Corey Seager box score. That's going to be my pick for tonight.
All of them hit home runs.
Ooh. Yeah, we go 9 for 9.
Everybody.
Just
got
run it
around
out,
in the
man.
first inning.
Watch him just
everybody's due for it, man.
Kikuchi's head spinning. He doesn't know where the hell he is.
Wouldn't want to be you say Kikuchi tonight. That's all I'm saying, Broadus.
Kikuchi.
Okay, we have LA Live in 4 minutes. Yesterday, Wolchuk did his top 10 most hated college football players of all time.
Yeah, I did.
In honor of the Tennessee quitter,
come
Mr.
up another
Nico.
one?
Well, I just saw like Reese Davis, who's going to be back with ESPN and Game
They tried
Day.
to steal him.
Fox, the Big Noon Kickoff, was doing everything they could to money whip Reese Davis out of ESPN and College Game Day.
They wanted him to do World Cup soccer too.
Yeah,
they're going to take over for Rob
That's what Fox does.
That's kind of sexy.
Fox takes these ESPN type people and then is like, hey, you're going to keep doing what you're usually doing, but then we're going to expand your role as well. Like Tom Rinaldi, you're a college guy. You're also going to do some NFL for us.
You're going to make us cry, Tom.
Yeah, you're gonna earn that paycheck. But Reese Davis, too loyal to Kirk and the guys.
He's been there over 20 some odd years, right? About 25 years.
Yeah, he's been there for a long time. He's great. I mean,
I shouldn't have to guess this. I can look it up. I'm sure
it's all right.
Yeah, but you don't often do that.
My teammates sometimes pick me up.
Occasionally, we like to pick you up on
That's
that.
when I worked at DallasCowboys.com.
I'm not a okay, Bobby Bars.
Like David Hellman type guys and stuff.
I don't know that I like Big Noon Kickoff.
Big name kickoff?
Big Noon.
Is it the Urban Meyer thing?
No, it's not even like who they've
Is it
got.
the fact they all wear sunglasses on set?
It's just like these are games that shouldn't be at noon. They're at 11 our
Well, you
time.
don't like Wisconsin and Purdue going at it?
I mean, that's fine if you put Wisconsin and Purdue, but sometimes we get these awesome matchups.
You get a lot of Ohio State.
A ton of Ohio State,
Yeah.
and then they end up being early kicks, and this should be a prime, like Ohio State, Penn State. Let's get a whiteout up in here.
I kind of like the 11 a.m. kickoff
Well, you
game.
would.
Kind of.
You're crusty.
I mean, nothing beats a hostile
30
college
years
football.
that guy's been there. 30 years, Reese Davis. 30 years.
It's
nighttime college football is incredible. So I'm with you on that, Wolchuk.
Yeah.
But actually, the Big Noon Kickoff show, just the show itself, I think is fine.
It's fine.
Obviously, I'm a traditionalist with Game Day.
Reggie Bush is good. I think Brady Quinn's solid.
Mark Ingram is
Mark
hilarious.
Ingram's awesome.
And every blue moon, Urban Meyer say something, and you're like, all right, it's pretty good. Okay. But Reese Davis stays at ESPN, and he was on the College Game Day podcast talking about Arch Manning. He says it's unfortunate because of the attention he's going to get. He's going to become a fan favorite by Texas fans, of course. But outside of Texas, he's going to become the ultimate villain, and I don't just mean Oklahoma people. And I don't know that was Peyton or Eli ever a villain in college football, or were they always just totally beloved? I think this has so much to do with the program.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of Texas.
And
you're
just
right.
because you're Texas,
Yeah.
and I think this is actually good for him if he does become the ultimate villain, because I think that means he's showing out and producing in a huge way, and that's the ultimate respect from every other program in the country is, yeah, I hate you for no other reason than you wear that uniform and you're damn good. But I think he has a little bit more of like an edge to him from a personality standpoint. And maybe Peyton had some of that as well. But I think Arch Manning would actually sort of embrace that.
I think Peyton was more of a villain than
Eli.
Than Eli at Ole Miss. I think, yeah, if you just talk about college,
right?
Yeah, Peyton was far more a villain in these games when they were played.
I mean, he had the taint issue. That's kind of messed up.
Yeah, how was that well documented in real time that he was doing the mooning and the taint stuff?
It was always something you kind of heard whispers from scouts that went through there,
but it wasn't super loud.
It wasn't something that was talked about in draft rooms. It wasn't. I mean, like, I don't remember in that '98 draft.
But he got protected then.
Yeah. I
this day and age, Arch Manning does a taint bit. That is.
Oh, that's you're getting.
That's
sued.
breaking news in a huge way.
I just
breaking into the sports desk right here. Paint Manning. Paint. Coming up at 5.
All right,
I'd watch the news for
that's
that.
the perfect segue.
WJX.
We serve it back into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius Alexander for LA Live.
Hey, let's get into a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you
Fire up this funk and let's have a taint. That's a funny word.
It is.
Be a cool nickname. What's up, Tank?
It's like a rodeo guy.
Yeah.
Don't worry, RFK is going to save us anyway.
We're going to save you all. We're going to get it out. They're putting steroids in the potatoes to turn you gay. I could have been president. I should have been president.
He could have won if he just won. But did he try that? Did he try like one big one? Maybe if he got under it. Mucinex and a lozenge. The guy could have been president. Nobody tried it. One cup of tea with honey, and he would have won the thing.
Just talk to you then. Do you know how I got this voice?
That's how I picture him, like the Joker from the Batman movie.
Do you know how I got this voice? Mountain Dew Code Red. That's what did it to me. I stood too close to a Yankee candle for an hour. The phthalates.
Yeah, that's good, man. LA Live for Tuesday, April 15th. Oh, it's tax day, right?
It's tax day.
It's tax day. It's tax day. 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live. Y'all seen President Trump snub my man's wife, what's this dude? RFK Jr.'s wife.
I did.
Charles. Yeah, at the UFC fight? Yes.
Yeah, just walked right by her.
Yeah.
And she had the hand out.
She had the hand out.
I think his
and everything.
awareness isn't very good at sometimes.
You think? Oh, you putting cape on for him?
No, not really. I'm just saying I don't think his awareness overall, his spatial awareness is very good.
I think he kind of like looked at her.
He looked at it
side eye,
like he didn't know who she was.
It was so funny because I'm looking at the video now. She just like turns her hands up, like, really?
She's like, wow. And then she stuck her little lip out, and then she looked at her husband, and he was looking straight ahead, like, don't say anything.
Not
babe.
now, honey. Not now.
No, don't do it.
That car ride home though was loud.
He had an earful.
Don't do it. Yeah. Hey, so what if one of the bosses up here at Odyssey during one of the events just snubbed your old girl? You were shaking hands and he just snubbed her.
She would say something.
In the moment, you think so?
Not in the moment, but at the car ride home.
Yeah, she would vent to me about it. In real, I don't think she'd wait to the car ride home either.
Would you say something in real time? Oh, hey, you forgot my girl.
Would I? I probably would.
Hell yeah, I'd pop off.
I'd probably just let it slide, to be honest with you.
Jeez.
Oh, I mean, what's the move there, Lou? You're RFK in that moment. Are you tapping Mr. Prez on the shoulder like, hey, shake the hand of my wife?
Excuse me, sir.
I want to watch you shake my wife's hand.
Yeah, we're probably going to be froze for a second. Like, damn, did that just happen?
Yeah, because that's what everything's happening so fast.
Like, and did that just happen?
Hey, Donald, the missus. Here, Donald. Yeah. Maybe do that kind of thing?
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking about more like Spittle, Tim.
Oh, okay. I was trying, yeah.
What's the big boss?
Brian.
Purdy. Anybody else?
No, those are the three.
Okay,
those are the three of them. Yeah.
About them.
Yeah, I guess in a scenario like that, yeah, I guess you're right. I was thinking it as the president. I'd be like, sorry, honey.
No, only up here. I'm just talking about in your life, not dealing with the president.
I'd probably try to circle back.
Yeah.
Be like, hey, my wife's here too.
Yeah.
Don't forget.
Just thought that was kind of weird, man. It's a weird thing to handle.
I'd be chill with it.
She would probably say that I always knew that guy was weird. I never liked that guy.
Now they start lashing out.
Yeah, they would. They turn it into something like.
It's an awkward
I
deal.
never did like that guy.
Yeah, should probably have me an Indeed.com link.
Yeah.
Like, you need to find another spot because I don't like that.
Yeah, really.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
All right, it's a Toxic Tuesday here. Welcome, people. Welcome, Tolos. Welcome, first-time listeners. Welcome, last-time listeners. This is LA Live, sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. What a weird situation, man. It's like we're living in a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode and a Veep episode with the vice president dropping the trophy yesterday. This is crazy.
From Ohio.
It is hilarious.
The representative from Ohio.
Like, it doesn't matter who it is, but anytime something like that happens, it's so awkwardly funny.
Yeah, it's hilarious, man. Let's see, G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on The Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can find us all, find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here is Bobby Belt from the RJ and Choppy Show. He has a diss track again for the Nosebleed Boys, Eric and Zach. They voted for it, I think. Somebody in there voted for it. Who voted for it?
Yeah, I voted for it, man. This is all-time stuff. This is so
hello!
good.
I'm talking to you!
I'm sorry about that.
Okay, here we go.
I want to dedicate this song to Sam Wolchuk.
Hey, Bobby. Spit that rhyme I like.
Turn it on, leave it on. Pick a platform, radio, stream, YouTube, or the Twitch. Young Bobby hit the bleeds like a crash car. Go and inject me in the beat, and I'll leave you with track marks. Didn't have to be this way, but I'll go to round 8. Overdosing bars, I'm a single mom in South Lake. Kill it in the AM, yeah, you know we got a who's who. Rating so big, you would think they took a blue chew. That's a blue pill, but Wooly needs a red one. Better get some yeast if you want to raise your bread, son. Since we telling truth, let's open up about the past, bro. Chio still ain't over getting froze out of the draft show. Man up, bro, go to Brian. You can talk through it. Use your words because your mouth ain't just for Hawk Tua. Yeah, I wish I had a house sitting on a heavy perch, but I'm not like Eric getting favors from my daddy's church. Christ would help the poor. Put him on his back. Eric closed the door, said, I ain't paying tax. While we're talking cash, hey, Wooly, where's my money, dude? No, you owe me $50 from Cali back in 22.
Gosh, I do need to get out of these property taxes, man. What an absolute beating that is.
It's the worst.
It's a damn shame watching y'all bob out here to a song that's dissing y'all.
I mean, it's good.
Y'all in here just bobbing. You're just like, hey, it's a vibe, fam. Yeah, I'm a scrub. This is awesome.
His lies bounce off me like ping pong balls, Lucius.
Okay, I ain't mad at that. I see you. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Toxic Tuesday. Did a lot of TV watching over the weekend, and I watched a few Coachella performances.
Oh.
I liked it. Missy Elliott did a damn good job. I seen Jimmy Eat World. I fast forwarded to get to that one song. It just takes some time living in a little bit. Yeah. Charlie XCX or whatever the hell her name is. I watched that. I watched Green Day set up their fireworks and scare the audience. Listen to this. Yeah, that sounds scary as hell.
Everybody's out there crossfaded, tripping balls, going, what?
High on shrooms and acid, and you're scared to death.
I heard there was a huge traffic jam.
Getting in.
Yes, that's what I'm going to get to, brother. That's what I'm going to get to. I watched Travis Scott. T-Pain. After watching T-Pain's performance, I feel like he would rock a Super Bowl. Yes, T-Pain would rock a Super Bowl. I'm putting in my bid right now for a T-Pain Super Bowl. Wow. He did a damn good job. But yes, right where you were talking about, there were some issues out there at Coachella there, Mr. Eric. There's a new security company running things. See, at Coachella, you can usually do some camping, right? It's a camp situation, a festival, what, 3-4 days or something like that? I don't know how many days. But most people go in there and they camp in their cars. Okay. So if you pull up at the grounds, maybe at 2 o'clock in the morning, they'll still let you in.
Yeah.
Well, this new security thing, they're not. They start letting people in at 9 o'clock.
Oh.
That means you had to wait in line in your car to get into the Coachella grounds. People waited for 12 hours in their cars, bro.
It's incredible.
12 hours, running out of gas in line.
What idiots. Just
running out of food in line, running out of water in line. You know, you've been drinking and celebrating, you know, happy to get to Coachella.
I'm wondering about all the people that had too much gas in line.
Come on, man.
How many people are just urinating on the side of the street there?
Yeah, come on, man. It was a mess out there. Then they said when they finally got in, the shower areas were packed, not cleaned properly. There were pubic hairs.
Well, that's, I mean, you probably should expect
that. Sheriff from NYC was there.
That's crazy. Yeah, that guy. I thought that was crazy because don't you shave before you go to Coachella? You don't shave while you're there.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah.
If I don't shave beforehand, it's just I'm not shaving. Sorry.
And I know why the ladies shave when they go out like that. But you do that beforehand, unless you didn't.